Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. In Konoha, start with becoming the Great Swordsman. 1 SM Chapter 1 Konoha 56th Year Konoha Shinobi Village. The 56th year of Konoha. A young figure was waving a wooden sword in the scorching sun, and sticky sweat stuck to his eyes. His back was completely soaked with sweat. His eyes were more focused than ever before, as if someone was fighting with him right in front of him. Lu Yun was breathing heavily, and his spirit seemed to have reached a critical point. Not caring about the dirt on the ground, Lu Yun just lay down. His arms felt numb, swollen, sore and weak. Every day, Lu Yun fights Hawkeye in the spiritual space and learns his swordsmanship. Character Template. Dracula. Mihawk, Character Unlock Progress, 1%. If your strength reaches Mihawk's level, even if you can't defeat a 6 level warrior, you'll be able to rival Super Shadow. Lu Yun muttered to himself with his eyes closed. That's right. Lu Yun came to the Hokage world of the 3 most popular comics. He didn't have a great background, nor a great bloodline world, and even his parents were killed in the Third Shinobi World War. Lu Yun was able to survive thanks to the village's pension. Lu Yun is a time traveler who knows everything about Hokage. The Kage were indeed extremely powerful in this period, but in the later period of the world, the Kage of the so-called 5 major ninja villages were defeated by Uchiha Madara alone. Shadow was so small in front of Uchiha Madara, not to mention that Uchiha Madara was only at the Super Shadow level at that time. Once you reach the 6 level, both the Super Shadow and the Shadow can no longer be measured in numbers, they are already in a different dimension. I came to the Hokage world and obtained the character template system. Unlocked the first panel. Open black lens bracket Dracula, Mihawk, close black lens bracket as a great swordsman in the world of pirates. Lu Yun, who is familiar with anime, naturally understands how powerful Hawkeye Mihawk is. The slashing blow that could split mountains and break seas was no less powerful than an S-rank ninjutsu, and a key point was that it didn't require chakra or hand seals. A random strike from him is comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu, and even a shadow would change color at the sight of such a slash. Advertisement. Lu Yun closed his eyes and rested for a while, then began to refine his chakra. The method of refining chakra was told to him by Amino Iruka. His deceased parents in this world were Iruka's good friends, and because of his introverted personality, Iruka took great care of him. There are only a handful of people like Lu Yun who can refine chakra at this age. The kids of the same age living near her home are simply not comparable to Lu Yun. Chakra is absolutely essential if you want to become a ninja. Chakra is also a unique energy in the Hokage world. Only when you have chakra in your body can you perform ninjutsu. Lu Yun condensed his own chakra, concentrated the chakra in his hands, let it flow at high speed, and compressed a light blue spherical chakra to condense in his hands. With a bang, Lu Yun's Rasengan hit the tree trunk. The trunk suddenly sank, and a deep crack appeared. The crack spread outward from the center point. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Yun was breathing heavily. This body was still too weak. Just by condensing the Rasengan, it had drained all the chakra from his body. We need to continue to become stronger, it is not enough, this level of strength is not enough. The bloodlines of the various monsters and perverts in the Hokage world are not mine, so the only thing I can rely on is the system and my own efforts. In the original work, Naruto can release Rasengan so easily because of his identity as an Uzumaki clan and the successor of Ashura Chakra. And Sasuke even possesses the blood of the Uchiha, and in the later period he even opened Mangekyo and even the Rinnegan. Compared with these two monsters, my background is far inferior. After Lu Yun regained his spirit, he gripped the knife in his hand, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. It's time to start. In the vast spiritual world, in front of Lu Yun stood a man with short black hair and eagle-like sharp eyes. At this time, Hawkeye and Lu Yun were about the same height. The Hawkeye in this spiritual space is the same age as Lu Yun. Only when Lu Yun's sword realm changes will the Hawkeye in the spiritual space change. This is Hawkeye. It is indeed extraordinary. Although those sharp eyes were still a little immature, they showed the yearning for kendo and the lofty passion. This was not the first time Lu Yun had fought with Hawkeye in the spiritual space. Before this, Lu Yun had fought with Hawkeye no less than 10 times. But it was the Hawkeye in the spiritual space who always sees the slightest flaw to defeat himself. Advertisement. Victory or defeat is just a matter of thought. Outside world. Lu Yun stood in the vast forest with a sword in his hand, his eyebrows and facial expressions kept changing, and drops of sweat fell from his forehead. In a short period of time, Lu Yun's face was covered in sweat, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was sweating like rain. A shadow flashed through the forest, and that curious gaze stared at Lu Yun, with blood-red eyes and black magatama. This person was undoubtedly from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui looked at Lu Yun with curiosity. What is this little guy doing? Although this forest belongs to Konoha, there are many wild beasts in this forest that a child cannot deal with. But for some reason, Uchiha Shisui felt a strange feeling in his heart when he looked at Lu Yun. Next moment, Lu Yun's body trembled, and a fierce aura that was inconsistent with his age burst out of him. He opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Shisui, who was staring in the dark, felt this extraordinary aura and his pupils suddenly shrank and his gaze became solemn. This child is not simple. This kind of momentum is not something that people of this age group possess. It seems that fresh blood has been born in the village. A smile played on Shisui's lips, the next second his figure disappeared. Lu Yun sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and every part of his body was sore. The key point is that at this time his spirit has reached the limit of what he can bear, and his originally firm eyes also look much more tired. After recovering his strength for a while, Lu Yun disappeared into the forest. Although hard work is important, blind effort will only backfire. Lu Yun will not do anything that will harm her body, even when training. If it is beyond his ability to bear, Lu Yun will choose to take a rest. Because of Lu Yun's introverted personality, he has few friends and he has no interest in making friends with those innocent children. He is trying hard to become stronger. He wants to be strong enough to control his own life and not be threatened by anyone in this world. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki. Eventually, you will have to face these powerful enemies yourself. Looking at the treetops swaying in the breeze, Lu Yun sighed silently. The wind is blowing, and the village is going to be in turmoil. Chapter 2 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Letter of Recommendation. Night, Hokage's office. Master 3rd Generation, this is Lu Yun's information. Thanks a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Lu Yun's information carefully for a while. The background is very clean. His parents were killed or injured in the 3 Ninja World Wars. Now he is alone at home and often interacts with Iruka, but he is a little withdrawn. However, since this little guy can get Shisui's praise, it is probably not as simple as it seems. The village may seem peaceful now, but once the potential unrest breaks out, it will be a devastating blow to the village. Recently, the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction with the village has become increasingly strong. Coupled with the previous 9 Tails unrest that led to the death of the 4th Hokage, the Uchiha clan is now in the limelight. This little guy is old enough to enter ninja school. It would be better to arrange for him to go in, so that Iruka can convey the message to the little guy. It was impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to pay attention to Lu Yun just because of Shisui's words. Only when Lu Yun's brilliant light really reached the Hokage's office would Sarutobi Hiruzen pay special attention to Lu Yun. The things happening in the village and in the ninja world are enough to make the old 3rd Hokage overwhelmed. I hope this hard-earned peace can last a little longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and continued to handle government affairs. Lu Yun woke up at noon the next day. Although his arms were a little swollen, it did not affect his training. Besides, his spirits were restored. In yesterday's battle in the spiritual space, Lu Yun rarely broke Hawkeye's move, but Hawkeye still seized the opportunity and defeated him. But this battle gave Lu Yun a lot of experience. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk, character unlock progress, 1.2%. This battle increased the progress by 0.2%, which is indeed a great gain. Lu Yun simply packed up and planned to go back to his old place to continue training for the day. However, as soon as Lu Yun went out, he saw a familiar figure. Iruka waved his hand and said with a smile, Lu Yun. Iruka-sensei. Why are you here? Advertisement. Iruka smiled faintly, just stopping by to see you. Haven't you eaten yet? I'll treat you to ramen. Iruka is one of Lu Yun's few friends, and of course Iruka treats Lu Yun as a child. No matter how mature Lu Yun behaves, he is still just a child in Iruka's eyes. Ichiraku ramen. Anyone who has watched Hokage cannot fail to know Ichiraku ramen. And Ichiraku ramen is also associated with many memes. Now Ichiraku ramen is just a small stall. Lu Yun sits in his seat and looks at the kind old man who is making ramen in front of him. This is Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku noticed Lu Yun's strange look and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why is this little guy looking at me? Could it be that he looks so handsome when making ramen? That must be the case. Lu Yun, you're welcome. Eat. Iruka smiled faintly. Even the introverted Lu Yun found it hard not to have a good impression of this ordinary teacher. Iruka is indeed like a little sun that warms others. If it weren't for Iruka, he would have turned evil when Naruto stole the Book of Seals. After finishing the ramen, Lu Yun said slowly, Teacher Iruka, if you have something to say, just tell me directly, don't hide it. Iruka was stunned and smiled sheepishly. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. I have known Lu Yun for half a year. This strange little guy has a different mindset from his peers. Sometimes talking to Lu Yun feels like chatting with someone of my own age. Of course, Iruka also felt that this was related to Lu Yun's experience. Losing his parents at a young age forced him to become so mature. There is no innocence and happiness that belongs to children. This is also why Iruka feels even more sorry for Lu Yun. Lu Yun, are you interested in joining a ninja school? Iruka spoke. Ninja school? Lu Yun was stunned for a moment. It is now the 56th year of Konoha. Damn it, didn't the 12 little strong men start school at this time? Advertisement. This is the letter of recommendation given to me by the 3rd Hokage-sama. Iruka handed the letter of recommendation to Lu Yun. A hint of surprise flashed across Uncle Ichiraku's face. A letter of recommendation from the 3rd Hokage? This guy actually attracted the attention of the 3rd Hokage? Even Iruka himself felt it was a little strange. Last night, the 3rd Hokage called him to the Hokage's office and handed the recommendation letter to him. Could it be that he had been in contact with Lu Yun too frequently, which was why he attracted the attention of the 3rd Hokage? Recommendation letter. Yesterday, when he returned to reality from the spiritual world, he could feel a pair of eyes staring at him, but it disappeared after a brief moment. With such perception, it has to be said that Lu Yun is a pervert who has far surpassed his peers. After accepting the letter of recommendation from Iruka, Lu Yun thanked him and disappeared from Iruka's sight. He didn't reply to Iruka immediately, because his time is precious. He doesn't want to waste too much time on boring things. Training is the top priority. Lu Yun once again entered his own spiritual space. After entering the system's space, Lu Yun's pupils were dissipated and empty, just like the eyes of a dead person. Two figures were fighting in the spiritual space. Although the young Hawkeye looked immature, his sharp yellow eyes were very captivating. Ding ding ding. When the swords collided, Lu Yun's face did not look very good. Although they seemed to be evenly matched, Lu Yun was not as good as Hawkeye in the small details. About 2 hours later, Lu Yun gasped for breath as he exited the spiritual space. His arms were shaking from the long training and exposure to the sun. His skin is not as fair as other children's. Instead, it has a bronze complexion, giving him a bit of a boyish vibe. Lu Yun is also a head taller than his peers. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk, character unlock progress, 1.4%. Although it is only a 0.2% improvement, every improvement is huge for Lu Yun. The understanding of kendo and sword techniques, as well as the combat experience accumulated through repeated battles in the spiritual world, will become the nutrients for Lu Yun's growth. In addition to fighting, Lu Yun also needs to improve the strength of his body. If he wants to launch a powerful attack, physical strength is indispensable. Push-ups, sit-ups, and walking around the forest 10 times are all essential training items for Lu Yun. In the afternoon, Lu Yun refines his chakra and practices his shuriken throwing skills. The day passed quickly and dusk fell before we knew it. Chapter 3 Enrollment. At night, Lu Yun lay in bed, looking at the recommendation letter beside the bed and fell into deep thought. Konoha Shinobi School was founded by second Hokage Senju Tobirama to cultivate the young blood of Konoha. The purpose is to ensure the inheritance of the will of fire, but Lu Yun, who knows everything about the Hokage world, knows the dark side of Konoha. Konoha's roots have long been rotten, and it's unimaginable to have someone like Danzo on the dark side of Hokage. I'm afraid those who believed in the will of fire were unaware that it was their kind third-generation Sama and Danzo who orchestrated the demise of the Uchiha clan a year later. Enrolling in school means being able to learn more ninjutsu, but of course the ninja school does not offer many ninjutsu. What the ninja school provides is the knowledge and education of ninja. What is learned is nothing more than physical skills, free body technique, shuriken throwing and practical training. The 12 little strongmen are now studying in the ninja school. These are all key players in the future of Konoha. But Lu Yun believes that owning the system is equivalent to having unlimited potential, and his future is no weaker than anyone else's. In that case, let's enroll, get to know that man. The next day, Lu Yun found Iruka. Are you going to enroll in school? Iruka looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Lu Yun nodded. Under Iruka's guidance, Lu Yun entered the ninja school. Ordinary civilians with poor qualifications would not be qualified to enter the ninja school at all. Ninja schools are for training ninjas. If you don't have the potential to become a ninja, you are not qualified to enter a ninja school. The most popular ninja school at the moment is Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. Of course Lu Yun prefers to call him Urtsutsu. Now, Nijira is the pride of Uchiha. Ninja is a famous genius in the school and the object of admiration of girls. In the world of Hokage, girls mature much earlier. Recommended by the third Hokage? The director of the ninja school looked at Lu Yun in surprise. It must be quite remarkable that this little guy can be recommended by the adults of the third generation. Iruka, put this little guy in your class. The director put away the recommendation letter and spoke with his hands folded. Iruka had no objection. As for Lu Yun, Iruka had wanted Lu Yun to be in his class from the very beginning. Iruka brought Lu Yun to the classroom door. He stopped Lu Yun with one hand, looked up and his mind was immediately filled with black lines. Advertisement. It must be another prank by Naruto. Naruto is still immature now, and is known as a troublemaker and the last in the class. Pushing the door open, a basin of white powder fell down, and Iruka pulled Lu Yun back a step. At this time, the blonde Naruto looked at the door excitedly. When he saw Iruka staring at him with a dark face, he immediately lowered his head and took out a book to cover his face. Only Naruto can make such a boring game. Iruka walked in with Lu Yun, attracting the curiosity of many people in the class. Lu Yun glanced at the people in the seats. Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Ino Shikacho. The 12 future heroes are all gathered in this class. Little Sakura, have you noticed how handsome this boy is? Lu Yun's handsome face, yellow eyes, and temperament that were inconsistent with his peers instantly attracted Yamanaka Ino's attention. Little Sakura curled her lips. Tisk, he's nowhere near our Sasuke. You violent girl. When did Sasuke become part of your family? Sasuke is obviously mine. Compared to the stunning Lu Yun who just arrived, Yamanaka Ino is more inclined to Sasuke, who she has known for a long time. Sasuke's cool temperament and identity as a member of the Uchiha clan make him the secret crush of many girls in this class. Soon little Sakura and Ino started to fight with each other. Little Sakura, Ino, what are you doing? Iruka huffed in dissatisfaction. Little Sakura and Ino then stopped, looked at each other coldly and snorted. Cough cough cough. From now on, Lu Yun is part of our class, and you will be classmates from now on. Lu Yun, please sit over there. Iruka pointed to a location. Lu Yun looked over and his eyes changed slightly. Who is that little girl? Hyuga Hinata. Hinata noticed Lu Yun's gaze, her little face blushed shyly and she lowered her head. The shy Hinata looked even more adorable. However, an unfriendly look was given to Hinata with indifference. That is Hyuga Neji. Now Hyuga Neji has only hatred towards the main family. Hyuga Hinata is also a member of the main family. In Neji's opinion, Hinata's weak character is not worthy of the status of the main family. Advertisement. Lu Yun walked into the seat and sat down next to Hyuga Hinata. Hello, my name is Lu Yun. Lu Yun showed a bright smile, and that smile touched the hearts of countless girls in the classroom. Compared to the cold and indifferent Sasuke, at this moment they are more attracted to Lu Yun. Hello. My name is Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata stuttered a little due to shyness, and even when speaking, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look Lu Yun in the eye. Lu Yun didn't care. He knew that was Hinata's personality. Now Hinata would blush even when talking to the opposite S**X. What's more, it was in front of Lu Yun, who has a unique charm. Sasuke glanced at Lu Yun and snorted in disdain. Sasuke still felt somewhat dissatisfied with the person who stole his limelight. He is the genius of the Uchiha clan, how could he be overshadowed by a commoner? The class time has come and time has passed quickly. Only a few students in the classroom are listening attentively. Even Lu Yun was immersed in his own spiritual space fighting with the young Hawkeye, while Hinata on the side looked at Lu Yun seriously. He was sweating a lot. What's wrong with him? He keeps sweating. Although the weather is hot now, it is very cool inside the classroom, unlike outside. I wonder if Lu Yun is feeling unwell. Suddenly, Lu Yun opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Sweat stuck to his eyebrows and his face showed a hint of fatigue. Student Lu Yun, this is for you. Hinata made a sound smaller than a mosquito, lowered her head and handed a handkerchief to Lu Yun. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Thank you Hinata. Hinata's face turned even redder when she said this. This look scared Hinata so much that even Lu Yun had to admit it. Hinata during this period really makes people want to protect her. Lu Yun wiped the sweat from his head, and after hesitating for a while, he decided not to return the sweat-stained handkerchief to Hinata. Ino and little Sakura looked at Hinata and Lu Yun in surprise. Hinata actually spoke to someone, which was rare, and the person she spoke to was Lu Yun. Could it be that Lu Yun is Hinata's type? Everyone present knew that Hinata's timid and shy personality had always been a problem, and it was even particularly difficult for her to communicate with others. But little Sakura and Ino had watched it several times and found that it was Hinata who took the initiative to talk to Lu Yun, which made them feel surprised. At the same time, Hyuga Neji looked at Lu Yun and Hinata gloomily. His fists were clenched so tightly that they were shaking from exerting so much force. Chapter 4. You are not bad. After class, curious Naruto came over and greeted Lu Yun. Hey, the one with yellow eyes. Since you're a transfer student, you should be very strong. Fight me, the strongest person in the class, Naruto-sama. Phew. The arrogant Naruto said this and everyone in the class couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, Naruto is bragging again. He's clearly the last one in the class. The strongest one in the class is obviously Sasuke. The other friends laughed at Naruto mercilessly. However, two sharp gazes fell on Lu Yun, one from Neji and the other from Sasuke. They are all curious about Lu Yun's strength. This person is Miss Hinata's friend and that is my enemy. This guy stole my thunder. Next time we compete, I must let him taste my strength. Neji and Sasuke have different ideas in mind, but both regard Lu Yun as a thorn in their side. Oh, you guys are so annoying, I'm not the last one. Naruto's face flushed red as he looked at those people in frustration. Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. You are not my opponent right now. Damn it, you actually underestimated me. I'll let you see how powerful I am. Transform. With a bang, puffs of smoke rose up, and Naruto transformed into Iruka, pointing at Lu Yun and laughing. What do you think? I'm awesome, right? Lu Yun couldn't help but cover her face. Naruto at this stage was still just a child, and it would be difficult to communicate with him normally. Tisk, it's just a transformation technique. Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, Tisk, with disdain. Lu Yun made hand seals helplessly. Bang, another puff of smoke rose, and another Lu Yun appeared beside Lu Yun. This is Shadow Clone technique. Is he really the same age as us? The appearance of Shadow Clone caused an uproar in the classroom, and a group of little kids looked at Lu Yun in shock. Advertisement. Lu Yun performed the Shadow Clone technique, which even Sasuke and Neji couldn't master. Judging from Lu Yun's appearance, he has already mastered the Shadow Clone technique. Lu Yunjun, you're amazing. Hinata's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Yun with admiration. Damn it, it's just Shadow Clone, I can do that too. Naruto reluctantly deactivated his transformation technique. Clone technique. Bang. A paper Naruto appeared next to Naruto, instantly causing the entire class to burst into laughter. Naruto, even though you're the last one in the class, you're pretty good at making everyone laugh. If you can't be a ninja, then you can become an actor in an acrobatic class. This must be perfect for you. And clone technique is not Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone is a level higher than clone technique. Sarcasm, ridicule, and disdain. Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Naruto, who was standing there dejected. This is the treatment Naruto is receiving at this time. In fact, Naruto's talent is not bad. On the contrary, it is not inferior to geniuses like Sasuke. The reason why he couldn't perform ninjutsu during this period was because the chakra in his body needed to suppress the 9 tails to firmly seal it. Lu Yun glanced at Hinata again. Is it because my arrival changed history? It seems that Hinata during this period did not have any admiration for Naruto, but instead felt more sympathy and pity for Naruto. Naruto, you are not strong enough now. Come challenge me again when you are stronger. Lu Yun is taller than everyone in the classroom. Although she is the same age as them, she behaves more like an adult. You're not bad. Naruto's body trembled and he looked at Lu Yun with red eyes. Lu Yun, you be *******. Naruto forced himself to hold back his tears. Naruto, who had been ignored and suffered from everyone's malice for a long time, was moved by Lu Yun's simple words. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said proudly, I know this without you saying it. I want to be the Hokage in the future. Yes. The future 7th Hokage. You who possess Ashura's chakra are basically a sun hanging on the wall. If Lu Yun had not awakened his system, he might have been ready to cling to Naruto and spend his old age in peace. Everyone didn't understand why Lu Yun would show kindness to Naruto, as he was clearly the last one in the group. This last place student sometimes causes the entire class to be punished, which is extremely annoying. Advertisement. Then it was time for class. Iruka walked in and frowned at Naruto, who had red eyes. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Fine. Naruto quickly returned to his position. Iruka was confused. Could it be that this kid was bullied? A day passed like this, and Lu Yun felt a little bored studying at the ninja school. Some courses talked about the history of the Ninja World War, the history of the development of Konoha village and the greatness of success of Hokage. For Lu Yun, who was familiar with the history of Hokage, these were all nonsense. After leaving school, Lu Yun said goodbye to Hinata and planned to continue training. But just on the way, a figure stopped him. Lu Yun looked at the expressionless boy in front of him with interest. Neji. What's up? Lu Yun grinned. Hyuga Neji stopped him undoubtedly because of Hinata. Neji hated Hinata and everyone in the main family. Anyone who had contact with Hinata at school was also hated by Neji. He is a genius, a rare genius in the Hyuga family, but because of the distinction between the main family and the branch house, geniuses like him are used to serve the main family. The caged bird on his forehead is the main family's constraint on the branch house. If there was no caged bird, his father might not have been killed by the main family. Lu Yun should not associate with Miss Hinata. Miss Hinata is not someone a commoner like you is qualified to be friends with. Hyuga Neji looked at Lu Yun indifferently, his eyes were particularly cold. It's not up to you, a branch house person, to decide who Hinata wants to associate with. Lu Yun said lightly. Besides, as someone from a branch house, you don't have the right to interfere with Hinata's friendships. Veins bulged on Hyuga Neji's forehead, and chakra kept overflowing from his body. It was obvious that Lu Yun's words had stimulated Neji. Snort. Hyuga Neji finally snorted coldly and suppressed his emotions. Is reason above hatred? Lu Yun looked at Hyuga Neji's back and smiled faintly. He was not afraid of Hyuga Neji. Although his talent might not be as good as Hyuga Neji's, he had put in much more effort than these geniuses. The current Hyuga Neji's strength at this time surpasses most of his peers. Even Gigi may not be able to deal with Hyuga Neji easily at this time. Lu Yun has been refining chakra since he was old enough to understand, and now his chakra is in no way inferior to Genin. Not to mention he has a rank ninjutsu like the Rasengan, and a physique that surpasses his peers. If you want to fight Hyuga Neji, you may not be unable to fight. What he lacks now is a good sword. Lu Yun is a swordsman, and only with a sword in his hand can he fully exert his own strength. Chapter 5 Uchiha Itachi. The next day, Lu Yun went out early, carrying a wooden sword with him. The wooden sword on his body gave Lu Yun an inexplicable sense of security. Character template. Dracule. Mihawk, character unlock progress, 1.6%. It's only 1.6%. I don't know when I will be able to hear the breathing of all things. Only the swordsman who can hear the breathing of all things can enter a higher realm. The first step to becoming a swordsman is to become one with the sword, listen to the voices of all things, and enter the realm of cutting through the strong. Everything in this world breathes. Only by hearing that faint breath can you have the opportunity to cut it off, and then as a swordsman, you will be unstoppable. I have a long way to go if I want to become a swordsman. The key is that the damage caused by his wooden sword is too small. If he encounters real danger, this wooden sword will be of no use. I also wanted a good knife, but when I went to the blacksmith, he rejected me because he saw how small my knife was. Alas, it's still because of this body. When he arrived at the school gate, Lu Yun suddenly stopped and looked at the two figures. Short black hair, blood-red eyes with magatama, unique tear troughs and a cold temperament. Uchiha Itachi. The man who carried the darkness of Konoha. Lu Yun had always felt that it was such a pity that a genius like Uchiha Itachi met his death in that way. Including the current Shisui. Before long, even a genius like Shisui will fall, and now Itachi is already Ambo's man. And as a double agent for Uchiha and Konoha, forgive me Sasuke, maybe next time. Itachi smiled and tapped Sasuke's brow with his finger. Sasuke is now a complete brother lover, and the same is true for Itachi. If forced, Itachi would never turn to Konoha and destroy the Uchiha clan, leaving Sasuke alone. Ultimately, Itachi's choice was simply because he didn't trust his father. If Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, wanted to overthrow the Konoha high-level officials, he would have taken action long ago. He could easily trigger another Nine Tails riot, and Fugaku has been suppressing the discontent of the Uchiha clan. Faced with the choice between his family and Konoha, Itachi ultimately chose Konoha. And made the young Sasuke bear a deep hatred. Huh, brother, you always say this, I don't believe you anymore. Sasuke snorted arrogantly. Advertisement. Itachi touched Sasuke's head and watched the real Sasuke enter the school. Only then did he notice Lu Yun's gaze. Short black hair, yellow eyes. Is this the child Shisui mentioned? It really gives people a different feeling. He didn't know why the child kept staring at him, and Itachi felt a hint of pity in Lu Yun's eyes. I felt wrong. He had never met this child before, so maybe he was wrong. But a child that even Shisui finds interesting is indeed curious. Itachi just looked at it briefly and then left. After all, the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high-level officials are now in disagreement, and the Uchiha clan is already discussing a coup. Although Shisui was fully prepared to use distinguished heavenly gods at any time when Uchiha was about to launch a coup, he ultimately did not expect Danzo to be behind the scenes. It's a pity. Shisui's talent is even better than Itachi's. Mr. Lu Yun. The petite Hinata saw Lu Yun lowering her head and shyly greeted her. It's Hinata. Let's go together. Lu Yun smiled. Plop. The young Hinata's heart trembled, and she responded timidly, lowering her head and walking into the school with Lu Yun. Hinata during this period did not develop a dependence on Naruto, but rather. Cough cough. An evil thought emerged in Lu Yun's mind. Naruto, I'm sorry. In the original Hokage novel, Hinata is a good wife and mother, and no one can refuse such a girl. Although his behavior was no different from that of a thief, Hinata and Naruto are not married yet, and there is no other relationship between them except the friendship of classmates. When did Hinata and Lu Yun become so close? I can't believe it. Our usually shy Hinata actually took the initiative. Although Lu Yun is also good looking, I still prefer Sasuke. Advertisement. Although Ino and little Sakura usually quarreled, their relationship was not bad. They were a little surprised to see Hinata and Lu Yun walking into the school together. I asked Dad yesterday. Lu Yun was recommended to the school by the third Hokage. Recommended by the Hokage-sama? Little Sakura covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. What secrets does Lu Yun have that allowed him to be recommended by the Hokage to enter the school? In the ninja school, Lu Yun basically didn't listen to the lectures most of the time, and the knowledge had long been rotten in his mind. Lu Yun spent most of his time immersed in the spiritual world, comprehending the battle with Hawkeye. Only in this way could he quickly improve his strength and the progress of his character template. He must reach the level of swordsman as soon as possible so that he can unleash a flying slash comparable to A-level ninjutsu. The students in the academy also paid less attention to Lu Yun. Although there were many girls who wanted to talk to Lu Yun, her attitude towards them was completely different from her attitude towards Hinata. It is precisely because of the difference in attitude that many people are dissatisfied with Lu Yun. Of course, what is even more incomprehensible is that Lu Yun has such a good relationship with Naruto, the last one in the rankings. Naruto has always been rejected, questioned and hated by the villagers. Few people in the academy are willing to accept Naruto. The only ones who don't reject Naruto are probably the current 12 ninjas. Later, Naruto gained the recognition of the villagers step by relying on his own strength. In the forest, Naruto fell to the ground panting, with injuries of varying sizes all over his body, but these injuries were not serious and were just minor scratches. Ah, Lu Yun, why'd I always lose to you? Naruto shouted unwillingly. Lu Yun smiled faintly, the gap in strength. But every time I feel like I'm about to get close to you, I distance myself from you in an instant. What the hell is going on? Naruto was very confused. During this period, Lu Yun also guided Naruto in physical skills and chakra concentration. Naruto was very talented and honestly even Lu Yun was a little envious. No matter what, Naruto is still the protagonist of this world. But Lu Yun himself has never slacked off. He has surpassed his limits time and time again, pushing himself over the critical line every time. Lu Yun's efforts were several times greater than Naruto's, not to mention that Lu Yun actually concealed his strength every time he fought with Naruto. After all, there is a pair of eyes in the dark that are always watching him. The Anbu ninja wearing a raccoon mask has been staring at Lu Yun and Naruto. After all, Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which is of great significance. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been keeping an eye on Naruto all along. Chapter 6 Raid Test. Late at night, in the Hokage's office. Lu Yun and Naruto became friends. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought in the office. Perhaps it was because they both lost their parents in childhood that Lu Yun became so close to Naruto. After all, he is just a child, there is no need to speculate so much about him. Third generation master, Naruto has never defeated Lu Yun in a head-on competition. I even feel like this kid still has some strength left. The Anbu ninja said solemnly as he stood respectfully in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is Naruto not as strong as Lu Yun? This didn't surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen too much. After all, Naruto had always been the last in school. Although he was the last in the class, Naruto was a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look down on Naruto because of his performance in school. I see. Keep watching them. Yes, third-generation master. As soon as the words fell, the Anbu ninja disappeared in an instant. Lu Yun. Civilian status. Whether he is a genius or not remains to be seen. Now he is in urgent need of a civilian genius like Namikaze Minato back then. Although he is the Hokage, he is old after all, and the pressure brought to the village by the Uchiha is becoming increasingly heavy. The village is now calm on the surface, but in fact there are undercurrents. During this period, Lu Yun has been immersed in the spiritual world, and everyone is more aware of the relationship between Lu Yun and Hinata. Compared to Lu Yun, Sasuke is the most popular person in the class. Only a few people pay attention to Lu Yun. Every time Lu Yun came out of the spiritual world, Hinata would always hand her a handkerchief. And now Naruto has also become Lu Yun's follower, but basically Naruto always follows Lu Yun. Because when Lu Yun and Hinata walk together, Naruto is like a huge light bulb. Compared to Hinata in the original work, the current Hinata is much more confident than before, and her strength is also increasing rapidly. Recently, during a sparring match, Hinata was provoked by Lu Yun and even rolled her eyes. Lu Yun withdrew from the spiritual world. Compared with the past, he did not feel too tired now, but he was a little dazed. Mr. Lu Yun. Hinata held out a handkerchief. Lu Yun smiled faintly and wiped the sweat off his head with a handkerchief. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk, character unlock progress, 5%. It took 2 months, and although the progress was not much, Lu Yun himself gained a lot of insights in Kendo, and his Kendo foundation was also extremely solid. And now his chakra is even stronger. Lu Yun now has the strength of a genin. Even an ordinary genin may be killed instantly by Lu Yun if he is careless. Perhaps Sasuke now may not be Lu Yun's opponent. Advertisement, classmates, gather on the playground. Iruka called out as he walked into the classroom. All the students gathered in the playground, confused. It turned out that this was a surprise test. The ninja school would test students' learning performance every once in a while. The test is also divided into 3 types: taijutsu, shuriken throwing, and clone technique. First up is clone technique, and the first one to be tested is Artsutsu, who has an X style when he walks. Sasuke walked up to Iruka with an arrogant look on his face and easily created 3 clones. Iruka nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Sasuke passed. As expected of the Uchiha clan. Ah, Sasuke-kun is so handsome. Yamanaka Ino and little Sakura both became obsessed with him, as they were both Sasuke's biggest fans. Before this, Sasuke had always been the top student in the class. The top student means the student who ranks first in the overall performance in the class. The only one who has always been under Sasuke is Hyuga Neji. The next one is Shan Hexia, Myochan Dance. Yama Yoko. After passing more than a dozen people, we finally arrived at Lu Yun. Next, Lu Yun. Iruka is still full of expectations for Lu Yun. After all, this guy has always been working hard since he knew him. He even heard that this little guy was already able to skillfully use the shadow clone technique. If that was true, then the clone technique would be a piece of cake for Lu Yun. With a bang sound and accompanied by smoke, 5 shadow clones appeared around Lu Yun. Hiss. Even Iruka couldn't help but gasp. Lu Yun could actually split into 5 shadow clones at once. I really underestimated this little guy. Lu Yun. Excellent. Cut. Tsunere Sasuke snorted. However, he did not expect that Lu Yun could actually create 5 shadow clones at once, which put a little more pressure on Sasuke. Sasuke was just unhappy that there was another person competing with him for the top student position. And he's just a civilian. I can't let the Uchiha bloodline fall to a commoner. Naruto next. Advertisement. Naruto sniffed. Just watch. Clone technique. Iruka was also a little surprised to see Naruto's complete clone. Naruto has always been the last in the class and couldn't even use the clone technique skillfully. Now Naruto has successfully used the clone technique. Everyone present was extremely surprised. This last place guy actually passed. How is this possible? Those who mock Naruto for being the last one in the group are actually not proficient in using the clone technique. It is because of Naruto's identity that they can so blatantly mock Naruto for being the last one in the group. Apart from the 12 little strongmen and Lu Yun, there are only a few others who succeeded. The next test was shuriken throwing. In daily training, Lu Yun's shuriken throwing is more accurate than Genin's. Before this, Sasuke's score had always been the highest score of 97. Sasuke picked up the shuriken coquettishly and stared. Da. Uchiha Sasuke, 99 points, hiss. 99 points. All the shurikens hit the target, except for one that was slightly off the center. As expected of you, Sasuke-kun, you're as strong as ever. Looks like Sasuke-kun is going to take first place again this time. The Uchiha clan's bloodline is truly terrifying. Hearing the discussions around him, Sasuke looked proud and glanced at Lu Yun. There's no way this guy could surpass me. He's just a commoner. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be better than the Uchiha. Hyuga Neji also scored 97 points. Next, Lu Yun. Lu Yun-kun. Come on, Hinata clenched her little pink fist to cheer for Lu Yun. Compared to the seriousness of those people before, Lu Yun seemed a little lazy and the shuriken flew out as soon as he took it in his hand. Idiot. How can you possibly get good results just by throwing shurikens so casually? Sasuke sneered disdainfully, but when Iruka went to check the target, he was stunned. He took a deep breath and solemnly announced. Lu Yun. Shuriken throw 100 points. Chapter 7 Lu Yun vs Sasuke. What? 100 points? How is that possible? Sasuke and Hyuga Neji both had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and they checked each target in disbelief. Real. All hit the bull's eye. Didn't this guy just throw it away? Sasuke clenched his fists and looked at Lu Yun unwillingly. He, the young master of Uchiha, is not even as good as a commoner in shuriken throwing. The classmates looked at Lu Yun in shock. Could it be that Sasuke's position as the top student is going to change hands? It's a little too early to say that now, as there's still a physical test to come. The physical skills test is different from the previous two tests. It is a real combat test, which is a real test for both sides to compete against each other. Sasuke kanjei Lu Yun. He must beat him in the taijutsu test, otherwise he would be unworthy of the Uchiha bloodline. Looking at Urzuzi's burning gaze, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. Urtsutsu was so upset just because he got 100 points? The next physical test was to see the results of his training. Lu Yun placed one hand on the wooden sword and a rare excitement flashed in his eyes. Even Naruto scored 84 points in the subsequent shuriken throwing, reaching the upper middle level. Iruka was incredibly shocked at Naruto's progress. Is it because of this kid Lu Yun? It looked like Naruto had made some good friends. Iruka's mouth curled up slightly. Many people were extremely disappointed. With Naruto around, they would never be at the bottom even if their grades were bad. But now Naruto has reached the upper middle level and is no longer the last in the class. The sense of superiority in their hearts has been shattered because of Naruto. Now let's begin the actual combat assessment. Who will go first? Iruka glanced at everyone except the 12 little strongmen, and Lu Yun took a step back. It was obvious that those people were unwilling to fight against strong players like Sasuke, Lu Yun, and Hyuga Neji. Sasuke stood up, looked at Lu Yun with a burning gaze and said, Teacher Iruka, I want to challenge Lu Yun. Hiss. An ace showdown right from the start? Advertisement. Everyone is also extremely curious about Lu Yun's strength. Being able to use Shadow Clone, Lu Yun's strength is probably comparable to Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Everyone looked at Lu Yun, wondering whether Lu Yun would accept the challenge initiated by Sasuke. Lu Yun, do you accept? Iruka looked at Lu Yun. Actually, he was still a little worried. After all, the other party was from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke has already mastered the C-rank ninjutsu Great Fireball technique. Sasuke's current strength is probably infinitely close to that of a genin. I accept. Lu Yun accepted it frankly. Sasuke and Lu Yun Ma. Lu Yun's strength has always been a mystery, and what they don't understand even more is why Lu Yun has a wooden sword on his waist. A wooden sword has no killing power for a ninja. Are you ready? Iruka asked solemnly. Lu Yun and Sasuke said they had no opinions. Then let's make the seal of opposition first. Lu Yun and Sasuke made opposing seals against each other. Iruka glanced at the two of them. Start. As soon as the words fell, Sasuke dived in front of Lu Yun without any hesitation, and pretended to attack Lu Yun's upper body, but his real target was Lu Yun's lower body. Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged. He had long seen through Sasuke's little trick. Sasuke threw a punch, a smile playing on his lips. Success. Bang. But in the next second, Sasuke was stunned. Lu Yun in front of him turned into a wooden stake, and at this time a wooden sword was placed on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's eyes widened, a look of as if he had seen a ghost appeared on his face. Body replacement technique. Iruka cried out in horror. Lu Yun is now proficient in using the body replacement technique. Lu Yun's parents were once ninjas, and he has mastered all the few ninjutsu secrets they left behind. The three-body technique is just the most basic ninjutsu. The goal of Lu Yun's very beginning training was to be able to use the three-body technique proficiently. Sasuke lowered his head dejectedly. I lost. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Lu Yun with their mouths wide open, their eyes filled with shock. Is this the end? Advertisement? Could it be that Lu Yun has already mastered all the three-body techniques? They even suspected that Lu Yun came to the ninja school to attack these so-called geniuses. Shikamaru, who had never been interested in anything, stared at Lu Yun with wide eyes. The duel is over. Lu Yun is victorious. You two receive the seal of reconciliation. Sasuke lowered his head and made a seal of reconciliation, then returned to the crowd dejectedly. Sasuke has always been the top student, but now Lu Yun appears and shatters his pride as a member of the Uchiha clan. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he is even worse than a commoner. Woohoo, big brother, you beat Sasuke so easily. This is the first time I've seen Sasuke look so lost. As a pair of bickering lovers, Naruto doesn't have that kind of bond with Sasuke nowadays. On the contrary, he is more or less unhappy with Sasuke. Amazing. It was just a moment, and it was over. Is Lu Yun really our age? He's the real genius, right? Lu Yun ended the battle in an instant, which caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. They all looked at Lu Yun with admiration. Mr. Lu Yun. Hinata, who had been standing by, took out a water cup and handed it to Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Hinata and put a big hand on Hinata's head. Thank you, Hinata. In an instant, Hinata's body froze, her face turned red, and she lowered her head involuntarily. Looking at the shy Hinata, Lu Yun also smiled faintly. As for Hyuga Neji, who was watching from the side, he looked at Lu Yun and Hinata with resentment. Neji didn't expect that Lu Yun could defeat Sasuke so quickly. Lu Yun, who could skillfully use the three-body technique, was already on a different level from them. What's more, Neji rolled his eyes while watching the battle, observing the direction of Lu Yun chakra. Lu Yun even hid his strength in this duel. I'm no match for Lu Yun on my own. After Hinata and Lu Yun came into contact, Miss Hinata's personality also changed. As the head of the Hyuga family, his talent was gradually revealed, and Hinata possessed talents that were not inferior to his own. I'm afraid it won't be long before even Hinata will surpass me. Is the fate of the branch house always predetermined? In the following combat test, although Naruto lost to Shikamaru, Shikamaru did not win so easily if it were not for the shadow binding technique. I'm afraid Shikamaru is about to lose to Naruto. It's hard to imagine that Naruto was just the last in the class before. I didn't expect the progress to be so fast. Chapter 8 Danzo's Surveillance. Uchiha Clan. Sasuke was alone in the room, and he couldn't accept the blow of losing to Lu Yun. At this time, Itachi also came back. After hearing his mother say that Sasuke was a little strange today, Itachi pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Sasuke looking different than usual, Itachi asked with concern, "What's wrong, Sasuke?" "Brother, I lost today." Itachi's expression changed slightly and he looked at Sasuke in surprise. Itachi knew about Sasuke's talent. Although it was not as good as when he was young, he was still a well-known genius in Konoha today. You have to know that Sasuke had never lost to anyone before. Is it the boy from the Hyuga family? Although Itachi often stands Sasuke up, he has always been concerned about Sasuke's school life. Sasuke shook his head, not a Hyuga Neji, a commoner. Civilian. Even Itachi was stunned when these words came out. The Uchiha clan's outstanding bloodline actually lost to a commoner. This. Who is it? Lu Yun. Itachi's expression changed again. It's that little guy. I didn't expect that his strength is even higher than Sasuke's. He is worthy of being recommended by the third generation. Could it be that the third generation masters want to cultivate another civilian hero like the fourth generation masters? The fourth Hokage was a legendary figure who died to protect Konoha. You have to know that the fourth Hokage was still very young at that time. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, all the major clans of Konoha felt sorry for the fourth Hokage. Because of the fall of the fourth Hokage, the elderly third Hokage had to continue to sit in the position of Hokage. Although Konoha is still the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, the accumulated problems within Konoha may cause a huge change if they erupt. He had to make a choice. After May, the famous Shunshin Shisui passed away, and the Konoha high-ups remained silent about Shisui's death. Uchiha Itachi knew best how Shisui died. Shisui, his only good friend, jumped off a cliff right under his nose, which stimulated Uchiha Itachi to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui is dead, and the Uchiha clan's annihilation is probably not far off. Advertisement Lu Yun, who was standing at the bottom of the waterfall, couldn't help but sigh that Konoha was gradually declining. After the demise of the Uchiha clan, Konoha Shinobi had already lost its reputation as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. I need to train even harder. 5 months later, Lu Yun looked more mature, with bronze skin and flowing long hair. The wooden sword at Lu Yun's waist had been replaced with the famous sword, Autumn Water, of the 21st level. Character Template. Dracule. Mihawk, Character Unlock Progress, 12.1%. Autumn Water is the reward given by the system when Lu Yun's progress reaches 10%. Not only that, the evil eye in the spiritual space has also changed. Now he has the ability to listen to the breathing of all things, but he has not yet reached the level of a swordsman. Although Lu Yun can cut through the hardness, he cannot perform the flying slash no matter what. The Hawkeye in the spiritual space is already able to swing flying slashes at will. The current Lu Yun is no match for the Hawkeye in the spiritual space. The current Tsunere Sasuke will undergo a huge change in the near future. Less than a year left. Danzo, that guy has noticed him. With Lu Yun's current perception, he can already sense the root ninja staring at him nearby. It seems that I must speed up the improvement of my strength and become a swordsman as soon as possible. Brother, I'm here. Naruto rushed out from the woods. Now Naruto's strength is far beyond that in the original work. Now the relationship between Lu Yun and Naruto is getting better and better, and Naruto almost regards Lu Yun as his brother. But if I had influenced Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, would it still happen? If this doesn't happen, will Naruto's signature multiple shadow clone technique still appear? After all, multiple shadow clone belongs to the forbidden technique, and only Naruto, who has the blood of the Uzumaki clan and the chakra of 9 tails, can split so many shadow clones. Lu Yun still clearly remembers the exciting feeling when he saw Naruto use shadow clone for the first time. Brother, can you teach me the ninjutsu you used last time? There was a strange look in Naruto's eyes, Rasengan. Although changing the original story a little bit might attract the attention of both the third generation and Danzo, he was more interested in seeing what kind of changes he would bring to Naruto. Kindness. Lu Yun nodded. Yeah, that's great. Brother, if I become Hokage, you will be my deputy. Bang. Lu Yun punched Naruto on the forehead. Ah, it hurts. Advertisement, you've been a bit too arrogant lately, brat. Lu Yun cursed angrily. Brother, you are a violent person. Naruto complained quietly while holding his head. Look carefully. I'll only show you this once. I'll explain the principles behind it. Whether you can succeed depends on your own efforts. Lu Yun said sternly. Rasengan. The azure chakra sphere gathered in Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun released towards the ground. With a loud boom, the ground began to tremble, and yellow sand and dust covered the surroundings. When the dust cleared, Naruto stared at the deep pit on the ground with wide eyes. Wow, what a powerful force, Naruto shuddered. This is the jutsu I'm going to teach you, the Rasengan. The Rasengan is an A- rank ninjutsu. Whether you can learn it depends on you. The ninjas in Anbu were in chaos for a moment. Why does that kid know the Rasengan? Could it be Jiraiya-sama? No, I'd better report this news to Lord Danzo as soon as possible. After the Root Ninja left, Lu Yun glanced at the previous location of the Root Ninja. He has already left. I don't know how Danzo will react. After all, if a student who is still in the ninja school suddenly uses a level ninjutsu, it would be enough to attract the attention of Konoha's top leaders. What's more, Jiraiya hasn't returned to Konoha for a long time. As far as they know, the only people in Konoha who can use Rasengan are the deceased 4th Hokage and the legendary Konoha Sannin Jiraiya with the title of Toad Sage. Roots Danzo couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he listened to the report from the Root Ninja. Could it be that Jiraiya has returned to Konoha? If that's the case, things will be difficult to deal with next. That kid is indeed a genius or a cultivation maniac. Sarutobi, do you want to cultivate another civilian hero? This kid must get to my roots. Sarutobi, you are old and the position of Hokage should be taken by me. A hint of viciousness flashed in Danzo's eyes. Chapter 9, Little guy, I will come to find you again. Danzo, you've been going a bit too far lately. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked gloomily at Danzo in front of him. Sarutobi, you should know that boy is a genius but also a lunatic. Let him come to the root. The root is suitable for him. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was extremely grim. You want that little guy to bear the darkness of Konoha at such a young age? It is precisely because he is a genius that he is most suitable for the root. Sarutobi has already trained in Namikaze Minato. Do you still want this little guy? Danzo didn't continue, but the meaning was obvious. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer and fell silent for a moment. After a while, he said, I won't let that little guy into the root. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Snort. Danzo snorted and left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat and rubbed his brow. Another genius like the 4th generation, he couldn't let such a person fall into Danzo's hands. He is already old and he will not be able to hold the position of Hokage for long. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen has a bad feeling that there seems to be a big hand that has been dominating and influencing the ninja world. Looking at the documents on his desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen's weathered eyes showed a hint of coldness. The Uchiha clan has been growing increasingly restless lately. Ever since Lu Yun entered school, Sasuke, the radiant light of the Uchiha clan, has become much dimmer because Lu Yun's light is too dazzling. Today, Lu Yun has become a true top student and a well-known figure in the school. But now Lu Yun no longer goes to the ninja school, and the people in the ninja school are just Lu Yun's shadow clones. Lu Yun has no interest in that kind of course, and during these 6 months, Lu Yun's kendo skills have also improved a lot, but although the progress is increasing, he still hasn't reached the level of a swordsman. It seems that Lu Yun is stuck in a bottleneck. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk. Character unlock progress. 18.5%, although Lu Yun is no longer tormented by Hawkeye in the spiritual space. But he is still no match for Hawkeye. Suddenly at this moment, Lu Yun's pupils changed and all the nerves in his body tensed up, his eyes looking at a certain place vigilantly. Next second, the moment Lu Yun drew his sword, a stream of energy shot out and hit the tree trunk, leaving a trace. This is not a flying slash. Even a swordsman can easily chop down a tree with a real flying slash. Advertisement. Who's there? Haha, what an interesting little fellow. Even an ordinary genin might not be able to spot me. The power you just used doesn't seem to belong to chakra. A man with a bloodless face, long black hair, and a body full of coldness and evil walked out. His eyes were like a lion majesty. Lu Yun's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. Orochimaru. How could this guy appear in Konoha at this time? The aura of the Root Ninja also disappeared. It seems that it has been dealt with by Orochimaru. Lu Yun is no match for Orochimaru now. Orochimaru. Lu Yun looked at Orochimaru warily and muttered softly. A strange look flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he looked at Lu Yun with interest. It seems you know me. One of the legendary Sannin. How could I not know about the village's famous traitorous ninja? Lu Yun always held the knife in his hand. Orochimaru was a pervert scientist and he didn't want to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru's face changed, and the next second his figure disappeared and came in front of Lu Yun. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab Lu Yun, but unexpectedly he missed. Orochimaru looked towards another location and squinted at Lu Yun. Body flicker technique very responsive, and Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked the blood from his arm. The curiosity in Orochimaru's eyes grew even stronger. Not only did he notice his movements in an instant, but he also caused him damage while dodging. This kid. Marvelous. Orochimaru looked even more excited, and the look he gave Lu Yun seemed as if he wanted to swallow Lu Yun whole. Lu Yun felt unprecedented pressure from Orochimaru, and beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. Damn it. I actually turned this guy on. But the next second, Orochimaru's expression changed again, and he looked to another place in the woods. He sensed that someone was rapidly approaching him and Lu Yun, and this person's strength seemed to be extraordinary. Advertisement, looks like that's all we can do today. I'll come find you again, little one. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru disappeared. Itachi looked around after arriving, he ran away. Lu Yun was also surprised by Itachi's arrival. No wonder Orochimaru ran away because Itachi came. I wonder why Itachi came here. Lu Yun doesn't think that the third generation asked Itachi to protect him. Although he has penultimate grades in the ninja school, Itachi is not someone that the third generation can just send out casually. Who did you just see? Itachi said coldly. Orochimaru. Itachi's expression changed slightly. No wonder he felt a chill. This feeling was indeed consistent with Orochimaru. Then Itachi looked at Lu Yun carefully again. I heard my brother always loses to you. Kindness. Aren't you afraid that I'll teach you a lesson about this? Forehead. Lu Yun was stunned. He really hadn't thought of this. Itachi wouldn't really come here just to get revenge for Sasuke, right? After all, Itachi is now a brother protecting maniac. If Itachi really attacked him, Lu Yun would have no chance of resisting. Ahem, I haven't thought about it yet. Lu Yun coughed twice. But at this time, Itachi had already taken out the kunai. Oh shit. Is this the aloof Itachi I know? He's really going to redeem himself for Sasuke? Don't get me wrong. Sasuke asked me to test your strength. He wants to know how big the gap is between you and him. Itachi said calmly. Lu Yun cursed in his heart with a dark face. This kid Sasuke is clearly trying to trick me. No matter how strong he is, he can only be abused in front of Itachi. Now Itachi has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and is a true cage-level strongman. But Lu Yun did not feel afraid at all. Instead, he was a little excited at this moment. Being able to fight Itachi doesn't mean that he can understand his own strength more clearly. Chapter 10. Flying Slash. Lu Yun steps into the swordsman. Interesting, he was actually excited. Just as the third-generation adults said, this little guy is a lunatic. Sasuke, the difference between you and him is that you're not crazy enough. It seems you were ready. So, before he could finish his words, Itachi had disappeared. Lu Yun knew very well that it was impossible for him to defeat Itachi head-on with his own strength. The gap between himself and cage-level ninjas is like an insurmountable chasm, but even so, Lu Yun still hopes to exert his 100% strength. He is unwilling to give up even if there is only the slightest chance of defeating Itachi. Two figures were fighting each other. Bite, two sparks burst out, and Itachi's face became solemn as he looked at the kunai in his hand that had a piece cut off. What kind of knife is that? It can actually cut off all the kunai. Moreover, this little guy's swordsmanship has reached a very terrifying stage. Although it is not enough to pose a threat to him, based on this initial test, Itachi feels that even Chunin may not be Lu Yun's opponent now. The ground was outlined with lines, and although the incomplete flying slash did not have the power of an A-rank ninjutsu, it was enough to cause Itachi some trouble. Figures shuttled back and forth. Body replacement technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone. While practicing kendo, Lu Yun never forgets his identity as a ninja. You've even mastered the three-body technique. He's truly a genius. Itachi sighed silently in his heart. The gap between Sasuke and Lu Yun is too big. Is this little guy really just a commoner? If Itachi had seen Lu Yun's training every time, he might not have thought so. Figures shuttled back and forth, the river water surged, and as the two fought, the river formed a straight, cutting mark due to the influence of Lu Yun's swordsmanship. Not enough, not enough. Sweat dripped from Lu Yun's forehead. At this time, his whole body was soaked. Facing the pressure from Itachi, Lu Yun actually enjoyed the feeling of fighting more and more. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped something, and swung the Chu Shui knife in his hand down. Call out. A flash of white light passed by, and a dazzling flying slash pierced through the rainbow. Fierce airwaves swept around, and a crack of dozens of meters appeared on the ground as it flew and slashed. Advertisement. At this moment, Itachi finally felt a sense of crisis. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Tear. The flying slash is a pure slash, not a ninjutsu formed by chakra. Although the great fireball technique is terrifying, it is under the smart impact of the flying slash. Even the great fireball was split in half. With a loud boom, huge wind and waves hit the surroundings like a Category 8 hurricane, and even the trees on the ground shook. At the moment the slashing attack occurred, an outline of an abyss appeared on the ground. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Itachi, who had escaped using the body replacement technique, looked at the outline on the ground in shock and couldn't calm down for a long time. What was that just now? Ninjutsu. But the attack just now didn't seem to have chakra properties. If I hadn't dodged. Uchiha Itachi looked at Lu Yun with a more serious look. If he remembered correctly, Lu Yun was only 8 years old now. You have to know that even Kakashi, who graduated early from the ninja school, was only promoted to Jonin at the age of 12. It was unimaginable that an 8-year-old could be as strong as Jonin, especially the slash that Itachi didn't understand. What was that white light that flew out? Huh. Lu Yun gasped for breath and fell to the ground weakly. All the strength he had left in his body had been drained away. I succeeded. When fighting against a cage-level ninja like Itachi, he successfully surpassed the level of a swordsman and launched a flying slash. What a confusing guy. Itachi couldn't help muttering as he looked at Lu Yun, who collapsed on the ground. The next second his figure disappeared. At the same time, Hinata ran over and looked at the horrifying outlines on the ground. She shouted worriedly, "Lu Yun-kun." Hinata helped Lu Yun up. Lu Yun looked at Hinata in front of him tiredly, but a smile still appeared on his face. "It's Hinata. Lu Yunjun, are you okay? What exactly happened here?" Hinata felt great pain in her heart when she saw Lu Yun, whose face was tired and covered with dust. Her eyes became moist. "Why are you crying? I'm fine. It's just that I just had a fight with someone and I'm a little tired." "Hinata, please help me back." Hinata wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said softly, "Yeah." With Hinata's support, Lu Yun walked out of the woods step by step, and their relationship quickly heated up. Advertisement. What? You said that little Lu Yun's strength is comparable to Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out in horror, shock revealed in his eyes. Itachi nodded. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, unable to calm down for a long time. 8 years old. Lu Yun is only 8 years old. Kakashi was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12, although being promoted to Jonin is different from having the strength to be a Jonin. But for an 8-year-old to have the strength of a Jonin was unheard of. At this time, Danzo pushed the door open. Sarutobi, leave Lu Yun to me. I will definitely train him to be the best ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo coldly. You're going to let him become a ruthless killing machine in your hands? Danzo, forget it. I will never hand Lu Yun over to you. Sarutobi, why don't you understand? Danzo gritted his teeth and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped. After all, I am the Hokage. Danzo looked into Sarutobi Hiruzen's cloudy eyes and left the Hokage's office with a grim expression. Itachi on the side remained silent. This was the Hokage and Danzo's business and had nothing to do with Uchiha Itachi, but he did have something to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, there have been growing complaints within the family lately. Father also spoke to me yesterday. Itachi said slowly. After hearing Itachi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's headache got even worse. Things happen one after another. Can't Danzo just be quiet? The Uchiha clan's affairs are more important now. Itachi, I'm leaving the Uchiha clan in your care. Shisui is gone, and now the only one who can persuade the Uchiha clan is you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly. Hokage-sama, I will do my best. Kindness. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Itachi's back and fell into deep thought. Chapter 11 I don't dare to look. I don't dare to look. Lu Yun, who entered the swordsman level, received 2 rewards. They are observation haki and armament haki respectively. Hawkeye once said that any sword in the world can be transformed into a black sword, and as long as armament haki is attached to the sword, a black slash can be produced. Although Lu Yun has now surpassed the level of swordsman, he has only entered the level of swordsman beginner. It is impossible for him to become a great swordsman in a short time. It would be better to practice armament haki and observation haki well, and focus on practicing haki. As long as Lu Yun practices observation haki well, his perception will surpass that of Konoha's perception ninjas. The semester at ninja school has come to an end. At this time, Lu Yun, Naruto, and Hinata have become inseparable good friends. Of course, Naruto himself is a big light bulb. The current Naruto seems to be very interested in little Sakura, but the current Naruto is no longer the last one, and in comparison, little Sakura herself is not worthy of Naruto. Hinata, Naruto, how about we have a sparring match? Brother, are you talking about actual combat training? Kindness. Lu Yun nodded. Naruto clenched his fist and said excitedly, Great, I have always wanted to fight with Big Brother. Now my strength must be no weaker than Big Brother. Lu Yun glanced at Naruto helplessly. What gave you the courage to say such words? Naruto has indeed made great progress now and can already compete with Sasuke on the test. Our Uchiha clan's genius was hit by Lu Yun, and then Naruto hit his young mind again. Now Sasuke even doubted whether he was a genius at all. Even Hyuga Neji is now convinced. In the previous battles between Hyuga Neji and Hinata, he was no match for Hinata at all. You have to know that Hinata's opponent in every actual combat is Lu Yun. Hinata has practical combat experience that Hyuga Neji does not have. Sister-in-law, let me fight with my elder brother first this time. Naruto said as he glanced at Hinata. Hinata's face turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Sister-in-law or something, it's too embarrassing. Naruto, listen to me. When I say sparring, I mean 2 of you against 1 of me. Hinata and Naruto were both stunned. Brother, you look down on us too much. If my sister-in-law and I team up to deal with you, even you, my brother, will find it difficult to withstand it. Lu Yunjun, isn't this a bit too much of a stretch? Advertisement. Lu Yun shook his head. His strength was now enough to make a close fight with Jonin. Naruto and Hinata are certainly strong, but they are still a little bit behind Lu Yun. It's okay, you can go ahead and do whatever you want, I know my limits. Liu Yun had already pulled out the Chu Shui, and it was better to be careful when dealing with Naruto and Hinata. However, in order to prevent hurting them, Liu Yun still chose to use the back of the knife. Since Big Brother is so serious, I won't be polite. After saying that, Naruto suddenly rushed over. It's so heavy. Naruto's expression changed. The Chu Shui and the kunai collided, sending sparks flying. Hinata, who was still hesitating, had a flash of determination in his eyes and rushed towards Liu Yun's position. Ding! Clang! Liu Yun pushed hard and Naruto's kunai flew out of his hand. Big Brother is a monster. This strength is simply super strength pervert. Gentle fist fa. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata is getting serious too. Then I'll be a little more serious. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. Accompanied by strong hurricanes, there was a sudden surge of wind and waves around. But Hinata's expression changed more and more, and it felt like she was pushing Liu Yun. Why is this? Liu Yun seemed to know where she would hit him, and every time she threw a punch, Liu Yun could predict and break her moves in advance. Naruto, who was standing by, also had a few more shurikens in his hands and threw them at Liu Yun. Ding ding ding. Liu Yun waved the shuriken a few times, and the shuriken fell to the ground with sparks. Naruto, Hinata, be careful. Liu Yun reminded him, an armament hockey attached to the blade, and Chu Shui turned into a pitch black knife flashing with strange colors. Swing the sword down. Boom, a pitch black slash flew out, and such a terrifying slash affected the surrounding terrain. As the slashing attack spread, everything around was instantly caught up in the pitch black slashing attack and turned into powder. Advertisement: a terrifying sword mark also appeared straight on the ground. What's this? Naruto screamed in horror. This unmatched power is terrifying, and the dark light is like a ferocious beast rushing towards people, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression. Faced with such terrifying power, Naruto couldn't even stand up. The slash swept towards Hinata and Naruto, and they were unable to withstand it and could only dodge. However, while dodging, Naruto and Hinata were caught by Liu Yun. Liu Yun's figure appeared in front of them, and Naruto flew backwards instantly, while Hinata's neck was only supported by the scabbard. Naruto crawled out of the bushes in a panic and roared in frustration, "Brother, you are too biased. Why did you kick me alone?" Liu Yun looked at Naruto and said calmly, "This is a training for you." Naruto has something to say. "MMP, I don't know if I should say it, all the experience is nonsense, you just can't bear to be cruel to Hinata." "Mr. Liu Yun." Hinata whispered shyly while being held in Liu Yun's arms. However, Liu Yun held Hinata in his arms even tighter, and Hinata's face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Naruto turned his head away, avoiding the scene. "I dare not look, I dare not look. It's immoral, it's immoral. My eldest brother is so amazing. He is only 8 years old now, and Hinata is only 7 years old, the same age as me. I always feel that my eldest brother is like an adult." After a while, the atmosphere gradually relaxed and Naruto asked, "Brother, what on earth was that dark light just now? That power is even more terrifying than a rank ninjutsu." Naruto pointed at the outline on the ground and looked at the flattened forest. It was as if someone had chopped the ground with a knife. "That was my slash just now." "Slash? What is that? Is it a ninjutsu? But I feel like that dark light doesn't have chakra." When Liu Yun wanted to explain, he suddenly remembered that slashing was not a power recognized by modern ninjas. Even if he explained it, Naruto might not be able to understand it with his intelligence. "Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you." Naruto immediately became unhappy. "Brother, what do you mean? I seriously suspect that you are discriminating against me." "Yes, I am discriminating against you," Liu Yun said mercilessly. Chapter 12: First Meeting Hyuga Hiyashi. Naruto. Poor Naruto couldn't beat him or convince him, so he could only sulk by himself. Time flies and school is about to start in the blink of an eye. At this time, Hyuga's family. Hyuga Hiyashi sipped his tea and glanced indifferently at Liu Yun, who was sitting opposite him. At this time, Hinata was anxious outside the door. She suddenly received the news that her father wanted to see Liu Yun. "Is it because my father already knows about my frequent contact with Liu Yun?" "Don't be nervous, sister. Father won't make things difficult for your brother-in-law." The petite and cute Hyuga Hanabi comforts Hinata. Hinata's pretty face turned red with shyness. "Hanabi, don't talk nonsense. Liu Yun and I." Hinata's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. Hanabi knew her sister's personality, but compared to before, her sister's personality was no longer as cowardly as before. "This is all because of the changes that boy brought to my sister." Women in the Hokage world matured early, and even Hanabi, who knew about Hinata and Liu Yun's relationship, didn't say much. "My daughter has changed so much because of you." A fierce look flashed in Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes, and his aura as a Jonin was overwhelming in an instant. However, facing Jonin Liu Yun, he was confident enough to defeat him, and he did not change at all even when facing Hyuga Hiyashi. It was her own choice to change, not mine. Liu Yun drinks tea and looks into Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes. A strange light flashed in Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes, and he looked up to Liu Yun even more highly. With this kind of mentality and attitude, is this kid really only 9 years old? Hinata's personality was also something he witnessed changing day by day. Hyuga Hiyashi once considered giving up on Hinata because Hinata couldn't even beat a 5-year-old Hanabi before she met Lu Yun. Not even as good as Hyuga Neji from Branch House. If Neji wasn't from the Branch House, he would have thought of focusing on training Hyuga Neji. Advertisement. But as time went by, Hyuga Hiyashi discovered that his daughter had changed. She had become stronger than before, and her weak character had visibly faded away. Almost in the family dojo, Hyuga Hiyashi watched Hyuga Hinata train hard almost every day and night, and Hinata's strength was also growing rapidly. When Hyuga Hinata was in actual combat with Neji, he witnessed with his own eyes that Hyuga Neji was beaten by Hinata without any chance to fight back. This made Hyuga Hiyashi curious about what caused his eldest daughter, who had always been cowardly, to undergo such a huge change. During the investigation, Hyuga Hiyashi discovered that his daughter had a close relationship with a civilian student at school. What made Hyuga Hiyashi even more surprised was that this civilian student turned out to be the principal. He defeated Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji, and Hyuga Hiyashi also talked to Hinata late last night. Compared with Lu Yun, who was stronger. When he learned that Lu Yun's strength was comparable to Jonin's, Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked for a long time before he recovered. 9-year-old Jonin, a genius even more talented than Kakashi. Even Lu Yun is good at swordsmanship instead of ninjutsu. Is Konoha going to have another character like Kakashi's father? After careful consideration, Hyuga Hiyashi wanted to meet this extraordinary young man. When Hyuga Hiyashi saw Lu Yun for the first time, he felt that she was too mature. He even felt that the person sitting opposite him was not a teenager but a person of the same age as him. After talking for about half an hour, Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Lu Yun and said seriously, I have no objection to you and Hinata, but please take good care of her, because she is my daughter. Lu Yun lowered her eyes to drink tea, her deep yellow eyes were very attractive. As long as I'm here, Hinata won't be hurt. Hyuga Hiyashi felt relieved seeing the seriousness in his eyes. The door was pushed open, and Hinata and Hanabi, who were eavesdropping at the door, suddenly lost their support and fell to the ground. Especially when Hinata raised her head and saw the tall Lu Yun looking at her pretty face suddenly turned red. Shy Hinata panicked and ran back to her room. Hyuga-sama, I will take my leave now. Kindness. Looking at Lu Yun's back, Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but feel emotional. 9-year-old Jonin. Are the third-generation adults planning to train this little guy to become the 5th Hokage? Advertisement. However, Lu Yun had no interest in the Hokage position. He just wanted to get stronger. Continuously get stronger. What's the point of becoming Hokage? When the Fourth Shinobi World War broke out, the so-called Hokage was powerless in front of Uchiha Madara. Not only the Hokage, but the other 4 Kage were also no match for Uchiha Madara. Then there are 6 paths Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Shadow is too small in the eyes of these beings. Moreover, he has no sense of belonging to Konoha itself. If Konoha's dark hand reaches out to him, Lu Yun will not care about the feelings of the village, even if he becomes a rebel ninja. Only the strength of the people is the rule. The primary goal now is to increase Hawkeye's template progress to 100% to unlock the second character template. Even in his prime, Hawkeye's strength was only comparable to that of Super Shadow. If he wanted to fight against monsters at the level of 6 paths, the gap was still too big. The second template has not been unlocked yet. If he has the chance to meet Jiraiya, he would like to ask him for advice on Senjutsu Chakra. With the magic, your strength can be greatly improved even if the second template is not unlocked. It is still the early stage of Hokage, and those pervert monsters have not yet appeared. Ying is still an absolute strong man in this period. Lu Yun's figure appeared on the road of the village, and at this time a voice called Lu Yun. Iconic short sleeves and unique black short spiky hair. Isn't this Sasuke? Lu Yun smiled, but also felt a little surprised. Is what my brother said true? Have you truly reached the level of Jonin? Sasuke looked at Lu Yun unwillingly, feeling a little bitter in his heart. He was proud of his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. There had been many geniuses in Uchiha, such as Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shisui, his brother, and he was also a genius of the Uchiha clan before Lu Yun entered school. But since Lu Yun entered school, his genius has been gradually stripped away. After losing to Lu Yun, Sasuke's pride suffered an unprecedented blow. Well, maybe I couldn't defeat Itachi last time, but now I'm strong enough to fight. Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. How is that possible? Chapter 13. This is the gap between you and me. 9 years old. Lu Yun is only 9 years old. Sasuke, who is also 9 years old, is inferior to Lu Yun in all aspects. Lu Yun, fight me. Why? I want to know the gap between you and me. Lu Yun sighed helplessly in his heart. Sasuke was clearly asking for trouble. Lu Yun took Sasuke to the woods where he often trained. Why has this place become like this? Looking at the deep marks on the ground and the dense forest that had been cut away by the sharp weapon, Sasuke looked on with a shocked expression. Watch over Sasuke. This is the gap between you and me. Lu Yun had already drawn the Chu Shui sword from his waist and slashed with a simple and unpretentious blow. Sasuke still didn't understand what was going on. A dazzling dark red sword energy was like a tsunami that submerged everything, and everything around it was overturned by the wind and waves. Boom. The sword energy rushed forward, and the suffocating momentum and the terrifying scene before his eyes made Sasuke unforgettable in his life. The sword energy violently crushed the earth. The vast earth trembled because of the dark red sword energy, and the vibration in the dense forest startled countless flying birds. The terrifying air wave submerged everything, leaving a sword mark on the ground that was several meters wide and dozens of meters deep, like a torn wound. Smoke and dust rose up, and sand fog filled the air. Even the tiny gravel was turned into powder by the violent sword energy. The moment the dark red sword energy exploded, it was as deafening as thunder. When the smoke and dust cleared, Sasuke stared with wide eyes in horror as he saw the land and river split in two, and even the waterfall was cut off. Sasuke was completely frightened now. Do you understand? This is the difference between you and me. There's no need for a duel. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Yun said hello and left Sasuke, who was looking confused. Sasuke collapsed to the ground in a daze, his body shaking uncontrollably. You must be kidding, there's no way this kind of strength could be a Jonin. Is that a ninjutsu? A- rank, or S rank? The gap between him and me is so huge, can I still catch up with him? Sasuke clenched his fist unwillingly. He was unwilling to always be defeated by Lu Yun. Advertisement. But when he saw the deep outline on the ground, he felt even more desperate and powerless. Gap. Too big. Dash 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 dash. In the following Ninja Academy, Lu Yun still let his shadow clone go to class. The strength of shadow clone alone was enough to deal with ordinary Chunin. The difference in strength is due to the lack of a sword. If shadow clone also possesses a saber, one's own shadow clone may not be unable to deal with Jonin. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk. Character unlock progress. 35.5%. Now Lu Yun has successfully mastered the essence of the swordsman. Not only that, although Lu Yun's armament haki and observation haki have not yet been cultivated to ultimate, they are enough to cover the upper body with armament haki. The practice of haki is very simple. Lu Yun almost always uses haki to its limit and breaks through his own limits again and again. Only in this way can you quickly improve your haki. Now the Hawkeye in the spiritual space has transformed into the Hawkeye of the Great Swordsman period, wearing a black hat with white fluff and a burgundy patterned shirt. There was a cross-shaped knife hanging on his chest. What Lu Yun remembered most clearly was Hawkeye's sarcastic expression when he took out the knife. A great swordsman. Lu Yun in the spiritual space felt a heavy pressure. As a great swordsman, this pressure was like a mountain pressing on him. But, Lu Yun had an idea that had never been thought of before. Lu Yun had never tried to use ninjutsu and shadow clone technique in the spiritual space before. It seems that chakra still exists. Let's try it. Lu Yun seals. Bang! A clone suddenly appeared beside him, and Lu Yun's expression changed. Just one shadow clone drained all the chakra in his body. It turned out that there were still limitations in the spiritual space. But it is enough to separate out a shadow clone. Great swordsman. Let me try my skills. Jung. Hawkeye's sharp eyes showed no emotion. Along with the sound of a sword, a green sword energy that was tens of meters high swept towards Lu Yun like a strong wind and huge waves. Oh shit. Feeling a strong sense of crisis, Lu Yun clearly knew that the gap between himself now and Hawkeye at this period was like a chasm. Advertisement. Lu Yun dodged the green sword energy, and at this time his clone was looking for an opportunity. Seizing the opportunity when Hawkeye was free, the black sword energy rushed forward. Clang. Hawkeye simply raised his hand casually, and the sword energy of Lu Yun's clone was instantly deflected and exploded above the heads of the two men. The Hyuga family's dojo. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Lu Yun in the dojo, holding the Chu Shui in his hand, and exuded a terrifying aura. What on earth is this little guy doing? He was clearly just standing there with his eyes closed, holding the knife, but why was his aura fluctuating? Especially at that moment, Hyuga Hiyashi actually felt a sense of threat. Father. Hinata shouted, then looked at Lu Yun and said, Lu Yun-kun is practicing again. Practice. Is Lu Yun practicing? Hyuga Hiyashi asked in confusion. Yes, father. Lu Yun-jun has always practiced like this. Besides sparring with us, Lu Yun-jun has been more immersed in his own world of swordsmanship. Isn't this meditation? Hinata shook her head. I used to think so too, but every time Lu Yun-jun falls into this state, his strength increases significantly. This is Lu Yun-jun's own secret. Is it a secret? Hyuga Hiyashi frowned and fell into deep thought. Is there a bloodline limit in this world that can assist in training? But Lu Yun is just a commoner. One of his parents is a genin and the other is a chunin, so there is no possibility for him to inherit the Kekkei Genkai. Sure enough, this little guy is not simple. Will his swordsmanship allow Konoha to have another, White Fang, that other ninja village's fear? In the spiritual space, Lu Yun only saw a flash of sword light, and in an instant he returned to reality from the spiritual space. Lu Yun was breathing heavily, half kneeling on the ground with one foot and sweat on his forehead. The physical exertion is so great. Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked. Just as Hinata said, meditation could not possibly cause Lu Yun's breath to drop so rapidly. And he had such a tired expression. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, even if Lu Yun used the same moves, Hawkeye could still easily break them. Lu Yun did not learn Hawkeye's moves without purpose. He also combined ninjutsu to create new sword moves. The power of the great swordsman's sword energy is dozens of times stronger than his own. A casual strike can unleash sword energy that is as powerful as S-level ninjutsu, which is exciting to think about. Chapter 14. Konoha 58 years, the mountain is cut off. The day before school started, Lu Yun woke up the next morning and suddenly heard a piece of news. That is, Naruto stole the Book of Seals. This made Lu Yun speechless. Hasn't history been changed? Or is there a mysterious force controlling this world? Could it be him? Sage of Six Paths. The legendary ancestor of ninjas and the founder of the ninja sect. Although the Sage of Six Paths is no longer in this world, he has been watching everything in the ninja world from the underworld. As a legendary figure, Lu Yun did not want to be targeted by this old monster. After all, his current strength is limited. Even if he completely unlocks the Hawkeye template, his strength cannot be compared with Sage of Six Paths. The planetary devastation in Sage of Six Paths alone is enough to make Lu Yun drink a pot. At this time, Lu Yun had already arrived at Naruto's door. Knocked on the door. Naruto opened the door with sleepy eyes and was stunned when he saw Lu Yun in front of him. "Brother, why are you here?" Naruto asked in surprise. Lu Yun suddenly rushed into Naruto's room, and then bursts of Naruto's screams came from the room. After a while, 3 big bumps appeared on Naruto's head. Naruto covered his head and shouted in dissatisfaction. "Brother, why did you hit me? Why did you steal the Book of Seals?" Forehead. Naruto's face froze for a moment before he gave an awkward smile. "Brother, you know everything." Naruto looked at Lu Yun with a guilty conscience. "Okay, stop looking and tell the truth. I just heard from Mizuki-sensei that the Book of Sealed Ninjutsu has many interesting ninjutsu, so I wanted to take a look." "Then what?" "Then Mizuki-sensei suddenly tried to sneak attack me. I beat him up, and then Iruka-sensei came and took me to see the Hokage-sama. Then I came back. It's really Mizuki." However, the plot did undergo some changes, as Mizuki was beaten by Naruto and Iruka was not fatally injured. Although the changes were minor, they still affected the original work. "Put what you've learned into practice and show me," Lu Yun said lightly. But Naruto lost his composure and opened his mouth wide, looking very shocked. "FK. Brother, you even know this?" Snort. Advertisement. "Don't you understand? I am the person who knows the Hokage world best, but you don't know that your original wife was taken away by me. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang." Suddenly there were many more Narutos in the room. Naruto's house was small to begin with, and now with so many shadow clones gathered together, the originally small house became even more crowded. It really is multiple shadow clone. Lu Yun was not surprised, on the contrary, she thought it was quite normal. "But, hey, stop squeezing me, it was you who squeezed me. It's you, it's you, it's you." All of a sudden Naruto's shadow clones started arguing, and the room instantly became as noisy as a vegetable market. The people outside heard it and thought Naruto was doing something in the house. After Shadow Clone was released, Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Brother, do you want me to teach you?" Naruto suddenly said seductively with a smirk. "No, I'm not interested. Multiple Shadow Clone consumes too much chakra, and it is even possible to drain all the chakra in the body in an instant because the amount of chakra required is huge. That's why it's listed as a forbidden technique. Only those with the Uzumaki clan and Nine Tails chakra can use multiple Shadow Clones without any worries." Naruto's face hardened. "I originally thought I could use forbidden technique to seduce Lu Yun, but who would have thought that Lu Yun was not interested at all? Brother, this is forbidden technique. Forbidden technique. Oh, so what? Is forbidden technique that powerful? I can beat you with one hand. Naruto, can we still have fun?" Naruto lowered his head dejectedly and fell into autism just like Sasuke did yesterday. He is indeed worthy of being the best friend of the Hokage world. Naruto and Sasuke have a pretty good relationship now, although they sometimes argue. That's just the competitive nature of kids of their age. The relationship between these two pairs of good friends is actually pretty good now. Later in his campus life, Lu Yun still let Shadow Clone go to school, and only when there were major exams would Lu Yun's real body appear in school. Even though Hinata now uses Shadow Clone due to family reasons, she still goes to school in person. That's all. It is the 58th year of Konoha. Advertisement. On the edge of the cliff, Lu Yun was only 11 years old at the time, but his height had reached 1.7 meters. In the eyes of his peers, Lu Yun is like a giant. Hinata and Naruto both stayed away because that was what Lu Yun had ordered them to do. What is Big Brother doing? Naruto looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Hinata suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lu Yun, and suddenly her pupils shrank suddenly. This momentum, a momentum that soared into the sky, burst out from Lu Yun's body, and a divine light flashed in his sharp yellow eyes. Armament color. Black knife. Flash. Jung. Only a sharp sword sound was heard, and a black slash shot up into the sky, and the huge slash was as high as 17 or 18 meters. In the sky, the white clouds were split in two by the black slash, and a storm swept around, overturning everything around. With a boom, the mountain not far away was cut off in front of Hinata and Naruto under the black slash. The collapse of the mountain was covered with smoke, and even the third Hokage in the village was attracted by the movement. At this time, the Uchiha, Anbu, and Root were all heading towards the severed mountain. The mountain was cut off by Big Brother. Oh my god, is Big Brother a monster? Can third Hokage-sama cut through a mountain? Even Naruto began to doubt whether the village Hokage could defeat Lu Yun. At this moment, Hinata opened her mouth in shock and couldn't speak. She couldn't calm down for a long time. S level. That's slash. It's the power of an S-rank ninjutsu. No, even S-level ninjutsu cannot cut through a mountain. Just how terrifying has Lu Yunjin's strength reached? Call. Lu Yun exhaled heavily, and the sharp edge in his eyes gradually faded. As early as a year ago, Lu Yun had already entered the realm of great swordsmen, but in that year Lu Yun was still no match for Hawkeye in the spiritual space. Because the Hawkeye in the spiritual space now is the Hawkeye in his prime, even if Lu Yun has become a great swordsman, he is still no match for Hawkeye. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk. Character unlock progress. 73.3%. Although Lu Yun will eventually lose to Hawkeye, he will not be defeated as miserably as before. And what he had cut off now was just a small mountain, while Hawkeye's slash could easily split a large mountain into two. Of course, there is still some gap between him and Hawkeye now. Chapter 15. Another duel with Uchiha Itachi. Smoke and dust fell from the sky, and when the smoke and dust settled, the ninjas who came rushing over all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost on their faces. Here, what on earth is going on? Hey, I'm not dreaming. Mountain. Cut off. The Anbu and Root ninjas, as well as the Konoha guard of the Uchiha clan, all stared in shock at the severed mountain. The smooth surface looked as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. What kind of power could cut the mountain in half? As far as they know, the only ones who can possess such power are the tailed beast bomb and the legendary first Hokage. Even in his prime, the current third Hokage might not be able to cause such huge damage. What's going on here? Danzo rushed over at this time, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking when he saw that the mountain was broken off. Danzo-sama, this is what it looked like when we got here. Such power. I'm afraid it's an S-rank ninjutsu. S-rank ninjutsu. The hearts of all the ninjas present sank. They were all aware of the power of S-level ninjutsu. Although it could cause large-scale destruction, the power of destruction was unprecedentedly huge. But can S-level ninjutsu really destroy mountains? Danzo's face turned very gloomy. Looking at the cut-off mountain, I felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Who on earth cut off the mountain? It's from Konoha. Or has someone already sneaked into their Konoha village? Check everyone entering and leaving Konoha village. Don't let anyone go. If you find anything unusual, notify me and the third Hokage immediately. Yes. Danzo took one look at the horrifying scene before him and left with lingering fear. After Lu Yun and the other two returned to the village, everyone in the village was discussing the incident of the mountain being cut off. Even Hinata and Naruto were still unable to calm down. The gap between me and my elder brother is so huge. How did Big Brother cultivate? Naruto clenched his fists unwillingly. He had originally thought that he would be able to catch up with his elder brother after mastering the multiple shadow clone techniques. However, 2 years had passed and Naruto felt more and more that the gap between him and Lu Yun was like an insurmountable chasm. Advertisement. Especially the slash that cut through the mountain, which made Naruto feel the gap between the two of them. Brother, I'm going back to practice first. Naruto said, turned around and disappeared from Lu Yun's sight. Naruto seems to be irritated. Hinata muttered. Lu Yun held Hinata's delicate little hand and said with a smile, no one will bother us if he leaves. If this kid had followed my training methods, he would definitely not be at this level now. Hinata's face flushed and she lowered her head subconsciously. Lu Yun is now more charming than before. Her long black hair is tied with a ribbon, and her yellow eyes are as dazzling as bright gems, which attracts people unconsciously. The white cloud-patterned Taoist robe on Lu Yun was also specially customized by him. Now Lu Yun's height has reached 1.7 meters. Because of his mature temperament, people feel that Lu Yun is actually a little adult. A few months later, an unprecedented event occurred in Konoha that shocked everyone. That is, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Uchiha, a powerful family in Konoha, once gave birth to many outstanding figures, but it is a pity that they were wiped out overnight. However, what the Konoha villagers did not expect was that the murderer was actually the son of the Uchiha clan leader, a genius who was once as dazzling as Uchiha Shisui. Now Sasuke is the only one left of Konoha's Uchiha bloodline. Some people feel sad, some people gloat, and there are also many people in the village who used to dislike Uchiha. Since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Sasuke's personality has changed dramatically. Now Sasuke has become aloof and arrogant, and doesn't talk to anyone. His two little fans, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, felt even more sorry for Sasuke, but when they tried to comfort him, they were met with Sasuke's cold stares. Valley of the End. Lu Yun looked at the desolate man in front of him and couldn't help but say, contacting me at this time, aren't you afraid that I will take you back to the village? Itachi turned his head and looked at Lu Yun with his evil Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, is he okay? Lu Yun sneered. Do you think he can be in good condition after facing this kind of thing? Now he can't wait to kill you and is madly improving his strength. Itachi lowered his head and sighed after hearing this. As long as his strength can exceed his hatred for me, that will be enough. Between the village and the family, you ultimately chose the village. Lu Yun said lightly. Itachi stared at Lu Yun with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. You know everything. Advertisement. Lu Yun did not answer. There were only a few things in the village that Lu Yun did not know. He even knew that Danzo was secretly in contact with Orochimaru. Tell me, you didn't just ask me to come here for Sasuke's matter, right? Itachi looked at Lu Yun, examining him carefully. Is the boy in front of me really only 11 years old? Now Lu Yun gave him a different feeling. He felt a sense of threat from Lu Yun. Itachi was very clear about his own strength. Even the current third Hokage might not be his opponent, but he could still feel threatened by the 11-year-old boy. I can't see through you anymore. There are so many people in this village who can't see through me, and you're not the only one left. Itachi took out a kunai and stared at Lu Yun with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He said in a somewhat indifferent tone, this is the only thing I want to know before I leave the village. Let me see how much your strength has grown. Haha, I also want to know how strong I am now. I am no longer timid in front of you. Lu Yun drew out the Chu Shui from his waist, and armament haki covered his hands and the blade. Itachi couldn't help but frown when he saw the black substance in Lu Yun's hand. What is that? Unmatched ninjutsu. It's still a bloodline limit. Uchiha Itachi once doubted whether Lu Yun had a bloodline limit. Otherwise, how could a commoner like him grow to this level? Could this black substance be the bloodline limit he guessed? Lu Yun probably didn't expect that Itachi would mistake armament haki for bloodline limit. What are you doing? Itachi was even more puzzled when he saw Lu Yun closing his eyes. The Uchiha clan is most famous for their Sharingan. If I don't make eye contact with you, your Sharingan Genjutsu probably won't activate. What Lu Yun said is right, but can Lu Yun really exert his full strength if he closes his eyes? In a flash, the voices of the two seemed to disappear. Bite. The collision between kunai and Chu Shui produced dazzling sparks. Lu Yun is no longer the same as before. The black kunai was cut into two halves by Chu Shui's sharp blade. Itachi quickly took a few steps back and looked at Lu Yun in horror. Itachi-kun, please don't underestimate me. Otherwise, you'll die. Chapter 16 Hatake 50-50. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank, and several shurikens appeared in his hands. The moment the shuriken was thrown, Itachi quickly formed hand seals. Fire style. Function fire technique. Uchiha Itachi spit out several fireballs from his mouth continuously, and the scorching fireballs made the temperature around him rise a little. But under Lu Yun's observation haki, he had already anticipated what Itachi would do. Ding ding ding. All the shurikens were deflected. Lu Yun's Chu Shui blocked Itachi's attack from behind him. The kunai broke into two pieces again. You can sense my location even with your eyes closed. What a terrifying perception. Itachi's expression became more serious than ever before. The practical experience and mature mentality displayed by the young man in front of him were simply not what a boy of his age should have. The next moment, a fierce aura leaked out from Lu Yun. Suddenly, Itachi felt a sense of threat and quickly kept his distance from Lu Yun. But just like that, Lu Yun's figure seemed to disappear, and the next second he teleported in front of Itachi. The moment of drawing the sword. Black knife. Flash. Jung. The moment the sword flashed, a brilliant light of ultimate deprived Uchiha Itachi of his sight. Boom. The slashing blows continued to spread for 40 or 50 meters behind Itachi, like a giant beast that could destroy everything and trample everything under its feet. The earth couldn't stop cracking and shaking, and the moment the slash spread, it exploded like thunder. The aftermath hit like a Category 8 hurricane. The terrifying shock wave broke the trees, and the smoke and dust covered the rubble, which turned into nothingness under the blow. Uchiha Itachi turned his head stiffly, looking at the abyss behind him in horror. Both statues in the Valley of the End also developed cracks. Gurgle. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help swallowing and looked at Lu Yun in horror. This is your strength. Lu Yun had already put Chu Shui back into the scabbard at this time. If he had not held back when he seized the opportunity just now. Advertisement. Perhaps Itachi could have died under his sword, but Lu Yun did not do so, because Itachi did not have any murderous intent, and this was just an ordinary duel. Kindness. Lu Yun opened his eyes, and his deep, gem-like eyes stared at Itachi. How many times can you swing a slash like this? Uchiha Itachi looked at Lu Yun solemnly. Lu Yun glanced at Itachi calmly and said slowly, this is just the most ordinary slash. Such a slash can be performed easily. Itachi stood there in a daze for a long time. As a cool and aloof boy in the Hokage world, Itachi was as dazed as Hokage at this moment. This slashing attack, comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu, could actually be performed with ease. Is what he said true or false? Whether it was true or not, the 11-year-old Lu Yun already possessed the strength of a shadow. Thinking of this, Itachi could no longer remain calm. 11-year-old shadow. If this news spread throughout the ninja world, it would probably cause a sensation in the entire ninja world. This kind of swordsmanship is even more terrifying than Konoha's White Fang in the past. If he could perform an S-level ninjutsu with just one strike, who in this ninja world could threaten Lu Yun? Is it too noisy? It seems someone is coming. Lu Yun's observation haki sensed that several auras were approaching rapidly, perhaps because the noise of the slashing just now attracted the Admiral Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Itachi frowned. He didn't sense any ninja within his perception. How wide is his perception range? Even the ninjas in Konoha's perception department may not be able to compare with Lu Yun in front of him. If you can, I want you to take care of Sasuke for me. Itachi's words echoed slowly in the valley. Lu Yun snorted, then turned his head and looked at another position seriously. That place just now, is that Obito? This is really troublesome. Nothing good will happen if that guy targets us. Just as Lu Yun turned around, several voices suddenly appeared in front of him. Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy. Might Guy looked at the changes in the landscape not far away and muttered in shock with his mouth wide open. Advertisement. What the hell is going on here? This situation seems to be similar to the time when Konoha's mountain was cut off. Has the landscape been altered? Looking at the crack that was tens of meters wide and 30 to 40 meters deep, the three Jonin fell into deep thought, and then the Vice Admiral's gaze shifted to Lu Yun unconsciously. This little guy looks so familiar. Oh, now I remember, speaking of Kakashi. This guy is hailed as a genius who can rival you. His swordsmanship is so superb that everyone says it's like seeing Tsukumo Senpai. Tsukumo Senpai, did you have a younger brother outside without telling you? Sarutobi Asuma complained maliciously. Ma. Asuma noticed Kakashi's unfriendly look and quickly closed his mouth without saying a word. In terms of strength, he was no match for Kakashi. After all, Kakashi's reputation as a copy ninja has spread throughout the other four major ninja villages. Kakashi's dark expression gradually softened, and he carefully looked at Lu Yun in front of him. This young man is not simple, with his unique temperament and the sword at his waist. The sharpness on his body can no longer be concealed. Even though he had never seen him before, Kakashi could sense that the young man in front of him was extraordinary. Young man, do you know what just happened here? Might Guy asked with a grin. Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged when facing the three Jonin, but his gaze lingered on Kakashi for a long time. This is the legendary 50-50 split in the ninja world. No matter what kind of opponent Kakashi faces, it is as if he has a magic spell and he can win on equal terms with any strong enemy. You said Hatake is 55% strong. It's not particularly strong, just slightly stronger than the elite Jonin. After using the killer move Mangekyo, Kakashi's strength may be close to that of the Kage. But in the subsequent invasion of Konoha by Pain and the Six Paths, Kakashi and Six Paths puppets like Pain were able to fight each other and evenly matched, and then there was Obito and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hey guys, does your strength limit change according to the strength of your opponent? Kakashi felt that Lu Yun's gaze and expression became a little unnatural. Lu Yun, what exactly happened here? Don't be afraid. We are all Jonin. Even if the shadow comes, we can still fight. Sarutobi Asuma thought Lu Yun was scared because of what he had experienced before, so he comforted him. Lu Yun didn't even bother to look at him, and said lightly, Uchiha Itachi was here. Chapter 17 Lu Yun's Showdown. The expressions of the three people suddenly changed. Uchiha Itachi. They all had solemn expressions on their faces, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes as they looked at the destroyed terrain and the narrow mountain. Uchiha Itachi Ma. That explains it, but when did he master such a terrifying ninjutsu? This kind of power is comparable to even an S-rank ninjutsu. It's swordsmanship. Uchiha Itachi is the culprit who caused the genocide of the Uchiha clan and is an S-rank rebel ninja wanted by the village. The three of them didn't understand why Uchiha Itachi would massacre his own people, but in their hearts Uchiha Itachi was an extremely dangerous person. The relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Konoha's high-ranking officials was only known to the third Hokage and Danzo. Asuma, you will report the situation here to the third Hokage. Guy, look around to see if there are any other shadows. I'll take little Lu Yun back to the village. Kakashi said seriously. Asuma and Guy also had no objections. Guy was in charge of checking if there were any other enemies around, while Asuma was already on his way to meet the third Hokage. Kakashi and Lu Yun were walking on the road, and they walked together without saying anything. The atmosphere was very tense, but after Kakashi glanced at the sword on Lu Yun's waist, he spoke. Was the noise just now really caused by Itachi? Kakashi has actually always been wary of the little guy beside him, but perhaps Asuma and Guy couldn't sense it. But for Kakashi, who participated in the Third Shinobi World War, he felt a sense of crisis from this young man. There aren't many things that can make a Jonin feel dangerous. Kakashi-sensei, if I say I made that noise, would you believe me? Lu Yun showed a devilish smile and looked at Kakashi. The next moment, Lu Yun's figure disappeared from Kakashi's sight. Kakashi stood there in shock. So the ninjutsu that affects the terrain is because of Lu Yun. Uchiha Itachi is a dangerous person. If Lu Yun really meets Uchiha Itachi, he will definitely not be safe. The only explanation is that this little guy has an unspeakable secret. And if Uchiha Itachi really has such a terrifying ninjutsu, even if the village doesn't know much about it, it will at least know something about it. It's impossible to know everything. The split mountain and the cracks on the ground that spread for hundreds of meters were the work of this little guy. This made it difficult for Kakashi to believe for a while. Is it swordsmanship? Advertisement. Whether it was the mountain that was cut off before or the crack that was just seen, it was like the traces left by a knife. Even if it was his father, Konoha's White Fang, no matter how superb his swordsmanship was, it would probably not be possible to have such terrifying power. What secrets is this little guy hiding? Dash 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 dash. Third Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at Kakashi. Kakashi, are you saying that the previous impact was all caused by Lu Yun? Lu Yun is only 11 years old. Even an S-rank ninjutsu might not be able to achieve the changes in the environment that he caused before. Are you sure? Faced with the third Hokage's questioning, Kakashi was speechless for a moment because he had no direct evidence to prove that all the previous incidents were caused by Lu Yun. But combining what Lu Yun said with Kasashi's own feelings, he was sure that the impact of the previously severed mountain and the Valley of the End was definitely related to Lu Yun. Third generation, although I have no evidence, I felt a sense of threat from Lu Yun when I was with him. Threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed involuntarily. It's really concerning that a Jonin like you can feel threatened. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the scenery of Konoha village, lost in thought. Okay, I got it. You go down. Kakashi left the Hokage's office. Tianzong, help me try that little guy. Yes, third generation master. At night, Lu Yun left Hyuga's house after accompanying Hinata to training. The streets of Konoha were very quiet at night, but Lu Yun seemed to have sensed something. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several shurikens flew towards Lu Yun. Armament color. Lu Yun did not draw his sword but instead covered his hand with armament haki to deflect it. The mask. Lu Yun's expression changed slightly. It's Yamato. It seems that third generation already knows about this. Kakashi seems to be quite sensitive. Now Lu Yun no longer needs to hide his strength. The reason he hid his strength was because his strength had not yet reached cage level. Now that his strength has reached cage level, he no longer has any worries. Yamato's kunai collided with Lu Yun's hand covered in armament haki, making a metallic sound. Advertisement. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew as the kunai and fists collided, and Yamato became more and more frightened as the fight went on. This little guy's physical skills are actually at this level. What exactly is the black substance in his hand? Is it a ninjutsu or a bloodline limit? This little guy from the third generation is really not simple. It was the third generation master who asked you to come, right? There's no need to test the waters. Take me to see the third generation master. The armament color on Lu Yun's hand had disappeared, and he looked at Yamato indifferently. This maturity. Yamato once again had a new impression of Lu Yun in front of him. Come with me, Yamato said indifferently. It is already late at night, and the lights in the Hokage's office are still on. As the Hokage, he cannot rest until he has finished the tasks at hand. Third generation master Lu Yun is here. Yamato's voice came from outside the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped what he was doing and looked at Lu Yun, who came in with some surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand. Yamato disappeared into the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen had heard about Lu Yun's deeds before, but had never actually seen Lu Yun in person. Now that I look closely, I can no longer conceal the sharpness of this little guy. Konoha has produced another genius who is no less talented than Kakashi. Perhaps in a few years, Konoha will once again have a swordsmanship master like Tsukumo. Lu Yun, this should be the first time we meet. Yes, third generation master. Since Tianzong brought you here, you should have fought with him before. Lu Yun nodded lightly. You should know why I asked Tianzong to test you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's cloudy eyes suddenly became sharp. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's sharp gaze, Lu Yun looked straight at him without any fear. The third generation adults just want to know if what Kakashi said is true. Lu Yun laid his cards on the table. It was useless to hide his strength blindly. Only by truly showing his fangs would he make people afraid. It was indeed me who did the work at Konoha Peak. But I fought Uchiha Itachi just the other day. What? And fought Itachi. Chapter 18 Applying for Graduation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, a look of intense horror in them. Fight Itachi. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Itachi's strength best. Itachi had already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the third Hokage could not guarantee that he could be Itachi's opponent. For a moment Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped thinking, and after calming down for a while he began to look at Lu Yun seriously. You and Itachi, whoever wins will win. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly. Victory or defeat? Lu Yun pondered for a while. If it was just about strength, he thought his strength was far superior to Itachi's, but Itachi also had abilities like illusion, Amaterasu, and Susanoo. Besides, he didn't use his full strength when fighting Itachi. 50-50. Lu Yun replied calmly. Hiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath and was evenly matched with Itachi. Doesn't that mean that the 11-year-old Lu Yun in front of him already has the strength of a cage? Of course, whether what Lu Yun said was true or not remains to be confirmed, but the little guy in front of him is definitely not simple. With this mentality and this cunning, if Lu Yun's identity was not clean, Sarutobi might have regarded Lu Yun as a threat. With your strength, there's no need to study in a ninja school. Yes, Mr. Third Generation, I'm here to ask you for early graduation. Lu Yun said simply. I agree with your application. With your strength, there is really no need for you to stay in the ninja school any longer. However, to confirm your strength, I will arrange for Jonin to test your abilities. That's fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen loves the geniuses in the village and admires the geniuses among the common people, but he still finds it difficult to let go of Lu Yun in front of him. Lu Yun's personality and scheming are not as simple as Namikaze Minato's. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Lu Yun for the first time, he knew that it would be difficult for the village to control and restrain such a person. No problem, third generation master. It's just a Jonin. Lu Yun is confident that he can defeat even an elite Jonin like Kakashi. Besides, it's just a test of strength and there's no need to exert 100% of his strength. After Lu Yun left, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and sighed. Advertisement. Things are getting a little out of control. It is true that Lu Yun is a genius, but if a genius grows too fast, it will be frightening because such a person can easily get out of control. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen who had experienced Orochimaru's rebellion. Dash 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 dash. The next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his head slightly and stared at Danzo who was holding a cane on the other side of the office. Danzo, just tell me what you have to say. If it's about Lu Yun, I still say the same thing. I won't give the child to you. Danzo looked at his old friend with a gloomy look. Sarutobi, why don't you understand by now? Only the root can train that child. Only a powerful ninja is worthy of carrying Konoha's darkness. It would be a waste of his talent to have other Jonin instruct him. As long as the child joins the root, I will personally instruct him. That boy isn't Minato. He won't be restrained easily. Danzo said with a cold and seductive look. To be able to cut off mountains, that kid must have some unspeakable secret. As long as you get this secret skill, the position of Hokage will be within your reach. No matter what you say, I will not hand this child over to the root. The root is not suitable for him. Sarutobi, you're still so naive. You'll regret it one day. Danzo snorted and left the Hokage's office unhappily. Looking at the departing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. Danzo, that little guy's strength is beyond the control of the root. He doesn't belong to the root, he belongs to Konoha. We old folks will keep the firelight shining on the village and letting new leaves sprout. Another ninja whose swordsmanship has reached cage level. For Konoha, which has lost the Uchiha clan, Lu Yun is very important to Konoha. Dash 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 dash. The graduation application was scheduled for the afternoon, so Lu Yun was not in a hurry. Naruto was now an upper middle class student in the ninja school. And now he has no good ninjutsu to teach Naruto, so let the timeline continue according to the original work. Arrived at Hyuga's house, Hyuga Hiashi and Lu Yun were sitting at the table. Hinata opened the door, made some tea, and sat down at the table for the two of them. Advertisement. I applied to graduate early. Lu Yun said lightly. Hyuga Hiashi, who was holding the cup of tea, suddenly stopped and the cup was suspended in midair, but he quickly recovered. With your ability, you can indeed apply for early graduation. Mr. Lu Yun. Hinata bit her upper lip hesitantly, and suddenly a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Father, I also want to apply for early graduation with Lu Yunjin. No, Hyuga Hiashi refused without a second thought. Hinata's face paled instantly. Hyuga Hiashi has also witnessed the changes in Hinata's strength, but Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family and Hinata is now better than Neji. Hinata will become the head of the Hyuga family in the future. Moreover, Hyuga Hiashi did not want Hinata to be exposed to the darkness and filth of the ninja world at such a young age. Why, father, even though my strength is not as good as Lu Yunjin, it is still stronger than the average genin. There's nothing left for me to learn in ninja school right now. Hinata said unwillingly. Continuing to study at the ninja school would only widen the gap between her and Lu Yun. Hinata wanted to follow in Lu Yun's footsteps and not be left behind. You are the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Being strong and tough is not enough to become a ninja. You will lose your life if you interfere in ninja affairs. Hyuga Hiashi looked at Hinata seriously. Although Hyuga Hiashi seems indifferent to Hinata on the surface, Hinata is his eldest daughter. How could Hiashi ignore his love for his daughter? Lu Yun is different from Hinata. Her mentality, her composure, and her sharp edge can no longer be concealed. Hyuga Hiashi seemed to see Konoha's white fang again. Hinata, uncle is right. A true ninja's hands are stained with blood. Lu Yun agreed with Hiashi's statement. Hinata's current strength was indeed enough to fight against Chunin, but it was still too weak. There are many powerful ninjas hidden in the ninja world. The freaks in Akatsuki alone are as powerful as Kage. And you have to know that Hyuga Hinata has the Byakugan, and the villages of other clans who are descendants of the Hyuga clan will definitely target Hinata. Advertisement Chapter 19 Lu Yun vs. Kakashi. But. Lu Yunjin, I'm afraid I can't keep up with you. Hinata cried and looked aggrieved like a little girl, although Hinata is indeed a little girl now. Lu Yun sighed inwardly, hugged Hinata beside him and said gently. Even if one day I stand at the top of the ninja world, I will still be the Lu Yun you know. Hyuga Hiashi's gaze towards Lu Yun changed at this moment. What an ambition. He actually wants to reach the top of the ninja world. Does he want to become the god of the ninja world like the first Hokage? With Lu Yun's comfort, Hinata's mood gradually calmed down. He nodded in silent agreement to what Lu Yun and Hyuga Hiyashi said. Dash 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 dash. Why are there so many Jonin gathered at school today? Hitaki Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Might Guy, the 4 children from the Jonin ninja school, all exclaimed in surprise. Hey, did you hear that? Lu Yun-jun seems to have applied for early graduation. I wonder if all these Jonin are here just to compete for Lu Yun-jun. What? Graduating early? All the friends in the ninja school exclaimed in surprise. Even if they were not in the same class, everyone in the ninja school knew Lu Yun, the top student. Even the seniors are no match for this Lu Yunjun. Applying for early graduation is something only a genius can do, and Lu Yun happens to be that kind of genius. Listening to the conversation, Sasuke in the classroom clenched his fists and his body was shaking slightly. That guy actually applied to graduate early. I'm actually still in ninja school. If he continued like this, when would he be able to kill that man? If he had that kind of strength, maybe he could have prevented the tragedy that night. Look, it's Lu Yun-kun here. Wow, Lu Yun is so handsome. He's my dream man. How come Lu Yunjun is only 1 year older than us, but he's as tall as an adult? When Lu Yun appeared at the ninja school, all the students became excited. The dream of students in the ninja school is to become independent ninjas, and ninjas naturally admire the strong and the Hokage who is in charge of the village. Kakashi, is this the little guy you were talking about? How's Hong? This kid is quite extraordinary. Sarutobi Asuma lit a cigarette, took a puff and said. Shi Raihong looked at Lu Yun, then glanced at the excited students around her. Advertisement. It's very popular. But this child is indeed different. His unconcealable sharpness is indeed not suitable for studying in a ninja school. Brother, you actually applied for early graduation without saying anything. That's abominable. Naruto stormed out dissatisfied. Lu Yun smiled faintly and said, there's no need to make a big fuss about graduating early, but it seems like you all know now. It seems that the 3rd generation spread this news. Is it to create the birth of genius? As expected of an old fox, the more popular a genius is, the more likely he is to be bound by the village. How could Lu Yun not understand the 3rd generation's little tricks? Brother, you have already graduated, I also want to apply for early graduation. You. The 3rd generation wouldn't agree. Lu Yun glanced at Naruto indifferently. As Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, even if Naruto performed really well in school, the 3rd Hokage would not let Naruto graduate early because of his special status. Brother, you underestimate me. Although I'm not a genius, my strength is not bad. Now I can even tie with the arrogant Sasuke. Naruto looked very proud. Who would have thought that he was the last in the class 2 years ago? Now he can even fight with Sasuke. Genius. Is Naruto a genius? Now it is. But in the later period, Naruto was definitely hanging on the wall and the 2 pillars were also hanging on the wall. You guys, who were supposed to be geniuses, actually teamed up to cheat. Hey, look, it's the Hokage-sama. The appearance of the 3rd Hokage caused an uproar among the students, and even Naruto looked at the 3rd Hokage with admiration. After all, Naruto's dream is to become a Hokage who is recognized by everyone. 3rd generation adults. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to the 4 Jonin, and they shouted in respect. It seems that everyone in the school knows about it, and the effect of spreading the news is quite impressive. 3rd generation, can we begin? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head slightly. With the 3rd Hokage's instructions, Kakashi solemnly announced. Lu Yun, in view of your performance in school, the Hokage has approved your application for graduation. Advertisement. However, this assessment is a combat training. As instructed by the 3rd Hokage, your combat test will be conducted by none other than me. Hiss. Hearing this, many people gasped, even the other 3 Jonin stared at Kakashi with wide eyes. You must be kidding. Lu Yun's combat test subject is actually Kakashi Jonin. 3rd generation, what's the difference between agreeing to the application and disagreeing? No matter how powerful Lu Yun is, he can never be a match for Jonin. Kakashi Senpai is a long-established Jonin, the renowned copy ninja. Sarutobi Asuma looked at the 3rd Hokage in confusion. What on earth is the old man thinking? Even if this little guy is a genius, how could he possibly pass the test when facing Kakashi? Does the old man have any other plans? Sunset Red frowned. It seemed that the Hokage and Kakashi knew something. Is there any secret hidden in this little guy? But no matter what, Shi Yonghong also believes that Lu Yun has a slight chance of defeating Kakashi. Kakashi and Lu Yun stood facing each other. Kakashi, who knew everything, looked at the cynical Lu Yun seriously. Is what Lu Yun said true? Could such a monster really be born in the 11-year-old cage-level ninja world? Although the students of the ninja school all thought that Lu Yun was no match for Kakashi, they were still very much looking forward to Lu Yun's strength in this battle. How many blows can he withstand from Jonin's hands? Start. At the 3rd Hokage's command, Lu Yun's figure disappeared in an instant. Is it the body flicker technique? Kakashi's heart sank, and he held the kunai in his right hand in front of his chest. With a ding sound, the heavy force made Kakashi float away for a distance. What a heavy attack. Is that black substance what the third-generation adults were talking about as a possible bloodline limit? His ability is to harden the body to the point of being as hard as steel. What is that black substance? Bloodline limit. But Lu Yun's parents are just ordinary Chunin and Genin. They don't have any Kekkei Genkei. That Kakashi guy seems to be getting serious. Chapter 20. Pass the assessment and choose to guide Jonin. Kakashi ran around Lu Yun and threw several shurikens out of his hands. Ding ding ding. Lu Yun released armament haki, drew out Chu Shui and waved it a few times, and several flying shurikens fell to the ground scatteredly. At this time, Kakashi quickly formed seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Kakashi took a deep breath, gathered his chakra in his throat, and a huge fireball shot out of his mouth and hit Lu Yun. The students of the ninja school exclaimed in surprise when they saw Kakashi perform the Great Fireball technique. Great Fireball technique. As expected, the range of the technique varies depending on the amount of chakra used. This is twice as large as Sasuke's Great Fireball. But, just Great Fireball. Swish. A simple and unpretentious knife fell, and a dazzling blade light flashed before everyone's eyes. Boom. A slash that was 7 or 8 meters high tore through the ninja school's playground. The exaggerated power and suffocating feeling made Kakashi's pupils shrink. Is this a slash? The huge Great Fireball instantly split into 2 halves and exploded, shaking the playground. The slashing didn't stop, and quickly spread towards Kakashi's position. The speed of the slash is not slow, it just gives people a visual feeling of slow spread. When Kakashi came to his senses, he used the body flicker technique to dodge the terrifying slash in an instant. Boom. The next second, the slashing blow exploded, splashing countless pieces of gravel and leaving a terrifying gully on the school playground. The moment Kakashi appeared, Lu Yun had already captured Kakashi's position. A residual shadow remained in the original place. A dazzling blade of light once again appeared in front of Kakashi's eyes, and in an instant it seemed as if time had stopped. The cold blade was placed on Kakashi's neck, causing him to freeze. Lu Yun grinned. Mr. Kakashi, it looks like I won. When the smoke and dust cleared, the students of the ninja school looked at the horrifying outlines on the ground, with expressions of shock on their faces. Advertisement. Such perception. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Lu Yun in shock, his turbulent heart unable to calm down for a long time. I lost. Kakashi sighed helplessly. Wow. The students of the ninja school were in an uproar, looking at the man with flowing long hair in shock. What on earth was that dark light just now? Lu Yun ta ying le Kakashi Jonin. Doesn't that mean he's already on par with Jonin? Looking at the straight line on the ground, the students of the ninja school showed expressions of horror, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Sasuke clenched his fists, and black magatama appeared in his blood-red eyes. Why? Why is there such a huge gap between him and Lu Yun? He is obviously the prodigy of Uchiha. If he had such power, could he have prevented the tragedy from happening that day? Strength. I want strength. Crazy thoughts sprouted in Sasuke's heart, and the seeds of hatred in Sasuke's heart grew rapidly. Young Lu Yun is truly astonishing. Was that pitch black slash produced by swordsmanship? I've never seen such terrifying swordsmanship. I seem to see my former self, my youth is still burning. Might Guy looked at Lu Yun with burning eyes. At this moment, Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai were looking at Lu Yun with disbelief on their faces, their eyes wide open. Even if Kakashi let up, the battle ended much faster than they expected. The boys seemed to have guessed at that moment that Kakashi would appear in that location. Even the ninjas in the village's perception department probably don't have such excellent perception. This little brat, he is a genius who was even more terrifying than Kakashi in the past. At this moment, the entire examination room fell into silence. The playground was so silent that only the sound of the breeze blowing past ears could be heard. All the Jonin present understood that Konoha would once again have a young man more outstanding than White Fang. Advertisement. At that time, Hitaki Sakumo made the other 4 major ninja villages deeply afraid of him because of his swordsmanship. At that time, Konoha was truly the #1 ninja village. However, due to the behind-the-scenes manipulation of the village and Danzo, the voice of public opinion pushed Hitaki Sakumo step by step onto the road of suicide, which eventually led to Konoha losing a cage-level ninja in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked at the pleased smile on Lu Yun's face. He solemnly announced, in the name of the Hokage, I officially declare that Lu Yun has successfully passed this assessment and officially becomes a Konoha genin. Konoha village has once again welcomed a swordsman with amazing talent. The ninjas in the ninja school all looked at Lu Yun with admiration. Although they entered the ninja school, it did not mean that they would be able to pass the graduation examination smoothly. However, Lu Yun not only graduated early, but also successfully became a genin. The key point is that Lu Yun's actual combat opponent was not an ordinary ninja, but the long-famous Kakashi. At this moment, countless students regard Lu Yun as their idol and aspire to become a proud figure like Lu Yun in the future. After completing all the formalities, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally put on Konoha's forehead protector for Lu Yun. Lu Yun, congratulations on becoming a genin. Although you are exceptionally skilled, strength alone is not enough to become a ninja. Which of the 4 Jonin here would you like to be your teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. To guide Jonin. Lu Yun took a quick look and realized that with his strength, he didn't need a guiding Jonin at all. However, newly graduated ninjas needed to be accompanied by a guiding Jonin before they could take on missions in the village. Among the Jonin present, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma were not considered by Lu Yun. Might guy who owns 8 inner gates. To be honest, Lu Yun still has some ideas about 8 inner gates. With his strong physique and the character templates that may be unlocked later, if he can learn 8 inner gates, he may be able to face monsters at the level of 6 paths. Hokage-sama, my choice is Mr. Guy, Lu Yun said while looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Might guy. Lu Yun's choice surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen a little, as he had thought Lu Yun would choose an elite Jonin like Kakashi. I didn't expect him to choose Might guy, who specializes in taijutsu, which is a bit surprising. Might guy widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Did he hear it right? Lu Yun actually chose him to be the instructor Jonin. This is so unexpected. Guy, Lu Yun has chosen you to be the instructor Jonin. Are you willing? Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly while looking at Guy. Hokage-sama, I am willing to be Lu Yun's guiding Jonin. At the same time, Might Guy forced a smile on his face, revealing his snow-white teeth, and gave Lu Yun a thumbs up. Young Lu Yun, welcome to join us. Chapter 21 Conqueror's Haki. After Lu Yun passed, Sarutobi Hiruzen put a lot of effort into promoting him, and now all the villagers know about him. Konoha once again produced a ninja whose swordsmanship was not inferior to Konoha's White Fang. 5 months passed and the ninja school once again welcomed its vacation. In the open space outside Konoha village, a figure rushed past like lightning, with fire and lightning along the way. The aura gushing out of Lu Yun was huge and suffocating. It seems that what people are facing is not a ninja, but a tailed beast. The chakra covering its body is like a surging undercurrent. Once it erupts, anything in front of it will be submerged. Lu Yun-jun is indeed a genius. In just 5 months, we were able to expand from the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate. Guy was more and more surprised when teaching Lu Yun the 8 inner gates. If Lu Yun's swordsmanship had not reached an inhuman level, he would have really wanted Lu Yun to switch to specializing in physical training. The 8 inner gates themselves are used to remove the body's restrictions on chakra, allowing the excessive chakra to explode in an instant, and the effect achieved can increase strength several times. As driving to the 4th gate already my limit now? Lu Yun frowned, still feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He felt a tingling sensation in his body just at the 4th gate. If he forced his way to the 5th gate, he might lose control of his chakra and hurt himself. With the wound gate open, the power of my attacks will increase many times over. Lu Yun's deep eyes suddenly became sharp. Jung. Along with the sound of a sword being unsheathed, a dazzling blade light suddenly appeared. A terrifying force erupted, and the sudden surge of wind and waves blew over everything around in an instant. Boom. A pitch-black slash that was more than 20 meters long suddenly exploded and spread forward. The pitch-black slash was like a roaring dragon, and its power was extremely terrifying. The ground shook continuously, and the gravel turned into powder under the slashing blow. When the slashing blow disappeared, the smoke and dust dissipated. A crack extending hundreds of meters, caused by the slash, appeared before Might Guy's eyes. Boom. The earth rumbled, and because of the slashing attack, a slashing attack broke out in front. Suddenly, a shattered crack spread from the other end and spread to Lu Yun's feet. The power of the slash has increased by about 2 times. This was within Lu Yun's expectations. At this moment, Might Guy's eyes were wide open with shock, and he looked at the straight abyss crack with his mouth open. Advertisement. Might Guy got goosebumps on his arms. Is this Lu Yun's full strength? Even an S-level ninjutsu wouldn't be able to achieve such terrifying power, and in Guy's eyes, the slash happened in an instant. Even Might Guy didn't see clearly what just happened, he only heard the sharp sound of swords. Then I heard a deafening explosion, and then I saw the abyss crack in front of me. Ahem, it seems I have nothing else to teach you besides the 8 inner gates. Guy looked at Lu Yun with a bitter expression. If 8 inner gates hadn't attracted Lu Yun, would he still choose me? Guy-sensei, I still need your guidance as a ninja. You don't have to say that, Lu Yun said modestly. Ah, this mature and humble personality charm, even Guy was attracted by Lu Yun's unique temperament. After Lu Yun left, Guy came here with a few people. Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Kakashi all looked at the scene in front of them with shocked expressions in their eyes. Is this the effect of Lu Yun's swordsmanship? During the last assessment, Lu Yun actually hit his strength. Is this his true strength? Even senior White Fang's swordsmanship can't produce a slash like Lu Yun's. Such strength has already surpassed us. Shadow. The 4 of them were silent for a while, and they didn't know what to say. In addition to shock, they were more horrified. A Kage level of 11 years old had never been heard of in the entire history of the ninja world. They were glad that such a monster was born in their Konoha. If he was born in an enemy country, it would undoubtedly add a terrible enemy to their Konoha. Kakashi looked at the slash that spread out over 100 meters in front of him and fell into deep silence. As a descendant of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi feels ashamed that he did not inherit his father's talent in swordsmanship. Dash 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 dash. Advertisement. In 5 months, Lu Yun's progress has been much slower than before. It seems that fighting with Hawkeye can no longer significantly improve his swordsmanship. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk. Character unlock progress. 76%. In 5 months, I have only improved by less than 3%. I must find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. Such strength is not enough for Lu Yun to be satisfied with the current situation. Only strength can bring peace of mind. Lu Yun suddenly stopped while walking on the street. Looking at the young man who was different from the usual and now had a cool temperament, Lu Yun sighed silently in his heart. Sasuke, if you have any ideas that challenge me, please give them up as soon as possible. We are now in a different dimension. Sasuke looked at Lu Yun with a ferocious face. I am different now than I was then. Lu Yun looked into Sasuke's eyes, his expression changed slightly, but soon relaxed. The double Magatama has been activated. But it's still not enough. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from Lu Yun's body and swept towards Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly returned to normal, and his black eyes stared at Lu Yun in horror. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lu Yun passed by Sasuke, and his cold voice reached Sasuke's ears. Compared to Itachi, you are not a genius at all. I advise you to give up the idea of revenge as soon as possible. If you meet Itachi, you won't even be able to escape. Sasuke's dazed face twisted after a moment, and he pounded the ground with his fists weakly, roaring hoarsely. The seeds of hatred in his heart grew wildly under Lu Yun's stimulation. Lu Yun heard Sasuke's hoarse roar from behind and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His observation Haki could sense the crazy surge of hatred in Sasuke, so he was not trying to trick Itachi. Even if Itachi saw this scene, he would not say anything. Instead, he might thank Lu Yun in his heart for nurturing the seed of hatred in Sasuke's heart. Conqueror's Haki. It's really useful. The aura that erupted from Lu Yun earlier was exactly Conqueror's Haki. And this Conqueror's Haki is not awakened by Hawkeye's template, it belongs to Lu Yun's own conquerors. Chapter 22 Baptism of Blood. In 5 months, Lu Yun has become a frequent visitor to Hyuga's home. Hyuga Hiashi already regards Lu Yun as his son-in-law. A son-in-law who is as powerful as Ying, what else could Hyuga Hiashi be dissatisfied with? Even when he saw Hinata and Lu Yun being close to each other, he would smile like a pervert. The Hyuga family members were also full of awe for Lu Yun, and Hyuga Neji looked at Lu Yun and Hyuga Hinata unwillingly. Is this the fate of branch houses? Hyuga Neji felt a sense of despair as he was destined to be unable to resist the branch house throughout his life. Lu Yun, who was training with Hinata, noticed Neji's gaze. Looking at Neji's dim eyes, Lu Yun didn't know what he was thinking. Mr. Lu Yun, Neji ni-san. Hinata also noticed that Neji's mood seemed a little off, and the lonely background made him look a little distressed. Hinata, continue your training according to my methods. I will go find my uncle. Hinata responded. At this time, Hyuga Hiashi had just finished a meeting of the main family. When several elders saw Lu Yun coming, they all greeted him politely. Mr. Lu Yun responded to them indifferently. Hyuga Hiashi was not too surprised to see Lu Yun coming, and asked the servants to make 2 more cups of tea. Lu Yun is here. Sit. Lu Yun sat down naturally. He looked at Hyuga Hiashi without saying anything. Hyuga Hiashi seemed to guess that Lu Yun had something to talk to him about, so he said, just tell me what you want to say. Uncle, you really don't intend to let Neji know the truth. Hyuga Hiashi trembled and stared at Lu Yun with wide eyes. How do you know this? Lu Yun did not give a direct answer. Did he want him to tell Hyuga Hiashi that he knew all the history of the ninja world and what happened to each of them? Stop joking. Hyuga Hiashi sighed. I know Neji's hatred for the main family best. But only if Neji retains this hatred in his heart can he utilize that talent to grow rapidly. It's not that I want to tell him, but the time is not right yet. Advertisement. Hatred. Neji is not Sasuke. The hatred in his heart is not enough. When a more amazing genius than him appears next to Hinata, the brilliance of his genius will also dim. Uncle, you are wrong. This hatred is precisely what limits Neji's abilities. Hizashi-sama died protecting you. He didn't want Neji to harbor hatred against the main family, but rather wanted him to work hard to protect the people of the main family. Lu Yun said lightly. Geniuses often have too much baggage on them which limits their talents. Hyuga Hiashi's heart was trembling. It seemed like he had been doing it wrong all along and he had forgotten what Hizashi said. Please tell Neji that I didn't die because of the branch house protecting the main family, but because I died protecting my brothers and the village. Hizashi's words seemed to be constantly echoing in his ears at this moment. Hyuga Hiashi looked at Lu Yun with a complicated expression. I really don't understand you anymore. Uncle just needs to know that I hold no ill will towards the Hyuga family. After all, this is Hinata's home too. Lu Yun smiled, drank the tea in the cup, then turned and left. After a few days, Hyuga Hiashi finally delivered the scroll left by Hyuga Hizashi to Neji. From that day on, Neji gradually let go of his hatred for the main family and became more respectful towards Hinata and Lu Yun. The hatred in his heart was also transferred to the ninjas of the Land of Lightning. At the border of the Fire Nation, Guy and Lu Yun were looking around to see if there were any other ninjas around. Because the news of the demise of the Uchiha clan of Konoha has spread throughout the entire ninja world, ninjas from other countries are ready to take action while Konoha is weak. I will search Mr. Guy's area alone. You go to the other side. Guy knew Lu Yun's strength and didn't have any big objections. He gave some instructions and went to search another area. After Guy left, Lu Yun's gentle gaze became sharp. Observation Haki had already locked onto the ninjas hiding in the dark. Although Lu Yun is very powerful now, his hands have never been bathed in blood. Lu Yun came out this time just to be baptized by blood. When the hidden rock shinobi saw Lu Yun, a genin, wandering around the border, a cruel smile appeared on their faces. Has Konoha reached the point where there is no one left to use? Advertisement. They actually sent a little kid to the border. Stop talking nonsense and kill this brat quickly. Just as the rock shinobi were about to attack Lu Yun, the young figure they had been watching suddenly disappeared. The first one. Swish. A dazzling blade flashed from the scabbard, and the rock shinobi's pupils dilated, revealing fear. Looking at Lu Yun's cold and ruthless face, he realized that Lu Yun was not an ordinary genin, but a monster. The moment the sword flashed, the end of this rock shinobi was announced. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain, and the eerie head rolled to the ground, leaving a trail of bloodlines. The grass instantly turned bright red. Lu Yun's brows just frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. But there was nothing that made him feel like vomiting. The two remaining rock shinobi were extremely frightened and immediately felt the threat of death. Damn little devil, Earth style, Earth lance. The ground beneath Lu Yun's feet suddenly shook, and in an instant sharp rocks broke out from the ground. However, these little tricks had no effect in front of Lu Yun. Where's that little devil? Damn it, it's just a genin. What the hell just happened? That brat is not simple. Let's retreat for the time being. At this moment, a cold voice came into the ears of the two rock shinobi from behind them. Want to leave? It's too late. You all stay here. Swish. Without any unnecessary movement, two swords chopped down on the two rock shinobi. Sizzle. Blood gushed out of their bodies, and their bodies were split straight apart, cut in half by Lu Yun. There are not only a few ninjas hiding in this area, but there are also at least dozens of people within the range of Lu Yun's observation haki who were as powerful as these two rock shinobi. An indifferent figure shuttled across the border, and with the flash of the sword, one bright red and incomplete corpse after another fell. There was no sound at the silent border except for the sound of the wind, but corpses appeared one after another invisibly. Guy also captured a few grass ninjas from the other side, but when he came to Lu Yun's side, he was completely stunned. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 23 I Can Be With You. Incomplete bodies fell to the ground one after another, and the bright red color had covered the earth with a layer of blood-red gauze. This injury was fatal. He already knew who did it. Guy's face gradually darkened, but he was not dissatisfied with Lu Yun's behavior. But on the border of the Land of Fire, there are so many ninjas from other countries, rock shinobi, cloud shinobi, grass shinobi. What on earth are they trying to do by gathering at the border of the Fire Nation? The situation here is no longer something he, a Jonin, can decide. He must report the news here to the third Hokage. But how could Lu Yun tolerate the bloody smell in the air? He could only tolerate it because he had participated in battles before, and the number of corpses here was nothing compared to the corpses he had seen. But Lu Yun was only an 11-year-old boy. No matter how powerful he was, how could he endure it when he had never been exposed to the ninja world and blood? Ah! A wailing scream sounded not far from Guy. Guy's expression changed slightly, and he immediately rushed towards the location where the scream came from. He saw Lu Yun, but was also shocked by the scene before him. Lu Yun's body was covered in blood, and his white robe with cloud patterns had been dyed a bright red. The soybean-sized blood beads on the tip of the knife were still dripping onto the ground. What shocked Guy the most was that when Lu Yun looked at the corpse in front of him, his eyes did not change at all, as if he had become numb. In Lu Yun's eyes, Might Guy could not feel any emotions, and his eyes were filled with indifference. Teacher Guy, you're here. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. But that smile made Guy a little creepy. Lu Yun, are you okay? What Guy was worried about was not Lu Yun's physical injuries, but his mental state. After all, Lu Yun was only an 11-year-old child. He wondered if he could mentally handle having so much blood on his hands. There are many people who suffer psychological breakdowns on the battlefield, let alone a child like Lu Yun. Don't worry about me, Mr. Guy. I'm fine. I am extremely sober now. Lu Yun put Chu Shui back into the scabbard, turned around and looked at Guy indifferently. Maybe he was not used to it before, but now Lu Yun has become numb with the number of ninjas who died at his hands. Advertisement. Whether it was rock shinobi or grass shinobi, Lu Yun could cut them in half just like cutting a watermelon. These ninjas died at the hands of Lu Yun without even having a chance to resist. It's okay. Guy looked at Lu Yun and whispered softly. What a terrible psychological quality. Are all geniuses omnipotent? Even their mental and environmental adaptability are stronger than those of ordinary people. As expected of you, it might not be easy to clean up the situation here. Let's go back and submit the mission first. You'd better clean yourself up as soon as possible. After returning to the village, Guy submitted the task and returned to the Hokage's office, while almost everyone was shocked when Lu Yun arrived at Hyuga's house. Hinata ran out anxiously, not caring about anything else, and threw herself directly onto Lu Yun, who was covered in blood. Lu Yunjin, what exactly happened? Are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on your body? Hinata had a few tears in his eyes as he spoke, and he carefully checked every part of Lu Yun's body. I'm fine. This is all the blood of the enemy. I need to clean myself up. Hinata, it's not too late to check after I'm done. Lu Yun felt a little uncomfortable with the sticky blood all over his body. Even after hearing what Lu Yun said, Hinata was still not particularly reassured, because the blood stains on Lu Yun's body had not dried yet, and Hinata's body was also stained with some blood stains. She lowered her head and said softly, Lu Yunjin, I can go with you. After she finished speaking, 2 blushes instantly appeared on Hinata's face. No matter what, Lu Yun is a young man full of vigor and vitality. Hinata said it herself, so how could he refuse? However, Lu Yun did not do anything during the process. After all, Hinata is still young, and Lu Yun himself also feels guilty. Now Hinata's heart is with Lu Yun, so it doesn't matter if she has to wait a few more years. However, in front of Lu Yun, Hinata's height seemed much smaller. After all, the 11-year-old Lu Yun was already 1.7 meters tall. Dash 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 dash. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk. Advertisement. Character unlock progress. 78%. Killing them has greatly improved my progress. After Lu Yun kills a ninja, his progress will increase a little. This is a bit like increasing your experience in an online game. It seems that I need to do more tasks with Teacher Guy in the future so that his progress can increase rapidly. When your Eagle Eye template reaches 100%, the character's second template will be unlocked. In the following days, Lu Yun spent most of his time, apart from training, strolling around the village with Hinata. And Naruto, the follower, seems to have been practicing hard to improve his strength recently. There are many wooden stakes in the Hyuga family's gym. These are used by the Hyuga family members to practice the gentle fist method. Ever since Lu Yun came to Hyuga's house, this gym has always been used by Lu Yun and Hinata. Of course, no one dares to fight for this gym. After all, this is the order from the head of the family. No one is allowed to disturb Hinata and Lu Yun in the gym. 8 trigrams air palm. The shockwave generated by the empty palm easily shattered the wooden stake, and Lu Yun was also improving his observation haki while accompanying Hinata in training. He allowed Hinata to attack him at any time, and even the 64 palms of the gentle fist method could be easily avoided by Lu Yun now. Observation haki can see the future when he practices to ultimate, but he doesn't know if he can reach such a level. Hinata alone is not enough to make Lu Yun feel pressured. Hinata, stop. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Hinata withdrew her hand and looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Lu Yun pushed open the door of the gym and ordered the servant at the door, go and call Hyuga Neji. Yes, Master Lu Yun. After a while, Hyuga Neji arrived at the gym. Seeing Lu Yun and Hinata, he addressed them in awe, Miss Hinata, Master Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Neji in front of him and smiled. Neji, from today on, you will train with us. Hyuga Neji's eyes widened with an expression of flattery. Master Lu Yun, how can this be allowed? I'm just a member of the branch house, and the head of the family has ordered that no one can disturb you. It's okay. I'll tell my uncle. You'll be training with Hinata and me starting today. I don't like to repeat myself twice. I hope you understand. Hyuga Neji hesitated for a moment and looked at Lu Yun with gratitude. I understand, Master Lu Yun. Chapter 24. Meeting Orochimaru again. 2 years later, Lu Yun 8 inner gates can now open to the 6th gate. Lu Yun has not slacked off in the past 2 years. According to the timeline of the original work, the Ninja World storyline has already begun. Now Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata have graduated from the ninja school early, and now their strength is not inferior to Chunin at all. This is also why Hyuga Hiyashi agreed to Hinata's early graduation, partly with Lu Yun's consent. Gentle Fist Fa, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. 64 palms. Hyuga Neji and Hinata worked together to deal with Lu Yun alone, but with the help of observation haki. Lu Yun had already cracked the attacking moves of both of them. Even if his position shifted or changed, he could easily avoid their attacks with the help of observation haki. Even if Lu Yun took 64 palm strikes head-on, nothing would happen to him. His armament color was like an invisible armor protecting him. Lu Yun dodged all of Neji and Hinata's gentle fist techniques. As expected of you, Master Lu Yun. The gap between you and me is still too big. Neji and Hinata's heads were covered in sweat. Lu Yun looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. You two are already very powerful. No, compared to Master Lu Yun, Miss Hinata and I are not strong enough to stand in front of you. Lu Yun's face showed some helplessness. Neji is always dissatisfied with his own strength, but the current Neji is much stronger than in the original. I changed the plot myself. Neji and Hinata have already graduated from the Ninja Academy early. I wonder if the Chunin exams will start early. Konoha Collapse Plan. At this time, the 4th Kazekage might have died at the hands of Orochimaru. The Konoha Collapse Plan is one of the important plots that changed Konoha. Lu Yun felt that Konoha should make changes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already old and even sitting in the position of Hokage was somewhat incapable of doing so. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen now blindly compromised with the elders and was not strong enough against Danzo, causing the roots of Konoha to become increasingly rotten. It's time for Konoha's windmill to start turning again. At night, Lu Yun disappeared into the darkness and came to an open space. At this moment, a cold voice sounded extremely evil under the moonlight. Lu Yun-jun, long time no see. You look even more amazing now than before. There was a hint of fanaticism in Orochimaru's eyes. Advertisement. That's disgusting, Orochimaru. A hint of disgust flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Haha, Lu Yunjin, you are different from those people. You are a commoner. You have reached a height that commoners cannot reach. I'm really curious about what secrets you're hiding. Orochimaru glared at Lu Yun with his tongue out, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Put your thoughts away. You simply want to use me as a test subject, or rather, you want to use my body for the next living corpse reincarnation. I'm right, Mr. Snake. Orochimaru's eyes changed, revealing a fierce murderous intent. Mr. Lu Yun, it seems you know a lot. But living corpse reincarnation is a forbidden technique I developed. No one knows about it except me and one other person. How did you know that? Lu Yun looked at him calmly. I know everything about you. Hee. Orochimaru's expression finally turned serious. This little brat is really different. He is even more obscure than he was a few years ago. As a snake's instinct, he should have been a predator, but when he looked at Lu Yun carefully, Orochimaru felt that Lu Yun in front of him was his natural enemy. But Orochimaru was not afraid. Instead, he became more excited, and the madness on his face became more and more intense. Lu Yunjin, you're just amazing. I can't wait to know your secrets. Shadow Snake Hand. Many lion majesties with bared fangs and claws flew out from Orochimaru's sleeves, their sharp fangs and bloody mouths wide open flew towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned cold. I really hate snakes, Orochimaru. Advertisement. With a swing of the knife, snake heads rolled to the ground. At the same time, a very terrifying aura burst out from Lu Yun's body. Conqueror's haki swept around, and an invisible wave of wind suddenly formed around. Orochimaru's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his whole body trembled. This kind of breath. Cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's forehead, and he looked at Lu Yun's eagle-like eyes with fear. The natural enemy of snakes is eagles. Looking at the sharp gaze, Orochimaru felt as if he had encountered a ferocious eagle. For a moment, even Orochimaru was briefly distracted by Conqueror's haki. Lu Yun's patience is limited, but it is not easy to deal with a tough opponent like Orochimaru and make him pay a price easily. Orochimaru also knew that his previous idea was no longer possible to achieve, because Lu Yun had now grown into a ninja who was no less capable than himself. Haha, I already know. It seems I'm too arrogant, but Mr. Lu Yun, I already know what kind of person you are. You won't be easily bound by Konoha. For a character like you, the ninja world is your stage. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Orochimaru's figure gradually disappeared in the darkness. Disgusting snake. Lu Yun put away his autumn water. Although Orochimaru was annoying, Lu Yun had to admit that Orochimaru was an excellent scientist. In order to achieve immortality, a forbidden technique called living corpse reincarnation was developed, which is theoretically a form of immortality. However, this kind of immortality requires a new body every few years, which is the price of immortality. In fact, Lu Yun had thought that if the blood of Uchiha and Otsutsuki could be transplanted, would it be possible only for Orochimaru to do it? In addition to his own strength, Lu Yun also thought that if Hinata's Byakugan could undergo a qualitative change, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry too much about her safety. The Uchiha's Sharingan ends at the Rinnegan, while the Hyuga's Byakugan ends at the Tenseigan. However, in order for the Byakugan to evolve into a Tenseigan, the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan is also required. Although the Hyuga clan has the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, it is still too thin and cannot meet the conditions for evolving into a Tenseigan. The Tenseigan's eyes are no less powerful than the Rinnegan's. Possesses the power of creation and destruction. That is the power of the Six Paths level. Orochimaru ah. Next time I see him, I must teach this naughty little snake a lesson. Chapter 25. The Chunin exam arrives early. A year later, as the number of missions he and Guy took on increased, the blood on Lu Yun's hands was countless. Even he himself didn't know how many ninjas from the enemy countries he had killed in this year, and the name of Lu Yun the Genin also spread to the ears of several other major countries. However, many things happened during this year that Lu Yun did not expect, that is, Naruto and the others had graduated half a year ago. During this week, ninjas from several other major countries also came to Konoha to take part in the Chunin exam invited by Konoha. Chunin's exam was brought forward, and the timeline was completely advanced, which was something Lu Yun had not expected. Konoha at this time is much more lively than before, looking at the ninjas from other countries in Konoha. Lu Yun couldn't help but frown. Is it because of my influence that the Chunin exam was moved up? As the examination teams sent by major countries arrived one after another, Konoha village became lively. Especially with the fourth Kage's arrival, the people of Konoha village were talking about it. Fourth Kage. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Fourth Kage Rasa had long ago died at the hands of Orochimaru. The current fourth Kage was either Orochimaru in disguise or Kabuto in disguise. It seems that Orochimaru is ready to cause trouble in Konoha. The Chunin exam was just a small episode for Lu Yun. There was only 1 week left before the Chunin exam. The other genins were all preparing for the Chunin exam. Meanwhile, Gaara and his group had already arrived in Konoha. Ah, Konoha is still interesting. I'm tired of visiting our own village. Lu Yun's gaze was involuntarily drawn over. It's the three of them. The future 5th Kazekage Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. The strength of these three people is not inferior to that of Chunin. By the way, at this time, those who advanced from the Chunin exam seemed to be some talented ninjas like monsters like Gaara. I don't know if it's because of the attraction generated by the strong themselves, but Gaara's focus is also on Lu Yun. That guy is a strong one. Both Temari and Kankuro noticed the frenzy in Gaara's eyes. That boy was targeted by Gaara. How sad. Genin of Konoha. Temari and Kankuro knew best what kind of monster Gaara was, and even thinking about it still made them feel terrified. Advertisement. Hee. Lu Yun smiled faintly, turned around and left the bustling street. Gaara, One-Tail's Jinchuriki exam is really something to look forward to. A week later, Lu Yun arrived at the Chunin exam site. At this time, there were a few more people in Might Guy's team. Tenten, Neji, Lee, Hinata. It turns out that Hinata's mentor Jonin should have been Yuhi Kurenai, but perhaps because of Lu Yun, Hinata chose Might Guy. Master Lu Yun, Miss Hinata. Neji now has great respect for both Lu Yun and Hinata, and he will live to protect Miss Hinata and Mr. Lu Yun. Is this Lu Yun? Tiantian and Xiao Li couldn't help but focus their attention on Lu Yun. Although they were both students of Teacher Guy, they had never met Lu Yun in all the time they had followed Teacher Guy. But, just because they haven't seen him doesn't mean they haven't heard of Lu Yun's name, but it's so well known that there's no way they don't know him. He graduated from the Ninja Academy as the top student and defeated the Jonin in the graduation examination. It is hard to imagine how he achieved such a brilliant record. The exam is about to start, let's go in quickly. Tiantian said hurriedly at this time. The first exam was easy. At this moment, the examination room for Chunin's exam was already full of people. What surprised Lu Yun was that Temari was also in this examination room. This time, the Chunin exam was divided into 2 examination rooms, and the chief examiner on Lu Yun's side was not Morino Ibiki. This guy is actually in this examination room too. Temari glanced at Lu Yun but didn't pay much attention to her. In her opinion, Lu Yun was already a dead man. The final fate of those targeted by Gaara was extremely miserable. Temari didn't think a Konoha shinobi could stand up to Gaara. As usual, the first exam is a written test. The chief examiner casually talked about the rules of the examination room, and then the test papers were distributed to all the candidates. For Lu Yun, these test papers were like elementary school test papers and were not difficult at all. However, many candidates had dazed expressions on their faces. The test questions might be simple for Lu Yun, but it was different for others. Advertisement. Some candidates were already grabbing their hair impatiently. As for Temari, when she saw the test paper, a hint of difficulty appeared on her face. Many candidates had the idea of cheating because they didn't know how to do it, so they looked around and were discovered by the examiner in the classroom and were directly disqualified from taking the Chunin exam. Don't even think about cheating. If I catch you, you little brats will never be promoted to Chunin in your lifetime. The examiner warned in a cold voice. For most candidates, this is undoubtedly a torture. They rack their brains to write as many questions as possible. Some people who didn't know the answer simply gave up and left the examination room. However, unlike most people, one of the candidates kept writing on the test paper. The tapping sound of the pen tip hitting the test paper attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at Lu Yun in astonishment as he kept writing on the test paper. Even Temari was a little surprised. Is this guy just writing nonsense, or are these test questions not difficult for him at all? The examiner looked at Lu Yun for a moment and then looked away. The little guys must be dumbfounded. This is our Konoha's genius, Lord Lu Yun, whose swordsmanship is even more terrifying than Konoha's White Fang. Since Lu Yun and Might Guy returned from the border mission, Lu Yun's achievements were announced by the Hokage's high-ranking officials and a notice was solemnly posted to inform everyone in the village. It is hard to imagine that the incomplete corpses outside the border of the Fire Nation were all done by Lu Yun. It is said that some ninjas who went to the border to clean up the border that day vomited because they could not bear it. Such a scene is really hard to imagine. A genius is indeed a genius. But if he is just like an ordinary person, is he still a genius? Lu Yun only spent less than half of the time allowed for the exam. After finishing the last question, he handed in the paper without even checking it. Such behavior is undoubtedly a stab in the hearts of other candidates. Hateful. Is this guy serious? Only half of the time has passed. Is this kid really confident that he can pass the first exam? Time flies by, and the exam time is getting shorter and shorter. Many impatient students no longer have time to think so much because of the shortened time. I wrote down everything I could think of that was related to the question on the test paper. Except for Temari, most people handed in their papers at the last minute of the exam. In Lu Yun's class 10, except for Hinata, Neji and Lu Yun, Tiantian and Xiao Li had no confidence at all that they could pass the exam. Fortunately, Tiantian and Xiao Li were not eliminated when the results were announced. This made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. The article has been corrected where there are errors. I got confused when looking up information. Sorry. Chapter 26. Book of Heaven, obtained. Why did you three come out early? Don't you think this exam is difficult? Tiantian was very curious about how Lu Yun, Hinata and the others could answer such difficult questions on the test paper. You know, she racked her brains to barely pass the test. Now her spirit has been greatly reduced by the first exam. As for the second exam, I am afraid that all the candidates don't know that it is the real hell. Lu Yun and the other three shook their heads. However, a person who came out of the examination room made Lu Yun very interested. With white hair, noble temperament and glasses, he looks like a scholar. Do seemed to notice Lu Yun's gaze and smiled slightly, then turned around and left with the team. That is Lu Yun that Lord Orochimaru mentioned. It's really unusual. I have to be careful with this guy in the next exam. Lord Orochimaru's plan cannot be disturbed by anyone. Big brother. Naruto naturally took part in this exam. It's Naruto. Ah, brother, the exam was really difficult. Luckily, I was lucky enough to pass it. HMPH, Naruto, you're clearly cheating. At this time, Haruno Sakura behind him looked at Naruto with disdain. Now Team 7 is complete: Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Naruto. Sasuke leaned against the tree and just glanced at Lu Yun from a distance. Sasuke still possessed the pride of Uchiha. But Sasuke couldn't be arrogant at all in front of Lu Yun. Because the gap in strength is too big. A year has passed, and Sasuke is still a 2 Magatama Sharingan unless he encounters something more stimulating. The evolution of Sharingan itself is related to his own emotions. If Sasuke were to experience a night of genocide, Lu Yun wondered if he would just activate Mangekyo. But it shouldn't be possible. There was no so-called 10th question in this Chunin exam, so most people still passed the first exam. The number of genin candidates gathered here now is much greater than what Lu Yun knew in the original novel. At this time, Kabuto had already mixed with Naruto. After a while, the candidates in the open space received a call from their teachers. Go to the second testing location. What Lu Yun was looking forward to was the second test, the Death Forest. The Death Forest, also known as the 44th Training Ground, is surrounded by more than 44 locked entrances. Advertisement. There are rivers and forests in the training ground, with a tall tower in the center. The entrance is about 10 kilometers away from the tower. The rules of the second exam are very simple, just like the original. Each group will be assigned a scroll, namely the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Their mission is to collect the Book of Heaven and Earth and send it to the central tower. This exam carries the risk of death, and ninjas from all major countries have signed a death pact. They all have ulterior motives and want to eliminate the fresh blood from their hostile countries. The Book of Earth of Team 10 was handed over to Lu Yun, while a small number of ninja teams possessed the Book of Heaven. Like lambs among wolves, they are the targets of the ninja team. Then I declare, the second exam officially begins. Ibiki Morino announced solemnly. As soon as the exam started, many teams immediately tried to catch up with the team that possessed the Book of Heaven. This exam was life-threatening, and the teams that possessed the Book of Heaven knew that their lives would be in danger if they were caught up. Lu Yun's observation haki has already locked onto the team that possesses the Book of Heaven. At present, those people have not gone far and are still within Lu Yun's perception range. Although observation haki can detect the enemy's breath and predict attack movements. But there are also limitations. Lu Yun took Hinata and the others and quickly rushed towards the team that he had locked onto and that had the Book of Heaven. In addition to some supporting teams, there is also a ninja with a relatively strong aura who is following the team that Lu Yun has locked onto and that possesses the Book of Heaven. It seems like he's from Konoha Shinobi Village, but that guy. Akado Kai, Kabuto, and Ken Masumi, although on the surface they are Konoha's genin, in fact these guys are spies placed by Orochimaru in Konoha Village to collect intelligence. Lu Yun-kun, the team ahead is also our Konoha ninjas, why don't we join forces with them? Tiantian, who had been following behind, suggested. Lu Yun shook his head. There's no need to fight. It will be over soon. They are just a few Kusa ninjas. Hinata and the others can handle them without even having to take action. Moreover, Kabuto and the others' true identities are not Konoha's ninjas, so there is no need to cooperate with them, even if these people are blind. Lu Yun will not show mercy either. Do and his three companions discovered Lu Yun and his group following behind them. Chidu Kai, who was unaware of the situation, showed a ferocious smile. Let's kill those little brats from Konoha back there. Do's expression suddenly turned cold. Idiot, do you know who the leader is? You've been in Konoha for so long and yet you don't have any information at all. Kabuto, what do you mean? Chido Kai's expression also turned cold, and he looked at Kabuto with icy eyes. He and Kabuto don't have a good relationship, not to mention that Akado Kai is Kabuto's boss. Advertisement. Hehe, have you forgotten the young man that Lord Orochimaru warned us about earlier? Chidu Kai's face suddenly froze. Is he the brat that Lord Orochimaru was talking about? Before the operation began, Orochimaru reminded them that they could attack any team in the Chunin exam except Lu Yun's team. This is Orochimaru's order. No matter how dissatisfied Akado Kai was with Kabuto, he could only swallow his anger because Kabuto was right. Soon, one figure after another passed by Chidu Kai and the others. They had no choice but to give up the Book of Heaven in the hands of the grass ninjas and look for other targets. The Kusagakure shinobi teams that were being chased had cold sweat on their foreheads. Why are these Konoha shinobi so relentless? Could it be that those little devils already know that what they have in their hands is the Book of Heaven? This is absolutely impossible. They're just a few brats. They look a lot weaker than the three who were chasing us before. This exam allows killing. They can't say anything even if we kill these Konoha shinobi. But our grass country is an ally of Konoha after all. Wouldn't it be bad to kill them? One of the grass ninjas laughed coldly and said, "The world of foolish ninjas is full of blood and fighting. If you worry about these things, then you are not fit to be a ninja. As long as we get the Book of Earth from them, we will be the first to pass this exam. Yes, there is no need to worry so much in the world of ninjas. Ninjas who worry too much will eventually die under the sword of others. Kill them." Several grass ninjas burst out with fierce murderous intent. The next second, an ultimate blade light and a figure flashed past behind them. The three grass ninjas' faces were extremely stiff and they felt a sharp pain in their waists. Their sights gradually shifted downwards. One sword style, EI. They didn't even know what was happening and were cut in half by Lu Yun in an instant. Hinata, Tiantian, and Xiao Li, who had never seen such a scene before, turned pale instantly and leaned against the tree, retching continuously. Only Neji managed to bear it, but his expression wasn't very good either, just not as dramatic as Hinata and the others. But Lu Yun, who had long been numb, didn't feel anything. The Book of Heaven was obtained smoothly. Chapter 27 An Unexpected Kick. Such a young man can use the Sharingan so skillfully. As expected of a member of the Uchiha clan. In order to deal with you, I actually have to use my real ability. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura with a cold gaze. Because of Lu Yun's influence, Naruto and Sasuke are now at least twice as powerful as they were in the original story, forcing even Orochimaru to use some real skills. Rasengan. That Jiraiya guy has returned to Konoha. Orochimaru muttered to himself as he looked at Naruto, who was now covered in wounds. Although I still want Lu Yun-kun, the Uchiha clan is quite powerful. The expression on Sasuke's face darkened. What he meant was that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan wasn't as powerful as Lu Yun's. Damn it. Damn it. Sasuke was very unwilling to accept this. What he lacked now was strength. No matter where he was, he could hear people around him talking about Lu Yun's strength. Lu Yun. Lu Yun is just a commoner. Why? Why can his strength surpass that of a ninja with Uchiha bloodline? How could I possibly defeat that man with just this little bit of strength? When will he be able to avenge his father and mother? Too weak. I am too weak. Orochimaru suddenly looked at Sasuke with great interest, a sick smile on his face. Nice eyes, it seems you have value that is worth developing. Perhaps you are suitable to serve as a replacement for Lu Yun-kun. Sasuke's young heart was once again severely hurt. I'm not that guy's replacement. I'm a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Sasuke roared like a madman. Sasuke, let's defeat this guy together. Naruto's indomitable will drove him to his feet again. But now Sasuke was already blinded by anger. Naruto, shut up. You are just a nobody. Without Lu Yun, you are nothing. I can handle this guy by myself. Sasuke-kun. Little Sakura stared blankly at the strange and indifferent Sasuke in front of her. Sasuke now frightened her. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is really troublesome. Advertisement. Orochimaru's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a shadow. In a flash, the cold Orochimaru appeared in front of Naruto and punched him hard in the stomach. Wow. After spitting out a mouthful of bitterness, Naruto fainted immediately. Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat. The Sharingan couldn't even keep up with his movements. Just as Sasuke was about to throw the kunai, his body suddenly froze and the kunai fell on the tree trunk with a clang. It's a freezing technique. Sasuke's body was bound invisibly, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. The power of the Uchiha clan. Even though we're brothers, your Sharingan can't even compare to Itachi's. Even though you're brothers, the gap between you and Itachi is like a chasm. Sasuke's heart felt like it was being scraped layer by a knife. Who the hell are you? Why do you know Itachi? Have you seen that man? Orochimaru said with a playful expression. Who knows? Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck stretched out like rubber, and before Sasuke knew what was happening, he was cursed. Sasuke. Little Sakura's face turned even paler when she saw this scene. Ah, burning, stinging. Sasuke roared hoarsely. Sasuke-kun, if you need strength, come to me. You are too weak now. Weak. The Uchiha clan ninjas were called weak, and the intense pain made Sasuke tremble all over. After the immobilization spell was lifted, Sasuke collapsed to the ground helplessly. Orochimaru's cold eyes stared at Sasuke, who still had a cold smile on his face, and his figure gradually disappeared. However, at this moment, a pitch-black slash swept in like a comet. Orochimaru's pupils shrank into needle-like shapes in an instant, and he had to escape temporarily. With a boom, the huge tree trunk was split in half in an instant. Orochimaru looked at Lu Yun coldly. Lu Yun-kun, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Advertisement. Who is that person? Hinata and Neji felt the cold chakra from Orochimaru and shuddered involuntarily. Very dangerous. That cold temperament and chakra are like a lion majesty. Hinata, Neji, the rest of you head to the central tower. I'll be there in a moment. Lu Yun looked at Orochimaru and said lightly. Lu Yun-kun. Hinata came over with some concern. Lu Yun touched Hinata's head and said gently, don't worry, I will arrive safely. Hinata hesitated for a while, but finally chose to believe Lu Yun. Lu Yunjin, you must be safe and sound. Kindness. Lu Yun looked at Orochimaru and then at the unconscious Sasuke, and deliberately said in a loud voice, it seems that you have already planted the Heaven's Curse seal on Sasuke. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lu Yun solemnly. He even knows the art of curse seals. Mr. Lu Yun, I'm sure you understand the principle that the more you know, the faster you die. After saying that, Orochimaru burst out with a fierce murderous intent, and at this time, little Sakura, who was not far away, was completely frightened by the murderous intent in Orochimaru. This is a complete Shura field. At this time, little Sakura is completely a burden. Whether it is Naruto or Sasuke, the gap between little Sakura and these two is too big. Lu Yun and Orochimaru stood on opposite sides and laughed contemptuously. So you want to kill me? If possible, Orochimaru really wanted to kill Lu Yun, but Orochimaru knew that Lu Yun's current strength was probably even more terrifying than he thought. Moreover, this happened in Konoha village. If I made too much noise and my actions were discovered by the ninjas in the village, it would be difficult to carry out my subsequent plans. Little Sakura looked at the calm Lu Yun, and her heart was in turmoil. Facing such a terrifying figure, he was not even moved at all. He is worthy of being hailed as the most talented student in the history of the ninja school. Haha, Lu Yun-jun, you're joking. With your current strength, you're not necessarily weaker than the average shadow. I don't want to get myself into trouble. Lu Yun-jun, we'll see you next time. Just when he was about to use ninjutsu to leave, Lu Yun suddenly disappeared before his eyes. With a boom, big holes appeared on the tree trunks due to the impact, and Lu Yun kicked Orochimaru out directly. This sudden kick took Orochimaru away from reacting. And that force, it was still Lu Yun's 100% strength. At that moment, Lu Yun opened the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates. Greatly improved his physical ability and speed. Orochimaru just didn't react. Chapter 28 Lu Yun vs Orochimaru. With a bang, smoke and dust rolled up in the sky, and the huge impact force formed a wind wave. Cough cough cough. What happens? Chunin exams and all that, it's terrible. It turns out that these three people are Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. They got up from the ground in a panic, brushed off the dust on themselves and looked at the huge hole in front of them that looked like it was hit by a meteorite. The three people's minds went blank. Did a meteorite just fall? Just as they were thinking, another figure appeared in front of them. Is it Lu Yunjin? Yamanaka Ino cried out in surprise. They were once in the same class as Lu Yun, but now they have become well-known and recognized ninjas in Konoha village. As for them, they didn't hold much hope of passing this Chunin exam. Lu Yun glanced at the three of them calmly and said, "You'd better leave now, otherwise I won't be able to protect you if you get involved later." What? Are they just a burden here? Suddenly, Shikamaru's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the creepy figure in the pit with great horror. He immediately pulled Ino and Choji with him. Choji, Ino, let's go. The murderous intent surging in Orochimaru's body finally burst out, and just looking at those eyes made it difficult to move. I wonder how many people must have been killed to condense such a terrifying murderous intent. Orochimaru, who participated in the Ninja World War, was an executioner himself, not to mention the human experiments he had done over the years. Death at his hands was even more brutal. Call out. Orochimaru's legs transformed into a snake-like tail and moved at high speed. In this state, Orochimaru's speed was several times faster than before. There are many snake hands in the shadows. Several lion majesties flew out from Orochimaru's sleeves and crushed towards Lu Yun like a wave. Not only that, many sharp iron swords were spit out from the mouths of several lion majesties. If they were submerged in such sharp waves, even their corpses would not be preserved intact. Advertisement. A silly little trick. Lu Yun simply swung the knife lightly, creating a slash that was dozens of meters high, opening up a path that no one could block. The lion majesty who was caught in the slash was not even left with any remains of his body. S-level slash. Lu Yunjin, your secrets are truly mouth-watering. Orochimaru deliberately concealed his aura and tried to attack Lu Yun from behind, baring his sharp fangs and biting towards Lu Yun's neck. As long as the curse is planted on Lu Yun, no matter how strong Lu Yun is, he will not be able to resist him. Buzz. The moment Orochimaru bit down, a smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. Armament Haki directly covered Lu Yun's neck. Orochimaru's bite did not put a curse mark on Lu Yun, but instead he let out a scream. The broken teeth scattered on the ground were a horrible sight. Orochimaru's entire mouth was numb, and his expression became increasingly painful as he covered his face. Orochimaru, do you think I can't see through your little tricks? Since I know you, I naturally know what you will do. Do you want to plant a curse on me? I just deliberately left myself open to lure you into the trap. Orochimaru glared at Lu Yun, and felt even more distressed when he saw his broken teeth on the ground. This little devil. How can he be so sinister even though he looks harmless? What's that black stuff on your neck? I just felt like I was biting into a stone. Could it be some special bloodline limit? Is it really possible for Lu Yun, a commoner, to awaken his special bloodline limit? There are too many unknown secrets hidden in the ninja world. Even Orochimaru cannot guarantee that he knows everything about the ninja world. A little blood was flowing from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. It's not good for us if Lu Yun-jun continues to fight. Why don't we just stop now? Orochimaru finally decided to stop. After all, his purpose in coming to Konoha was not to fight Lu Yun. Okay. Lu Yun readily agreed and put Chu Shui back into the scabbard. Orochimaru was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yun to agree so readily. So what exactly did Lu Yun mean by attacking him just now? Advertisement, Orochimaru, I brought you here because I have something to tell you. Lu Yun could not see any ninja nearby, and he whispered a few words in Orochimaru's ear. Orochimaru's pupils contracted violently, as if he had heard some huge secret. What you said is true. Who knows? Lu Yun deliberately kept the secret and showed a sly smile. Orochimaru was about to say something when he lost sight of Lu Yun. The words just now were like a thunderclap exploding in his mind. As a mad scientist, he longed for the secret of immortality, the bloodline limit inherited by the ninja. Bloodline limit of human organs. Orochimaru had never thought of such a concept before. Possessing the gene of a ninja's bloodline limit is equivalent to having the possibility of breaking the bloodline limit. Although chakra cannot be manufactured due to its nature, the bloodline limit of organ mutation may be broken, and mutated organs can be mass-produced. Orochimaru has always just wanted to obtain Sasuke as a vessel and has never thought about cracking the secret of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Lu Yun's words seemed to open a new door for him, and he also learned a secret that he had never known before. That is, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths that control life and death are the endpoint of the evolution of the Uchiha eyes. According to the records, the endpoint of the Uchiha clan's evolution should be Mangekyo. Orochimaru was not sure whether what Lu Yun said was true or not. However, judging from the current level of mystery of Lu Yun, he not only knows the curse but also knows the forbidden technique he developed. Facing Lu Yun, Orochimaru feels that all his secrets are in front of him without any concealment. Terrible boy. What Konoha gave birth to was not a genius, but a monster that devours everything. There was a hint of fear in Orochimaru's eyes. Not long after Orochimaru left, Mitarashi Anko was stunned by the sight of the torn earth and broken trees. This chakra is Orochimaru for sure, but what happened here? Orochimaru fought someone with such terrifying power. This Chunin exam is so strange. Anko's expression was extremely solemn. As long as it was related to Orochimaru, this exam would definitely not be easy. Do you want to continue chasing? Anko glanced at the destroyed environment and made a decision in his heart. No longer pursuing Orochimaru's trail, we must first report the news here to the Hokage-sama. Chapter 29 The Death Forest Exam Ends Central Tower. Hinata and the other three were still on their way. In an instant, several shurikens flew towards Neji, who was holding the Book of Heaven. Da da da. Neji hid behind a tree trunk, and they all hid behind the tree trunks when they were attacked. Hee. The little brats from Konoha are quite responsive. 6 ninjas from Takaguni village walked out from the darkness, with ferocious smiles on their faces, and looked teasingly at Neji, Tianshin and others hiding behind them. The strength of the ninjas in Takaguni village is actually not very strong. When Neji and Hinata confirmed that the strength of these ninjas was not strong, they both conveyed a message to Tianshin and Xiao Li. With Tianshin and Xiao Li's strength, it is not difficult to deal with the ninjas of Takaguni village. The ninjas of Takaguni also underestimated the strength of the Konoha shinobi, and they did not notice from the beginning that Neji and Hinata were from the wealthy Hyuga family of Konoha. If they had recognized Neji earlier, they might not have attacked him. Neji walked out leisurely, playing with the Book of Heaven in his hand. You want this? The leading ninja from Takikakure sneered and said, since you know everything, just hand it over quickly. Since you are Konoha shinobi, perhaps we can consider letting you go. Tisk, it's all up to you, Tianshin, Xiao Li. Do it. Swish. Several tacky ninjas didn't realize that Tianshin and the others were no longer behind the tree. Because of their carelessness, the tacky ninjas became even more flustered after seeing Tianshin and Xiao Li in front of them. Leaf Hurricane. With a bang, several tacky ninjas flew backwards instantly, hit the tree trunks heavily, and fainted immediately. The tacky ninja knew he had fallen into a trap and turned to look at Neji with a grim expression. But Neji had already disappeared. Gentle Fist Fa, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji's eyes were filled with indifference as he hit Takainen again and again. The high-speed continuous attacks left Takainen no chance to escape. Advertisement. Even the armor on his body was torn open by Neji's high-speed attack, and cracks spread out in all directions. With a boom, the tacky nin was instantly sent flying backwards. The huge impact force even left a faint outline under Neji's feet. Bang! The tree shook violently for a while, and the tacky nin was completely embedded in the tree. Neji didn't care at all about life or death. He understood it when Takainen attacked them just now. In the world of ninja, it's either you or I die. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. The remaining few tacky ninjas were all dealt with by Hinata. Hinata's strength is even higher than Neji's. With such strength, it is easy for him to deal with several tacky ninjas. The battle was quickly resolved without much effort. Lu Yun, who arrived later, also met up with Hinata and the others. After gathering the Book of Heaven and Earth, Lu Yun and his team became the first team to reach the central tower. After this, Gaara and his team arrived at the central tower. It's them. They were actually the first team to arrive at the central tower. Temari and Kankuro looked at Lu Yun and the others in disbelief. As for Gaara, his eyes were always fixed on Lu Yun, and his body was trembling at this moment because he was suppressing his murderous intent. During this period, Gaara was no longer under Naruto's urging, but he was an out-and-out bloodthirsty monster who took pleasure in killing. Gaara believes that only powerful people are qualified to be hunted by him, and Lu Yun happens to be the target he has been waiting for a long time. He couldn't wait to take the next round of exams. Lu Yun didn't care at all when he felt Gaara's cold gaze. Gaara was indeed very powerful at this moment, but he was still not enough in front of Lu Yun. Of course, Lu Yun is also looking forward to the battle with Gaara. It would be very interesting if the one-tailed Shukaku in Gaara's body was revealed. It would probably take a few days for the Chunin exam to end, and Lu Yun and the others didn't plan to stay in the central tower all the time, so they left. After parting with Tianshan and Xiao Li, Lu Yun and the others also returned to Hyuga's house. Even though they got there as quickly as possible, they still felt a little uncomfortable in an environment like the Death Forest. What's more, Lu Yun's body was stained with blood. Hinata and Lu Yun walked into the bathroom first. Neji grumbled as he watched the two people walk in. Miss Hinata and Master Lu Yun are moving too fast. Advertisement about half an hour later, Lu Yun and Hinata came out of the bathroom together. Neji walked in later. In the next few days, Lu Yun was not in a hurry to practice. Now his template progress could not be improved easily. Character template. Dracule. Mihawk, character unlock progress, 86%. Lu Yun is now much stronger than he was a year ago, and he has accumulated enough experience fighting with Hawkeye in the spiritual space. Currently, Lu Yun is able to fight Hawkeye in the spiritual space to a standstill, but Hawkeye's flying slash is much stronger than Lu Yun's, which is the only thing that Lu Yun is not satisfied with now. Lu Yun had been pondering the secret of the slashing attack for some time, but it was useless to be impatient now. Sometimes relaxing yourself occasionally is also a good way to practice. 3 days later, the second Chunin exam was finally declared over. On the day when the number of people who passed was announced, almost all the candidates felt the cruelty of the Chunin exam. Before entering the Forest of Death, there were a total of 26 groups, with a total of 78 people. However, only 21 people passed, and those ninjas who died in the Death Forest have also been cleared out of the Death Forest. All the 12 young masters in the original work passed the second exam, but Sasuke's changes were quite obvious after he encountered Orochimaru. Sasuke's temperament is even more indifferent. Even if someone wants to get close to him, they will be discouraged by Sasuke's cold temperament. As for the seed planted by Orochimaru, it has gradually taken root and sprouted in Sasuke's heart. The next exam was the Chunin exam preliminaries, which was the highlight for Lu Yun. 2 days later, all the candidates who passed the second exam gathered together. In the hall, Gaara and Sasuke both focused their attention on Lu Yun. For both of them, they are also only interested in Lu Yun. Lu Yun felt that they didn't care at all. Among these two people, only Gaara could arouse Lu Yun's interest. As for the current Sasuke, although his strength will be improved due to the strengthening of the curse seal, in terms of hard power alone, the current Sasuke is not as good as Gaara. The originally noisy environment instantly became quiet due to the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the hall was quiet, the next examiner Gekko Hayate appeared. Chapter 30. A battle resolved in an instant. This exam is the third exam, the Chunin exam preliminaries or the elimination rounds. Those who are eliminated will be eliminated from this Chunin examination, and only those who pass will be able to participate in the final Chunin examination. Moonlight Gale's words made all the candidates present look solemn. This exam was extremely important to them. If they fail, they will miss the chance to advance to the Chunin. Although there were 23 people who passed the exam this time, Kabuto was worried that he would not be able to control his strength in the competition and that his identity would be exposed, affecting Orochimaru's plan. In the end, he found the excuse of being unwell and withdrew from the Chunin exam. There are only 22 candidates left. The 22 people are divided into 11 groups, and their opponents are determined by drawing lots. Some people prayed that they would not draw too strong opponents when drawing lots. At present, the two opponents that most candidates did not want to meet were Gaara and Sasuke. As for Lu Yun, although there were rumors about Lu Yun being a genius among the other 4 major countries, for a teenager to have the strength of a cage, any major country would think that this was news deliberately released by Konoha to confuse them. So apart from the ninjas in his own village, no one paid too much attention to Lu Yun. The Konoha shinobi who knew Lu Yun's strength did not want to draw Lu Yun as their opponent. Even if they had thousands of ways to fight, the final result would be a miserable defeat. The only one who knows Lu Yun's strength and wants to fight with him is probably Sasuke. The name on the venue's screen flashed rapidly and finally froze. First match, Hinata vs Ken Masumi Jian Meichung. Looking at the ninja wearing round frame glasses and covering his face with a long mask, Lu Yun couldn't help but frown. If he remembered correctly, this person's body had been modified. In fact, he did not have any special abilities, but every part of his body could soften and stretch freely. As long as you know this information, it will be easy to defeat Ken Masumi. Lu Yun told Hinata this information, and Hinata nodded to indicate that she would be careful. With the two entering, all the candidates left the duel venue. Naruto leaned on the guardrail and looked at Hinata in surprise and said, "I can't believe that Big Brother is not the first to go on stage. But since it's Hinata, this battle should be over soon." Kakashi looked at Naruto in confusion. "Naruto, it seems you are well aware of Hinata's strength." "Teacher Kakashi, my eldest brother is Lu Yun. When I was training at the ninja school, I trained with Hinata and Lu Yun. Hinata defeated a Chunin in the early graduation exam for the Genin." "Did you defeat Chunin?" Kakashi couldn't help but become concerned after hearing this. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Lu Yun. According to little Sakura, Lu Yun arrived and kicked Orochimaru out. No one knows what happened between the two parties afterwards. However, after an on-site inspection at the Death Forest, Kakashi realized that a battle must have taken place between Lu Yun and Orochimaru. Advertisement otherwise, the trees in the Death Forest would not have been uprooted, and the horrifying knife marks on the ground could only have been left by Lu Yun. Kenmi Chang stared at Hinata with a cold gaze. Little girl, I will not show mercy just because you are a girl. It's not too late for you to give up now. Although Ken Misumi's apparent identity is a genin of Konoha, his actual identity is a spy from the Otogakure arranged by Orochimaru in Konoha. So he would not show mercy to the ninjas of Konoha. Hinata naturally wouldn't give up. What's more, Lu Yun has already told him about Jian Meichung's abilities. As long as he is careful, Jian Meichung is not a strong opponent at all. Well, let the game begin, Moonlight Gale announced. Jian Meichung swooped down like a meteor. As long as the little girl fought with him in physical skills, the battle would be over in an instant. Hinata, who knew the information, naturally would not fight with Ken Misumi in physical skills. She took a stance and condensed chakra in her hands. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. An invisible shockwave blasted out. No one around understood what happened. They only saw Jian Meichung flying backwards quickly and slamming heavily into the wall, causing a loud roar. Gekko Hayate stepped forward to confirm that Ken Misumi was unconscious and announced, the winner, Hyuga Hinata. The candidates present were shocked. The result was beyond their expectations. Because in their eyes Hinata looked weak and didn't seem like a strong opponent, but they didn't expect that the opponent would break up the battle in an instant. Even they didn't understand what was happening, and the remaining candidates looked at Hyuga Hinata with a hint of solemnity. Hyuga Hiyashi, who was watching the exam in the dark, was also very satisfied with Hinata's clean and neat finish. Lu Yun. Handing Hinata over to you is indeed the best decision I have ever made. Jonin, who knew the Hyuga family, naturally understood that Hinata was using the Hyuga family's 8 trigrams air palm, but they were more surprised that Hinata could use the 8 trigrams air palm at such a young age. There were some things they didn't expect. The unconscious Jian Meichung was quickly taken away by the medical team. The lives of these people are not important at all. In Orochimaru's eyes, these people are just pawns. In the next match, Sasuke faces off against Akato armor. Just like in the original, although Sasuke is much stronger now than in the original, he still suffered a loss because he did not understand the abilities of Akato armor. But in the end, he defeated the red copper armor with great difficulty. Although he won, Sasuke did not clench his fists. Instead, he felt that the gap between him and Lu Yun was too big. He almost lost the game against such trash strength. He wants great power, he wants to surpass everyone here. Because of the evil thoughts in Sasuke's heart, the curse on Sasuke's neck suddenly broke out before he left the venue. Advertisement Sasuke's face was distorted and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. This scene made the candidates present confused about what happened. Kakashi came off the court and quickly took Sasuke off the field. Orochimaru left too. According to Lu Yun's observation Haki, Orochimaru was actually always in the venue, but with Sasuke's disappearance, Orochimaru's presence also disappeared. After a few games, Moonlight Gale announced again, next match, Lu Yun vs Toss. Oh, it's finally Big Brother's turn. Naruto jumped up in excitement. All the Jonin present focused their attention on Lu Yun. His appearance was like a shining star that attracted everyone. That child. The battle will be over in a moment. Yes, after all, this Chunin exam is just a game for him. Hearing the Jonin's conversation, even Gaara had to re-examine Lu Yun. To receive such praise from Jonin, how strong must he be? Okay. If my strength is too weak, this Chunin exam will be too boring. Toss looked at Lu Yun in front of him solemnly. The kid who Orochimaru pays so much attention to must have something special. As long as he is careful and seizes the opportunity, he may still have a chance of winning. The game begins. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yun's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. When everyone saw Lu Yun again, he was already behind Toss. Lu Yun put Chu Shui back on the blade and slowly left the venue with an expressionless face. Puff. The hot blood gushed out from Tosa's waist, causing all the candidates present to turn pale. Medical team, Moonlight Gale shouted hurriedly. At the same time, he looked at Lu Yun's back with shock in his eyes. Such swordsmanship. That kid is even scarier than Tsukumo Senpai. I declare that Lu Yun wins this match. It hadn't even been 10 seconds since the beginning, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the battle was resolved in an instant. Chapter 31 Gaara goes berserk after Moonlight Gale announced Lu Yun's victory. The entire hall fell silent for several seconds. Everyone looked at Lu Yun walking up with eyes filled with horror. Their throats were so dry and hoarse that they couldn't make a sound. Another monster. Tamari looked at Lu Yun unwillingly and said in fear, that nasty guy is so scary. That kind of swordsmanship is not something a genin possesses. Damn it, when did Konoha give birth to another swordsmanship genius? Tamari clenched her fists. As she drew the lots, she was still thinking that if his opponent was Lu Yun, she would be able to teach him a lesson. But now after seeing Lu Yun's strength, Tamari felt a little relieved. If his opponent was really Lu Yun, could he really deal with that terrifying swordsmanship? Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. The girl next to the man before was not a simple character either. Tianshan and Xiao Li were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Lu Yun's strength was truly terrifying. No wonder Teacher Guy just told them that the battle would be over in an instant. This is all true. Many of the older generation Jonin looked at Liu Yun and couldn't help but recall the days when they were the Fangs of Konoha. Looking back now, Hitaki Tsukumo's death still makes many people feel sorry. Sure enough, Big Brother's strength is still as terrifying as before. Naruto couldn't help but recall the devilish training he had with Liu Yun. Thinking about it now makes him shiver all over. And Naruto is the one who knows best that this is not all of Liu Yun's strength. You have to know that Naruto has witnessed with his own eyes that mountains were cut in half by Liu Yun's sword. Once the terrifying slash was made, he would probably not be able to continue with the next exam. The next few games went as Liu Yun expected, and when it came to Xiao and Gaara, Liu Yun's lazy look finally became more serious. This is considered the most classic battle among the early Hokage. Rock Lee himself is not a genius, but his efforts and sweat are several times or even dozens of times that of others. It is precisely because of this that Rock Lee's strength and physical skills is not even inferior to that of the Jonin. Of course, the Jonin Liu Yun refers to only ordinary Jonin in the village. Rock Lee still has a lot to learn from the elite Jonin like Kakashi. Xiao Li jumped off the platform. Although Liu Yun Jun told me to be careful of your strange abilities, since you are my opponent, I will give it my all. Xiao Li always has a smile on his face. Tisk, that watermelon rind kid doesn't even know what kind of monster he's facing. Kankuro looked disdainful. In his heart, even Liu Yun might not be Gaara's opponent. However, Temari is different from Kankuro. She cares more about what Liu Yun said to Xiao Li before going on stage. It's really concerning. That Konoha shinobi seems to know Gaara very well. Maybe he's just bluffing, a Konoha shinobi. Even if he knows Gaara, does having a sister like me understand how terrifying Gaara is? Kankuro didn't care what Liu Yun and Xiao Li said. In his opinion, the ending was already determined. After listening to Kankuro's words, Temari thought about it and it seemed to make sense, so she stopped thinking about it and watched the game seriously. Hey, is this true? Kankuro's expression changed instantly. Advertisement: Gaara's sand defense is actually a bit slow to keep up. How could that watermelon rind kid be so powerful? The candidates present were all looking at the afterimages in shock. Xiao Li's speed was so fast that even their eyes could not keep up. This watermelon rind kid is so strong. What kind of monsters came out of this Chunin exam? I see. Even if Li untied the restraints, it would only make things difficult for Gaara. Liu Yun, you're right. That guy with the gourd is also a monster. A serious look flashed in Might Guy's eyes. He had underestimated Gaara's strength. But why does Liu Yun know so much about a ninja from Sunagakure? Does Liu Yun have some information about Sunagakure? It's really worrying. Might Guy is the village's Jonin, so naturally he has a lot to think about. Liu Yun's pupils also kept moving in all directions according to Xiao Li's position. It's very fast indeed. If it weren't for the ability to see and hear, the eyes would simply not be able to keep up with the speed. The tail end of the car. Maybe Rock Lee has no talent in ninjutsu, but he is undoubtedly a genius in taijutsu. With a bang, the huge roar attracted everyone's attention, and the competition venue suddenly sank and a crack spread in all directions. Table Lotus. It's true that Rock Lee is a genius, but the gap in level compared to a monster like Gaara cannot be made up for the time being. Hello. That guy Gaara is losing control. Kankuro looked at Gaara's ferocious and bloodthirsty expression in horror, and a little cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. The sand armor actually fell off. That watermelon rind kid was actually able to break Gaara's sand armor. But Gaara. Temari bit her upper lip, her expression more serious than ever before. Even Baki, who was present, was ready to respond at any time. Xiao Li no longer has much ability to move because of his cousin Lianhua, and the unstable Gaara has no intention of letting Xiao Li go. The murderous intent surging in his body could no longer be suppressed. Biao Lianhua's move really caused too much damage to himself. This move of dying together with the enemy was really crazy. 8 Gate. Liu Yun already knew the outcome of this game, and he would stop it, but he did not intend to stop Xiao Li from opening 8 Gate. Xiao Li has his own unique beliefs, and his beliefs are his own characteristics. 8 Inner Gates. The 4th Injury Gate. Open. Advertisement. The moment Xiao Li exploded with power, even the venue could not withstand his terrifying force. In an instant, the ground collapsed, and the huge wind pressure made many people scream. Gaara's sand defense speed can no longer keep up with Rock Lee. That child actually mastered such a terrifying taijutsu. Konoha is truly terrifying. Baki became more and more wary of Konoha's background. A kendo genius. A taijutsu genius. Do all the geniuses in the ninja world belong to Konoha? That's the end of it. 5th door. Open, Lotus inside. With a bang, Gaara crashed into the ground like a comet, just when everyone thought Rock Lee had won. When the smoke and dust cleared, Gaara looked a little embarrassed, but he had not suffered any substantial damage. The gourd formed by sand is used for protection, Guy said solemnly. At this time, Xiao Li had no strength left, his muscles were torn and his leg bones were broken. No one knows how much pain Xiao Li is suffering at this moment. Kill that kid! Kill that kid! The other Gaara's voice kept echoing in Gaara's mind. Gaara's eyes grew colder as he controlled the sand to continue persecuting Li. And at this critical moment, a proud figure appeared in the field, and Gaara's sand was instantly cut off by a blade of light. It's Liu Yun-kun, Ino couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the figure. Xiao Li, please finish, you can't continue to fight. If your injuries continue, and if this battle continues, you might not even be able to survive as a ninja. Xiao Li didn't want to give up, but what Lu Yun said did make sense. He is exhausted. Xiao Li has done well. This failure is only because your opponent is Gaara. Lu Yun came to Xiao Li and comforted him. Annoying guy. I'm going to kill all of you. Because of Lu Yun's appearance, the second Gaara finally couldn't suppress himself anymore. The murderous intent that erupted from him made all the candidates present feel suffocated. Gaara. Going berserk. Chapter 32 just let them see it with their own eyes. Teacher Guy. Then, Lu Yun threw Xiao Li up in one go. Xiao Li fell into Guy's arms, still looking confused. Mr. Lu Yun, I am a wounded soldier. Hey, this game is over. It's not enough, blood is not enough. Gaara's true appearance has been completely stripped off. His face is extremely hideous at this moment, and his eyes, full of hostility, are bloodshot. Kakashi was horrified by the huge killing intent. What on earth has this kid been through? How many people has he killed? Sanagakure's Genin, the game is over. Moonlight Gale used instant body and suddenly appeared next to Gaara. But the next second his expression suddenly turned to horror. Get out of here. Sand shuriken. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sand around Gaara transformed into shurikens and flew towards the Moonlight Gale. Ding ding ding. Moonlight Gale waved the sword in his hand, disintegrating a large area of sand shuriken. This child. Moonlight Gale's expression froze instantly. This is no joke. This kid really wants to kill everyone present with this murderous intent. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Anyone who gets in my way must die. At this time, Gaara was close to a state of madness. Sandbound coffin. Advertisement yellow sand appeared from under the feet of Lu Yun and Yuguang Jifeng, like a palm trying to grab their calves. As a special Jonin, Moonlight Gale disappeared instantly after realizing something was wrong under his feet. As for Lu Yun, his observation Haki already knew what Gaara wanted to do. He left his original position very quickly. Jonin of Sand Shinobi Village, you better give me an explanation. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Baki with a bad face. That kind of ominous chakra was definitely not something a child could possess. Baki's expression was also very ugly. Why did Gaara lose control at this time? The ninjas of Konoha had no idea that Gaara was a Jinchuriki. If Konoha knew that he had hidden his identity as a Jinchuriki and brought him to take the Chunin exam, the consequences would be something Sanagaku could not bear. There is even the possibility of war breaking out. You can't lose control at this time, it will cause trouble. So, you should get some sleep first. Arm coverage, black knife. Jung. Lu Yun deliberately changed to the blade, because if Jinchuriki died here, it would cause big trouble. He is not that stupid. One sword style, one flash. Swish. The high-speed movement caused friction with the air, making a sharp sound similar to reaching the speed of sound. Swish. The knife was so fast that no one understood what was happening. A huge impact accompanied the ground, and a straight outline appeared directly. The ultimate blade's brilliance made everyone feel as if their exposed skin was being pricked by needles. The huge air wave formed a wind wave again, and the candidates who didn't understand what was happening screamed again. When the dust cleared, Lu Yun had already put away his sword, and at this time, Gaara's proud sand armor also fell off from his body layer by layer. Gaara made a hoarse sound, his pupils trembling violently. With a bang, Gaara fell forward to the ground in full view of everyone. Lu Yun looked at Gaara with a strange light in his eyes. The autumn water, covered in armament color and transformed into a black sword, was as fragile as paper when it slashed at Gaara's sand. This is also the reason why the sand armor fell off in an instant. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Lu Yun in horror. His fear of Lu Yun rose to another level. Damn it, advertisement, why is there such a huge gap between him and me? Even the Sharingan can't keep up with that guy's speed. What qualifications do I have to find that man now? Sasuke was very unwilling, but he had no choice. Now Sasuke is a genius, not a cheater. It was only in the later period that Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto started their own cheating journey. There is indeed still a big gap between them and Lu Yun now. Such swordsmanship. A hint of shock flashed in Moonlight Gale's eyes. He seemed to see the former White Fang Sr. At such a young age, he already possesses such terrifying swordsmanship. It's really scary. Medical team. Come and rescue them quickly. Although Lu Yun used the back of the blade, Gaara still caused considerable damage because he was affected by armament hockey. The remaining players could not continue their matches for the time being as the venue had been destroyed and the competition could not continue normally. But, Lu Yun felt that there was no need to continue with this Chunin exam. Hokage-sama, if I display my full strength, will you not allow me to continue with the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the platform was also stunned. What does Lu Yun want to do? He knew that this Chunin exam was just a joke to Lu Yun. In fact, with Lu Yun's qualifications, it would not be an exaggeration to promote him to Jonin. It seems that the child no longer wants to go on. My agreement alone is not enough. You have to make everyone recognize your strength. If the Jonin of Sanagaku has no objection, then I also agree that you don't have to continue participating in this competition. What's the meaning? The Sanagaku ninjas and several sound ninjas all understood what Lu Yun meant. Could it be that the performance just now was not the boy's full strength? How is this possible, to get them to acknowledge me? Lu Yun smiled contemptuously. Forget it, let them open their eyes. Chapter 33 Promotion of Special Jonin. Guy's expression suddenly changed when he knew Lu Yun's strength. Lu Yun, are you serious? Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma and other Jonin's expressions became extremely solemn, and they pulled their students to keep a greater distance from Lu Yun. Wei, Sand Shinobi. If you don't want to be affected, you'd better come quickly. Baki and the Sound Ninjas are still confused as to what the Konoha ninjas are keeping secret. Lu Yun let out a long breath, and a proud smile flashed across his face. Still, don't go overboard, 70% of the strength should be enough. Swish. As Lu Yun drew his sword, a dazzling dark red light suddenly flashed up. Boom, a slash tens of meters high rose from the ground, and the rolling sound was like rolling thunder. The dark red slash submerged everything, like a terrifying tsunami on the sea that drowned everything. Feeling the suffocating momentum, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru and the other 12 generals couldn't help but hold their breath, with expressions of horror on their faces. The terrifying sword energy crushed the earth and invisibly swept everything around it into the slash. At this moment, the entire venue was shaking as if it would collapse at any time, and the sword energy was tearing the earth with terrifying airwaves. With a loud boom, the entire venue was filled with the sound of an explosion, making everyone tremble with fear. Thick dust covered the entire venue, and when the smoke filled the air, no one understood what was happening. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Jonin and the examinees were all stunned. Right in front of them, the smooth surface of the entire venue seemed to be cut in half by a knife, and a huge opening appeared in the entire venue. The most breathtaking thing is that the straight outline that seems to have no end in sight is like a bottomless abyss that impacts everyone's eyes. At this moment, the entire venue was silent, even the air seemed to be frozen. Advertisement Baki's expression was filled with extreme horror, and he almost lost control and shouted, "Are you kidding me? That's a genin from Konoha? This kind of power is definitely an S-level ninjutsu, and even there are not many S-level ninjutsu that can achieve this kind of terrain impact. The strength displayed by Lu Yun is beyond doubt. Only shadow can cause such an impact. Konoha. So terrifying. Even after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, there was still such a terrifying swordsmanship genius hidden. Is that kind of slashing move really something that can be done with a sword technique? Could the black substance from before have some special bloodline limit? Why does God favor Konoha so much? Baki clenched his fists tightly and looked at the calm Lu Yun with fear. Tianshan and Shao Li have mouths so wide open that they can probably fit an ostrich egg in them. Naruto and Hinata, who had seen Lu Yun cut off the mountain, were not too surprised. In fact, they had already prepared for the storm just now. Orochimaru, who was disguised as a Jonin from the Sound Village, had a pair of dark snake eyes that revealed an irrepressible excitement. Orochimaru was like seeing Wei Bao, and the fanaticism in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Mr. Lu Yun, this is your strength. In such a short period of time, you have grown to this point. You are indeed special. What a pity. If I had taken you away earlier, you would have been the best container. Orochimaru felt a little regretful that he did not kidnap Lu Yun when he first met her. Now that the opponent has grown to this level, he can no longer deal with him easily. Besides, that terrifying slash, it doesn't seem to take much effort to produce. Lu Yun's effortless expression made Orochimaru wonder if that slash was also a special bloodline limit. One person possesses 2 bloodline limits. Advertisement. This has never happened in the history of the ninja world. Is this his strength? Sasuke stared blankly at the straight outline on the ground with dull eyes. At this moment, Sasuke had a feeling that there was no end in sight, as if he would never be able to surpass Lu Yun in his lifetime. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe was shaking. Although he already knew Lu Yun's strength, the impact he saw with his own eyes still made him, the Hokage, a little shocked. So for this exam, Jonin present here. Do you think Lu Yun still needs to take the Chunin exam? What a joke. The final result of the Chunin exam with such a guy is already obvious, and now they don't even have the courage to face Lu Yun directly. Baki was silent for a long time. I have no objection. Neither do I, we don't either. Very good. Seeing that the Jonin had no objections, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with relief. Then, in the name of the 3rd Hokage, I officially declare you the village's special Jonin. What? Directly promoted to Jonin? All the candidates opened their eyes wide with expressions of disbelief. Being directly promoted to Jonin was something that had never happened since the founding of Konoha. However, Lu Yun's strength would not be suitable for him to be declared a Chunin. The people present were merely shocked, and had no major objections to Lu Yun becoming a special Jonin. Special Jonin. Cage level 14 years old. All the Jonin knew that after today, Lu Yun's name would resound throughout the ninja world and become a force that could not be ignored in deterring the major nations. Chapter 34 Final Exam Jonin A. All the candidates shuddered when they heard this, but they were still worried about Chunin Lu Yun having become a special Jonin. The gap between people is too big. Looking at the abyss-like outline, countless people felt a chill. They were afraid that no one present could be Lu Yun's opponent. Even a Jonin might not be able to handle it. Taking the Chunin exam with such a person is simply hopeless. If Lu Yun is a genin, then the genin of Konoha are too terrifying. The Chunin examination could no longer proceed. The students looked horrified, and it seemed they had lost all their will to fight. Baki even went to Orochimaru overnight to discuss a new plan. But Orochimaru did not think that Liu Yun would affect his plans, as he knew that Liu Yun had no sense of belonging to Konoha village. Liu Yun's idea is very simple. He only wants to protect the people he wants to protect. As for the life and death of other people, it has nothing to do with him. What's more, Liu Yun felt that it was time for the Konoha windmill to turn again. The third Hokage was already old, and a stronger person must be appointed as the Hokage to stabilize the current Konoha village. A few days later, the news of the 14-year-old special Jonin spread throughout Konoha village, and Liu Yun's name became known to thousands of households. A powerful and talented ninja has emerged in the village, which means that the safety of those people is better guaranteed. Only when the village becomes stronger can they live safely in Konoha village. Liu Yun Jun, congratulations on becoming a Jonin. At this time, in a small restaurant in Konoha, Hinata, Tenten, Shaoli, Neji, Naruto and others were looking at the unique forehead protector on Liu Yun's head. Ah, big brother is already a Jonin, I have to work hard too. At least surpass Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fists and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Now Naruto regarded Sasuke as his rival. His current strength is not inferior to Chunin at all, but his careless character is his fatal flaw. Special Jonin. Liu Yun, thank you for coming to my rescue at that time. Xiao Li thanked him. Liu Yun smiled faintly. Since we are both students of Teacher Guy, I will definitely not ignore you. Besides, if your opponent wasn't Gaara, maybe the battle would be over quickly. Even Kakashi at the time was extremely surprised that Rock Lee could reach the 5th gate. In his eyes, Rock Lee was a genius. Although he had no talent in ninjutsu, no one could beat him in physical skills. The reason why 8 inner gates is listed as a forbidden technique is because of the extremely harsh training conditions and the fact that once the 8 inner gates formation is opened, it will inevitably lead to death. This in itself is a terrifying forbidden technique that will result in the destruction of both you and the enemy. Jonin Ah. Liu Yun touched his forehead protector. Perhaps this special Jonin was appointed by Sarutobi Hiruzen because the village knew some news. In a few days, Konoha will usher in a small-scale war. During the days of suspension, some people in Konoha felt a bad premonition, as if there was some haze hanging over Konoha. It seems that a terrible conspiracy is brewing in the darkness. 3 days later the Chunin exam competition began. Advertisement. Although Liu Yun became a special Jonin, he still arrived at the scene. This Chunin exam would not end so easily. He had to ensure Hinata's safety. The moment Gaara saw Liu Yun, his second personality, which had been dormant, became agitated again. Gaara held onto the railing and stared at Liu Yun again with eyes full of hostility. Gaara. Temari screamed in fear. Baki's face didn't look very good either. There was still some time before the plan started. If Gaara lost control at this time, even he didn't know how the plan would change. That little devil. Baki's eyes revealed a fierce murderous intent. A cage-level 14-year-old genius would be everyone's nightmare if he continued to grow. This time he was going to destroy Konoha, the cradle of genius. Noticing Baki's gaze, Liu Yun's mouth curled up into a nonchalant sneer. If you want to attack me, it depends on whether you Sand Shinobi have the ability. Orochimaru. Disguised as the Wind Shadow. It seems that the plan is the same as the original book, and it is planned to be tested in the final exam. The first match is Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Naruto, I will show no mercy. That's great. As long as I defeat the people in your village, they will probably recognize me. Recognition. I want to gain the approval of Master Liu Yun. In order to protect Master Liu Yun and Miss Hinata, I must become stronger. Please give me your guidance. Game. Start. Naruto made a cross with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. With a sudden burst of smoke, dozens of clones appeared around Naruto and took positions to surround Neji. Shadow clone. Roll your eyes. Open. Veins suddenly bulged between Neji's eyebrows, and he opened his Byakugan and locked onto Naruto's true form at a glance. Dozens of shadow clones rushed towards Neji's position. It is impossible to defeat Neji simply by relying on numbers. Revolving heaven. Neji's chakra exploded instantly, and then spun like a top, the chakra spinning at high speed into a barrier. Advertisement. All the shadow clones that rushed up turned into smoke and disappeared. It really doesn't work. Naruto finally got serious after testing it. Multiple shadow clone technique. The shadow clones circled around Neji as if trying to confuse Hyuga Neji's vision. But Naruto didn't know that the Byakugan could reveal his true form. Confusing Neji was just Naruto's fantasy. Locking onto the position of Naruto's true form, Neji assumed a gentle fist stance, an 8 trigrams formation looming beneath his feet. The moment Naruto stepped into the formation, gentle fist fa, 8 trigrams 32 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 32 palms. Bang bang bang. Facing Neji's 32 palm strikes that were like a baptism of wind and rain, Shadow Clone instantly turned into smoke and exploded. Neji took a step forward and flew out like a sharp arrow. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 62 palms. Neji landed blow after blow on the points where Naruto's chakra flowed, completing a set of 62 palm strikes. Naruto's expression changed drastically. Chakra can't be used anymore. It seems that Naruto lost, Liu Yun said lightly from above. The reason why Naruto in the original work could burst out Nine Tails chakra was partly due to the stimulation of Hyuga Neji. Without Nine Tails chakra, Naruto would definitely lose. Bang! A powerful palm hit Naruto's abdomen and knocked him out directly. Naruto fell to the ground and kept rolling. Thump thump thump, Neji didn't give Naruto any chance to breathe and ran over quickly. 8 trigrams air palm. Naruto, who hadn't gotten up yet, flew out again. After rolling several times, Naruto struggled to get up. But at this moment Neji had a kunai in his hand hanging over Naruto's head. Seeing this, Shiranui Genma announced, first victory, Hyuga Neji wins. The final exam format is different from the previous ones. It is not the winner who passes the exam, but the performance in battle that determines whether one can become a Chunin. If this was on a battlefield, and Neji's kunai landed, then Naruto would have died for sure. Hey, how so? Naruto squatted down, holding his head and grabbing his hair, as if he couldn't accept such a result. Chapter 35 Konoha Collapse Plan. Hinata's next opponent is a character who never appears in the original work. It seems that a student under Yuhi Kurenai has replaced Hinata. Next match, Kawa Natsuko vs Hyuga Hinata. This battle was somewhat unexpected to Lu Yun. This person, Kawaii Natsuko, whom he had never heard of, turned out to be a ninja who was extremely good at illusion. Even Hinata had a hard time winning. She's good at illusions. It seems that Yuhi Kurenai taught her own illusions to that little girl. Lu Yun whispered softly. The next match was between Kankuro and Aburame Shino, but Kankuro announced that he would forfeit the match as soon as he entered the match. This made the audience sigh, and the villagers watching from Konoha also talked about Sand Shinobi. The Sand Shinobi hiding in the audience were trembling with anger. If it weren't for the plan, they really wanted to kill those people. By the time Uchiha and Gaara came on stage, the Sand Shinobi hiding in the crowd had become restless. It seemed like it was about to begin, and several murderous gazes were cast upon Lu Yun. This group of Sand Shinobi actually set their sights on me. Lu Yun didn't need to think to know that it was Baki who had planned against him. Orochimaru's only target is Sasuke. Although Orochimaru cares about himself as a container, he is not stupid enough to that extent. Lu Yun's strength is no longer something Orochimaru can control. Gaara enveloped himself in the armor of sand. Mao, Shu, Z, Si, Shu, Wu. Mom, I will definitely kill that guy. Gaara's sand armor. Sasuke tried many times with kunai or shuriken but failed to break through the impenetrable defense. It's not enough. How can this be enough? Sasuke's heart was roaring crazily, recalling Lu Yun's slash that day, which had become Sasuke's lingering nightmare. Since you're hiding inside and won't come out, let's try this. After Sasuke formed a seal, dazzling lightning burst out like sparks, and the sharp cry of the Chidori excited all the audience. Isn't that Kakashi? Might Guy looked at the Chidori in Sasuke's hand in surprise. Kakashi nodded. I can't believe it, that kid can actually use Chidori. Is that why you trained Sasuke? Advertisement, Kakashi. Sasuke's fierce attack turned into a flash of lightning, accompanied by the chirping of Chidori. Gaara's absolute defense was shattered by Sasuke's Chidori. As Gaara screamed, Temari and Kankuro on the stage looked extremely horrified. No way, is Gaara going to lose control again? An unknown object stretched out from Gaara's shell like a hand. Sasuke jumped and pushed it away, looking at the hand-like thing in front of him in horror, and suddenly felt a palpitation. Mom, what the hell happened? Blood. Why is there blood on my body? Damn it, I'm going to kill you all. Gaara let out a nearly insane sound from within his shell, and the murderous intent that erupted like a Shira field was terrifying. At this moment, white feathers suddenly fell from the sky, slowly drifting down like snow. The audience in the auditorium suddenly felt dizzy and soon fell into a coma. Then one person after another fell down. Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha has officially begun. These are, illusion. Neji, Hinata, and Lu Yun have all broken the illusion, but Gaara is now extremely unstable and the situation is beyond the control of the original work. Kakashi jumped from the stage onto the field and carried Sasuke to a safe location. Kakashi, what on earth was that? Sasuke watched the changes happening to Gaara with a fluttering heart. Kakashi's face showed a solemn expression that he had never had before. That kind of ominous chakra, if it really is a tailed beast, then it will be troublesome. Tailed beast? Sasuke heard this unfamiliar word for the first time. The tailed beasts are life forms made of enormous chakra. Their power is comparable to that of war machines. Even cages must be careful when dealing with tailed beasts. Because the power of the tailed beasts is too great, they are sealed within the bodies of Jinchuriki, and such people are called Jinchuriki. After listening to Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke seemed to understand. Kakashi's face was extremely gloomy, and his previous worries had indeed come true. Advertisement. That's right. Third Hokage-sama. When Kakashi came to his senses, 4 of the Sound 5 had already activated the 4 purple flame formation. Damn, faster than Anbu. If the Jinchuriki get out of control, it could be as bad as the Nine Tails Rebellion. The most important thing now is Gaara's trouble down below. Hinata and Neji didn't even understand what was going on. What on earth is Lu Yunjun doing? The Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi's plan against Konoha has begun. What? Sound Shinobi and Sand Shinobi targeting Konoha? Neji and Hinata gasped at this. Was the Sand Shinobi trying to start a war? It was then that Hinata and Neji discovered that the Hokage had been held hostage by Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage. Neji, protect Hinata and bring her back to the Hyuga family. I'm afraid there will be big trouble here next. It's Master Liu Yun. Hyuga Neji's expression also turned serious. Mr. Liu Yun. Hinata couldn't help but look at Liu Yun with some worry. Liu Yun gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I will come back safely. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward, stood on tiptoe and kissed Liu Yun on the cheek. Hyuga Neji, who saw this scene, turned his head away from it and was even more surprised. When did Miss Hinata become so bold? Hinata blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Liu Yun. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Liu Yun was also stunned for a moment, but quickly came to his senses and said, yeah. Ms. Hinata, let's go. Hyuga Neji took Hinata out of the arena. Liu Yun involuntarily touched the place on her cheek where Hinata had kissed her. It feels pretty good. Chapter 36 First Hokage, Second Hokage. At this time, just after Neji and the others left, two figures rose into the air. They were Sand Shinobi pretending to be civilians. Their target was Liu Yun, and the Sand Shinobi, holding a kunai, attacked Liu Yun. The good atmosphere never lasts long. Sand Shinobi, you picked the wrong opponent. Liu Yun's cold voice made Sand Shinobi stiffen, and he made a few simple and unpretentious cuts. Bloody heads rolled on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. In an instant, a torrential downpour of blood fell. Liu Yun was fed up with the blood on his body, so he left his original position immediately. The bright red paints the auditorium with vivid colors. That little devil is really scary. Seeing those emotionless and cold eyes, Baki's fear of Liu Yun increased to a higher level. With a loud boom, Temari and Kankuro were swept away by Gaara. Embedded in the rock wall, Kankuro and Temari felt their internal organs shaking and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Both of them looked at Gaara, who had transformed into a possession, in great fear. A possessed body is one in which the body undergoes significant changes but still retains a human form. Gaara in this state is extremely unstable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was controlled by Orochimaru, looked at the changes in Gaara below and his pupils suddenly shrank. That's it. So that's how it is. That ominous chakra originates from the tailed beasts. That child is the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned very ugly. The Sand Shinobi Village concealed the fact from Konoha and let one-tailed Jinchuriki come to take the Konoha exam. It was obviously a long-planned plan with Orochimaru. Damn Tsunagakure. Before this, Konoha had provided Tsunagakure with a lot of funds and resources. He actually turned against us at this time. Tsunagakure is an ungrateful person. Sarutobi-sensei, it seems that one-tailed Jinchuriki is very unstable. If we don't stop it in time, a disaster similar to the Nine Tails Rebellion may break out again. Orochimaru laughed grimly. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered. Orochimaru, don't you have any feelings for the village at all? The village? How can a wanted rebel ninja like me have any feelings for the village? Sarutobi-sensei, it seems you are really old, even your mind is confused. Kankuro, Temari. Damn it. He's injured so badly. Gaara seems to be out of control. In that case, let him do it. His target is that brat. If Gaara can kill that brat, it might make Konoha feel bad for a while. Baki looked gloomily at Liu Yun, who was smiling above him. Kill you. Kill you, Mom, I'm going to kill him. Call out. Gaara's figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant he appeared in front of Liu Yun. His right hand, which had changed shape, swept towards Liu Yun. Boom, huge waves rose again, and the enormous force was like layers of invisible shockwaves that destroyed the audience seats above. The smoke and dust cleared, and Liu Yun, holding Chu Shui, blocked Gaara's attack. Gaara became more and more excited, and laughed like a madman. That's right, you are my only prey. Killing you will definitely prove my existence. Liu Yun looked at Gaara calmly. If you want to kill me, I'll see if you have the ability to do it. But the force just now was indeed very heavy. This is Jinchuriki. Speed and strength have been improved by several levels. Bang bang bang, the battle between the two sides destroyed the surrounding buildings. Countless building debris fell from great heights, causing the entire venue to shake. Advertisement. Temari and Kankuro in the distance had expressions of fear and shock on their faces. That guy was able to get so entangled with the rampaging Gaara. What kind of monster is this Konoha shinobi? Kankuro was horrified. He had previously looked down on Liu Yun and thought that Liu Yun would be dead if he was targeted by Gaara. But after seeing Liu Yun's knife move, Kankuro felt ridiculous for his naive thoughts. With such strength, I don't even have the qualifications to laugh at him. The battle has now reached a fever pitch. Gaara chased Liu Yun relentlessly, revealing a sinister smile. Is this all you can do? Your strength is definitely not limited to this. Are you looking down on me? Kill you. Kill someone stronger than me, and my value will shine brighter. Liu Yun, who escaped using the body flicker technique, frowned. He was truly a complete lunatic. He does have the ability to kill Gaara instantly, but if that were the case, the other ninjas would definitely ask him to support the third Hokage. In Liu Yun's mind, perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen's death would be beneficial to Konoha's development. The fifth Hokage would need someone as strong as Tsunade to suppress Danzo. Kakashi, who was fighting the Sand Shinobi not far away, took a look at the battle on Liu Yun's side. As expected of a Jinchuriki, even Liu Yun has a hard time dealing with it. After all, that is the power of the tailed beasts, and it is no longer within the scope of humans. We must stop that three-headed snake quickly, otherwise the village's casualties will increase. Guy said solemnly after kicking a sound ninja away. Yeah, that three-headed snake monster and one-tailed Jinchuriki are the most troublesome. Although the third-generation adults were old, it was not easy for Orochimaru to deal with them as Hokage. Kakashi glanced towards where Sarutobi Hiruzen was, and suddenly his pupils shrank, revealing a look of horror. Hey, you must be kidding. Those two aren't. First Hokage adult, second Hokage adult, Chapter 37 One-Tail Shukaku. First Hokage Senju Hashirama was born during the Sengoku era, and his powerful wood-style secret technique helped pacify that chaotic era. He is not only the first Hokage but also the founder of Konoha. His powerful strength makes him known as the god of ninja world. It was precisely because of the existence of Senju Hashirama that at that time, as long as Senju Hashirama was still alive, the other four major countries did not dare to have any ideas about the Fire Nation. After Senju Hashirama fell, the other four nations united to wage war against the Fire Nation. But Konoha still won that war. Why did the two Hokages who had long been laid to rest appear? Could it be? Kakashi suddenly thought of a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage when he was still alive that could bring the dead back to the living world. Impure world reincarnation. A forbidden technique that can bring the dead back to the living. If it's the first Hokage and the second Hokage, then the third generation adults will be in danger. Now that the third generation is no longer young, it's a bit difficult for them to deal with Orochimaru alone. Orochimaru, how dare you fool the dead, playing with time won't end well. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically and he looked at Orochimaru angrily. Orochimaru sneered mercilessly. Sarutobi-sensei, you should worry about yourself first. Sandbombs, rain. Gaara waved his hand, and a large number of sand bullets shot towards Liu Yun like a machine gun. With such dense sand bullets, even rocks would be turned into sieves. Ding ding ding. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged as he waved the Chu Shui in his hand and easily blocked the sand bullet. The two previous Hokage have been summoned. Third Hokage, in danger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The remaining sand shinobi threw shurikens from different directions to block Liu Yun's blind spot. Advertisement. A hint of impatience flashed across Liu Yun's brows. A swarm of bugs. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Liu Yun's body, and the terrifying pressure pressed down on sand shinobi and sound shinobi like a mountain. Even Gaara was affected and trembled all over, looking at Liu Yun in fear. The sand shinobi and sound shinobi who were hit by Conqueror's haki fell unconscious. Of course, some of Konoha's ninjas were also affected and fainted. Liu Yun's control over Conquerors isn't perfect yet. The Anbu ninjas were even more horrified when they saw this scene. What on earth was that momentum just now? Liu Yun Jonin. That aura originates from him. The Anbu ninja barely withstood the baptism from Conqueror's haki, but was still greatly affected. With such momentum, you are indeed the best. That Uchiha Sasuke brat is no match for you. The Uchiha clan of Konoha is no better than that. At this time, Sasuke had been taken away by Kakashi to another place. If Sasuke heard Gaara's words here, he would probably lose his mind and intervene in the battle. Intervening in this battle with Sasuke's strength would undoubtedly be courting death. Liu Yun ignored Gaara and instead looked at the three-headed snake that was still moving forward. It hasn't been solved yet. The detonating talisman ninjutsu has no effect on the three-headed snake, and it is precisely because of the three-headed snake that the ninjas of Konoha appear weak. Damn, you ignored me. Half of Gaara's body has turned into one tail, and one-tail Shukaku's chakra is becoming increasingly unstable. I'm afraid it won't be long before Gaara will completely turn into one tail. Liu Yun glanced at the third Hokage who was already struggling. It seems like it's time. Jung. Liu Yun exuded an aura completely different from before. The sharp edge of his eyes could render the enemy unable to move just by touching them. A sharp sword sound rang out between heaven and earth in everyone's ears, and the sound was so sharp that it seemed to pierce their eardrums. Armament haki. Black sword. Advertisement. A dazzling red sword energy rose from the ground. The terrifying sword energy, which was several dozen meters high, swallowed everything like a tide. The feeling of suffocation and despair was so intense that even Gaara felt a layer of fear in his heart. This kind of thing. How could it possibly defeat me? Stop it for me. The sand armor wrapped Gaara inside again, and Gaara was like a turtle retreating into its shell. The sound shinobi, sand shinobi, and Konoha's ninjas all looked at the massive sword energy with fear, their bodies frozen in fear. That's impossible. Can sword energy like that really be created by swordsmanship? Even the former Lord White Fang wasn't this terrifying. Liu Yun, this is truly terrifying. 14-year-old Special Jonin, our Konoha's kendo genius. The ultimate victory of this invasion will be our Konoha. The fighting spirit of Konoha's ninjas was ignited by Liu Yun's sword energy. The eyes of the Konoha shinobi, who had lost some of their fighting spirit, became sharp again. Ah! A scream of bullying sent a chill down everyone's spine, and Gaara's proud sand armor was split in two by Liu Yun's sword energy. Blood. Lots of blood. No, 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 this isn't true. Damn it, you guys, all of you come back here, I don't want to be alone anymore. Gaara roared ferociously as many bumps suddenly appeared on his body. His body quickly changed and a terrible chakra pressure instantly swept around him. With a bang, huge smoke covered the sky above Konoha, and the appearance of a huge figure that blocked out the sky caused the entire Konoha to shake, as if there was an earthquake. The ninjas who were fighting each other looked at the huge monster in front of them with expressions of horror. Ha 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 ha. I'm finally out. The huge creature that looked like a civet cat let out a sharp laugh, and the terrifying pressure emanating from it was almost suffocating. Lu Yun let out a long breath. Finally it came out. One-Tail Shukaku. Chapter 38. One Sword Style, Other Shore, Defeat One-Tail Shukaku. Finally it's complete. Tamari covered the wound on her abdomen and looked at One-Tail Shukaku who had transformed into his complete form in horror. Hey, how come that thing is here? Such ominous chakra. It's Shukaku, One-Tail of Sanagakure. Damn Sand Shinobi, they actually released Jinchuriki into the village. Did they really want to start a war? The Konoha ninjas were shocked and angry. Facing such a huge monster that was as big as a mountain, a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Of course, they weren't the only ones whose situation had taken a turn beyond the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi's expectations. Is the Jinchuriki out of control? This is trouble. Master Baki, what should we do? Baki looked solemnly at the huge Shukaku not far away. Gaara's will had been completely taken over by Shukaku. Baki himself didn't want to risk his life by doing something so dangerous as to wake up Gaara. Tell the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi in the nearby area to evacuate the area of the tailed beasts. Now is not the time to joke around. If the tailed beasts start causing trouble in Konoha village, the consequences will be unbearable even for them, Sanagakure. Their original purpose was just to injure Konoha for a while and kill the geniuses of Konoha's younger generation, but now things have reached a point where they're out of control. The powerful force of the tailed beasts is enough to destroy a country. Gaara's resentment is because of you. Since this guy let me out, I will do him a favor and kill you. Shukaku looked down at Lu Yun, who was as small as an ant. If you want to kill me, then try. If I can do it, it only means that this is my level. Shukaku's huge palm fell down, and that palm was like a small mountain falling from the sky, covering an area of several miles, and a huge shadow enveloped Lu Yun. Lu Yun, who has always been cynical, finally showed a serious expression on his face. Lu Yun waved the Chu Shui in his hand and spun it in a spiral, and a spiral slash like a drill swept over. With a bang, Shukaku's hand suddenly exploded and dust fell all over the sky, sweeping around like a sandstorm. Lu Yun jumped to a place where he could hide from the dust and covered his nose and mouth with his sleeves. Cough cough cough. What happens? The Konoha Shinobi and Sand Shinobi fighting in the distance coughed continuously after inhaling the dust. The dust had obscured their vision and made it impossible for them to continue fighting. At this moment, a black shadow quickly shuttled towards Lu Yun's position. The cold light it revealed carried a sharp murderous intent. The sharp kunai hanging in the air fell heavily on Lu Yun's neck. Advertisement, success. Baki showed a look of joy. Let Konoha's pride and joy die in my hands. Ding. The crisp sound of iron colliding made Baki's face change drastically. Kunai. I can't actually get it in. He was shocked to find that Lu Yun's neck was covered with some black substance, which was as hard as steel. Bloodline limit. Baki uttered a few words with a hoarse throat and a stiff expression. A blade of light covered his vision, and Baki's half-body fell from a height, looking at Lu Yun unwillingly. Feeling his life slipping away bit by bit, Baki made a final dying struggle while forming hand seals in midair. Wind style. Wind blades. Vacuum air blades shot out from Baki's mouth, but these vacuum air blades did not cause any harm to Lu Yun. Really, it's useless. Baki, who was cut in half, fell to the ground, his blood dyed the hills red, and Baki's eyes lost their color. The Jonin of Sand Shinobi village died at the hands of Lu Yun. When the smoke cleared, the Sand Shinobi looked at Baki's severed body, each with an expression of immense fear. How could it be? Baki adult, you must be kidding. Master Baki actually died at the hands of a brat. Ah. Revenge for Baki-sama. Wind style, continuous blades. Wind style, vacuum sphere. One after another wind style ninjutsu came towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun stood there calmly, took a deep breath, and slashed down with simple and unpretentious moves. The flying slash instantly devoured the Sand Shinobi. Why would a bunch of extras come here to seek death? Just as Lu Yun finished speaking, his body stiffened and he sensed a huge sense of danger. Shukaku, who was staring at Lu Yun, suddenly took a deep breath and slapped his huge belly. Wind style. Practice blank shots. Advertisement. A large amount of chakra turned into a huge wind ball and was spit out from Shukaku's mouth. At the same time, the sand and dust that had not yet dispersed were rolled up again. The terrible hurricane covered the entire sky of Konoha with a thick layer of sand and dust. The howling wind washed over Konoha village wantonly, and one building after another collapsed, unable to withstand this terrible natural disaster. The terrible wind pressure was like a mountain pressing down on people. The Konoha ninjas and Sand Shinobi were all blown away by this terrifying hurricane. The practice air bullet was within reach, and Lu Yun held the Chu Shui in his hand with a sharp gleam in his eyes. He bent his legs, and the terrifying power erupted instantly. The steps under his feet suddenly exploded, leaving a huge hole, and Lu Yun flew towards Shukaku like a comet. Ichiryu. The other shore. Clang. The sound of a sharp blade being unsheathed seemed to echo throughout the entire ninja world. The training bullets vanished in an instant, and no terrifying slashes flew out, but at this moment the entire Konoha was filled with incomparable tranquility, as if time had stopped at this moment. There seemed to be a terrible sword mark in everyone's eyes, and this slash seemed to split the world in two. Shukaku's body, which was as big as a mountain, was instantly split into two. The huge body tilted to the right and slowly fell from the air. Little devil. May I have your name? Shukaku's consciousness is gradually fading. Lu Yun. Two simple names came into everyone's ears. Scary little devil. Shukaku blurted out the last words, and with a bang, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. At the same time, a small figure appeared on the ground. Gaara had fallen into a coma. At this time, the clouds floating above the sky also appeared to be split into two by some sharp weapon. Is the sky cut open? Tailed beast, defeated. All the ninjas present were staring blankly at the cloud that was split into two. Such a horrifying scene was enough to make one's eyes jump just by looking at it. The tailed beasts are defeated. Konoha. Another amazing talent has appeared in our Konoha. My fellow countrymen, now is the time for us to fight back. Despicable Sand Shinobi, this battle will be a victory for us Konoha. Lu Yun defeated the tailed beast, boosting the morale of all Konoha shinobi. On the contrary, the Sand Shinobi looked at Lu Yun in horror after seeing One Tail being defeated. He's just a 14-year-old kid, he actually defeated One Tail Shukaku. Konoha. What kind of monster was born? Chapter 39 Harvesting the Final Battlefield. Guy, that kid is amazing. Yes, Lu Yun actually defeated One Tail Shukaku. After today, Lu Yun's name will probably be known throughout the ninja world. Kakashi and Might Guy were both shocked looking at Lu Yun's tiny figure. It felt like a dream that a 14-year-old child possessed such terrifying strength. Might Guy knew very well that Lu Yun's current strength was even more terrifying than a few years ago. You know, Lu Yun also learned the 8 inner gates technique. Even before opening the 8 inner gates, he already possesses the power to defeat the tailed beasts. How strong is Lu Yun? Has he surpassed the current 3rd Hokage? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru who were fighting in the 4 purple flame formation also stopped. Orochimaru's eyes revealed an excitement that he could hardly contain. Sabarasi. What a terrifying swordsmanship. Lu Yunjun, you are awesome. Oh, I want you so much, I want you so much. Orochimaru was extremely excited, and the look he gave Lu Yun was as if he wanted to possess Lu Yun entirely. That child has grown to this point. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with relief, but the smile didn't last long as he was knocked away by a punch from the 1st Hokage. He struggled to get up. Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical strength was almost exhausted. Moreover, he was facing the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage. Although these two people were not at their peak strength, their mixed doubles was enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to resist. It seems that's the only way. Snake boar sheep rabbit dog rat rooster horse snake. The corpse seal. A strange chakra appeared from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a ferocious-looking ghost holding Buddhist beads appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. What does it feel like? Orochimaru shuddered all over, and the moment the demon appeared, he felt a chill and a sense of fear from the soul running down his spine. That seal. What exactly is it? Advertisement. The 3-headed snake continued to move forward and wreak havoc on Konoha village. After crashing into the walls of Konoha, the 3-headed snake had destroyed many buildings in Konoha village. At the same time, because of the huge body of the 3-headed snake, the battlefields on both sides were separated from each other. No matter what method the Konoha ninjas used, they could not stop the 3-headed snake from advancing. Fire style, water style, shuriken and other methods could not cause any damage to the 3-headed snake. Lu Yun witnessed one of the Konoha Chunin being swallowed alive by the 3-headed snake. This farce should be completely over. Lu Yun used instant teleportation to disappear from his original position. The Konoha ninjas tried their best to stop the 3-headed snake from advancing, but no matter what method they used, it was of no use. And during this period they also had to guard against sneak attacks from the surrounding Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi. Swish. Everyone only felt something flying past them, and a dazzling blade light rose from the ground. Lu Yun was like a dazzling meteor, pointing directly at the 3 ferocious heads of the 3-headed snake. Crash, blood rain fell in an instant, and the 3 hideous heads of the 3-headed snake fell from high school to the ground, causing another shock. Now the air is filled with the smell of blood. Before the Chunins who were trying to stop the 3-headed snake from advancing could understand what was happening, they saw Lu Yun appear beside them. Lu Yun looked at the dazed Chunins calmly and said, I'll leave it to you guys from now on. Next it is time to harvest the final battlefield. After saying this, Lu Yun disappeared from the sight of the Konoha shinobi. The Konoha shinobi who had come to their senses couldn't help but swallow their saliva and shouted excitedly, Master Lu Yun. It's Master Lu Yun, brothers. Lord Lu Yun has already killed that beast for us. Now it's time for us to fight back. There were quite a few Jonin who invaded Konoha this time, and by this time Konoha village was in ruins, with ruins everywhere. Blood and corpses could be seen everywhere, and open flames were burning Konoha's buildings, ruthlessly devouring everything in them. The cold sword lights fell mercilessly on the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi. Swish, the sword technique was almost at the ultimate level, and the Sound Ninja and the Sand Shinobi were killed before they could react. At this time, the Anbu ninjas on the roof rushed to the scene, their pupils dilated instantly and their eyes revealed fear. Advertisement, what on earth is going on here? Sand Shinobi, Sound Shinobi, why are they all dead? He was killed by a sharp weapon. There is only one person in the entire Konoha who possesses such terrifying swordsmanship. The Anbu ninjas also thought of a certain young face, but they still couldn't help but take a deep breath. Not far from them, another burst of wailing screams was heard. When Anbu arrived at the scene, the blood-stained figure appeared in their eyes. The pair of sharp eyes like an eagle would make people timid and unable to move just by looking at them. Lu Yun sensed Anbu's presence, glanced at them, and said lightly, "It's Anbu. I'm sorry, I've already cleaned up the battlefield here." Lu Yun's indifferent gaze fell on the Anbu ninjas, and even they couldn't help but stiffen. At that moment, they all felt like they were prey being targeted by hunters. What a terrifying young man. Fortunately, Lu Yun is a genius in their Konoha. If he was a genius from another village, such a terrifying person would probably be an unforgettable nightmare for their Konoha. Thank you for your hard work, Master Lu Yun. We, Anbu, will take care of the rest. Kindness. Lu Yun responded and disappeared from Anbu's sight in a flash. Seeing Lu Yun use the body flicker technique to leave, the Anbu ninjas confirmed that no one was left alive and continued to move on to other areas of Konoha that were invaded by the Sand Shinobi. After a while, Lu Yun arrived at Hyuga's door. Lu Yun left partly because his progress could no longer be improved. Character template. Dracula. Mihawk, character unlock progress, 92%. After defeating Shukaku and killing the three-headed snake and many Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja, his progress has increased to 92%. However, no matter how many Sand Shinobi he kills afterwards, the progress bar does not change at all. Perhaps it was because the ninjas who died at Lu Yun's hands were too weak to meet the conditions for increasing progress. However, as the progress progressed, Lu Yun's understanding of Kendo was elevated to a higher level, and all matters of Konoha were subsequently handed over to Anbu. Chapter 40 The End of the War. Lu Yunjun, you're back. Hinata trotted over. At this stage, Hinata looked like a porcelain doll, making people love her and want to protect her. Lu Yun was 14 years old and her height had reached 1.7 meters, while Hinata was 2 years younger than Lu Yun and was only 12 years old, but less than 1.6 meters tall. But the two of them standing together have the cutest height difference. Master Lu Yun, how's the situation outside? Hyuga Neji said hesitantly. On the roof of Hyuga's house, Neji saw clearly how the three-headed snake died at the hands of Lu Yun. That terrifying swordsmanship was the most terrifying swordsmanship Neji had ever seen. The war should be over soon. Without the help of Jinchuriki and Summoningmon, the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi will be defeated soon. Anbu has already begun to deal with the consequences. Lu Yun said in a calm tone. At this time, his body was stained with bright red blood, and he looked like a bloody man stained with blood. The key point was that there were many organ debris mixed in Lu Yun's body. If you touch that soft tissue, you will feel extremely nauseous. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Hyuga Neji also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the village was fine, it was fine. However, Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja were really bold enough to jointly formulate a plan to attack Konoha. The two villages of Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja alone probably did not have such confidence. There may be a mastermind behind this. Neji's calculation was correct. Sound Village was a village that had only been heard of in recent years. It was just an ordinary ninja village. Compared with the ninja villages of the 5 major countries, the Sound Ninja village seems extremely small. Moreover, although the Wind country also belongs to the 5 major countries, the environment there is harsh and resources are scarce. After experiencing the 3 world wars, the Wind country has long been impoverished. If the Wind country did not have enough confidence, it would never dare to declare war on Konoha. Although Lu Yun is now cleaning the filth on his body, even if he does not appear on the battlefield, his name has already become the lingering nightmare in the hearts of Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi. The terrifying strength that did not match his age and the terrifying slash that was comparable to S-level ninjutsu were simply despairing. The most important thing is that Baki, the Sand Shinobi who commanded all this, is dead. After Gaara turned into a human, Tamari and Konkuro barely took Gaara away from Konoha. Of course, the Sand Shinobi who escorted the 3 of them also lost their lives in the process. If the tailed beast Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi village falls into Konoha's hands, it will be an irreparable loss for the entire Sand Shinobi village. Advertisement. The war gradually came to an end, and the noise outside gradually died down. The entire Konoha looked dilapidated, with collapsed buildings everywhere. A huge hole was knocked out of the city wall because of the 3-headed snake, and the village that was once the #1 ninja village in the ninja world looked like a hero in his twilight years. Not long after the war, the entire Konoha Shinobi village received unbelievable news. 3rd Hokage, killed in action. At this time, Jiraiya, who had rushed back from outside, had an extremely gloomy face. His terrible expression and bloodshot eyes revealed endless anger. The blood-stained Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in front of Jiraiya, kneeling on one knee to report the latest news about Konoha's casualties. When Jiraiya heard that the 3rd Hokage had died, he staggered back a few steps in a daze. Jiraiya couldn't accept this sad news for a while. Old man. He actually died. Jiraiya clenched his fists, and even though his nails dug into his flesh, he didn't feel any pain at all. Now the pain in his heart has spread to his body. Orochimaru. UB*****D, he actually killed his master. 3 days later, all the ninjas attended the memorial service for the third Hokage. The sad news made all the ninjas unable to believe it. The third Hokage has always portrayed himself as a kind old man who is tolerant of the ninjas and villagers of Konoha village. However, only Lu Yun knew that this seemingly kind old man had done many dirty things behind the scenes, if it weren't for the third Hokage and Danzo silently putting pressure on the Uchiha clan behind the scenes. The Uchiha clan would not have any idea of a coup. It is because Konoha has never trusted the Uchiha. The Uchiha still belongs to Konoha. However, the Konoha high-ranking officials were afraid that once the terrifying power contained in the Uchiha clan was awakened, it would be impossible to control it if Uchiha Fugaku really decided to launch a coup. He was fully capable of starting another Nine Tails rebellion, but in the end, Uchiha chose another path and died at the hands of his own son, Uchiha Itachi. Third Hokage. Advertisement. Looking at the third Hokage lying in the coffin in front of him, there was no fluctuation in Lu Yun's eyes. He had the ability to prevent this tragedy. But he had no intention of stopping this. It was time to replace the Hokage position with a stronger person. The invaded Konoha no longer has the prosperity of the past. Many places in Konoha need to be rebuilt and countless people have lost their husbands and children because of this war. Many people are eager to kill Sand Shinobi with their own hands and avenge their relatives. But now Konoha can no longer withstand another turmoil. Although Konoha won this war, the loss of the third Hokage is an unacceptable result. After the memorial service, all the Jonin were summoned, including Lu Yun, the newly appointed special Jonin. The only one who had the prestige to summon all the Jonin was Jiraiya, who had just returned. Lu Yun looked at the man in front of him who was called a hero with great interest. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya is also a character loved by many people in the original Hokage. Although Jiraiya is lustful, it is also due to his nature. Over the years, there has only been Tsunade in Jiraiya's heart. He is considered a loyal man. You must be Lu Yun. It's just as they said, you can see the sharpness in you at a glance. You're too kind, Jiraiya-sama. I just put in a little more effort than others. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Lu Yun smiled faintly. This kind of humble character, with extraordinary strength but not proud. Senior White Fang, this kid has some of your shadow. Jiraiya looked at Lu Yun with relief. He was extremely shocked when he first learned that one-tailed Jinchuriki was defeated by a child. He thought this matter was so ridiculous, but when he saw the impact of Lu Yun's slash, Jiraiya was so shocked by the scene that he was speechless. The crack that looked like an abyss was like a cliff canyon formed by a single knife. The impact of this terrain undoubtedly reached the power of S-level ninjutsu. Being able to defeat one-tailed Jinchuriki, even Jiraiya couldn't guarantee that he could handle it easily. It is such a blessing that such a genius belongs to their Konoha. Chapter 41. Another legend. Signing. He carefully looked at the little guy in front of him for a while. Jiraiya put on a serious expression. Although Konoha won this victory, the third generation also lost their lives. The position of Hokage cannot remain vacant for a single day. We must elect someone to take on the role as soon as possible. Since you are all Jonin of Konoha, do you have any good candidates to recommend? The Jonin of Konoha looked at each other. Nominate for the position of Hokage. To be honest, they haven't thought about it yet. If they want to become Hokage, the most basic thing is to have the strength of a cage. If they don't have strong strength, they must at least have prestige. Only those who have the strength and prestige to be recognized by the people in the village can be considered a qualified Hokage. Or, Master Jiraiya, you are a disciple of Master Third Generation. Perhaps the position of Hokage is most suitable for you. One of the Jonin suggested. The other Jonin's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin who achieved brilliant results in the Third Ninja World War. Moreover, the Jonin present all felt that if Jiraiya took the position of Hokage, he would definitely become a qualified Hokage. Even the people in the village wouldn't have any major objections. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically, and he quickly refused. The position of Hokage is not suitable for me, and I have missions that require me to go out and investigate at any time. I cannot sit as Hokage. Lord Jiraiya doesn't want to be Hokage? Everyone was also surprised, but after thinking about it, it seemed that Master Jiraiya had always been used to freedom. Moreover, Jiraiya's lustful habits. Jiraiya is often frequented by the women's bathhouse in Konoha. If those things are exposed after he becomes Hokage, the result will be that a peeping pervert will take the position of Konoha Hokage. Just thinking about it made all the Jonin feel nauseous. But apart from Lord Jiraiya, who else could take the position of Hokage? All the ninjas looked melancholy. If there hadn't been the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha probably wouldn't be in this situation now. If the fourth Hokage was still alive, the Sound Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi wouldn't have the courage to launch a sneak attack on Konoha. And in this moment of silence, Danzo walked in with a cane in his hand. The position of Hokage will naturally be inherited by me. Jiraiya looked at Danzo with a gloomy face. Danzo. Don't even think about becoming Hokage. Advertisement. Danzo looked at Jiraiya with a cold gaze and said coldly, no one is more suitable for the position of Hokage than me. If it weren't for Sarutobi, I would be the most likely to inherit the position of third Hokage. He has coveted the position of Hokage for many years, and only if he becomes Hokage himself can Konoha regain its former glory as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Your methods are unfit for the position of Hokage. Konoha will never end well under your leadership. Jiraiya. You're being too presumptuous. Two huge chakra pressures raged around, bringing some huge pressure to the Jonin present. I think Jiraiya is right. The position of Hokage is not suitable for you. Danzo, Sarutobi Asuma lit a cigarette and stood up. Asuma. Danzo looked at Asuma with a sinister expression. Asuma is Sarutobi's son. If Asuma has any objections, it will be difficult for him to take the position of Hokage, and even the position of 5th Hokage may be taken by Asuma. Haha, since you won't let me sit on the Hokage position, then why don't you nominate someone who is suitable to sit on the Hokage position? Asuma and Jiraiya were speechless for a moment. Jiraiya looked at Asuma and hesitated for a moment before saying, Asuma, the position of Hokage should be left to you. Since you are the old man's son, the villagers won't have any objections. I'm the Hokage. Asuma was so frightened that he almost dropped the cigarette that was between his lips. Forget it, the position of Hokage is too troublesome. Master Jiraiya, have you forgotten that besides Orochimaru, there is another person who is also a legendary Sannin like you? Jiraiya clapped his hands violently, showing his delight. Yes. How could I forget Tsunade? Danzo's face darkened even further as he sternly refused. You want Tsunade to be the 5th Hokage? That's impossible. Have you forgotten the after effects of Tsunade's experience in that war? A person who fears blood is not qualified to hold the position of Hokage. Senju Tsunade, the only remaining bloodline of the Senju family, is also known as the legendary Sannin together with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They are also well known to major countries for their participation in the Third Shinobi World War. Who says being a Hokage requires bloodshed? Besides, Tsunade has the blood of the Senju clan, so it's only natural that he should be the Hokage. Jiraiya confronted Danzo forcefully. Advertisement. Lu Yun yawned sleepily. The quarrel between Danzo and Jiraiya was really boring. If it weren't for his status, Lu Yun would have wanted to leave. After several arguments, Jiraiya and Danzo finally parted ways, and he still proposed to invite Tsunade back to the village to take the position of Hokage. But with Tsunade's personality, Jiraiya felt a headache just thinking about it. Even if Tsunade was willing to return to Konoha, he might not take the position of Hokage. The most important thing now is to find Tsunade first. At this time, only Lu Yun and Jiraiya were left in the room. Jiraiya looked at Lu Yun and asked, Lu Yun Jonin, did you teach Naruto the Rasengan? Kindness. Jiraiya had returned to the village not long ago, and was also surprised when he learned that Naruto knew the Rasengan. You should know that Rasengan was created by Aidaimyo, and the only ones in Konoha who can use Rasengan are Aidaimyo and Jiraiya. What he never expected was that besides him and Yandere, there was someone else who knew Rasengan. The Rasengan is a jutsu created by the 4th Hokage. How did you learn it? I developed the Rasengan myself. Jiraiya-sama, are you saying that the Rasengan was originally developed by the 4th Hokage? Lu Yun naturally had to pretend that he knew nothing, because Jiraiya was testing him now. Although Jiraiya has his own bottom line, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will not show mercy if anyone harms the interests of Konoha. Besides, he had the ability to prevent this tragedy from happening, but now he needs to properly hide his true strength. I developed it myself. Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. He is indeed a genius. Whether in ninjutsu or swordsmanship, Lu Yun is more versatile than any genius he has ever seen. The principle of Rasengan is not that difficult. As long as you know the principle, it is not difficult to learn Rasengan, so Jiraiya did not doubt Lu Yun too much. A big part of Konoha's victory this time was due to Lu Yun. But Jiraiya saw Lu Yun's rebellious and sharp eyes, and he knew that the boy in front of him was definitely not that simple. I see. Lu Yun Jonin, are you interested in meeting someone with me? Who? Another legendary Sannin. Chapter 42. As expected of one of the Sannin, it is really big. Hey, Pervy Sage. Why is Big Brother with us? Didn't you say you'd take me alone? Pervy Sage is a big liar. Naruto looked dissatisfied, as if he was disgusted with Lu Yun beside him. Lu Yun held Naruto's head, then faced him with a kind smile. Naruto, do you have a problem with me? Looking at the kind smile on Lu Yun's face, Naruto couldn't help but shudder and quickly shook his head and said, No, Big Brother, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. So scary. Big Brother's smile, it looks like it could eat people. Cut. Boring. Now they are still in the Fire Country. Although Jiraiya does not know Tsunade's exact location, Tsunade will never leave the Fire Country and there are only a few places where she often goes. After all, Tsunade is an old gambler, but he has never won once since he started gambling. You say this person is not good, you say he always loses and never wins, but most people don't really go through their entire life of gambling without winning. However, none of Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 apprentices were good students. One was lustful, one was a gambler, and the other was the same as Lion Majesty. Lu Yun even thinks that Jiraiya and the others should not be called Legend Sannin. It would be more convenient to call it the 3 legendary Forbiddens. Lu Yun followed Jiraiya to the town of Fire Country. Since they were looking for Tsunade, the first thing they went to was of course the casino. There are only a few places where Tsunade operates. Although Tsunade always loses, this woman has never been short of money. The reason is that no one who borrowed money from this woman at high interest rates dared to come to Tsunade's house to ask for repayment. If someone had ill intentions towards him, Tsunade would just stomp his foot in the ground would instantly collapse, leaving a pit. No one would dare to ask Tsunade to repay the money. Lu Yun and his friends have searched several casinos but haven't found Tsunade. Now there is only one casino left to go, if you haven't seen Tsunade in this casino. That would be much harder to find. At this moment, in a casino, a figure seemed out of place compared to the other people in the casino. She has long golden hair, a queen-like appearance, and an irresistible voluptuous figure. The most exaggerated thing is the huge ball in her upper body, which makes it difficult to look away. But the gamblers in this casino only dared to take a sneak peek. Advertisement after all, this blonde beauty is notoriously difficult to mess with. It is said that a few gangsters wanted to harass this blonde beauty and ended up being beaten and paralyzed on one side of their body. Buy it and leave it. Buy it and leave it. Tsunade looked at the chips in her hand with a troubled look on her face. She didn't have many chips left, and if she lost again, she would be penniless. Man. It was always half before, but this time it's definitely ding. The rules of dice gambling in the Hokage world are to guess odd and even numbers are ding, and odd numbers are half. Next to Tsunade was an exquisite beauty wearing a black kimono and holding a small pig in her arms. At this time, Shizune's face showed an expression of despair. As long as you follow Tsunade-sama and buy the opposite, you will definitely make money. Depend on, it's actually half. Tsunade looked at the numbers on the dice with some annoyance. From morning to afternoon, she had lost all her chips. Tsunade-sama, it's getting late, let's go back quickly. Shizune looked helpless. If Tsunade hadn't wanted to come to the casino, Shizune would never have set foot in it in his life. Tsunade was still a little unsatisfied, but she no longer had any chips in her hand. Forget it, Shizune. Let's go back. Shizune's hopeless expression finally broke into a smile, and he could finally go back. Oh, Tsunade. You're here after all. Hearing this familiar voice, Tsunade widened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. Jiraiya. Why are you here, Jiraiya adult? At this moment, Naruto's face turned red instantly, and he turned his head away shyly, as if he had seen something that he shouldn't see for the first time. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Tsunade, as expected of one of the Sannin. It's really huge, it really is like a Sannin. Advertisement. Lu Yun was also a good ballplayer in his previous life. Of course, he was referring to basketball, but Lu Yun had never played this kind of ball, and he was not old enough to play ball now. After Tsunade and Jiraiya chatted for a while, they went to a nearby tavern. When Tsunade and Shizune learned that the third Hokage died at the hands of Orochimaru while protecting the village, they were unwilling to accept this fact. That the Orochimaru actually had the heart to do that. Tsunade's face was gloomy, and he also felt a lot of guilt towards the third Hokage. No matter what, the third Hokage is also his teacher, and he was not by his side when his teacher was in danger of his life. What's even more ridiculous is that the third Hokage died at the hands of Orochimaru, who was the third Hokage's most promising disciple. Even Tsunade thought that Orochimaru would most likely succeed the position of Hokage in the future. But now everything has changed. Hey Jiraiya, who are these two brats around you? Tsunade cleared the haze in his heart and only then noticed the two little kids beside Jiraiya. Oh, this is Naruto, he's kind of my half-apprentice. Pervy sage. How come I'm only half? Puff. Tsunade almost spit out the tea she had just drunk when she heard the words pervy sage. Pervy sage. It really fits Jiraiya's image. This is the recently promoted Lu Yun Jonin, our Konoha's swordsmanship genius. Tsunade, his swordsmanship is even more formidable than Senior White Fang's. What? Even more terrifying than Senior White Fang's swordsmanship? Senior White Fang is a true cage-level ninja. Jiraiya means that this little guy has a strength even more terrifying than Senior White Fang at such a young age? Is this possible? Jiraiya, even if this kid is a genius, you can't exaggerate like that. Senior White Fang, I've come into contact with him and I know his strength best. Tsunade felt that Jiraiya was exaggerating. Although this kid looked quite old compared to his peers, Tsunade estimated that his age was definitely no more than 18. However, even if the news of him possessing cage-level strength that surpassed Jonin at the age of 18 were spread, it would be considered a joke by others. Tsunade, I advise you not to underestimate Lu Yun. If it weren't for Lu Yun, the disaster Konoha experienced this time would be no less than the disaster that happened to Nine Tails back then. Lu Yun single-handedly stopped One-Tail Jinchuriki, and One-Tail Shukaku was defeated head-on by Lu Yun. Tsunade stood up suddenly, looking at Lu Yun in disbelief, and pointed at him with a trembling finger. You said this kid defeated the tailed beast? How is this possible? 2SM Chapter 43 Orochimaru is here again. The tailed beast's Jinchuriki are the ultimate weapons of all the major ninja villages, and their power can be said to be able to destroy the world. Even the cage cannot easily deal with the tailed beasts, except for Konoha's first Hokage of course. Of course, the strength of each tailed beast from one tail to 9 tails is very different. Of course, except for Konoha's first Hokage. Perhaps when Sage of Six Paths divides chakra, it is more inclined towards 9 tails. Perhaps when Sage of Six Paths divides chakras, it leans more towards 9 tails. Otherwise, how could 9 tails and Naruto cooperate to easily defeat the other 7-tailed beasts in the later period? But even one tail is not something that ordinary Jonin can deal with, and even a fully transformed Jinchuriki can only be dealt with by a cage. How old is this kid? Tsunade asked in shock. 14. Hiss. Tsunade and Shizune both gasped suddenly. OMG. Jiraiya, are you sure you're not kidding me? 14-year-old Ying? This guy is not a genius, he is a monster, he is a demon. The key point is that Jiraiya just said that this kid's slash is equivalent to S-level ninjutsu, and it doesn't even have any chakra properties in it, which means that this slash was simply swung by Liu Yun himself. With such terrifying swordsmanship, if Konoha's White Fang were still alive, he would probably hand over his title to Liu Yun. Not bad, kid. You will definitely have a chance to be the Hokage of Konoha in the future. Tsunade patted Liu Yun's shoulder generously, and it was completely hard to tell that he was one of the 3 most powerful people in the ninja world. Some people even suspected that if Tsunade really became the 5th Hokage, would she mortgage Konoha? After all, Tsunade's personality and her luck in the casino really made this possible. Liu Yun coldly knocked Tsunade's hand away and said indifferently, "First of all, I'm not called a brat. Second, I'm not interested in the position of Hokage at all. I just want to be strong enough to protect the people around me." Not interested in the Hokage position? This surprised Tsunade a little. Wasn't the position of Hokage something that these young men had long dreamed of? But I just want to protect the people around me. Tsunade's eyes dimmed when she heard this. Can being strong enough really protect the people around him? At that time, Dan and Nawaki. Perhaps if he was strong enough, with the strength he has now, Nawaki and Duan might not have died. Advertisement. Boy, you have some manly manners, but don't fool around with Jiraiya. I know Jiraiya's character best. He has never been popular with women since I met him. If you don't want to be single in the future, it's best to stay away from Jiraiya. Hey, Tsunade. You're scolding me in front of the juniors like this. After all, I'm your old friend. You're really disrespecting me. Jiraiya glared at Tsunade in disapproval. Tsunade's mouth is still as venomous as ever. Tsunade hasn't changed at all over the years. Kindness. Wrong. There are still some changes. Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but focus on Tsunade's upper body. However, after just a few seconds of watching, a fist as big as a sandbag hit Jiraiya's face. With a bang, an invisible air circle exploded, and Jiraiya flew out like a comet. Pervy Sage. Damn it, what are you doing? Naruto looked at Tsunade with anger on his face. Don't look at me with such dissatisfaction, lil guy. If it weren't for Jiraiya, I would have dug out his eyes if it were anyone else. Besides, Jiraiya is fine. Tsunade spread his hands and looked nonchalant. Jiraiya was knocked into the wall by Tsunade's punch, and his whole body was leaning against the rubble. Passers-by around him didn't dare to approach him and thought Jiraiya was dead. Ah, Suna is still the same. Jiraiya climbed up and touched the spot where Tsunade had hit him. Tsunade's super strength is still as terrifying as ever. HMPH, Jiraiya, your annoying personality is still the same. Tsunade looked disdainful. Jiraiya rubbed his neck and chuckled. I'm sorry, boss. All the losses here will be charged to my account. After all, they smashed someone else's tavern, so they couldn't just walk away like that. Besides, Jiraiya knew that since Tsunade was willing to come out of the casino, he must be out of money. Make Tsunade pay compensation? Then you have to ask your boss if he dares. Advertisement. The tavern owner looked at Jiraiya gratefully. Good person. It would be better to kill him than to let him go to that woman to ask for compensation. Tsunade put one foot on the stool, and his heroic look made Liu Yun unable to help but slowly widen his eyes. Okay Jiraiya, since you've come to see me, it's not just about catching up. Just tell me what's going on. That's the end of small talk. Yes, I must not forget the reason why I came to find Tsunade. Jiraiya put away the smile on his face and said to Tsunade seriously, Tsunade, you will be the 5th Hokage. Naruto was confused. The fish he had just eaten almost got stuck in his throat and choked him. Hokage or something? What is going on? Pervy Sage wanted this woman to be the village's 5th Hokage. Could it be that the person Pervy Sage was talking about as being very powerful was this woman? Is this true or false? Naruto couldn't accept this fact for a moment. I've said what I need to say, Tsunade. What's your response? Shizune on the side looked nervous. Master Jiraiya wanted Master Tsunade to be the 5th Hokage. What is going on? Is it the village's decision? Just as Tsunade was about to speak, the expressions of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even Liu Yun suddenly changed. This cold breath. Tsunade and the others walked out of the tavern. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, who was standing on top of the wall with a gloomy face. It's you, Orochimaru. Chapter 45. Liu Yun's unusual behavior. Orochimaru frowned. Why were all of them familiar people? He just came to Tsunade to treat his hands. Liu Yun Jun, Jiraiya, Haiyu Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru above with a gloomy face. If this wasn't in a town, Orochimaru would have taken action long ago. Jiraiya, Tsunade, there's still a chance for the 3 of us to get together. It's really nostalgic. And Liu Yun Jun. Orochimaru's pale face forced a smile. Orochimaru now looked exhausted compared to before, as if he was a dying man. However, he deliberately emphasized the tone when he said Liu Yun's name at the end. This made Jiraiya and Tsunade look at Liu Yun a little more, but they didn't take it too seriously. They knew that Orochimaru was a very sick person. Put away that fake smile of yours, you traitor who killed your master. Tsunade said coldly through gritted teeth. This is the Orochimaru that Pervy Sage said killed the 3rd Hokage? Naruto looked at Orochimaru angrily. The third Hokage, the old man who took good care of him, died at the hands of Orochimaru. Because of his anger, Naruto's chakra suddenly burst out uncontrollably, which surprised Tsunade, Jiraiya and the others. This kid's chakra. Tsunade is from the Senju family, so naturally he is very sensitive to chakra. The chakra of this nine-tails Jinchuriki can be said to be as deep as the ocean. This is just Naruto's own chakra. It seems that besides this little ghost, there is also a little monster in the village. Tsunade involuntarily shifted his gaze to Lu Yun. Advertisement: the atmosphere was extremely solemn and a battle could break out at any time. However, at this moment, Lu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. Kabuto, who was standing next to Orochimaru, was kicked away by Lu Yun before he even understood what was happening. Even Orochimaru couldn't react at such a speed. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't keep up with Lu Yun's pace. Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? Why did he suddenly take action? He and Jiraiya certainly couldn't just stand by and watch. The cold autumn water pressed against Orochimaru's neck, and the boy's expression was very calm. Even when facing Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, Lu Yun remained unmoved. Orochimaru, I advise you not to move. My sword is definitely faster than those little tricks of yours. Although Lu Yun's tone was calm, the unique conqueror's haki on his body instantly filled Orochimaru with an icy chill. This momentum again. This aura was not the pressure of chakra. This fear came from the instinctive fear of living things. At the same time, Lu Yun in front of him made Orochimaru feel more and more like he was not a ninja. Instead, one can sense in him a unique aura that belongs only to a king. Does Lu Yun want to become the king of a country? Mr. Lu Yun, what do you mean? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yun with a strange look. Orochimaru, you should understand this question without me having to explain it explicitly. The third Hokage died at your hands. Everyone wants to avenge the third Hokage, and so do I. A terrifying murderous intent erupted from Lu Yun, and he was instantly submerged like a tide. Kabuto reluctantly got up and looked at Lu Yun in fear. Lord Orochimaru. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun left a shadow all over his body, and in the blink of an eye he came in front of Do, looking at Do with an indifferent expression. Do's reaction speed was very quick. Although his expression was stunned for a moment, his body subconsciously made him attack Lu Yun. You have no right to speak here. The weak should act like weak people. Lu Yun's terrifying strength was no less than Tsunade's. He punched Kabuto in the chest, and the sound of broken bones made everyone feel cold. But Jiraiya couldn't help but frown when watching this scene. Lu Yun's reaction was a bit strange. Advertisement: Orochimaru was indeed the murderer of the third Hokage, and the ninjas of Konoha were full of hatred towards Orochimaru. But Jiraiya only felt murderous intent and no hatred in Lu Yun. Why does Lu Yun have such murderous intentions towards Orochimaru and Kabuto? Did Orochimaru do something to Lu Yun before? Jiraiya, that brat. That feral gaze is just like that of a wild animal. This brat must not come into contact with the roots of Danzo. Once this brat falls into darkness, something unforeseen will happen. A serious look crossed Tsunade's face. With that kind of look, if the Konoha high-level officials had any idea of putting pressure on Lu Yun, it would definitely backfire, and it might even lead to the emergence of another powerful rebel ninja in Konoha. Lu Yunjun is my subordinate after all. Please be gentle with him. Haha. Someone like you also knows how to manage subordinates. They're just your pawns. Lu Yun mercilessly exposes Orochimaru's lies. Snakes are inherently cold-blooded animals, not to mention that Orochimaru is no longer a human being, but more like a lion majesty who eats people without leaving any bones. Haha. Lu Yun seems to know me very well. Orochimaru's face turned completely dark. In front of Lu Yun, Orochimaru did not dare to act rashly. What's more, there are Jiraiya and Tsunade here. Orochimaru's strength is greatly reduced in his current state, and his hands are extremely hot as if they were burned by fire. Hey, Lu Yun, Orochimaru is not that simple, don't act on your own for now. However, although Jiraiya's voice fell into Lu Yun's ears, Lu Yun acted as if he didn't hear it. Both Lu Yun and Orochimaru suddenly disappeared from the sight of the three people. Just like the last Chunin exam, Orochimaru was kicked out by Lu Yun again. But this time, Orochimaru had no ability to resist at all. Has this brat always been so reckless? Tsunade asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave a bitter laugh. I don't know him very well either. Let's hurry up and catch up. Orochimaru may not be in good condition, but if Lu Yun doesn't take precautions against his strange tactics, he might suffer. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Both of them glanced at their disciples. You two stay here. With that, Jiraiya and Tsunade's figures disappeared from Shizune and Naruto's sight. Naruto and Shizune both stared at each other in surprise, then turned their eyes and the air instantly became quiet, as if a few black spots appeared in their heads. Are we two just left behind like this? Chapter 46, Killing 10,000 Snakes? Bang, bang, bang. The moment the smoke exploded, it enveloped the surroundings. The ground shook, and a very dangerous atmosphere suddenly descended. I saw a huge snake-like summoning beast with purple patterns and 3 protruding horns on its head like a dragon. It appeared in front of Lu Yun like a small mountain. Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. However, there is a specific condition for Orochimaru's summoning beast, which is that he needs to give Manzoku 100 living sacrifices after each summoning. There are no restrictions on these living sacrifices, no matter whether they are children, adults or the elderly. The final result is that they will be swallowed by the 10,000 snakes. The 10,000 snakes can be said to be the representative of the evil summoning beast. Tisk tisk, Orochimaru, you are really regressing. You actually summoned me to deal with a little kid. Your hand. No wonder it's like this. Is my strength restricted? It seems you did something big before. Mancha didn't like being disturbed by Orochimaru, but he and Orochimaru were old acquaintances. Orochimaru's aura was much weaker than the last time they met. Wansha, Lu Yun-jun is not as simple as you think. If you are not careful, even you may die under his sword. Orochimaru reminded in a deep voice. Oh, he's just a little guy, but he makes Orochimaru so cautious. This is a little different from the Orochimaru he knows. Is it because of the weakening of strength? Orochimaru, do not compare me to you. I am the Mansarovar, the most powerful snake in Ryuchi Cave. Wansha simply didn't believe that a tiny ant could kill him. As his huge body squirmed, the surrounding trees were crushed under it. The terrifying aura emanating from him made the creatures around him flee in all directions. There's no chance for you to appear here. Why don't you just keep your tail between your legs and go back to Ryuchi Cave? Lu Yun looked at the huge wand snake with cold eyes. Even though wand snake was as big as a small mountain, Lu Yun's expression did not change at all. Boy! What did you say? The 10,000 snakes suddenly became furious, and the terrifying aura on their bodies was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time, and it could explode in an instant. Advertisement. The stage here does not belong to you, Wansha. You little brat. Even if Orochimaru pleads for you, I'll kill you. The anger in Wansha suddenly soared to the extreme, and the tremendous power in his body burst out like a tidal wave in an instant. The entire ground collapsed suddenly. Because the force was too great, friction with the air formed an air circle, and the explosion was like rolling thunder. The huge tail swept towards Lu Yun, and the earth was destroyed beyond recognition. The power of the 10,000 snakes could easily destroy a small mountain. HMPH, you arrogant little brat, wait to be crushed. Lu Yun remained calm as he slowly made a sword-drawing gesture. The chill in his eyes caused the temperature around him to drop to freezing point. No matter how powerful you are just a beast at best. The strongest snake in Ryuchi Cave? It's nothing but a small earthworm in my eyes. Call out. The speed surpassed the world's ultimate. The impact force that erupted in an instant spread several meters in the traces of land collapse behind Lu Yun. This speed was not the body flicker technique but the explosion of ultimate power. As the huge tails of the 10,000 snakes swept across, blood gushed out like a fountain in an instant. The huge tails danced in the air, and blood rained down continuously, covering the entire earth. Boom, the huge tail like a small mountain hit the ground, causing ripples. Hiss. The snakes let out sharp screams, and Orochimaru, who was standing on top of the snakes, almost lost his balance and fell off his head because of the snake's painful struggles. But the next second Orochimaru trembled all over and jumped off the Manzara's head almost without hesitation. The fear and sense of crisis made Orochimaru, who felt the threat of death for the first time, sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Lu Yun's figure turned into a series of afterimages, and the flashes of swords and shadows were like a storm of slashing at the bodies of the 10,000 snakes. The afterimages were accompanied by a sharp sound caused by friction with the air. Call out. Lu Yun calmly returned to his original position and put away the scabbard. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who rushed over at this time, looked at the huge tail of the snake and their pupils suddenly shrank, revealing expressions of extreme horror. Tsunade suddenly fell to his knees, collapsing on the ground with a pale face. The surrounding blood caused Tsunade's blood phobia to flare up again. As long as Tsunade suffers from hemophobia, the sight of blood will make him almost a burden and he will have no fighting power. Advertisement of course, hemophobia is also because Tsunade's lover and brother were killed in the Third Shinobi World War in the early years, and as a medical ninja, he was helpless. The tail of the 10,000 snakes. Lu Yun is so cruel that he actually cut off the tail of the 10,000 snakes. It's just a beast. Jiraiya looked at the huge purple tail with a palpitating heart, but the next scene shocked Jiraiya even more. Crack, crack. Just like the sound of rocks breaking, cracks of varying sizes appeared on the bodies of the snakes that were as stiff as sculptures. Jiraiya saw blood flowing out. The bloody scene assaulted his eyes. With a bang, the bodies of the 10,000 snakes exploded like a firecracker. The broken limbs and flesh were flying in the air. The continuous blood rain turned into a violent storm and instantly fell all around. The entire land gave people the illusion that they were in a sea of blood and corpses, and the huge amount of blood washed over the surrounding woods like a wave. Jiraiya's mind went blank. Looking at the scarlet blood clot in front of him, Jiraiya's brain stopped thinking. 10,000 snakes. Just die like that. The three summoning beasts, Mancha, the strongest summoning beast of Ryuchi Cave, was chopped into pieces. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and Jiraiya felt as if he had arrived at a battlefield where thousands of people were being slaughtered. No, Tsunade. Jiraiya looked towards Tsunade worriedly. Tsunade's body was now covered in blood, and the bloody smell assaulted his sense of smell. Compared to his previous expression of fear and terror, Tsunade's expression at this moment seemed to be frozen. Tsunade. Cheer up. Hey, wake up. Jiraiya shook Tsunade, and the shaking of the water ball-like object also caused waves. Bang. A punch hit Jiraiya's ear and face. Jiraiya flew backwards again, and Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a dark face as he was thrown several meters away. At the same time, he looked at the blood on his hands and the huge blood clots scattered around in front of him. At this moment, Tsunade didn't feel anything. Her hemophobia? Alright, Chapter 47 Killing one of the Sannin? Looking at the bright red color in front of him, even the corners of Tsunade's eyes were stained with the sticky blood of 10,000 snakes. Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myoboku Wet Bone Forest are both places of inheritance. The white snake immortal, who was lying on a stone couch smoking a pipe, suddenly widened his snake eyes. The breath of 10,000 snakes disappeared. What happened after that Junior Orochimaru summoned the 10,000 snakes away? What happened in that short period of time? Meanwhile, Orochimaru looked on in horror as Mando was chopped into pieces, as the incident had taken less than a minute to happen. Wansha died at the hands of Lu Yun. The next second, Lu Yun used the body flicker technique to come in front of Orochimaru. At this moment, no one noticed Lu Yun. Jiraiya was still in the dirt pile and hadn't gotten up yet. Tsunade wasn't paying attention to this for a while because he was no longer afraid of the blood. Lu Yun leaned forward and moved his mouth. In an instant, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and his expression changed drastically as he looked at Lu Yun. At the same time, a bright and murderous blade light suddenly appeared in the next second. The brief burst of murderous intent caused the temperature around him to drop suddenly, as if he were in a world of ice and snow. Orochimaru's wild and cold eyes gradually lost focus, and stunning blood flowers bloomed in the air. Only at this time did Jiraiya and Tsunade turn their attention to Lu Yun. Orochimaru fell backwards, and a horrifying blood mark appeared on his front. Blood was still flowing out. This knife completely cut off Orochimaru's life. Tsunade and Jiraiya hurried over, and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade who was squatting on the ground. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and shook his head. Orochimaru is really dead. After saying this, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at Lu Yun silently. The methods of this young man in front of me are really frightening. He killed decisively without hesitation. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin after all. Even if his strength was greatly weakened, at least even the Jonin would be afraid of Orochimaru because of his name. But Lu Yun in front of him was not moved at all. In comparison, Orochimaru's wildness was too different from Lu Yun's. This guy gives people the feeling of being more like a beast. But why? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade felt that Orochimaru's death was too sudden. It even feels a bit weird. Tsunade adult, Shizune and Naruto also hurried over. The noise here was so loud that even Naruto and Shizune couldn't help but want to come over to find out what was going on. That's Orochimaru. Shizune looked at Orochimaru's body with a drastic change of expression. Orochimaru is actually dead. What on earth just happened? Advertisement. Tsunade adult. Shizune pointed at Orochimaru's body with a shaking finger. Tsunade sighed and looked at Lu Yun with a complicated expression. It was this brat who did it. What? Shizune looked at Lu Yun, who was covered in blood, in shock. He was the one who killed Orochimaru. Orochimaru is one of the Sannin, and his strength is above Jiraiya and Tsunade. The key is that Orochimaru's strength has reached the level of Kage. Shizune took another look at the brightly colored gore surrounding him. This is... Shizune's eyes suddenly widened, the look of fear in them becoming even more intense. 10,000 snakes. Is it the torso of 10,000 snakes? That's right, Wansha was also killed by this kid. Tsunade added another sentence. OMG. Hiss. Shizune took a deep breath, but the strong smell of blood in the air made Shizune feel uncomfortable, and he suddenly felt nauseous and began to retch. Suna, your hemophobia? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in surprise. Tsunade put her hands on her hips, exhaled, and said, yeah, I'm surprised too. My hemophobia seems to have healed. What, Master Tsunade, is your hemophobia gone? What's going on? Tsunade spread her hands and said helplessly, I don't know either. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Tsunade in surprise. Tsunade's hemophobia is actually cured. In the original work, Tsunade's hemophobia was cured because of Naruto. Could it be that the scene just now had such a huge psychological impact on Tsunade that he no longer feared blood? Kid, you just deliberately separated me and Jiraiya, didn't you? What kind of deep hatred do you have with Orochimaru that makes you so eager to kill him? Tsunade and Jiraiya both focused on Lu Yun. If Tsunade and Jiraiya had kept their eyes on Lu Yun from beginning to end, they would have stopped Lu Yun even if he took action. Advertisement Orochimaru is not only their fellow disciple but also a traitor to the village. His life and death are decided by many Konoha high-ranking officials. And Orochimaru might know some unknown things about Konoha. It's either him or me. Sooner or later, he will die at my hands. I just made that day come sooner. He sees me as his vessel. Container. Jiraiya and Tsunade also understood the meaning of Lu Yun's words. Has Orochimaru already set his sights on Lu Yun? Perhaps apart from this reason, there is no other motive that could make Lu Yun want to kill Orochimaru. Orochimaru's forbidden techniques are all aimed at destroying humanity. Big Brother actually killed someone as powerful as Pervy Sage. Damn it. Big Brother, what have you been doing all these years? When will I be able to surpass your strength? Naruto clenched his fists with an unwilling look on his face. Lu Yun walked up and flicked Naruto's forehead hard. Hiss. It hurts. Lu Yun said jokingly, if Naruto wants to surpass me, he'll have to wait for the next life. Ah. Damn it, brother, just wait and see. Sooner or later, all the bullying you have done to me will be paid back. Naruto covered his forehead and glared at Lu Yun. The incident happened so suddenly that Jiraiya didn't know how to talk about it after he returned. Orochimaru actually died at the hands of Lu Yun, and Jiraiya felt strange about Lu Yun. This little monster cannot be viewed from the perspective of an ordinary child. Jiraiya felt that Lu Yun was too cunning, especially this time when he avoided them and wanted to kill Orochimaru. This series of actions was too strange. There seems to be something shameful, but Orochimaru had already died at the hands of Lu Yun, so it wouldn't be a big deal if Lu Yun's purpose was really to kill Orochimaru. But Jiraiya felt a little sad. It was really absurd that his former fellow disciple died at the hands of a junior. Lu Yun, what exactly did you do while following Ji's guidance? Why do you have such terrible murderous intentions? Being too murderous is not a good thing. It will make you lose yourself and gradually become addicted to the pleasure of killing. Lu Yun glanced at Jiraiya and reported to him about the missions he had carried out with Might Guy and how many other ninjas he had killed over the years. The more Jiraiya listened, the more frightened he became. He felt that the scary thing about Lu Yun was not that he said these things with an expressionless face. Instead, Lu Yun's eyes showed no fluctuation as he read out those cold numbers. In Lu Yun's eyes, this is just a number. Chapter 48. It's great to be young. It doesn't matter whether it's people or numbers. In the ninja world, it's either you die or I die. The only thing Lu Yun wanted was to improve his own strength, advance the template progress as quickly as possible, and unlock the second template. If Hawkeye's template alone is not enough to dominate the entire ninja world, he needs a character template that is even more terrifying than the 6 paths level. After killing the 10,000 snakes, Lu Yun's Eagle Eye template increased by 0.5%. Although it was not much, Lu Yun was already satisfied. You know, if he just practices swordsmanship by fighting with Hawkeye in the spiritual space, he will have to go through at least 1,000 battles to increase that 0.5%. In the later stages, it is no longer possible to quickly complete the template progress through continuous battles as before. Both armament Haki and observation Haki seem to have hit a bottleneck. Lu Yun's observation Haki and armament Haki development has currently hit a bottleneck. He wants to master the technique of Wanakuna's emission Haki in the original work, which is to destroy from the inside. If he masters this kind of Haki, his strength may be able to improve a little. However, it is not easy to master it. Currently, Lu Yun has not even reached the threshold of emission. As for the ability to see the future, it is not easy to develop the ability to see the future to that level except for those with extraordinary talents. At present, his strength is no longer comparable to that of an ordinary Kage. Perhaps only a ninja like the 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village who possesses lightning speed can pose a threat to Lu Yun. If it's a tailed beast. Without the tailed beast bomb, Lu Yun might be able to cope with it, but as for whether he could cut off the tailed beast bomb, even Lu Yun himself didn't know if he could do it. The tailed beasts are energy cannons compressed with a large amount of chakra. Once they explode, they can easily destroy a small mountain. Lu Yun got up at night. The surrounding environment was extremely quiet and the only sound was the noisy chirping of insects. That guy Orochimaru. After I killed the monster, I didn't hear any system prompts and my progress didn't increase. Orochimaru is not truly dead. In the original novel, Commander helped to resurrect Orochimaru from Enko's body by using the Seal of Evil removal. However, the condition for resurrection may be that only a person who has been planted with the Seal of Heaven can help Orochimaru to be resurrected. However, Lu Yun felt that Orochimaru was not truly resurrected. It was as if the Heaven's Curse Seal was just a save point. He simply separated his body and soul, and when Orochimaru implanted the Heaven's Curse Seal in a person, some of his cells remained in that person's body. Through cells, Orochimaru can be resurrected to a certain extent. After all, it was Orochimaru who mastered the core technology. If Orochimaru really died so easily, it would be too boring. This is also an experiment done by Lu Yun. Advertisement and no one knows what he said to Orochimaru in the end. For a crazy scientist like Orochimaru, he couldn't refuse what Lu Yun said, which was to artificially create a bloodline limit. It is even possible to produce large quantities of cloned bloodline limits. In the subsequent Boruto stories, Uchiha Shin is not a member of the Uchiha clan. He was originally Orochimaru's experimental subject who had a special physique that would not have any rejection reaction even if any organ was transplanted. Later, he produced clones in large quantities. It is feasible to create bloodline limits through cloning. Although Uchiha Shin is not a member of the Uchiha clan, as long as the blood of the Uchiha clan is transplanted and there is no rejection reaction, he can activate the Sharingan, or even the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as Uchiha Nobu's cells are used as a medium and combined with Senju Hashirama's cells, Lu Yun cannot imagine whether what he wants can really be achieved. The final evolution of Sharingan is Rinnegan. To awaken Rinnegan, Senju Hashirama's cells are essential. Of course, Rinnegan is not so easy to activate. You should know that the only 2 people in the Uchiha clan who have activated Rinnegan are Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. If it is true that only Senju Hashirama's cells are needed to activate the Rinnegan, then the eyes in the Hokage world that are said to have divine power are too cheap. Lu Yun didn't care when Orochimaru would be resurrected. He knew that Orochimaru would come to find him once he was resurrected. As for how long it will take, Lu Yun has plenty of time. For Lu Yun, neither Sharingan nor Rinnegan has any appeal to him. The reason he seduced Orochimaru was to help Hinata evolve his Byakugan to the end and activate Tenseigan. This way he doesn't need to worry too much about the people around him. Perhaps by that time, Lu Yun might have started a character template that is higher than Hawkeye. After Jiraiya's repeated persuasion and Naruto's persuasion, Tsunade agreed to serve as Konoha's 5th Hokage. At this time, Lu Yun also came down from upstairs. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun and smiled knowingly. Boy, wait until I officially succeed the 5th Hokage and then come to Anbu. Anbu was originally established by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama as a department directly under the command of the Hokage, and is generally responsible for protecting the Hokage and preventing foreign enemies from invading Konoha village. Lu Yun glanced at Tsunade calmly and put his hands behind his back. Let's talk about it after you become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. What Jiraiya told you was just wishful thinking. The Konoha high-ups haven't agreed to this yet. While we Jonin have no objections, it won't be easy for you to inherit the position of Hokage. Advertisement kindness? Tsunade turned his head and stared at Jiraiya with a fierce glare. Is what that little brat Jiraiya said true? Didn't you say the village has agreed to let me inherit the position of 5th Hokage? Ah. Ha 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 ha. Suna, it's only a matter of time. Those old fogies in the upper echelons will definitely agree that you will inherit the position of Hokage. Besides, you are the granddaughter of Shodai and Naidame. You are the princess of Konoha. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly and stepped back carefully. Also, Jiraiya realized something was wrong and ran away. Jiraiya, stop right there, Shao Gang, please spare me. Ah, don't hit people in the face, be gentle. Bang bang bang, passers-by outside fled back home in panic. Even those in the tavern could feel the noise outside. In the tavern, an old man with a somewhat wretched face was drinking a glass of wine. When he heard the noise outside, a chrysanthemum-like smile appeared on his face. It's great to be young. Chapter 49, Uchiha Obito. On the way, Jiraiya's face was swollen like a pig's head, and there were several big bumps on his forehead. Naruto couldn't help but burst out laughing as he watched. As a result, Naruto now has 3 big bumps on his forehead, just like Jiraiya. The dissatisfied Naruto doesn't dare to do anything even though he has some opinions about Jiraiya. Because no matter what you do, Jiraiya will take it back in the end. No matter what, Jiraiya is Naruto's master, and Naruto also regards Jiraiya as his own master. Soon, Lu Yun and his friends returned to the village. Lu Yun had no business getting involved in what happened next. The competition for the Hokage position had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to improve his own strength and unlock his second template. Mr. Lu Yun, welcome home. Hinata always has a smiling face when facing Lu Yun. Although Hinata is not very old, she is increasingly giving Lu Yun the impression of a virtuous wife. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's face, and she took Hinata's hand and walked into Hyuga's house. Unconsciously, Lu Yun seemed to have become a part of the Hyuga family, and the Hyuga family also respected Lu Yun from the bottom of their hearts. He became a Jonin at a young age and also repelled one-tailed Jinchuriki and Summoning Beast when Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi invaded Konoha. Now Lu Yun himself probably doesn't know that the villagers of Konoha already regard him as a hero who saved Konoha village. That Jiraiya guy actually invited Tsunade back. The 5th Hokage position is mine, and no one can take it from me. Lu Yun. It's time to contact that brat. The news of Tsunade's return to the village soon spread throughout Konoha's high-level officials. Jiraiya convened a high-level meeting and proposed that Tsunade inherit the position of 5th Hokage. Hokage advisors, Midokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu had no objection to Tsunade inheriting the position of Hokage. In fact, Danzo had also contacted them privately. But in the end, they returned with no success, and both of them felt that Danzo's personality was not suitable for the position of Hokage. They knew that Danzo was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. If such a person became the Hokage of Konoha, it would change everything in the current development of Konoha. Midokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu also did not expect that Jiraiya would invite Tsunade back, and that Tsunade would be willing to serve as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade was qualified for the position of Hokage both in terms of reputation and status. The 2 Hokage advisors had no objection, and naturally no one else objected either. Later, the news that the 5th Hokage had been confirmed spread throughout the village. In the Valley of the End, Lu Yun stood at the top and looked at the dense forest, his hand always on his scabbard. Advertisement. A figure jumped out from behind Lu Yun. Half of the man's head was bandaged, revealing a cloudy eye. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, revealing an evil feeling. Danzo, tell me what's going on. Haha, Lu Yun-jun, I was right about you. Danzo looked at Lu Yun with deep admiration. I won't beat around the bush. As long as you support me in becoming Hokage, the next Hokage will be you. Join my roots. The people here are just Jonin who have wronged you. Only by becoming the root of Konoha can we give birth to a stronger tree. Danzo pointed at the Hokage rock and said, as long as you support me, you will definitely have a place on the Hokage rock in the future. After saying that, a fierce aura burst out from Danzo's body. No matter what, Danzo is not a simple figure in the ninja world. However, Lu Yun's expression was calm and peaceful, and he didn't feel anything about Danzo's words. Danzo, you're mistaken. I have no thoughts about the position of Hokage. On the contrary, the position of Hokage means nothing to me. Hokage is merely the shadow of a village. It's a restrictive position. What I see is higher. Lu Yun's kingly aura burst out instantly. Danzo stared at Lu Yun with eyes wide open in a look of shock. Unexpectedly, in Lu Yun's eyes, even the position of Hokage was nothing. The position of Hokage that he had coveted for many years became worthless in Lu Yun's mouth. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such ambition. But if you help me gain the position of Hokage, you and I will be allies if you are in trouble in the future. Lu Yun smiled contemptuously. No need. He stared off into the distance, then looked at Danzo with disdain. Danzo, do you know, both you and I are too insignificant to the entire ninja world. Why has the ninja world never been unified? The major nations have been at war for many years. So it's just that we don't have enough strength. Only when we are strong enough to not fear anything, just like first Hokage Senju Hashirama, can Konoha have the possibility of unifying the entire ninja world and bringing lasting peace to the entire ninja world. Advertisement boom. Danzo's heart was shaking, as if his heart was like a bronze bell being struck. He looked at Lu Yun in shock, and his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. He is just a 14-year-old boy, and what he said is totally inappropriate for his age group. Genius. Maybe this is what genius is. Wrong. A 14-year-old cage level, because he is considered a demonic monster. Danzo sighed in frustration. The figure slowly disappeared into the dense woods. Lu Yun looked at Danzo's disappearing back, a disdainful smile forming on his lips. The position of Hokage does seem great, but with the resurrection of Uchiha Madara and Pure World reincarnation at the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War, even the 5 Kage respected by millions of people were no match for Uchiha Madara even if they united. It didn't even satisfy Uchiha Madara, the only one who could dance in front of Uchiha Madara. Maybe only his good friend Senju Hashirama, Knight. Coming quietly. Lu Yun, who rarely returns to her home, tidied up her room. He had basically lived at Hyuga's house for several years, partly to help Hinata with her training, and partly because his own home was too shabby. Just when Lu Yun was about to lie down, a powerful aura suddenly appeared within the range of his observation haki, and the location of this aura was right on Lu Yun's roof. This breath. There is no doubt that he is not inferior to cage-level ninjas, and this aura is even stronger than Tsunade. Lu Yun picked up his Chu Shui, opened the door, and jumped onto the roof. When Lu Yun saw the figure in front of him clearly, he showed a surprised expression and became extremely alert. Because he knew clearly how powerful the identity and strength of the person in front of him was. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 50. Root Dissolution. The red cloud outfit exclusive to the Akatsuki organization, with an orange Uzumaki-shaped mask on his face, and the cold aura emanating from his body is chilling. It's just as sharp as Itachi said. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Uchiha Madara. Anyone who knows Uchiha Madara will be terrified at the mere mention of this name. This was a powerful ninja from the Sengoku era and one of the founders of Konoha. The only one who could stand against him was Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama. This is a legendary figure. Seeing that Lu Yun's expression did not change, Obito thought that Lu Yun was stunned, but at that moment Lu Yun could not help but burst out laughing. Suddenly, Obito's aura became colder and his gaze towards Lu Yun also became much colder. What do you mean, little devil? Lu Yun looked at Obito with disdain and said calmly. Nothing. If you were the real Uchiha Madara I wouldn't necessarily laugh out loud. You're just using the name Uchiha Madara to disguise your weakness. Do you think you're powerful enough to control everything now? You are now nothing more than a puppet in Uchiha Madara's hands. Uchiha Obito. In an instant, the terrifying murderous intent from Uchiha Obito burst out like a black tide and crushed towards Lu Yun. Obito's eyes darkened. You actually know my identity. Who the hell are you? There is absolutely no way a 14-year-old kid could know his identity. Could it be that Lu Yun is a person who survived from a certain era? The reason he looks like this is perhaps because he has developed some kind of forbidden technique to rejuvenate. Is your identity difficult to guess? Uchiha Madara is a figure from the Sengoku era. Even if he is powerful or strange, he cannot escape the laws set by nature. One day he will grow old and die. And if you really are Uchiha Madara, given his arrogant personality, I don't think Uchiha Madara would approach me so calmly. Advertisement. As for your identity, there is nothing in the entire ninja world that I don't know. Uchiha Obito's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Lu Yun with a little more solemnity. Sure enough, this kid was as mysterious as Itachi said, but he didn't take Lu Yun's subsequent words to heart. The entire ninja world is so big, even Uchiha Madara has many things he can't see through. In his opinion, Lu Yun was just trying to intimidate him. I never thought a monster like you could be born in this era, Uchiha Obito said solemnly. Lu Yun smiled calmly. If we talk about monsters, I think you should be the one. You are neither human nor ghost right now. Do you really dare to stand in front of me with your true face? Such a provocation is undoubtedly like P*******G on Obito's head, and Obito is also trying his best to suppress his murderous intent. For so many years, no one has dared to speak like this in front of him. He is no longer the cowardly Obito, now he has the capital to change the ninja world. That plan. It would allow him and Lin to reunite. Obito's figure slowly crept down from the rooftop, as if Obito Hollow had no body. But the next second, the disappeared Obito suddenly appeared behind Lu Yun. Obito's Sharingan rotated, and a huge suction force tried to suck Lu Yun into the different space, but how could Lu Yun not know Obito's ability? Without saying a word, he used the body flicker technique to reach the other corner of the roof. Lu Yun's action shocked Obito again. He looked at Lu Yun with a gloomy look. You know my ability? I told you, there is nothing in the ninja world that I don't know, and I naturally know your abilities. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Uchiha Obito looked at Lu Yun with a gloomy look. I will remember you, Lu Yun. Next time, you will definitely die in my hands. Haha, let's wait and see. Facing Obito's threat, Lu Yun was not afraid at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. After all, Obito was unable to break free from Uchiha Madara's control even after Uchiha Madara's death. What Obito can think of, Uchiha Madara can naturally think of as well. Obito thought he was on the 5th floor, but in fact, Uchiha Madara was not even comparable to him in the atmosphere. Advertisement. Looking at the indifferent smile on Lu Yun's lips, Obito's body was visibly shaking. But Obito finally resisted the urge to attack Lu Yun. Lu Yun was too mysterious. Not only did they know his identity, but they also knew the power of his Sharingan. People who don't know their cards are always the most terrifying. The space around Obito began to distort, and an Uzumaki formed in the surrounding space. With Obito's Sharingan as the center point, a strong suction force sucked Obito's body into the different space. The night returned to its rightful tranquility. Obito had really left, and his presence could no longer be detected within the range of Lu Yun's observation haki. Although Lu Yun did not take Obito seriously, Obito's strength was unquestionable. Even if Lu Yun wanted to deal with Obito, it would not be easy. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and illusion techniques will affect Lu Yun's strength. If Lu Yun wants to kill Obito, he must be sure to kill him with one strike. Although his strength has reached cage level, there are still many unknown abilities in the Hokage world that pose a threat to Lu Yun. The progress of unlocking the template must be accelerated. He must unlock the second template immediately, preferably a character template that is above the Hokage world and not in the same dimension. If he were to compete with a strong man of Hawkeye's level and simply reach the pinnacle of Kendo, it would not be a good thing for Lu Yun. At least in other aspects. Lu Yun hoped that the second template could bring him some other abilities. Not long after, the position of 5th Hokage was determined, and no matter how much Danzo objected, it was of no avail. One of the things Tsunade did when he became 5th Hokage was to disband Danzo's roots, and Tsunade understood that very well. Danzo said that it was all for Konoha, but in fact it was just for his own ambition. Tsunade knew best how many dirty things Danzo had done behind the scenes. The disbanding of the root completely diluted Danzo's power. Of course, Tsunade did this without knowing what crazy things Danzo, who had been forced into a corner, would do. Lu Yun came to the Hokage's office and the first thing he saw when he opened the door was Shizun's helpless expression. At this moment, Tsunade had his feet on the desk, not looking like a Hokage at all, especially the pair of peaks that made the huge shape more fully revealed from another angle. Shizun said helplessly, "Tsunade-sama, Lu Yun Jonin is here." She had naively thought that Tsunade-sama would pay a little more attention to his image after becoming Hokage, but it turned out that she was too young. Chapter 51. Long time no see. Itachi. Tsunade's bold posture made Lu Yun take a deep breath. You are worthy of being called a guy. You are simply asking others to take advantage of you. That scene struck Lu Yun's eyes. Although Tsunade was in his 50s, his appearance had always remained young due to his ninjutsu. Even his figure had not changed at all from his early years, except for that huge evil ball. Where are you looking, little brat? Tsunade noticed Lu Yun's gaze and looked at him with a gloomy look. Lu Yun coughed twice and said, "You are too bold. You little brat." Tsunade glared at Lu Yun and rolled up his sleeves as if he was going to beat Lu Yun up. Shizun, noticing something was wrong, quickly stopped Tsunade and said, "Tsunade-sama, please be mindful of your identity. You are the 5th Hokage. And Lu Yun Jonin is right, you should also pay attention to your image." "Shizun, you girl." Tsunade gave Shizun a slightly annoyed look, but returned to his seat. "I don't know what the Hokage-sama wants to talk to me about." Lu Yun sat on the sofa at the side and didn't see the Hokage's respectful look at all. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. This kid really didn't take her, the 5th Hokage, seriously. "Little ghost, you should not have forgotten what I said before. As soon as I become the 5th Hokage, you will come to Anbu. It just so happens that with the disbanding of the root, I plan to expand Anbu. Little Lu Yun, come to Anbu and be the captain." Anbu's captain. Shizun's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Captain Anbu is 14 years old, but that's too young. Although 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi is the squad leader, the positions of squad leader and team leader are very different. "How's the kid?" Tsunade narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yun meaningfully. "Okay, I'll be the captain." Lu Yun unexpectedly agreed directly. Even Tsunade was a little confused. In his opinion, Lu Yun would not agree so easily. After coming to her senses, the stunned Tsunade scratched her hair in frustration and looked at Lu Yun with some resentment. "Little brat, you don't play by the rules." "Kindness? Advertisement? What? Never mind, it's nothing." Tsunade thought about it and decided not to say anything. "Since you agree, you will be the captain of the Antelope team. You should be familiar with Anbu, right?" Lu Yun nodded lightly. "Once you enter Anbu, you can no longer act under your own name. Before that, you should come up with a code name." Code name? Lu Yun thought for a while. Lin? Tsunade didn't understand the significance of Lu Yun choosing this code name. "Then your name will be Lin. Report to Anbu in 3 days and I'll introduce you to your teammates." Lu Yun nodded without any objection. After Lu Yun left, she put her hand on her chin and muttered, "What a strange little kid." The reason Lu Yun agreed to join the Anbu was simple: it was a unique organization under the command of the Hokage. The missions performed by Anbu are basically all about swords and knives, either assassination missions, spy missions, or protecting the Hokage. The Anbu's main responsibility is still to protect the Hokage. Moreover, the situation in the ninja world will become more unstable during this period. Recently, Tsunagakure seems to have sent a delegation to negotiate with Konoha village. The villagers of Konoha village were naturally very vocal, and they hated Tsunagakure so much that they would not accept any negotiations at all, especially those whose families had been destroyed because of Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi. He wished that the ninja community in the village would kill all of Tsunagakure's divisions. However, the consequence of doing so would undoubtedly trigger a war between the two countries. Now that Tsunade has succeeded to the position of Hokage, the village's top leaders are already discussing negotiations. Lu Yun hopes to have more dangerous missions to perform, which will help him quickly improve his character's progress. According to the plot, everything that is happening now has happened much earlier than expected. Now that Orochimaru has died at the hands of his own men, it is unknown whether Sasuke will betray the village again. Kindness? At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly stopped. This breath was. He is back. Advertisement in an instant, Lu Yun's figure disappeared, leaving only a vague afterimage in the place. Aren't you from this village? What are you doing here? Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai looked solemnly at the mysterious ninja in front of them who was wearing a conical hat and a red cloud costume. The pressure and aura of these two people, it's really scary. Haven't seen you for a long time, Mr. Asuma, Ms. Hong. The moment Itachi took off his hat, Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai's expressions changed instantly. Who are you? Uchiha. Itachi. The moment Asuma and Hong saw Uchiha Itachi's scarlet eyes, cold sweats broke out on their backs. The village wanted an S-rank traitor ninja. They both knew best why Itachi was wanted. Hong and Asuma knew only too well how dangerous the man in front of them was. And, after Itachi finished his introduction, Hoshigaki Kisame also took off his hat. His shark-like eyes full of hostility suddenly increased the pressure on Hong and Asuma. US-rank rebel ninjas actually showed up in the village. What are you planning? Sarutobi Asuma had already drawn his dagger. It's his turn. Can I kill this man? Kisame, don't forget our purpose. Don't make too much noise. Well, then let's see if you, such an annoying guy, are someone worth nerfing. The battle was about to break out. Sarutobi Asuma resisted the attack from Kisame, but Kisame's monstrous strength made Asuma's face change. In addition to the lack of samahata, a large piece of flesh was cut off from Asuma's right arm, and blood kept flowing out. Asuma covered the wound on his right arm and looked at Kisame with a grim expression. I was careless. I didn't expect the opponent's weapon to be so strange. When Hong used illusion in front of Uchiha, it was simply like showing off one's skills in front of Itachi. When it comes to illusion, who can beat Uchiha? When the illusion was rebounded, he broke free from the illusion by self-harm, but was still kicked away by Itachi. Just as Itachi was about to attack again, he suddenly stopped and looked solemnly at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Yun looked at Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame and smiled faintly. Long time no see, Itachi. Chapter 52 Tsukuyomi Failure. I didn't expect to meet you here. Itachi looked at Lu Yun in front of him solemnly. It's his fault. Who is this kid? Kisame noticed the expression on Itachi's face. Who on earth was this kid who could make Itachi look so serious? Kisame, it looks like this operation can't go on any further. Why? Because he's here. Him? Kisame looked at Lu Yun in confusion. It's just a little kid, but you're being too cautious. Itachi's evil Sharingan glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame. He's the ninja I was talking about. Kisame's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh, he is the kendo genius? In an instant, Lu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared from Kisame's sight, and then a strong sense of crisis enveloped Kisame. Bite, Kisame quickly placed Samahata in front of him and looked at Lu Yun in horror. What a terrifying speed. I understand what you mean. Is this the Samahata broadsword? It's really different. Even the armament haki wasn't cut off. There are indeed many strange things in the Hokage world. Lu Yun, why are you here? Asuma and Hong looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Lu Yun glanced at them and said calmly, my perception is even stronger than that of a ninja. I just detected the aura of your battle. The perception is strong. As expected of a genius, he even has such a strong talent in perception. Lu Yun, Itachi is not that easy to deal with. It's best for the three of us to deal with him together. Asuma simply bandaged the wound and managed to stop the bleeding. Let's deal with it together. It's not that Lu Yun looks down on Hong and Asuma. If Itachi really gets serious, he can defeat Asuma and Hong in just a few encounters. Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai, I'll leave Hoshigaki Kisame to you. I'll deal with Itachi alone. Hey, Lu Yun. Are you serious? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yun's figure disappeared from their sight, and in the blink of an eye a sharp blade fell on Itachi's body. Bang! Shadow Clone exploded into a puff of smoke. Itachi's little tricks won't work against me. Advertisement. Lu Yun instantly came to the surface of the water, and the two stood on the water and looked into each other's eyes. You've become stronger. I heard you single-handedly defeated one-tailed Jinchuriki. It's amazing how much your strength has improved over the past few years. Itachi looked at Lu Yun with some complicated feelings. Lu Yun smiled playfully. Are you here to chat with me? I haven't had enough fun fighting back then. You must have hidden a lot of tricks back then. Itachi's eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Lu Yun gloomily. Lu Yun, do you know something? However, it is possible that no one except the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan knows about the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, and he has never used the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique in front of Lu Yun. Try it, Mangekyo Sharingan. Swish. In an instant, Lu Yun's vision suddenly became blurred. Warning. Warning. Mental intrusion detected. Mental intrusion detected. Expelling the target spirit. Expelling the target spirit. Expulsion successful. The next second Lu Yun's vision returned to normal. Ah! Uchiha Itachi screamed, his Sharingan turned back to black pupils, and 2 bloody tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Tsukuyomi space is useless to you. Itachi looked at Lu Yun in front of him in horror. From his fear of Lu Yun, he actually felt a little fear towards Lu Yun in his heart. What's going on? Has Jisong's pupil technique failed? Imagination is useless against that little brat. Tsukuyomi, that's the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique. It turns out that the power of those eyes can sometimes fail. Kisame burst out with terrifying power, sweeping across with a huge wave of wind that picked up countless steps and rubble and shot towards Asuma and Hong like bullets. Water style. Water same release technique, crash. The originally calm water surface suddenly rolled up layers of huge waves, and the waterspouts turned into water sharks, biting towards Hong and Asuma ferociously. Asuma quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. The ground shook violently, and a high wall suddenly rose in front of Asuma to block the violent water shark. Kisame was at Itachi's side in an instant. Itachi-san, are you okay? I'm afraid the plan can't continue. Let's retreat first. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 figures of Kisame and Itachi disappeared. Lu Yun also put away his autumn water. The breath disappeared. It seems that you have left, but Lu Yun doesn't know whether the other party has left Konoha. After all, his observation haki can only cover an area of 100 meters. It is rare for observation haki to cover such a large area. Assume. Hong looked worriedly at Asuma, who was covered in injuries. These 2 guys are just horrible. That Hoshigaki Kisame is definitely a ninja who is no less powerful than Itachi. That kind of water style. What exactly did the 2 S-rank rebel ninjas plan to do when they gathered together in Konoha? Judging from their clothes, they look like the uniform of a certain group. Lu Yun, thank you for arriving in time, otherwise Hong and I would definitely not be a match for them too. Asuma looked at Lu Yun gratefully. Even so, Lu Yun's expression remained as cold as usual. He glanced at the wound on Asuma's body and said, Miss Hong, you'd better take Asuma to the hospital for treatment. Kurenai dragged Asuma towards the hospital. Lu Yun glanced at the body flicker technique and left. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame naturally did not leave Konoha, but were hiding somewhere else. You know, when Itachi returned to Konoha, the person he was most concerned about was his younger brother Sasuke, but he didn't expect such a change to occur. Ask him what happened just now, Ji-san. Your illusion didn't work on that brat, Kisame asked with a frown. Itachi shook his head tiredly. I don't know either. It seems some mysterious force has driven away the Sharingan's power. Expulsion? Hoshigaki Kisame's frown deepened. It seems this kid also has some secrets, mysterious powers. Konoha is really not simple. I'll put the plan aside for now. I'll return to the organization once I'm back in shape. Hoshigaki Kisame had no objection and nodded, lying on the bed. That little devil. Hoshigaki Kisame narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe that the little boy's power was comparable to his. Only people like that are worthy of dying by Samahada's knife. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth. Chapter 53. Hawkeye with self-awareness. Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Lu Yun, and others surrounded Asuma, who was lying on the hospital bed. Asuma's face flushed slightly. Although Hong was also injured, it was only a minor injury. It's nothing like having a piece of flesh cut off from my arm and a few ribs broken. I feel unworthy of being a Jonin. Yuhei Kirigakure Depan Ren Hoshigaki Kisame. What is their purpose in coming to Konoha? Kakashi thought without hesitation. He was the one who knew Itachi's strength best. Itachi's strength was so great that even Kakashi could not be Itachi's opponent, let alone Asuma and Kurenai combined. Itachi is the only one in the Uchiha clan who has the ability to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kakashi himself knows best how terrifying these eyes are. Lu Yun, why are you immune to Itachi's illusion? Looking at Itachi's previous appearance, not only did the illusion fail, but his eyes also seemed to have suffered considerable damage. Shi Rihong said while looking at Lu Yun beside her. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Yun. That was Uchiha Itachi, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan in terms of illusion. Those evil eyes contain the power of everything. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on Lu Yun, and none of the illusions from the Mangekyo Sharingan worked on Lu Yun. This is simply incredible. Lu Yun spread his hands and said, I don't know either. I just felt like I lost consciousness briefly. I have no idea what happened afterwards. That was Lu Yun's secret, and he naturally couldn't tell it to others. To be honest, even Lu Yun himself did not expect that the system could actually help him be immune to illusions. At that time, Lu Yun was a little careless. If he was in Tsukuyomi space, everything he had would be under Itachi's control. Fortunately, he has the system plug-in. I don't know. It seems that Liu Yun has some special physique that makes him immune to illusions. Although they have never heard of such a physique before, the ninja world is so vast that there are many strange things, and even they don't know many things. Advertisement. Anyway, Konoha needs to strengthen its guard recently. It's not a good thing for 2S rank rebel ninjas to sneak into Konoha secretly. The most important thing is we don't know what their goals are. Indeed. Is he targeting someone, or does he want to steal something from Konoha? Perhaps the only ones who know the purpose of these two people are Liu Yun and Kakashi. Before this, Jiraiya and Kakashi had revealed some news about Akatsuki. Although Kakashi had some doubts in his heart, he was not sure. Immune to illusions. Doesn't that mean that all the illusions in the Hokage world are useless to me? This is something that makes Liu Yun happy. For Liu Yun at the moment, illusion is undoubtedly the biggest limitation for him. If the illusion is ineffective, his strength will be unlimited. There are quite a lot of ninjas in the ninja world who can use illusions, and Uchiha is the ancestor of illusions. If even Uchiha's illusion is ineffective against him, then what other illusion can restrict him? Character template. Dracula. Mihawk, character unlock progress, 94%. It's 94%, which is 6% away from unlocking the character template. It may not seem like much, but for Liu Yun now, it is not something that can be achieved all at once. It has been a long time since I entered the system space. My current strength should be comparable to Hawkeye. Kindness. After entering the spiritual space, Liu Yun frowned. The spiritual space seemed to have changed, and those shining spots of light made him feel like dazzling stars. At this time, Hawkeye in the spiritual space is also different from usual. Hawkeye turned his back to Liu Yun, slowly turned around and stared at Liu Yun with his sharp eyes. Advertisement. This feeling. Liu Yun suddenly widened his eyes. The Hawkeye in front of him now was different from usual. The Hawkeye before gave Liu Yun the feeling that he was just a puppet fighting machine. But now Hawkeye gave Liu Yun the feeling that there was a living person standing in front of him. You're here again. Hawkeye looked at Liu Yun and said in a calm tone. But Liu Yun's reaction was as if he had seen a ghost. He was so scared that he staggered back a few steps. Hawkeye spoke. What's going on? Could it be that there are changes in the system space? Does this mean that Hawkeye is no longer a puppet but a living person with self-awareness? You are self-aware? Liu Yun asked tentatively. Hawkeye nodded and said, it should be said that my consciousness has always been there, including the battle with you. I remember it clearly. It's just that I was controlled by a force and couldn't control my body. Although my consciousness is there, my body is not under my control. It's some kind of force that's controlling my body. Hiss. Liu Yun couldn't help but gasp when he knew the truth. It seems that Hawkeye was previously restricted because of system influence. When did you recover? Hawkeye shook his head. I don't know either. There seems to be no time measurement in this space. This space seems to be designed specifically for you. Your swordsmanship has improved rapidly over the years. In just a few years, you've reached the level of a great swordsman. It's truly astonishing. Chapter 54. Defeat Hawkeye, character progress 100%. There was a hint of relief in Hawkeye's eyes as he looked at Liu Yun, just like the look a master gives his apprentice. This made Liu Yun feel a little uncomfortable. Now that Hawkeye has self-awareness, he is no longer a puppet who only knows how to fight. In fact, Hawkeye is now even stronger. The puppet like Hawkeye is like a programmed machine, only making moves according to the coded arrangement. Excited Liu Yun has already pulled out his Chu Shui. Let's have a fight. Looking at the excited Liu Yun, Hawkeye's long-lost throbbing heart reappeared. He drew out his black knife and looked at Liu Yun with a smile. I was thinking the same thing. Black knife, knight. The aura of the world's greatest swordsman seemed to be entwined around Hawkeye. Hawkeye didn't have any dazzling or cool named sword moves, and after staring at Liu Yun for a while. The next moment he attacked Liu Yun directly, clang. The collision of the two sides' blades sparked a dazzling fire, and the material energy like lightning spread throughout the entire spiritual space, and for a moment it even set off a huge wave. If this was the surrounding area in the real world, I'm afraid there would be no grass growing. Feeling Liu Yun's power, the fighting spirit in Hawkeye's eyes became stronger. This kind of battle is what he really wants, swish. The black knife burst out with green sword energy, and its unrivaled power gave people a feeling of suffocation. The ferocious green sword energy swept towards Liu Yun. Boom, similarly, Liu Yun's black sword energy also burst out and swept away in an instant. The moment the two slashes collided, it seemed as if a powerful suction force was rubbed out to swallow up everything around. It was just a slashing attack, just a test of the strength of both sides. Slashing is not the standard for judging the strength of a swordsman, especially when he reaches the level of a great swordsman. Advertisement. If you want to know whether a swordsman is strong, you will only know it clearly after close combat. The fight and collision between the two was accompanied by a thunder-like outpouring of energy, and the entire spiritual space was shaking because of the fight between the two. It is not an exaggeration to call Hawkeye and Liu Yun walking disasters. Their terrifying power has exceeded the limits of human cognition. Clang, clang, clang. For a while, the two of them went back and forth, as if it was a round-based game, evenly matched. The reason why Hawkeye's moves were always countered by Liu Yun was because Liu Yun and Hawkeye had fought too many times. For Liu Yun, Hawkeye's sword moves have been deeply engraved in his mind. Unless Hawkeye has some new moves, the two will only end up in a draw if they continue fighting. Two figures kept shuttling back and forth. If someone here relied solely on the naked eye, they would not be able to follow the movements of the two people. Sure enough, the previous moves didn't work on you. Although I've never tried this move before, it's definitely one I've never used before. Are you ready? The aura of the world's greatest swordsman exploded and swept through the entire spiritual space. Just Hawkeye's sharp eyes were chilling. Lu Yun nodded, a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He could feel Hawkeye's aura rising. Buzz, armament hockey covered Hawkeye's arm, and the armament hockey wrapped around the black knife underwent a qualitative change. The armament hockey was wrapped around the knife like a ribbon. It felt like it could cut everything off. As expected, he is called Hawkeye. Then let's decide the outcome with just one move. Lu Yun made a thrusting motion with the knife. His whole body's strength was constantly rising, and his chakra was also gathering on the knife. The fusion of two different forces, armament hockey and chakra, exudes a smell of evil and death. Hawkeye's gaze grew more and more excited. As expected, he also has a killer move. Black Blade. Night Song. One sword style. Stab. Advertisement. Swish. The speed of the two people was too fast, so fast that in just a moment, the whole world seemed to turn black and white at this moment. The collision between the two people even shattered the dimension. The huge residual power of energy swept across the entire space. The energy ball containing terrible energy collided rapidly and filled the entire spiritual space in an instant. The spiritual space turned into a sea of thunder. The black and red thunder destroyed everything in the spiritual space unscrupulously. When the after effect fades away, a smile appeared on Hawkeye's lips. A trace of bloodline also flowed from the corner of his mouth. I lost. You have surpassed me. The title of the #1 swordsman belongs to you. Gradually, Hawkeye's body turned into illusory particles and gradually disappeared, and the starlight it turned into merged into the bright light. Lu Yun felt mixed emotions, but he was completely exhausted and fell to the ground in his spiritual space. He looked at Chu Shui beside him and glanced at his shaking hands. Win. He finally won. From the very beginning, Lu Yun was no match for Hawkeye. In front of Hawkeye, he was just a rookie who was bullied by Hawkeye. When he reached the level of swordsman, he finally had the strength to fight with Hawkeye. But during his swordsman period, he was defeated by Hawkeye. During the 2 years since he became a great swordsman, he and Hawkeye were equally matched in battle. Perhaps to some extent, he was even weaker than Hawkeye, because at that time, Hawkeye was like a mechanical puppet fighting against him. Now he has truly defeated Hawkeye. After recovering from the joy of victory, Lu Yun's expression suddenly changed. Logically speaking, after being defeated, the characters in the spiritual space should be reborn again, but now, Hawkeye did not reappear in front of him. Could it be that Hawkeye really disappeared? Lu Yun widened his eyes. He was originally exhausted, but he jumped up from the ground and stared at his character template with wide eyes in disbelief. Character template. Dracule. Mihawk, character unlock progress. 100%, chapter 55 second character template, Aizen Sosuke. The progress is 100%. I must be dazzled. Lu Yun wiped his eyes in disbelief. After several confirmations, Lu Yun finally confirmed that he was not seeing things. 100%. The progress of Hawkeye's template has finally reached 100%. But I just defeated Hawkeye, how come I reached 100% in an instant? Moreover, he felt that his strength had not improved much. Remind the host that the host's current strength far exceeds Hawkeye's. This system does not require the host to completely imitate the character. When the host completely defeats the imitated character, the progress will be increased to 100%. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Lu Yun's spiritual space. Is it because he defeated Hawkeye? Has his strength surpassed Hawkeye? Lu Yun was still a little confused at the moment, because he felt that there was still some gap between him and Hawkeye, but unknowingly, his strength surpassed Hawkeye. Lu Yun felt that he was no ordinary ninja. His talent in ninjutsu was far superior to others, and the key point was, he can also open the 8 inner gates. After unlocking the 8 inner gates, his strength will increase several times. Thinking about it this way, my strength is indeed greater than Hawkeye's. It's not easy. After being in the Hokage world for so long, he finally had the strength to control his own destiny. However, this level of strength is not enough. In the current ninja world, there is more than just Lu Yun who has reached the level of Super Shadow. There is also Uzumaki Nagato. Nagato has the Rinnegan and the 6 paths puppet, and his strength is indeed at the Super Cage level. In particular, the Shinra Tensei left a deep impression on Lu Yun. That move almost wiped out Konoha. If it weren't for Naruto, Konoha would probably have been destroyed by Nagato. Advertisement. I still have some shortcomings in some aspects. Has the second system template been unlocked? Host, would you like to unlock the second template? Unlock. In the spiritual space, particles that shine like star-like light spread throughout the entire space, and the particles gradually condense and merge. A young man who was half a head taller than Lu Yun, with short brown hair and glasses, appeared in front of Lu Yun. The harmless smile on his face made him look gentle, especially with his eyes, which made him look more elegant. But when Lu Yun saw this person, his expression changed instantly. His breathing became rapid, and even his eyes widened. Lu Yun looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. It's actually him. This man. His overall strength definitely surpasses Hawkeye, and even his peak strength surpasses 6 paths. He is no longer in the same dimension as the Hokage world. His power is terrifying, and once the true face behind this hypocritical smile is revealed, it will bring ultimate fear to people. Aizen Sosuke. This ruthless and ambitious man in the Shinigami world possesses talents that are unmatched by any other Shinigami. If it weren't for Urahara Kazuki, perhaps Aizen could have finally evolved and become the only Shinigami in Soul Society's history to break the hollow boundary and stand alongside the Soul King. Huh, I didn't expect it to be him. After a brief moment of shock, a hint of excitement appeared in Lu Yun's eyes. Aizen, ah, the system really gave me a big surprise. And Lu Yun has already felt that the foreign object in his body contains possibilities beyond all possibility. Hogyoku. That's right, Aizen's character template is Aizen with Hogyoku. The current Hogyoku hasn't fully awakened yet. Advertisement, is it because my Ryotsu hasn't awakened yet? Lu Yun murmured in the spiritual space. White hits, Shunpo, Kido, Zanpakuto, and that terrifying Ryotsu that was like the collapse of heaven and earth. After all, people in the ninja world are just people. You must know that in the original work, once a captain-level character releases Ryotsu, it is simply not something that ordinary people can withstand. Does Ryotsu have any effect on ninjas? If so, how terrifying would the power be if Conqueror's Haki and Ryotsu erupted at the same time? What a pleasant surprise. After Lu Yun exited the spiritual space, his temperament also changed. His originally sharp edge had faded a lot, and now he gave people the feeling of being more like a scholar. Unlocking a new template does not mean that Lu Yun's original strength has disappeared. His strength still exists, and his swordsmanship is still as unmatched as before, but his temperament has changed, as if he has become a different person. Now the Chu Shui around Lu Yun's waist is gone, and what hangs around his waist is the Zanpakuto belonging to Aizen. Kyoka Suigetsu. The strongest illusion-type Zanpakuto, which has the ability to fully control the five senses. Moreover, once caught in Kyoka Suigetsu's illusion, even if one knows that they are hypnosis, they cannot escape. The ability to completely control the five senses can only be reduced to playthings in front of this ability. Life and death depend on the other party's thoughts. Spiritual power. This is how immense the spiritual power belonging to Aizen is. It's simply an immeasurable abyss. Although Lu Yun possesses captain-level spiritual power, he is unable to control Ryotsu and use Kido, making him just an empty shell. It is not easy to control this huge Ryotsu. It's time to start practicing again. Lu Yun jumped off the bed, and at this time the ethereal voice of the system came into his ears again. Host, would you like to deploy the character Hawkeye Mihawk? Chapter 56. Launching Hawkeye and establishing an organization. Cast characters. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he seemed to have thought of something and instantly lost his composure. System. What does it mean to deploy characters? Every time the host character progress reaches 100%, the character placement function will be enabled, and you can place the character into the real world. The characters deployed are constructed through the system's energy, and are equivalent to clones that possess the original character's strength, memory, and consciousness. Oh shit. So awesome. Lu Yun opened his mouth wide and almost jumped up with excitement. Being able to deploy characters means that he would have an extra companion with super shadow strength. However, after thinking about it, Hawkeye seems to have many disadvantages. For example, illusions cannot be immune. Although it is constructed from system energy, the person deployed is a real person. It's just that this Hawkeye is a clone of the Hawkeye from the original Pirates world. Host, don't worry about the character being affected by illusions. The character itself is constructed from system energy and is immune to illusions just like the host. Hiss. Lu Yun couldn't help but gasp, immune to illusions. That's pretty awesome. Host, do you want to place it? Deploy. Buzz. Hawkeye's illusory figure appeared again, and Hawkeye's eyes, which had been dim, became bright again. After regaining consciousness, Hawkeye stared at Lu Yun in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. It's you. Here it is. Hawkeye looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and immediately realized that he had left that strange space. However, after a short while, Hawkeye also received a large amount of system information in his mind. It turns out I'm not really Hawkeye. Hawkeye had a complicated expression on his face, with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. All the memories he has are false, and he is just a fictional character constructed by energy. He does not belong to this world. Lord Lu Yun. Advertisement Hawkeye, who had figured it out, knelt on one knee in front of Lu Yun and shouted respectfully. Kindness. From now on I'll call you Mihawk. It's Master Lu Yun. Lu Yun took out a set of clothes from his closet. It was a kimono that he had customized. This kimono was somewhat like the exclusive clothing for captains in the Shinigami world. After Mihawk changed into the outfit, it has to be said that Hawkeye in this outfit is simply a killer for young women. The aura of a mature man is overwhelming. If a young woman sees Mihawk, she will probably fall for him with just one look from Mihawk. However, what is troubling is that Mihawk's identity is a difficult problem to solve. Let Mihawk be a ninja of Konoha? How do you explain that? Tell Tsunade that Mihawk is his friend. Then Tsunade wanted to test Mihawk's strength and Mihawk split the mountain with one sword? This damn Tsunade would probably scare people silly. And at that time, people will also suspect whether Lu Yun is colluding with people from other villages outside. After all, it is easy for a person like Hawkeye, who has powerful strength and an unknown identity, to be suspected. Identity. Identity. That's right. Lu Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. Who said Mihawk had to stay in Konoha? Since there is an organization like Akatsuki in the ninja world, I cannot create an organization to fight against Akatsuki. Besides, there is more than one organization hidden in the ninja world, and there is also an organization called Kara that is more terrifying than Akatsuki. Lu Yun told Mihawk all his ideas. He wanted to create a force to fight against Akatsuki and play the role of a real mastermind behind the ninja world. The organization is called Seirei. Although Mihawk is the only member of the organization for now, Lu Yun has already thought about the next member. Orochimaru. Lu Yun believed that Orochimaru would never die so easily, since in the original novel, Orochimaru was able to be resurrected, and there was no increase in his progress after killing Orochimaru. He believed that Orochimaru was definitely still alive, just in some other form. After Lu Yun gave the order, Mihawk left Lu Yun's house and prepared to leave Konoha village. Advertisement as for whether Mihawk would be discovered, Lu Yun was not worried. Because ordinary ninjas can't stop Mihawk. On the way, some members of the Konoha guard did notice Mihawk, but the moment they were met by Mihawk's sharp eyes. The ninjas were all frightened out of their wits by Mihawk's gaze. Things are going to get more interesting from here on out. Lu Yun's face raised slightly, and the smile on his face gave people a chilling feeling. Sure enough, Mihawk's departure from Konoha village was not very smooth. Although he changed into a new outfit and did not look so unusual, the black knife on his back scared many villagers. What's more, Mihawk's inherently cold temperament was even more noticeable. During the interception, those ninjas were knocked to the ground one by Mihawk. They didn't even have the chance to form hand seals before they were knocked unconscious by Mihawk. Lu Yun asked Mihawk to do this. If Mihawk had carried out a massacre while being intercepted, it would have been difficult for Lu Yun to explain. When Kakashi and Might Guy arrived, Mihawk had already left Konoha. Mihawk is a Ronin himself, and the task given to him by Lu Yun is to recruit powerful ninjas into the organization. Compared to Mihawk's freedom of action, the task given by Lu Yun is not very difficult. And only the strong are attracted to each other. How are they? Everything is fine, just knocked unconscious. Just knocked unconscious. Kakashi fell into deep thought. Not long ago, Kakashi and Might Guy received news from the Konoha guard that a suspicious person carrying a black knife appeared in Konoha. When they arrived, this is what they saw. The figure carrying a black knife has a pair of yellow eyes like an eagle. Why does this sound so familiar? Kakashi then thought of someone who also liked to use knives and also had yellow and eagle-like eyes. Could that person be related to Lu Yun? Chapter 57 confirming the direction of cultivation? Fortunately, the Konoha defense ninjas did not suffer any harm, and after examination, the ninjas who fainted were not injured at all. It seems that the other party has no ill intentions, but his identity is still very suspicious. Especially during this tense period in Konoha, an unknown figure has emerged. Now Konoha cannot confirm whether Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame have left Konoha. Did anyone see that man coming out of Lu Yun's house? Yes, Master Tsunade. After that man came out, Lu Yun Jonin also left. Tsunade frowned as he listened to the Anbu ninja's report. What on earth is this kid doing? Doesn't he know that this is the most tense time for him to be in contact with unknown people? Carrying a big knife. It seems that he is also a swordsman. The Anbu ninja also said that the temperament of that person is very similar to Lu Yun. Could it be that Lu Yun's heaven-defying swordsmanship is related to that person? Forget it, I'd better call Lu Yun over and ask him. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yun arrived at the Hokage's office. But when Tsunade and Shizune saw Lu Yun, they were suddenly stunned. Is this Lu Yun? At this moment, Lu Yun in front of them seemed like a different person. The square glasses frame on his nose revealed a strong scholarly temperament. The sharp edge that originally existed in Lu Yun is no longer visible. Now Lu Yun gives people the feeling of a weak scholar who is powerless. A person's image can be changed at will, but temperament is something that needs to be maintained over the long term. But apart from her appearance, Lu Yun is no longer the same person. And the smile on that face made Tsunade very uncomfortable. Although that smile was as warm as the sun, the huge contrast made her feel a little weird. But Shizune on the side could not resist the charm emanating from Lu Yun. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Yun, and a blush appeared on her face. Lu Yun looks more mature and charming like this. Kid, what are you doing? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. Nothing, just a change of image. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Advertisement for some reason, Tsunade's smile gave me a chilling feeling. Am I overthinking it? Lu Yun now gave her a very familiar feeling, just like the early Orochimaru. Can a person's temperament really change so easily? Forget it, let's get back to the topic. Please explain the man who came out of your house. He doesn't sound like a simple person. What is your relationship with him? Tsunade looked at Lu Yun deeply. Lu Yun sat on the sofa, took a sip of the tea on the table and smiled faintly. That's my master. He taught me all my swordsmanship. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Lu Yun's master. To be honest, Lu Yun's swordsmanship is indeed different from what they know. Even the warriors of the Iron Country cannot match Lu Yun's swordsmanship in terms of flying slashes. Did that man teach you all your swordsmanship? Kindness? Fifth Hokage-sama, if you were worried that Master had ill intentions, those who stood in his way would have been dead long ago. And Master's swordsmanship is not inferior to mine. His slashing blows can even cut through mountains. What? Tsunade slammed the table and now she lost her composure. With the same strength as Lu Yun, he is able to unleash a flying slash comparable to S-level ninjutsu. When did such a terrifying figure appear in the ninja world? Which village's ninja is your master from? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. If Master Lu Yun was a ninja from another village or even an enemy country of Konoha, then even if Lu Yun had not committed any acts of treason, he would still be charged with the crime of suspected treason. Lu Yun shook his head. Master is not a ninja, he does not belong to any faction, he is a Ronin. Ronin? Such a powerful person actually chose to be a Ronin? The name Mihawk has never been heard of in the 5 great nations or the ninja world. Perhaps it is true as Lu Yun said that his master is just a wanderer who likes to travel around. Alright, I can't get anything out of you. Remember to report to Anbu tomorrow. Advertisement, Tsunade said impatiently, shaking her hands. After Lu Yun left the office, Tsunade looked at Shizune and said, did that brat change his sword? Yes, Tsunade-sama. Tisk, this kid is really unpredictable. After returning to Hyuga's house, everyone in Hyuga's family looked at the stranger Lu Yun with strange eyes. Is this still the Lord Lu Yun they know? This scholar's temperament is completely different from the previous Lord Lu Yun. In the past, the aura Lu Yun exuded was as frightening as a sharp sword. But now Lu Yun gives people the impression of a weak scholar, both in appearance and temperament. Mr. Lu Yun? Hyuga Hinata looked at Lu Yun in front of him in a daze. This feeling is so strange. It was just one night, why did Lu Yunjun's entire temperament change? But after a while, Hinata confirmed that the Lu Yun in front of him was still the Lu Yun he knew before. Although his temperament has changed, there is no doubt that he is the Lu Yunjun that she likes. Lu Yun's changes were also discussed in the Hyuga family. Even Hyuga Hizashi was stunned when he saw Lu Yun. It's difficult to change a person's temperament. What on earth did Lu Yun go through overnight? Although Lu Yun's temperament has changed, his strength is still recognized by the public. Lu Yun, who obtained a new template, needs to practice and learn again. There are 4 basic Shinigami fighting methods. White hits, Kido, slashing, Shunpo. Not to mention the slashing skills, Lu Yun, who is a great swordsman, has an unmatched slashing skill. What Lu Yun needs to focus on now is Shunpo and Kido. Shunpo and body flicker technique are completely different. Body flicker technique cannot be used frequently, while Shunpo can be used continuously. Moreover, Shunpo is faster than body flicker technique and can move to a wider range of positions. That speed is completely incapable of being followed by the naked eye. Lu Yun was also aware of Kido's power. Compared to ninjutsu, Kido was much more powerful than ninjutsu, especially the black coffin that abandoned the chant, which was like trapping the opponent in another dimension. What Lu Yun needs now is to control Ryotsu and gather souls to awaken the Hogyoku that is dormant within his body. Only after awakening Hogyoku can Lu Yun evolve towards a higher dimension. Chapter 58, Captain of Anbu. It was the familiar training ground again. Lu Yun was sitting on a rock under a waterfall on the cliff. The falling waterfall seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and none of the water from the waterfall above Lu Yun fell on him. It was as if something was blocking the flow of the waterfall. Lu Yun gradually mastered the control of Ryotsu, and because of this, the water from the waterfall was affected by Ryotsu and would not fall on Lu Yun at all. Open black lens bracket character template. Aizen Sosuke close black lens bracket, character unlock progress, 3%. Open black lens bracket Hogyoku status. Sleeping close black lens bracket. In order to activate Hogyoku, one must collect souls. Lu Yun has not started collecting souls yet, but I heard that many enemy ninjas have recently sneaked into the village to test Konoha. Those guys. Let them become the nourishment of Hogyoku. Lu Yun stood up, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the rocks and came to the land. He stretched out his finger and aimed at the spirit stone, controlling the huge spiritual power in his body. Hado 1, charge, call out. An invisible shockwave shot out from Lu Yun's fingertips, and with a bang, the rock was penetrated by the shockwave and a coin-sized hole appeared. Then another dazzling bolt of lightning completely shattered the rock. Rock. What a scumbag. He slept with me and then ruined me. He's not even human. Currently, Lu Yun can skillfully use 2 Kido, namely Hado's 1 Rush and Hado's 4 White Thunder. Both of these Kido do not require chanting and are quite powerful. The power of White Thunder is even more terrifying than ordinary A-level ninjutsu. Of course, if Lu Yun can completely control the vast spiritual power in his body, the White Thunder released will probably not be inferior to S-level ninjutsu. The power of Kido is related to the spiritual power and strength of the caster. When Aizen gave up chanting, Black Coffin instantly defeated Komamura Sajin, who was also a captain. However, the Black Coffin that gave up chanting only exerted 1/3 of its original power, which is enough to show how terrifying Aizen's strength is. Even without Hogyoku, Aizen's strength is far superior to the other captains, and the only one Aizen fears is Yamamoto Genryusai. In the later stages of his evolution, Aizen no longer takes Yamamoto Genryusai seriously. Advertisement Ryotsu. It's indeed not that easy to control. It's almost time to report to Anbu. That brat was late for me. The Anbu team members of the Antelope also gathered in the Hokage's office, waiting for their captain Lu Yun. Tsunade was furious at this moment. This kid had promised to report on time, but he hadn't shown up yet. It's so unruly, but even if Lu Yun doesn't follow the rules, Tsunade can't do anything to Lu Yun. After all, that kid can't be controlled so easily. A few minutes later, Liu Yun arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade looked at Liu Yun, who walked in with a gloomy face. Little ghost, look at the time. Liu Yun didn't care about the anger on Tsunade's face and smiled lightly. I'm sorry, 5th Hokage, I was busy practicing and forgot what you said. Kindness. This kid actually apologized. The anger on Tsunade's face also subsided a little. It was just being late. Now that Liu Yun said so, if he continued to make things difficult for him, it would seem that he, as the Hokage, was not generous. Alright, now that you're here you'll officially take over the position of Anbu captain. The members of Anbu all looked at Liu Yun. Although he was wearing a mask, the respect in his eyes could not be concealed. Although Liu Yun was a few years younger than them, they knew that he was the hero who single-handedly saved Konoha, killed the Jonin of Sunagakure, and also repelled one-tailed Jinchuriki. Some of these people admire Liu Yun and yearn for his powerful strength. And there was one person among them that Liu Yun was very familiar with. Yamato. Liu Yun didn't expect that Yamato also joined Antelope. Will Yamato still be the agent of Team 7 in the future? The changes in the ninja world now are beyond Liu Yun's imagination. Both the plot and the timeline have changed. Since everything has changed, what he knows cannot follow the plot of the original work. Sasuke is still in Konoha village. Although Itachi has arrived in Konoha, he has not had any contact with Sasuke. Naruto is still training with Jiraiya. Advertisement. After knowing each other's codename, Tsunade also told the Antelope team that their mission was to monitor Danzo. Although Danzo's roots have been disbanded, given Danzo's personality, he would never sit idly by. In order to prevent any unexpected events, she must know Danzo's every move. Keep an eye on Danzo. Liu Yun, who had already come out of the Hokage's office, began to think. Danzo will never give up. He has a crazy obsession with the position of Hokage, or rather, his obsession with power is too deep. His original intention was indeed for Konoha, but after repeated changes in contact with Orochimaru, Danzo's heart also changed. He would do anything for Konoha and the position of Hokage, as long as it allowed him to sit on the position of Hokage that he had always dreamed of. If an ordinary Anbu member were to monitor Danzo, he would definitely suffer a loss given Danzo's methods, but if it was Liu Yun, Danzo probably wouldn't dare to do anything. I don't have that much time to monitor Danzo. I still let my shadow clone complete the daily tasks, but I have more important things to do. The border of Hokage country. Because Konoha suffered a heavy blow in the Chunin exam, the other major countries have been ready to make a move, and the Fire Country has always been a hot commodity in the eyes of the other major countries. The Fire Nation has a unique geographical location and abundant resources. In recent years, the economies and human resources of major countries have declined due to the impact of insufficient natural resources. However, after experiencing so many wars, the Fire Nation is still far stronger than the other four major nations. This is not only due to its superior geographical location, but also because of the number of ninjas and their power. In the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, several major countries jointly declared war on the Fire Nation. Facing these major countries, the strength and foundation displayed by Konoha village was still incomparable to the other major countries. After the first Hokage, several major countries held a joint meeting and united the Ninja World Army to invade the Land of Fire. Now that the third Hokage has died, these countries have started to have evil intentions. Of course, with the previous lessons learned, they dare not act so rashly. Because after the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi jointly invaded Konoha, they also confirmed a piece of news. Konoha has a swordsman ninja who is even more terrifying than Konoha's White Fang in the past, and he single-handedly defeated the Tailed Beast when the Sand Shinobi invaded Konoha and the Jinchuriki went berserk. Such a magnificent record also caused some concerns among several major countries. Ninjas who wanted to sneak into the enemy country at the border were trapped in the silent and quiet dense forest, where even the chirping of insects and cicadas could not be heard. Only blood flowers bloomed in the dense forest, and Liu Yun was like a quiet Shinigami, ruthlessly reaping the lives of these ninjas. Chapter 59 Ryotsu erupts. Hogyoku awakens. The entire dense forest was silent as Liu Yun's figure jumped to different locations, leaving an afterimage every time he moved. Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and ninjas from other countries are lurking at the border of Konoha, ready to sneak in during the rotation period. But in front of Liu Yun, they didn't even know what happened the moment they saw Liu Yun and lost consciousness. Kyoka Suigetsu can completely control the opponent's five senses, making them completely believe that the appearance, form, quality, feel, and even smell of a specific object is what the master wants. Even if they saw Liu Yun, the Liu Yun they saw was just a non-existent Liu Yun. The real Liu Yun went behind them and these ninjas didn't know it. After Hogyoku absorbed these souls, there was finally a slight throbbing, but of course it was only a slight throbbing. It is not an easy task to awaken Hogyoku. Moreover, the quality of the souls of these enemy ninjas is not perfect. Everyone's soul is different. Even if a poor soul is absorbed, it cannot compare to a perfect soul. The silent jungle seemed like a forbidden place that announced death. Many ninjas noticed something strange when they walked out of their hiding places and saw the scene in front of them. They were so scared that they almost lost their souls. One of them, Rock Shinobi, who had never seen any bloody scenes, turned pale and leaned against a tree and started to retch. The two Chunin-level Rock Shinobi also had pale faces. Looking at the corpses on the ground, they were terrified. What happened? Even if such a large number of people were killed, it is impossible that there would be no sound at all. This place is so weird. Could it be that Konoha has already planted ambush here to keep an eye on it? Shuin. There's something wrong here. Let's go back to the village. However, when the rock shinobi looked at his companion, his face turned extremely panicked almost in the next second, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The rock shinobi called Shuin stood stiffly in place. A trace of blood appeared on his neck at some point, and his head slowly shifted and slid down. Shuin's eyes were wide open, and those eyes were filled with anger and dissatisfaction towards the rock shinobi. Why? The enemy is right in front of them. Why don't his companions take action? Rock shinobi, whose 5 senses were controlled, had no idea what was happening. He was almost scared to death when he saw Shuin lying in a pool of blood. Advertisement. When he tried to look for the genin, he only saw a body lying in a pool of blood. Oh. What the hell? What the hell happened? Rock shinobi collapsed and screamed. He desperately wanted to escape from the border of the fire country, but at this moment a cold voice sounded behind him. Hado 4, White Thunder. Flashes of lightning burst out from Lu Yun's fingertips, and the roar like thunder made the fleeing rock shinobi feel even more fearful. The white lightning swept towards rock shinobi mercilessly, and the speed of the violent lightning did not even give rock shinobi a chance to form a hand seal. With a scream, the rock shinobi fell from the air to the ground, his whole body looking as if it had been burned. Rock shinobi's soul sank into the Hogyoku within Lu Yun's body. The ninjas lurking in the villages on the border of the Land of Fire have basically been wiped out by Lu Yun, and there is no trace of any other ninjas within Lu Yun's perception range. The number of souls absorbed by Hogyoku has exceeded 100. At this time, the Hogyoku in Lu Yun's body finally began to throb. This feeling. Lu Yun's expression changed immediately, and a huge amount of Ryotsu burst out without Lu Yun's control. Everyone in the fire country felt a sense of pressure instantly. And this pressure made it impossible for everyone to get up, except for Chunin. Even Genin felt as if a huge mountain was pressing on his back after being affected by Ryotsu. Boom! The soaring Ryotsu turned into a brilliant blue beam of light that shot straight into the sky and stirred up the clouds. The enormous pressure was beyond the ninja's comprehension. The surrounding dense forests were instantly submerged in the terrifying Ryotsu. The woods on the border of the fire country disappeared into nothingness in the instant of Ryotsu's baptism. The area was bare as if it had been shaved bald. When the Konoha ninjas arrived at this place, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The corpses of rock shinobi, cloud shinobi, sand shinobi, and enemy ninjas were everywhere, and the original dense forest had turned into a flat land. Even the grass was overturned, leaving only a bare piece of yellow earth. Hey, report the situation here to the Hokage immediately. Advertisement. The Jonin's face was extremely solemn. Although they were ninja from the enemy country, the number of casualties was too high. It was very likely that several major countries would take this opportunity to attack Konoha. The balance of the situation in the ninja world has been completely broken. At this time, Lu Yun was at home, and there was a ball-like object like a gem in his hand. The power contained in that dazzling and brilliant light is beyond human comprehension. The brilliance flowing in the Hogyoku reflects a future that is different for Lu Yun and others. The true power of Hogyoku is to materialize a person's inner wishes by developing them in accordance with what they have in their mind, but the condition is that one must have the strength to realize this wish. The power that Lu Yun desires in his heart is above the 6 paths. It is a force that transcends the entire universe and is more terrifying than the Otsutsuki clan. The power he desires is the power to change the rules of the world, and everything in the world is under his control. He knew the importance of strength, and he needed strength that was unmatched and fearless. Although Hogyoku has awakened now, he has not yet completely merged with Lu Yun. From Hogyoku's perspective, Lu Yun at this stage is not yet strong enough to become his master. However, Hogyoku is currently equivalent to a part of Lu Yun's body. As long as Lu Yun's strength is improved to the point where Hogyoku believes that he is qualified to be his master, then Lu Yun will evolve towards the next dimension. The Ryotsu just now is the Ryotsu that belongs to my body. No, it feels like there are 2 forces colliding with each other, and one of the forces seems to be a force that belongs only to me. Your own Ryotsu. Lu Yun knew that the character template was not just a blind imitation, and it was even qualified to surpass the strength of the person being imitated. When the progress of the Aizen template reached 100%, would it mean that he could also awaken his own Zanpakuto? That power truly brought Lu Yun a kind of familiar power that was unique to her. Looking at the Kyoka Suigetsu on his waist, Lu Yun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Maybe one day the Kyoka Suigetsu will disappear and he will have a Zanpakuto of his own. Chapter 60. Don't want to talk. Let's start a war. What did you say? The borders of Konoha are covered in the corpses of ninja from other great nations? Tsunade gasped in shock, her voice so loud that people in the corridor outside could hear it. Ninjas from the 4 major nations had infiltrated the border of Konoha, and Tsunade would not be unaware of this. The reason why they have not taken any action is because Konoha can no longer withstand the turmoil and they need to restore their national strength and recuperate. If the 4 major nations jointly attack Konoha and the Land of Fire again, Tsunade is not sure whether the current ones can withstand such torture. This is troublesome. If the 4 major nations use this as an excuse to attack the Land of Fire and Konoha again, the 4th Ninja World War will break out. How did those people die? A trace of fear flashed in the Chunin's eyes. He swallowed in fear and his voice trembled. Hokage-sama, all the enemy ninjas have been beheaded. What did you say? Tsunade's eyes widened with fear. What a cruel method, all the enemy ninjas were beheaded. Who on earth did this? Liu Yun. That kid can't be, he's with Anbu's team. Could it be that person? Tsunade suddenly remembered Liu Yun's master who had left Konoha not long ago. Could it be that those people had provoked Liu Yun? But at that time, the sudden huge pressure and the intimidation seemed to come from the soul, and even Tsunade couldn't help but tremble all over because of the pressure. The ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable. After a few days, Liu Yun gradually gained control over the Ryotsu in his body, but he was still a little unskilled in mastering Kido. Of course Shunpo, white hits, he has already mastered it. And now Liu Yun's strength is far superior to that of a super shadow, though he certainly hasn't reached the level of 6 paths. Part of the reason for this strength is because Zanpakuto can sever souls. Zanpakuto itself is built from the prototype of its own soul, so it is reasonable that it can cut off souls. But Liu Yun thought about one thing. If Hogyoku absorbed chakra or bloodline limit together, would new power be born and the bloodline limit be transferred and integrated into a part of Liu Yun's body? Advertisement Hogyoku itself is full of unknown possibilities and possesses any human being. Hogyoku has self-awareness and will make judgments on whether it can be absorbed. Liu Yun came out of Hyuga's house and changed into Anbu's clothes. After kissing Hinata, she suddenly disappeared. Hizashi, who was watching from the corridor, frowned. It doesn't seem to be the body flicker technique. The mission of monitoring Danzo does not need to be carried out today because the envoys and ninjas from San Shinobi village have already arrived in Konoha village to negotiate with Konoha. Naturally, there was a lot of opposition in the village. After all, it was Sunagakure and Sound village that jointly invaded their Konoha, and many villagers in Konoha's village lost their homes and lives in that disaster. Her children and husband died at the hands of San Shinobi and Sound Shinobi. They wished to eat their flesh, drink their blood, pull out their tendons, and grind all the San Shinobi into ashes. However, no matter how much the villagers objected, the village leaders still planned to sit down at the table and have a good talk with Sunagakure. Konoha can no longer tolerate any more turmoil, and the current situation is extremely unstable. If a war breaks out, Tsunade cannot predict how Konoha will win. Liu Yun and Tsunade went together to the capital of the Fire Nation, where the negotiations would take place. Sunagakure brought 3 Jonin with him, and the one leading the negotiations was Sunagakure's advisor, Elder Chiyo. Chiyo herself had long stopped caring about the affairs of the Wind Kingdom, but the situation that the Wind Kingdom was facing this time forced Chiyo to step forward. She herself had not expected that the Wind Country would encounter such a situation today, and Chiyo had no idea about the plan to invade Konoha. But what shocked her most was that one-tailed Jinchuriki was defeated by a young boy from Konoha, and even Baki died at his hands. After so many years, Konoha has produced a genius even more terrifying than White Fang. Konoha is truly the cradle of geniuses. Why does God favor Mu Yi so much? Is Mu Yi his biological son? Although Sunagakure is one of the 5 major villages, its comprehensive national strength cannot be compared with the other 4 major countries. Granny Chiyo, it's been a long time since we last saw you. They actually invited you out. Tsunade looked at Chiyo in front of him with some surprise. Looking at Tsunade in front of her, Chiyo couldn't help but sigh. That time passed too quickly. The little girl back then actually sat in the position of 5th Hokage now. At the same time, she was also worried about the future of their Wind Kingdom. Sunagakure really had no one available now. Advertisement, even an old man like him had to be invited out to show off. I never thought that a little girl would become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Chiyo said softly, then let the negotiations begin. This negotiation was undoubtedly to confirm the losses of both parties. Although Sunagakure was the party in the wrong, they knew that Konoha was currently in a weak position and did not dare to do anything to them. So he didn't realize his mistake at all and even wanted Konoha to compensate for the losses. Sunagakure still underestimated Tsunade's strength. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen would grit his teeth and agree to Sunagakure's conditions for the sake of the overall situation. But Tsunade is different. Tsunade has a hot temper and won't allow anyone to step on his head or shit on him. What's more, he is now the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Grandma Chiyo, you are ridiculous. You teamed up with Orochimaru to invade Konoha and even want us to compensate for the damages. I think you Sunagakure are shameless. Tsunade gritted his teeth and glared at Sunagakure's group angrily. 5th Hokage, watch your words. My words? If you want me to talk to you nicely, then put away your shameless faces. I don't think you want to negotiate properly. You don't want to talk, then start a war. As soon as Tsunade said this, everyone in the 2 rooms turned pale, especially Utatane Kaharu, who immediately shouted, Tsunade, what are you talking about? Konoha cannot withstand war now. It is not because Konoha is not as strong as Sunagakure, but once the 2 countries go to war, other villages will inevitably intervene. By that time, the 4th Ninja World War would most likely break out, and Konoha has always been a popular destination in the eyes of other villages. If other villages jointly invade Konoha again, Utatane Kaharu is not sure whether Konoha can survive the war as in previous times. Chapter 61. From the beginning to the end, you have no right to have an equal dialogue. Konoha is no longer as strong as it used to be and no longer has the capital to experience another ninja world war. Tsunade couldn't destroy the entire Konoha on a whim. She couldn't afford to take the risk. Even as the 5th Hokage, she couldn't drag the entire Konoha into war on a whim. Elder Kaharu, the San Shinobi have already shit on our Konoha, and you still want to clean up other people's asses? Tsunade sneered. Tsunade, Ekaharu blushed and looked at Tsunade in shame. She didn't expect Tsunade to not even give her any face. After all, she was the Hokage advisor. The Sand Shinobi all looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew that Konoha was in decline, so they dared to be so strong. In addition, Tsunade is just a newly appointed 5th Hokage and a young man. I originally thought that being more assertive would be enough to suppress Tsunade's arrogance. Chiyo coughed twice and said, 5th Hokage, if you find the compensation we're talking about unacceptable, then we can continue our discussion. There's no need for you to get so excited. Tsunade slammed the table and sneered, disregarding Chiyo's reputation. If you Tsunagakure want to have a good talk, put away your mean face. Don't think that we are afraid of you Sand Shinobi now that Konoha is weak. A weakened lion is still a lion. How can you, the Sand Shinobi, negotiate compensation with us, Konoha? If there's any compensation, it's you Sand Shinobi who should pay it. Tsunade. Ekaharu is furious. However, Tsunade ignored Ekaharu. These high-ranking officials of Konoha had become accustomed to a stable life and felt that the better they were, the better. It was precisely because of their weak nature that Tsunagakure dared to join forces with Orochimaru to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. If Konoha had a strong attitude, even if Tsunagakure had 100 more courage, they might not dare. Now that she has taken the position of 5th Hokage, she must eradicate the culture of weakness among the village's upper echelons. It is useless to compromise. Only strong strength can deter the enemy. Lu Yun couldn't help but look at Tsunade with admiration. Tsunade's strength was beyond Lu Yun's expectations. It seems that Tsunade has fully adapted to the position of 5th Hokage. Konoha needs a stronger person to lead it in order to thrive. Tsunade is right, you Sand Shinobi have no right to negotiate terms. Lu Yun's cold voice echoed in the conference room. How dare you? Who are you? Advertisement. Who are you to speak? You're just an Anbu ninja. Hokage, is this how you manage your subordinates? The Tsunagakure delegation stared at Lu Yun wearing a raccoon mask with dissatisfaction. Even Kaharu Suanqing's face darkened. Is this Anbu ninja crazy? This was happening at the conference table where two countries were negotiating. He was just an Anbu ninja and a subordinate of the Hokage. What right did he have to interrupt? Tsunade glanced coldly at everyone in Tsunagakure and said, he really has the right to say that. It seems that you Tsunagakure have forgotten the pain and forgotten who defeated you back then. When Lu Yun took off his mask, all the ninjas who had fled from Konoha gasped and looked at the face they didn't want to remember with fear. Elder Chiyo. That's him. He's the swordsman genius from Konoha, the ninja who fought off Gaara. Chiyo's eyes narrowed, revealing a look of shock and horror. In fact, Chiyo had heard of it a long time ago, but she didn't expect Lu Yun to be so young, and Konoha had given birth to a monster more terrifying than White Fang. But why? Chiyo couldn't help but frown. Lu Yun didn't give her that sharp feeling, but rather a gentle and elegant scholar. However, such people are often the most dangerous. They have the strength to defeat the tailed beasts, but they disguise themselves as weak ninjas who look like scholars. Such hypocritical true faces are the most terrifying. Chiyo's gaze couldn't help but become solemn. Tsunade actually took in such a character as this into Anbu. This Hokage is really not to be underestimated. You are indeed qualified to say this, but aren't you afraid that your words will affect the relationship between the two countries? Lu Yun couldn't help but sneer. Did you, the Sand Shinobi, ever consider the relationship between the two countries when you launched your surprise attack? Chiyo was silent. Even if a lion has lost 2 teeth, it is still a lion. Even if Konoha is weak, you Tsunagakure are only the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. Negotiate terms. Are you qualified? Tsunade looked at Lu Yun with some admiration. He was right about this kid. Tsunagakure wants to shit on Konoha's head, don't even think about it. Isn't it just going to war? Advertisement. They and Konoha really don't need to put much effort into dealing with a mere Tsunagakure. The faces of the people on Tsunagakure's side turned very ugly. Konoha was too strong. The strength was beyond their expectations. This negotiation should have been their home turf, the Sand Shinobi, but Konoha's strength made them a little helpless for a moment. Lu Yun, Tsunade. Ekaharu is still worried that the relationship between the Wind Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom will continue to deteriorate. She is worried that war will break out again in Konoha and the country's strength will not be able to sustain it until the end of the war. But he didn't think that the strength of a ninja village has never been determined by its comprehensive national strength. If there are enough high-end combat forces, it can influence the entire war situation with the help of super powerful ninjas. What's more, Lu Yun is eager for war to break out. Send the Hokage down. The Hokage's presence is not necessary for this negotiation. Tsunade looked indifferent. Ekaharu looked at Tsunade in disbelief as she was taken away by Anbu just like that. Chiyo and Sand Shinobi both had cold sweat on their foreheads, wondering how they were going to handle this situation. With Tsunade and Lu Yun, Tsunagakure is undoubtedly under the greatest pressure. At this moment, the Tsunagakure ninja pushed the door open and said something in Chiyo's ear. Then his expression changed rapidly and he stared at Tsunade coldly. 5th Hokage. That's a good trick. All the ninjas who were investigating near your fire country have lost contact. You, Konoha, have offended several ninja villages at once. Aren't you afraid that another ninja world war will break out? If it was a dead end just now their situation has been turned around and they can even use this as an excuse to put pressure on and intimidate Konoha. Tsunade thought to himself that this was not good. The ninjas from Sunagakure had actually discovered the situation at the border of the Land of Fire. Even if this method was not done by Konoha, they would not be able to explain it even if they had 10 mouths. Lu Yun looked at Sand Shinobi and Chiyo with deep eyes, and in an instant, a terrifying feeling like an overwhelming tidal wave swept through the entire conference room. Aside from the ninjas of Konoha, the ninjas of Sunagakure and Chiyo all felt like a mountain of immense weight was pressing down on them. Lu Yun looked at the Sunagakure ninja indifferently. It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. From the beginning to the end, you have no right to have an equal dialogue. Chapter 62 The frustrated Sand Shinobi Chiyo and the Sand Shinobi bent over in fear. Such terrifying pressure seemed to strike their souls directly. This was not a fear brought about by physical instinct. It is a fear that strikes the soul directly. Such pressure comes from their souls. Tsunade looked at Lu Yun's reliable and domineering back in shock. This familiar feeling, the mysterious pressure that spread throughout the Fire Nation at that time came from Lu Yun. How many secrets are hidden in this kid? He is only 14 years old, but at the age of 14 he is so powerful and domineering. Even Tsunade was stunned when he saw Lu Yun's domineering behavior. You, Konoha village, are trying to go against the entire ninja world? Chiyo bent over with her head down, feeling extremely humiliated, and endless anger was burning in her chest. She is Chiyo, a top-notch puppeteer from Sunagakure. She was once known as the nemesis of Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world. How can I bow my head in front of a little kid? You Sunagakure think too highly of yourselves, are you? Can it represent the entire ninja world? It's just a huge joke. As long as I swing my sword, all of you will die here. The words fell. A cold light flashed in Lu Yun's eyes, and his whole body instantly burst out with a terrifying ryotsu that made people feel strong murderous intent and abyss-like despair. Chiyo looked at Lu Yun in horror. This kid really wants to keep him here. Don't go too far, kid. Tsunade's previous strength was just a deterrent to Sunagakure. If they really go to war with Sunagakure, it will only be a wedding dress for other ninja villages. At that time, Konoha will not get any benefits, and may even be the one that suffers the most. Old woman, believe me, as long as I'm here, Konoha will still be the #1 ninja village. Advertisement. Tsunade's face darkened. Old woman. This little devil. Lu Yun exuded a fierce aura, and the elegant scholar's temperament changed in an instant, as if Lu Yun in front of him had turned into a proud king standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Feeling the terrifying aura of Lu Yun, Tsunade became even more afraid of Lu Yun. What kind of monster was born in Konoha? Sand Shinobi, you are the ones who should be compensated. You are nothing but fish on the chopping block. Chiyo raised her head in humiliation. Even though she was unwilling in her heart, she was sure that as long as the Sand Shinobi said another word, the boy in front of her would definitely kill him without mercy. By then, even if Sunagakure wanted to take revenge, they would not have the strength to do so. Now the only cage-level ninja in Sunagakure is Chiyo. Finally, under Lu Yun's pressure, the Sand Shinobi finally lowered their heads. Of course, each of them was full of hatred towards Lu Yun. Today's experience was undoubtedly the most humiliating they had ever experienced in their lives. The feeling of having someone press down on their heads was so strong that when they lowered their heads, each of them wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After a brief negotiation, the people of Sunagakure looked at Lu Yun and Tsunade angrily. Aren't your Konoha's conditions too much? Konoha actually wanted them, the Sand Shinobi, to compensate for all of Konoha's previous losses and hold an apology meeting to apologize to all the villagers of Konoha. This is completely disregarding Sunagakure. Tsunade also looked at Lu Yun with some concern. I thought I was strong enough, but I didn't expect this kid to be even stronger than me. Now it's not Sunagakure shitting on their heads, but they are stepping on Sunagakure's heads to humiliate Chiyo and the others. You may disagree, but you should consider the consequences carefully. Murderous intent filled the air. Chiyo looked at Lu Yun with a grim gaze. Advertisement. Is this little brat really a 15-year-old kid? The psychological quality displayed was even more sophisticated than that of the veteran Jonin, especially that unknown pressure. Chiyo was sure that the feeling was definitely derived from the soul. Isn't it that this brat's swordsmanship is not only terrifying, but he also has some kind of bloodline limit that affects the soul? Chiyo gritted her teeth and glanced at the angry Sand Shinobi behind her. Under pressure, they can only endure for a while. Konoha will pay the price for your arrogance soon. This little devil, I must kill him with my own hands. Chiyo suppressed the murderous intent in her body and said with difficulty through gritted teeth. Okay, we agree. Tsunade stared at Chiyo with wide eyes in surprise. Do you really agree? Did Lu Yun really put that much pressure on them? Tsunade had never experienced the impact of Ryotsu on the soul. That kind of pressure was different from the aura and power he felt. It was the true fear that came from the soul. A few days later, there was an uproar in Konoha. Sunagakure promised to compensate for all damages to Konoha and held an apology meeting to publicly apologize to the people of Konoha village. Kakashi and Might Guy's group of Jonin felt as if they were dreaming after hearing the news. Their Konoha is not weak, but they are worried that the village has become increasingly unstable in recent years and are afraid that other major countries will take advantage of the situation. This was also the first time they knew that the Konoha high-level officials could have such a strong side. Not only that, after a while, Tsunade announced a news that shocked everyone. That means Lu Yun was officially appointed as Hokage's assistant. Chapter 63 I'm not strong enough now, little ghost. Can you tell me what exactly was the pressure that enveloped the entire Fire Nation that day? Tsunade looked at Lu Yun solemnly. Lu Yun has changed into his usual clothes. He has only been the captain of Anbu for less than a month and now he has become the assistant Hokage. Lu Yun was exposed that day because Tsunade was too arrogant. He even wanted Konoha to compensate him? It's simply wishful thinking. Not to mention going to war with Tsunade, even going to war with the other 4 major countries is what Lu Yun most hopes for. The battlefield is the most suitable place to harvest souls. Bloodline limit. I have awakened a bloodline limit that can affect the soul. Lu Yun said lightly. The only way to explain his abilities is bloodline limits. Many special abilities in the Hokage world and the special abilities produced by upgraded organs are called bloodline limits. A bloodline limit that can affect the soul. Tsunade's eyes suddenly widened, and her breathing became rapid. A bloodline limit that can affect the soul. No wonder Tsunade felt that he was not trembling instinctively at that time, but was due to the unbearable pressure on his soul. This little monster is amazing. You killed all the ninjas from the other 4 great nations. Aren't you worried that the other 4 great nations will take this opportunity to start the 4th Shinobi World War? Tsunade asked again, looking at Lu Yun seriously. Although she appears to be not afraid of the coming of war, it is only on the surface. She does not want war to happen in her heart either. Tsunade, who participated in the 3rd Shinobi World War, knew clearly how cruel the war would be once it started. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. The 4 great nations are not going to go to war with Konoha for such a small matter. It is a force in the ninja world that is not inferior to the 5 major ninja villages. Lu Yun said nonchalantly. After the war started, he became the biggest beneficiary, absorbing souls to perfect Hogyoku and allowing himself to reach a higher dimension. What did you say? A force not inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. Lu Yun, what do you know? Tsunade looked at Lu Yun solemnly. Lu Yun glanced at Tsunade and said calmly, you should know that Itachi and Kirigakure's traitor Hoshigaki Kisame appeared in Konoha, right? Tsunade nodded. They are all wearing the same uniform. 2 S-rank wanted rebel ninjas are acting together. Perhaps there is an organization behind them that specializes in recruiting rebel ninjas from other ninja villages. Advertisement. If I'm not mistaken, Jiraiya once told you that Orochimaru also joined an organization after he rebelled against the village. And this organization is also the one that Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame belong to. After hearing this, Tsunade's expression became darker and darker, and he clasped his hands together tightly. I'm revealing a little information about the organization's goal. But the tailed beasts. What? Tsunade stood up completely upset. Just as he was about to continue questioning Lu Yun, he found that the person had disappeared. The Hokage's office was empty in an instant, that organization. Why does Lu Yun know so clearly? Tsunade knew that Lu Yun was not someone who would easily obey orders. Even if Tsunade appointed Lu Yun as Hokage to assist him, she did not have the ability to control Lu Yun. At the beginning, she just wanted to know more about Lu Yun. The curiosity and mystery that Lu Yun brought to Tsunade were unprecedented. But now Tsunade inexplicably developed a fear of Lu Yun in his heart. Under that nonchalant and friendly smile on his face, what was his true face that made Tsunade a little scared? Will Lu Yun end up following the same path as Orochimaru? Tsunade. Elder Chio, Konoha is simply going too far. Yeah. We are all one of the 5 great ninja villages, so how can we, Tsunade, be trampled on by Konoha? In my opinion, we should unite with Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi and wage war against Konoha, who is so reckless in slaughtering ninja from other villages. Not even Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village will tolerate this action by Konoha. Wage war. Elder Chio was even more disappointed with Tsunade. Did he really think that war could be started so casually? Tsunade is now even more vulnerable than Konoha. The only high-end combat force that can stand out in the village is himself, an old antique who has already stepped half a foot into the earth. Tsunade, each generation is really getting worse than the previous one. Although Gaara was not affected by Naruto's verbal persuasion, it seems that his personality has changed because of his defeat at the hands of Lu Yun last time. Of course, there is probably only fear in Gaara's heart about Lu Yun. That fear is not only Gaara's but also Shukaku's. At this time, Shukaku was lying in the cage inside Gaara's body, looking depressed. That little brat from Konoha defeated me without even needing chakra? I can't accept this. Advertisement to think that the great one-tailed Shukaku actually lost to a little kid. What if those guys knew about this? Wouldn't that make him a disgrace to the tailed beasts? The flying slash is truly a terrifying force. Even Gaara is afraid of the power of that Konoha kid. That's ridiculous. He actually got beaten up and his personality changed. His second personality actually fell asleep out of fear. It's hard for me to come out of my second personality without any extreme attitude. Meanwhile, Lu Yun found Jiraiya a few days later. You want to go to Mount Myoboku? Well, I want to learn immortal arts. Naruto, who was training nearby, came over curiously. Pervy Sage, what is this magic that Big Brother is talking about? Is it something powerful? Lu Yun and Jiraiya looked at each other, and Naruto was about to continue asking. With a swish, both figures disappeared. Huh? The wind was a bit noisy, and Naruto was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and roared at the top of his lungs. Pervy Sage. Big Brother. Jiraiya and Lu Yun heard Naruto's roar from a distance, their expressions unmoved. But Naruto's voice is indeed a small human-shaped speaker. Jiraiya and Lu Yun stared at each other in silence for a long time, but in the end, Jiraiya was the first to speak and ask, "Why did you go to Mount Myoboku? What else can we do at Mount Myoboku? Didn't I just say that? I think no one who studies immortal arts would mind continuing to improve their strength. I'm not strong enough right now." Jiraiya's expression was stunned and his mouth twitched slightly. Not strong enough? Listen, is this human language? You can chop the tailed beast with one sword, and you still think you are not strong enough? The other ninjas would be so ashamed to death if they heard what you said. No matter whether it is Konoha or other countries, no one knows the limit of Lu Yun's strength. Chapter 64 You too, what are you doing? Practicing Sage Mode was an idea that suddenly came to Lu Yun. Natural energy is not limited to the three major heritage sites of Mount Myoboku, the Wet Bone Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. Natural energy is essential for practicing Sage Mode, but Lu Yun's goal is not to practice the so-called Sage Mode. Rather, it was to test whether Hogyoku would react in a place of inheritance rich in natural energy, believing that natural energy was an absorbable substance. If this is true, with Hogyoku's terrifying ability, Lu Yun's ability to enter Sage Mode and carry enormous natural energy in the future will be unmatched by others. Looking at the serious look in Lu Yun's eyes, Jiraiya sighed, "I understand." These days he has been guiding Naruto to control Nine Tails chakra. One can only say that Naruto is worthy of being the child born to Minato and the Uzumaki clan. In just 1 month, he has gradually become familiar with controlling Nine Tails chakra. It takes more than a day or two to get from Konoha to Mount Myoboku. It will take at least 10 days or half a month. If you go back and forth, it will take at least more than a month or even 2 months. This does not include the time Lu Yun spent practicing Sage Mode. Before this, Lu Yun had gone to find Tsunade, but of course there was no way to stop him if Tsunade disagreed. What surprised Lu Yun was that Tsunade agreed without saying a word, and seemed to have anticipated it when he opened his mouth. Maybe Jiraiya had already found Tsunade and told him about this matter. Along the way, the atmosphere between Lu Yun and Jiraiya was very strange. Jiraiya wanted to ask Lu Yun some questions several times but finally held back. Jiraiya was absent-minded and kept wondering why Lu Yun wanted to practice Sage Mode. Did he really think that his strength was not strong enough? The flying slash that was swung out casually would make any shadow tremble in fear. The only one who can truly block Lu Yun's flying slash is probably the 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. 4th Raikage I is the only ninja from the 5 great ninja villages who specializes in physical training. He has mastered the lightning-style chakra mode to such an extent that he even broke the left horn of 8 Tails Gyuki when he was young. In addition to Iwagakure Onoki's bloodline limit should also be able to offset Lu Yun's flying slash. Just as Jiraiya and Lu Yun were about to head to the next town, a blazing flame suddenly erupted from the side, as if wanting to turn everything in front of them into ashes. Jiraiya's face changed and he used the instant body movement to disappear in an instant, and the wave of flames at his original location instantly devoured all the surrounding grass and trees. You are indeed a famous genius of Sannin and Konoha. It is truly extraordinary that you can dodge my ninjutsu so easily. A shadowy figure walked out of the darkness. The gray headband was wrapped around the other person's hair, and the deep and dark eyes that were different from ordinary people gave people a very strange feeling, especially the clothes on the other person, which made Jiraiya's pupils shrink. "Who are you?" "Someone from Akatsuki." Jiraiya looked at Kakuzu in front of him solemnly. "Oh, I'm surprised you know about our organization?" Kakuzu looked at Jiraiya in surprise. At this time, several more figures appeared in the woods. Undying Hidan, Explosion is Ard Dera, and Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. These people are all famous rebel ninjas from other villages, and their strength is no less than that of ninjas like Kakashi, or even stronger. Damn it. Why are the people from Akatsuki gathering here? Is it a long-planned plan? A trace of cold sweat appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. Even as one of the Sannin, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little troubled when faced with such a situation. Everyone is here. Lu Yun put on an evil smile, and Uchiha Itachi was especially shocked when he saw the smile on Lu Yun's face. Lu Yun's smile was as if he had known they were lurking nearby, but had just been pretending not to know. In fact, this is true. Even Lu Yun knew that the Akatsuki organization had been targeting them since he and Jiraiya left the Land of Fire. Is Obito behind this? Oh, Lu Yun felt even more disdainful. Since you want to deal with him but he doesn't dare to show up, it turns out that even if you activate Mangekyo, you are just a pitiful creature who will hide behind. You are the only ones who can mobilize so many of us. The leader is very concerned about you, Konoha's pride. Hidan licked the cold blade, revealing a ferocious smile and looking at Lu Yun with bloodthirstiness. It was as if he regarded Lu Yun as his prey. Hey Hidan, this kid's head is mine. Huh? You be ****** Kakuzu, tell me that again, want to fight? Come on. Who's afraid of who? This reversal of style made everyone cover their faces. Hidan and Kakuzu were bored if they didn't quarrel for a day. In the end, it was Itachi who stepped in and the two men stopped. Sannin Jiraiya, Muyi Lu Yun. You will die at our hands today. Boom, the overwhelming murderous intent swept towards the two of them like a wave crossing a river, and it seemed as if the murderous intent of several people was solidifying into substance, as if an evil spirit was roaring at Lu Yun and Jiraiya. Advertisement click. Click. Lu Yun twisted his neck and made a strange noise. Jiraiya stood in front of Lu Yun and said solemnly, "Lu Yun, I'll buy you time. Now return to Konoha and leave it to me." Fire style. Big firebomb. In an instant, Jiraiya spit out a raging flame like a wave from the sea, which instantly submerged the grass and trees in front of him. The terrible wave of fire seemed to devour everything. Looking at the drowned Akatsuki members, Jiraiya's expression was as solemn as ever. He didn't think that the Akatsuki people could be dealt with so easily. As expected of Mr. Jiraiya, he is indeed very powerful. But that's all. Itachi's cold voice echoed behind Jiraiya as he thrust his kunai into Jiraiya's kidney. With a bang, Jiraiya turned into a wooden stake. Itachi's eyes narrowed. It turned out to be body replacement technique. "When is it? Deidara, let's go deal with that guy." Hidan looked at Lu Yun, who was still standing there, and showed a bloodthirsty smile. "Good." Deidara agreed without hesitation. Konoha's geniuses, the ones they love to destroy the most, are geniuses. Art is an explosion. Haja, clay bugs fell on Lu Yun's body like flowers. The clay worm expanded instantly, and with a few rumbling sounds, a huge flame shot up into the sky along with a column of fire. Hidan, who was about to take action, was almost caught in the explosion. "Hey, Deidara. Are you trying to kill me?" Looking at the angry Hidan, Deidara smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I was just too excited." But Uchiha Itachi, who was standing by, had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted in fear at Delata and Hidan, "You too. What are you doing?" "Kindness." Hidan and Deidara were both stunned. When the sea of fire dissipated, Hidan and Deidara's expressions changed drastically and they looked horrified, just like Itachi. Kakuzu. Chapter 65 Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities. What is going on? Why was Kakuzu there? They had just seen the kid from Konoha village. "Wei, Kakuzu. How are you?" Hidan and Deidara walked over worriedly. However, there was something wrong with the way Kakuzu looked at the two of them. His dark green eyes burst out with a terrifying murderous intent without any concealment. Is this guy Kakuzu serious? Feeling this cold murderous intent, even Hidan and Deidara couldn't help but tremble. As expected of Konoha's long-established Sanin. "It seems like you two are worth hunting." Hidan and Deidara stopped in their tracks and looked at Kakuzu in shock. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Water style. Water curtain tent, lightning style, pseudo-dark." The masks of the earth grudge you lightning style and water style spit out sharp lightning spears and powerful water bubbles from their mouths, attacking Deidara and Hidan. Kakuzu, who possesses the forbidden technique, can perform ninjutsu without forming hand seals. Kakuzu's sudden attack makes Hidan and Deidara unable to react. With a boom, tens of thousands of lightning snakes danced in the waves, leaving no grass anywhere they went. Deidara and Hidan quickly jumped onto a tree not far away. Looking at this scene in great horror, countless trees collapsed to the ground due to the impact in an instant, and the dense forest was left with a bare patch as if a head had been bald. Hey, that Kakuzu guy doesn't seem to be joking. What Kakuzu just said, does he think we are the same as Jiraiya and Lu Yun? What on earth is going on? Uchiha Itachi's expression was extremely solemn. Itachi, who had never felt fear before, actually felt a little scared at this moment. When did the illusion start? Even though he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't find any chance of breaking the illusion. The question is, who created this terrible illusion? Jiraiya? Advertisement impossible. Jiraiya doesn't know any illusion at all. Lu Yun. Although Lu Yun is a demon, the strength he has shown is based on swordsmanship, but as for illusion, things turned out to be beyond his control. Jiraiya hey Lu Yun ne? Uchiha Itachi glanced around and found Jiraiya and Lu Yun looking at them from another place. Why did he feel something was a little weird when he saw the two of them? What was the problem? Before Itachi could finish his thoughts, sharp tentacles composed of countless black strips swept towards Itachi's position. This scene made Hidan and Delata feel terrified. Is Kakuzu crazy? He is Itachi. Meanwhile, in another place, Lu Yun had a smile on his face as he watched the fight among the Akatsuki members. Kyoka Suigetsu possesses the ability to fully control his five senses. The moment he drew his sword, all the people of Akatsuki were hypnotized by Lu Yun. In Lu Yun's eyes, the members of Akatsuki were fighting each other, but in Jiraiya's eyes, the members of Akatsuki seemed to have fallen into a state of hypnosis and were sleeping. Lu Yun, when did you use the illusion? How long can this illusion last? How long? Lu Yun smiled knowingly. The people of Akatsuki would only return to normal when Lu Yun wanted to remove their abilities. Otherwise, they would be trapped in Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities forever unless they encountered Zanpakuto himself. Everyone has something to hide. This illusion won't last long. Let's get out of here. Lu Yun lied. It was impossible for him to tell Jiraiya about his abilities, and Jiraiya is now also trapped in hypnosis. Otherwise the scene he sees would not be the members of the Akatsuki organization falling into sleep. After taking a look at the sleeping Akatsuki organization, Jiraiya nodded, and the figures of Lu Yun and Jiraiya disappeared into the woods. When Lu Yun and Jiraiya had walked away, the members of the Akatsuki organization who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped and looked at each other in astonishment. Kakuzu? Deidara? Uchiha Itachi? Advertisement? What the hell is going on? Weren't the ones who just fought with them Lu Yun and Jiraiya? How come the person in front of them now turned out to be someone they were familiar with? Looking at the devastation and traces of battle all around, it was obvious that a great battle had taken place between them. Especially Itachi's serious expression, and the Mangekyo he had already activated, he was just about to use Amaterasu to end this battle. Illusion. We were both caught in an illusion, mistaking each other for enemies. The enemies we just saw weren't Jiraiya and Liu Yun at all. The ones who have been fighting are our own people. Itachi said with a trembling voice. Even though he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was caught in the illusion. What was even more amazing was that everything he saw was incredibly real. He didn't even know when they were hypnosis. Hey, Itachi, you have those eyes, could it be you too? Kakuzu asked in fear. Itachi nodded bitterly. If you tell others that the Uchiha clan, who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, have fallen into an illusion, no one would believe it, but this is the truth. Hiss. Kakuzu, Hidan, and Deidara all gasped. Even Itachi, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, was hypnosis. The intelligence did not mention that Jiraiya and Liu Yun had the ability to cast illusions. When exactly is it? Glancing around, Jiraiya and Liu Yun's shadows had completely disappeared. Damn it. I was actually fooled around. Everyone clenched their fists. The feeling of being teased and unable to do anything was completely humiliating. At this point, it was too late for them to pursue Jiraiya and the others, so Itachi suggested returning to the organization first. Kakuzu and the others had no objections, and the next second their figures disappeared on the devastated, bare earth. Chapter 66 Signing a Contract, arriving at Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya didn't understand why the boy in front of him had so many mysterious methods. The illusion displayed by Liu Yun was something he had never seen before, and he didn't even see the hand seals used during the illusion. They were from the same village, but why did he feel uneasy about Liu Yun? Jiraiya sighed silently in his heart. It seems that a genius like Liu Yun being in Konoha is like a double-edged sword. If someone understood Liu Yun, perhaps the situation would not be like this now. Thinking back to what had just happened, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little scared. It seems that Akatsuki has already set its sights on Liu Yun. Jiraiya knew something about Akatsuki organization, as Orochimaru joined this organization after defecting. And during his investigation, he also discovered that this organization was not simple. Especially after seeing the members of Akatsuki, who were all S-rank renegade ninjas from various major ninja villages, were so many powerful ninjas gathered together secretly plotting some conspiracy to harm the ninja world? What a headache. First, the situation in the ninja world became unstable, and then a powerful organization of unknown origin emerged. And this little devil. Jiraiya glanced at Liu Yun beside him. Tsunade said that this brat had awakened a bloodline limit that could affect souls, but why did he feel that what this brat said was not that simple? It can only affect the soul bloodline limit, so what is that mysterious black substance? Is it the unmarked ninjutsu developed by Liu Yun? Liu Yun hides too many secrets. The journey from the Land of Fire to Mount Myoboku is quite long. If you want to reach Mount Myoboku quickly, you can only use the reverse summoning technique. Reverse summoning technique. If there is no contract with the Toad, only Jiraiya can reach the Toad Kingdom. Liu Yun, I have a way to get to Toad Country quickly, but I need you to sign a contract with the Toad of Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya paused and spoke slowly. Reach Toad Country quickly and reverse the summoning technique? In fact, Liu Yun knew about the reverse summoning technique, but to be honest, he was a little reluctant to sign a contract with the Toad. Liu Yun felt inexplicably uncomfortable with creatures like toads. Never mind, it would take more than 10 days to get to the Toad Kingdom from here, but it would just be a matter of signing a contract with the Toads of Mount Myoboku. Anyway, I don't need the summoning technique. Liu Yun nodded. Advertisement Jiraiya wanted to use the reverse summoning technique at this time because the Akatsuki organization had already set their sights on them and there were many unstable factors along the way, so he simply used the reverse summoning technique to head to Mount Myoboku. With a bang, a puff of smoke slowly rose, and a huge scroll appeared in Jiraiya's hand. This is the Mount Myoboku summoning contract. Once you sign this contract, you can summon the Toad of Mount Myoboku. Of course, the reverse summoning technique is only effective against those who have signed the contract. Liu Yun glanced at the name on the contract. There were several names that caught Liu Yun's attention. Namikaze Minato 4th Hokage. There is also a name that was the first to sign a contract with Mount Myoboku, which Liu Yun attaches great importance to. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The person who originally signed the contract with Mount Myoboku. Sage of Six Paths, Liu Yun wrote his name on the contract. Then Jiraiya put his hands together, because Jiraiya himself did not know how to reverse the summoning technique. Instead, he needed to summon the deep-sitting sage of the Toad Kingdom, and only he knew how to reverse the summoning technique. In fact, Jiraiya cannot activate Sage Mode on his own and needs the power of the two great sages of Mount Myoboku to enter Sage Mode. With a bang, two old toads, one green and one purple, appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Sennin Fukatsuzu and Sennin Shima have already gathered natural energy on Mount Myoboku after sensing Jiraiya's call, and Jiraiya has now entered Sage Mode. The two immortals originally thought that Jiraiya was in some danger, but after looking at the surrounding environment, it seemed that no battle was taking place. Jiraiya-chan, why on earth did you summon us? Shima Sento looked at Jiraiya with dissatisfaction. Even though little Jiraiya was very lovable, she could not forgive him for disturbing her while she was cooking for her husband. Especially since it seems like nothing is happening. Jiraiya scratched his head sheepishly and said with a smile, "My two sages, I have something to trouble you two with." When they heard that there was something they wanted to talk to, the expressions of Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima improved a little. Go ahead. I would like to ask the two immortals to take him and meet him out Myoboku. Shenzo Oxenran and Jamaxianran looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Is he the new name added to the contract book? Jiraiya nodded. The deep-sitting immortal whispered in Jiraiya's ear, Little Jiraiya, you should know the rules of Mount Myoboku. Even if he signed the contract, he can't be taken to Mount Myoboku casually. How could Jiraiya not know this? Advertisement. It is precisely because of this that he summoned the two great immortals. Watching Jiraiya walk away, Lu Yun didn't care too much. He leaned against a tree and waited leisurely. After Shima Sennin and Fukatsugu Sennin learned about Lu Yun from Jiraiya, their expressions became serious. Although they were ninjas from Konoha, the words Jiraiya said gave them the feeling that Lu Yun was a very strange person. Although they were worried, Lu Yun had no ill intentions, and besides, Little Jiraiya shouldn't be wrong about him. Okay, Little Jiraiya, I promise you this time, it won't happen again. The immortal who was sitting deep in meditation said this with a serious face. Jiraiya nodded. Little guy, your name is Lu Yun, right? The immortal who was sitting in deep meditation smiled. Lu Yun nodded. After making preparations, the immortal Shenzo took out the scroll. Yaku summoning technique. With a bang, several people turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. The next moment, Jiraiya and Lu Yun arrived at Mount Myoboku, and Lu Yun instantly felt that Mount Myoboku was different from the outside world. Lu Yun was stunned by the abundant natural energy of Mount Myoboku, and his originally confused mind instantly became much more alert. Lu Yun, welcome to Mount Myoboku. The strange-shaped plants and toad statues scattered around Mount Myoboku made Lu Yun frown slightly. As expected, he still needs to adapt to the place where there are toads everywhere. Before practicing Sage Mode, Jiraiya, take Lu Yun to meet the Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya couldn't help but be a little surprised. Did the Great Toad Sage already know they had arrived in Toad Country? As expected, he is the Great Toad Sage who has lived for thousands of years. Jiraiya glanced at Lu Yun. Lu Yun nodded silently and had no objection. Under the guidance of Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima, Lu Yun followed the two toads to an old toad whose whole body was orange and wore a Buddhist rosary with the word, oil, around its neck. The Great Toad Sage, the supreme ruler of Mount Myoboku. Advertisement Chapter 67. Practicing Sage Mode. The ancestor of Mount Myoboku, Dumamaru, who has survived for over 1,000 years since the Kagaya era, is revered as the Great Toad Sage, and possesses extremely accurate prophetic abilities. Together with the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave and the Katsuyu Sage of the Wet Bone Forest, they preside over the three major inheritance sites in the ninja world. In fact, in his dream, Great Toad Sage had already dreamed that Jiraiya would bring a young boy. But when the Great Toad Sage saw the young man, his cloudy old eyes couldn't help but tremble. I can't see through it. After watching for a while, the Great Toad Sage said to Shenzo in a deep voice, Little Shenzo, take the little fellow with you and teach him how to practice magic. Jiraiya stay. The immortal sitting deeply was a little surprised, but since it was the order from the Great Toad Sage, he would not ask too many questions. But he was a little curious why Great Toad Sage just looked at the little guy a few times and didn't say anything. He originally thought that Great Toad Sage would say something to Lu Yun. Under the guidance of the immortal Shenzo, Lu Yun passed through a strange terrain. The scenery of the three holy places of inheritance was very different from the outside world, or it seemed that the three holy places of inheritance in the ninja world were not in the same world. Historically speaking, only Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato and later Naruto came to Mount Myoboku to practice immortal arts. Before practicing the immortal arts, would you like to eat something, little Lu Yun? The immortal in deep seat said kindly. Lu Yun shook his head repeatedly. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal Shenzo. I brought some food in my bag. Lu Yun made preparations before coming to Mount Myoboku, as the food there is all insects. Lu Yun couldn't accept being asked to eat insects. He would never eat a bite of that kind of hard-to-swallow food in his entire life. Oh, well then, I'd like you to try my old lady's cooking, the immortal sitting deeply said with some regret. After hearing what Shenzo Oxenran said, even Lu Yun's mouth twitched. You can just keep that delicious taste and enjoy it. After passing through a strange road, Lu Yun saw many toad statues in front of him, which looked like a strange waterfall formed by turbid oil. The immortal Shenzo brought Lu Yun to this place and explained to him in detail how to practice immortal arts. If you want to practice immortal arts, you must feel the natural energy. Lu Yun, who had never felt natural energy, naturally could not grasp the feeling of natural energy and absorb it. The immortal in deep meditation applied a drop of toad oil on Lu Yun's arm. Toad oil can absorb natural energy on its own. Advertisement, however, if the balance is not maintained well, it will be attacked by natural energy and turned into a stone statue. If you want to control natural energy, you must maintain a good balance between natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy so that you can master the mystery of chakra. At this time, some changes had occurred in Lu Yun's right hand. This feeling. Is it natural energy? In an instant, Lu Yun grasped the feeling of natural energy entering his body. Only then did he feel the vast and abundant natural energy spread throughout the entire Mount Myoboku. This is natural energy. That's all. All that is needed is to keep the three energies in balance. Lu Yun controls the three energies in the body and maintains a good balance. Suddenly, the immortal who was sitting beside him felt the change in Lu Yun's aura and looked at him in shock. This guy was only exposed to natural energy for the first time, but he had already mastered the method of controlling the balance. It took little Jiraiya more than a month to master the balance of the three energies in order to practice Sage Mode. This little guy's talent is even more terrifying than Jiraiya said. Even little Minato took half a month to control the balance of the three energies when he first came to Mount Myoboku. Wrong. The eyes of the immortal who was sitting in deep meditation shrank into the size of needles. Little Lu Yun not only mastered the balance of the three energies, but has even begun to gradually master the magic of chakra. Looking at the faint orange eyeshadow at the corners of Lu Yun's eyes, Shenzu Oxenran couldn't help but gasp. It took less than a cup of tea from the beginning to now. If Lu Yun had not felt the natural energy before, the immortal would have doubted whether this was Lu Yun's first time practicing the immortal chakra. At the same time, Jiraiya, who had just come out from the Great Toad Sage, was walking towards where Lu Yun was practicing immortal arts. He was still thinking about what the Great Toad Sage had said to him earlier. There's something ethereal about him that I can't see through. I can't see through his future. Even Great Toad Sage can't see through this little guy Lu Yun, which is really worrying. Advertisement kindness? Has it started yet? Jiraiya saw Lu Yun sitting cross-legged in the open space, and he just glanced at her. But when he took a closer look, he suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Yun in horror. Lu Yun's aura had changed compared to before. That ethereal and otherworldly aura made him look like a seated immortal. The natural energy of the entire Mount Myoboku seemed to be rushing into Lu Yun's body. Deeply sitting immortal, hasn't he already entered Sage Mode? Jiraiya already had the answer in his heart, but he was still unwilling to believe that Lu Yun had mastered Sage Mode in such a short time. The sitting immortal sighed softly, "Little Jiraiya, it's just as you thought. This little guy has entered Sage Mode and is gradually mastering the Sage Chakra." Hiss. Jiraiya's heart was in turmoil. It has only been a short time. If Lu Yun had only mastered the balance of the three energies, Jiraiya could still convince himself that the other party was a genius. Maybe this is the gift of genius. But what the hell is entering Sage Mode? He didn't know how much effort he put into practicing Sage Mode. This kid is no longer a genius, he is a little monster. The next moment, Lu Yun's body suddenly trembled, and the orange color in the corners of his eyes slowly faded away. When the immortal Shenzo thought that Lu Yun was about to exit Sage Mode. Suddenly, a strong and heavy chakra fluctuation burst out from Lu Yun's body with extremely terrifying power. The terrible storm caused the entire natural energy of Mount Myoboku to become agitated, and the pool of toad oil stirred up layers of waves. What shocked Shenzu Oxenran was not the chakra energy that erupted from Lu Yun, but the abundant natural energy of Mount Myoboku rushing into Lu Yun's body. A huge amount of natural energy poured into Lu Yun's body. Shenzo immortal, Lu Yun seems to be in a bad state. If such a huge amount of natural energy is poured into the body, it will lose balance. Jiraiya screamed in horror. Chapter 68 Eternal Sage Mode. Once the natural energy completely invades Lu Yun, he will turn into a stone statue. But at this time, Shenzo and Jiraiya couldn't do anything. If they rashly disturbed Lu Yun at this time, the consequences might be even more unpredictable. The sitting immortal's eyes narrowed tightly. Jiraiya, observe the aura of Lu Yun-chan carefully. The flustered Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Lu Yun carefully. The next second his expression changed drastically and his breathing became rapid. Sage Mode. Lu Yun's Sage Mode has not been lifted. What on earth is going on with this immortal Shenzo? Shenzo looked at Lu Yun in shock. Even he didn't know what was going on in this situation. I don't know either. Jiraiya froze in place. Even the immortal Shenzo doesn't know what happened. What on earth is this little devil Lu Yun doing? He could feel that the natural energy of the entire Mount Myoboku was madly converging towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun was like an invisible Uzumaki, drawing all the natural energy into his body. Isn't he afraid of something unexpected happening? This kid is too brave. Logically speaking, there will be some characteristics when entering Sage Mode. For example, the Sage Mode inherited from Mount Myoboku will have orange eyeshadow on the corners of the eyes, but after Lu Yun's characteristics disappeared, such characteristics have not appeared. And Lu Yun did not release Sage Mode. The overflowing Senjutsu chakra, just a little bit of it, made Jiraiya extremely frightened. Such a thick Senjutsu chakra was completely different from when he entered Sage Mode. The natural energy of the entire Mount Myoboku seemed to be drained away. Jima Senin, who was cooking at home, also noticed something unusual. When she came to the place where the magic was practiced, she looked at Lu Yun with a shocked expression. A huge amount of natural energy was poured into his body, but there was no sign of petrification. They didn't know that it wasn't Lu Yun who absorbed the natural energy, even though Lu Yun had natural energy and powerful magical chakra in his body. But just like the storm Uzumaki sucked in the natural energy, it was the Hogyoku in Lu Yun's body. Every time the natural energy was converted into Senjutsu chakra, it would be ruthlessly absorbed by the Hogyoku. Moreover, Lu Yun's body is not an ordinary body. Even Hogyoku has not yet recognized Lu Yun as its master, but no matter what, Hogyoku has already merged into Lu Yun's body. What's more, Hogyoku has now been activated. Advertisement. A torrent of natural energy continuously poured into Lu Yun's body. Shima Senin, Shenzo Senin, Jiraiya used his hands to block the Senjutsu chakra storm that erupted from Lu Yun. Is Jiraiya-chan Lu Yun the child of prophecy that the Great Toad Sage spoke of? The immortal who was sitting deep in the room asked suspiciously. With such talent and a situation that had never happened before, Shenzuoxenran really suspected that Lu Yun was the prophesied child who would save the ninja world in the future as mentioned by the Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya shook his head. When the Great Toad Sage talked to him just now, he had already confirmed to the Great Toad Sage that Lu Yun was not the so-called son of prophecy. On the contrary, Lu Yun's fate is vague and mysterious. Even the Great Toad Sage does not know what path Lu Yun will take in the future. Boom! A terrifying chakra storm erupted again, and cracks of varying sizes appeared on the surface of the surrounding toadstones. Even Fukatsuji and Shima had never felt the kind of pressure that came from Senjutsu chakra. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lu Yun exuded a unique temperament, and this feeling seemed to be a difference in the level of life. Although Lu Yun looked unchanged, Shenzo and Jima both opened their mouths wide. The Lu Yun in front of them was undoubtedly still in sage mode. What is going on? Lu Yun clenched his fists and felt the tremendous power brought to him by the immortal chakra in his body. Is this the magic chakra? My state is indeed in sage mode, and this state of sage mode does not bring many of Lu Yun's sage mode features. Perfect sage mode, huh? Lu Yun's fingertips gathered a high concentration of immortal chakra, which turned into a scimitar made of chakra. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly widened. Can the magic chakra be used like this? Moreover, such a dense chakra can be controlled so precisely. Once the high-density chakra explodes, its terrifying power is something Jiraiya cannot imagine. Tear. Advertisement. Lu Yun cut a gash on his arm. Little Lu Yun, what are you doing? As soon as Shima Sennin finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. The wound on Lu Yun's arm gradually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon the wound on Lu Yun's hand disappeared. There wasn't even a scratch. Such resilience. Jiraiya's mouth dropped open. It's like the kind of resilience that Shodai possesses. Shima Sennin and Fukatsugu Sennin looked at the wound on Lu Yun's arm that had healed to its original state in shock. Sage body? The immortal chakra transformed little Lu Yun's body into a sage body? This is absolutely impossible. This is not the sage body transformed by the Senjutsu chakra, but the evolution that Hogyoku brings to Lu Yun's body. Hogyoku evolves Lu Yun's body to another level of life. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips. He could already feel the throbbing of Hogyoku. It seems that Hogyoku has gradually come to accept him as its master. Little Lu Yun, do you feel uncomfortable? Having just infused their bodies with so much natural energy, Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Shima couldn't help but feel a little worried. Lu Yun shook his head. There's nothing unusual. I seem to be in sage mode right now. Moreover, this sage mode has no time limit, which means it is eternal. Shima Sennin and Fukuzu Sennin looked at each other, with a hint of bitterness on their lips. I truly witnessed the birth of a monster. Chapter 69. Being a rebel ninja seems not bad. Perfect sage mode. Although Lu Yun looked the same as before, the terrifying aura emanating from him made both Shenzuoxian and Jamaxian break out in cold sweats. Jiraiya was completely stunned. Sage mode. In this state, Lu Yun is already in sage mode? Mount Myoboku's sage mode should have the characteristics of entering sage mode, but there is no eyeshadow at the corners of the eyes. Could it be that Lu Yun even erased the characteristics of sage mode? Lu Yun felt the changes happening in his body, and the immortal chakra circulated throughout the meridians, filling every part of his body. If the 8 inner gates were to be opened under these circumstances, how terrifying would their power be? I didn't expect that little Lu Yun would be able to cultivate sage mode even faster than we thought. Have you ever seen this kind of normal sage mode, the child's father? The immortal who was sitting in deep meditation shook his head. In normal sage mode, even if Minato was gifted at the time, he couldn't be like Lu Yun. Moreover, although the surrounding natural energy was not poured into Lu Yun's body as crazily as before, Lu Yun's body absorbed the natural energy by itself just like toad oil. That means that even if Lu Yun maintains this state, it is not impossible. The immortal who was sitting deep in the meditation couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Eternal sage mode. Lu Yun, that's terrible. When Lu Yun appeared in front of the Great Toad Sage again, even the Great Toad Sage who had lived for thousands of years was moved. The normal state is already sage mode, and it also automatically absorbs natural energy. Even when Yu Yi was practicing magic, he was not as terrifying as Lu Yun. The future is so vague and uncertain. This little guy's future is so confusing. It is not known whether it is good or bad for the ninja world. It is indeed a little worried that such a person is not the son of prophecy. Advertisement. After meeting the Great Toad Sage, Fukatsusa and Shima invited Jiraiya and Lu Yun to dinner at their homes. Jiraiya felt a chill at the thought of those inedible insects and quickly refused. Even if Jiraiya could eat it, he didn't want to experience that taste again. After being rejected, Shenzuoxian and Shamaxian also looked regretful. Next time when Jiraiya and little Lu Yun are free, I must let them taste the delicious food of Mount Myoboku. In Rain Shinobi Village, various strange buildings are erected. Surprisingly, all the members of Akatsuki were recalled to the organization. Even you guys failed. It seems that Lu Yun is someone who should not be underestimated. The man with a serious and icy face said in a dull voice. Especially those purple eyes with circles of ripples, which are enough to bring great deterrence to people. Legend has it that these eyes belong only to the Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan, after finding Nagato, Obito, who disguised himself as Uchiha Madara, informed Nagato about Lu Yun in Konoha. Obito believed that Lu Yun was a potential threat, so he persuaded Nagato to send members of the Akatsuki organization to assassinate Lu Yun. But this result was unexpected by Nagato. Even if the mission failed, Nagato felt that at least the other party could be severely damaged, but what about the people from Akatsuki? He didn't even realize that he was under an illusion, and actually mistook his own people for Lu Yun and Jiraiya and started fighting each other. Nagato, who was controlling pain, looked at Itachi. Isn't the Uchiha clan's Sharingan said to be the ancestor of illusion? Even Itachi didn't realize when he was caught in the illusion. However, the key reason was that Uchiha Madara did not tell him that Lu Yun could perform illusion. Nagato was Jiraiya's apprentice, so he naturally knew that his teacher did not know illusion. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't break the illusion. This Lu Yun was indeed troublesome. Now that Akatsuki has attracted the attention of all the major ninja villages, they must speed up their actions. The plan to capture the tailed beasts. A dark glint flashed in Pain's eyes. Advertisement. Now, no matter how much dissatisfaction the people of Sunagakure have towards Konoha, it is useless. Should they go to war with Konoha? They, Sunagakure, don't have that ability. Even the only cage-level ninja is Chiyo. Going to war with Konoha would simply be a favor to other major powers. It is even possible that other major powers would take advantage of the period when Sunagakure is empty to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure, and by then everything would be irreversible. After Granny Chiyo tried her best to suppress the dissatisfaction of the top management, Sunagakure finally returned to its former tranquility. However, the position of case cage cannot be left vacant for a day, but even if Sunagakure wants to nominate a case cage, there is no good candidate now. Someone approached Chiyo and asked her to be the fifth case cage, but she flatly refused. Originally, Grandma Chiyo had planned to live in seclusion and not care about the affairs of the Wind Kingdom and the village, but now she was asked to come out of helplessness. Besides, at his age, even if he becomes the case cage, he won't have many years left to live, not to mention that being the cage of a village means there are still many things to deal with. For a while, because the position of case cage was temporarily vacant, the people of Sunagakure had no one to recommend. After a long time, Granny Chiyo finally summoned the top leaders and nominated Gaara as the fifth case cage, of course not the current Gaara who was in the position of case cage. Gaara is only 12 years old now, and it will take at least 2 or 3 years before Gaara can take the position of case cage. At this time, they should train Gaara as the future case cage. Gaara no longer has the paranoid personality he once had, and as a Jinchuriki, Gaara is also qualified to sit in the position of case cage. At first, the village leaders disagreed, but later on, because there was really no one who could take the position of case cage, they finally accepted the proposal reluctantly. Gaara looked out over the entire Sunagakure from above the lotus, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Shukaku, the village intends to nominate me as the next case cage. What do you think? Since Gaara was defeated by Lu Yun, he has been able to communicate normally with Shukaku sealed within him. Tisk, what's so good about being the Wind Shadow? Don't forget how they treated you, kid. In their eyes, you are nothing more than a tool. In my opinion, you might as well just sneak out of the village and become a rebel. You don't have any feelings for this place anyway. Shukaku's disdainful voice entered Gaara's mind. Become a rebel ninja? Gaara now is not being talked down by Naruto, nor does he have the desire to be recognized by everyone. On the contrary, he feels that he is tired of staying in the village. Being a rebel ninja doesn't seem so bad. Chapter 70. Gaara rebels against Sunagakure, Sasuke is determined. After coming out of Mount Myoboku, Lu Yun and Jiraiya did not use the reverse summoning technique to go back. It took more than a month for Jiraiya and Lu Yun to return to the Land of Fire. When Lu Yun returned to the village, he heard a piece of news that surprised him greatly. That is, Sunagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki was wanted as an S-rank rebel ninja and escaped from Sunagakure. In the original story, Gaara was going to become the fifth case cage. Now that Gaara has betrayed Sunagakure, who will take the position of fifth case cage, the only one who can take the position of fifth case cage now is probably Sunagakure's Chiyo. The development of the plot was beyond his expectations. After returning to Hyuga's house, although they hadn't seen each other for only a month, when Hinata learned that Lu Yun was back, she ran out like crazy and threw herself into Lu Yun's arms. Feeling the faint fragrance from the girl, Lu Yun showed a faint smile. I can actually feel a sense of home in the Hokage world. It is unknown if Hogyoku can help Hinata evolve, allowing his Byakugan to evolve into Tenseigan. The power of Hogyoku is immeasurable. You know, Lu Yun can now use Hogyoku to create terrifying creatures like hollows. He didn't mind making the ninja world more lively, stirring up the situation in the entire ninja world and becoming the mastermind behind the game against Uchiha Madara. Nagato's wish for peace is nothing but an empty fantasy, imagining himself as a god. Besides, those Rinnegan didn't belong to Nagato. If Nagato wasn't from the Uzumaki clan and used the Rinnegan so frequently, anyone with average ability would have died long ago. Why does Lu Yunjun feel like you're a little different? Hinata asked with wide eyes. Lu Yun stroked his hair and smiled faintly. It has changed a little bit. Although Lu Yun's strength is several times or even dozens of times greater than before, even so, Lu Yun is still not sure he can deal with a strong man at the six paths level. The truth-seeking ball formed by Yin-Yang release can annihilate all matter, and his own slashing truth-seeking ball may be able to do the same. In terms of comprehensive strength, he has indeed surpassed the cage-level powerhouses of the previous generation. Even if Uchiha Madara resurrects Lu Yun now, he is confident that he can deal with it. But it is just the overall strength. If we put aside the slashing attack, it will still have a great impact on Lu Yun's current strength. Of course, the only one who had the strength to surpass the cage during this period was Nagato. Although Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, he had the ability to absorb ninjutsu. However, Lu Yun's slash does not have the nature of chakra. Even if the slash carries a part of the senjutsu chakra, it can only absorb the senjutsu chakra attached to the slash. At most, it will reduce the power of the slash. After spending some time with Hinata at Hyuga's house, Lu Yun went to the Hokage's office again. As the Hokage's assistant, he couldn't sit idle. Advertisement: I can't come back and not even go see the Hokage. Tsunade, who was in the Hokage's office at this time, already knew what Lu Yun had done in Mount Myoboku. Sage mode was completed in less than a day, and it was a perfect sage mode. According to Jiraiya, even Lu Yun entered sage mode under normal circumstances. Lu Yun's physique seems to have transformed into a sage body like his grandfather's, and even if his body is damaged, it can automatically repair itself. Tsunade couldn't imagine how Lu Yun did it. Lu Yun came to the door of the Hokage's office and pushed it open without knocking. Tsunade frowned and saw that it was Lu Yun, so she didn't say anything more. I thought you were going to spend the whole day with that little Hinata girl after you came back. I didn't expect you still remembered me, the Hokage. Lu Yun smiled faintly and said, What are you talking about, Lord Hokage? You are the Hokage, and I am the assistant Hokage. How could I forget you? Come on, stop being so cocky, kid. Tsunade didn't believe Lu Yun's nonsense. How could this guy be so kind? Now that you're back, I'll give you half of the documents here. Tsunade pointed to the large stack of papers on the desk. She has been busy dealing with village affairs these days. The position of Hokage is not as easy as Tsunade thought. Although she had made preparations before, she still underestimated it. Looking at the pile of documents on the table, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a chill. How long will it take to approve so many documents? Although Lu Yun was mentally opposed, she still agreed to Tsunade. Anyway, you don't have to do it yourself, just let a shadow clone solve it when the time comes. This guy agreed so quickly. Tsunade was a little surprised at how quickly Lu Yun agreed. However, as the Hokage's assistant, Lu Yun should also handle some matters. If he handles all these documents by himself, it will take who knows how long it will take. The power that Tsunade gave Lu Yun was greater than that of the previous Hokage assistants. Lu Yun could act in the name of the Hokage. Although the two elders and Konoha's top leaders all expressed opposition, they were suppressed by Tsunade. Advertisement: as for what means to use, if Tsunade does not take the position of Hokage, then there will probably be no one in the village who can take the position of Hokage. By then, Konoha, which has finally restored order, will be in chaos again. Lu Yun didn't come just to see Tsunade, he asked about Gaara's betrayal of Tsunagakure. It has been a week since Gaara left Tsunagakure. Although Tsunagakure sent Jonin to retrieve him, they were no match for Gaara. Although he wasn't killed, it was not pleasant to have half of his body buried in the sand by Gaara. If it were in the past, those who were chasing Gaara would have been gone long ago. Jinchuriki rebelled against the ninja village. Once the news spread throughout the ninja world, all ninja villages would take action. If they could obtain one tail, any village would have the power to break the balance of the ninja world. The tailed beasts are called weapons of disaster. After coming out of the Hokage's office, Lu Yun was stopped by a cold voice not long after he left. During this period, Sasuke did not betray the ninja village, perhaps because the time was not right or perhaps because he was influenced by Lu Yun and changed the plot. Sasuke looked at Lu Yun with a complicated expression. It hasn't been long since Lu Yun became the Hokage's assistant, and what about me? Still just a chunin. This gap completely shattered the last bit of pride Sasuke had left in his heart as a member of the Uchiha clan. My strength is not enough to kill that man. However, from Kakashi's mouth, we learned that Itachi returned to the village not long ago and Lu Yun and Uchiha Itachi fought. What shocked him was that Itachi's illusion was not only ineffective against Lu Yun, but it seemed as if he had been injured by the backlash. Lu Yun's current strength is completely superior to that man. Want to defeat Itachi? Then he would have to put aside the pride of the Uchiha clan and ask Lu Yun for help. For revenge, to kill that man, nothing matters. Sasuke finally understands that without strength, everything is meaningless. Only with the strength of Lu Yun and Hokage can one control his own destiny. Chapter 71: Orochimaru's Resurrection. Sasuke, if you came to me to test the gap between you and me, then there's no need. With your intelligence, you should understand that the gap between you and me is like an insurmountable chasm. Lu Yun said lightly. He has absolutely no interest in Sasuke during this period, and he probably only has some interest in Sasuke after he activates the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Even if Lu Yun hadn't said it, he already knew how big the gap was between him and Lu Yun. The gap was endless, and even for Sasuke now, he couldn't see any hope of catching up with Lu Yun. Lu Yun, please help me become stronger, I want to have strength like you. I'm counting on you. Sasuke spoke out his thoughts in one breath. His breathing became much faster and his heart was beating wildly. Lu Yun's expression changed slightly. What's the meaning? Sasuke wanted him to help him become stronger. It seems that the plot has really been changed by himself. What surprised him was that Sasuke actually put aside his pride as a member of the Uchiha clan and begged him. Sasuke was afraid that Lu Yun would refuse. Once Lu Yun refused, the little self-esteem in Sasuke's heart would be shattered. Why do you want to become stronger? Lu Yun asked calmly. Sasuke looked up, hatred in his eyes. Killed a man. As expected, Sasuke's current goal of becoming stronger is to kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, you don't understand Itachi's mind at all. Lu Yun had no interest in being someone else's teacher, and on the contrary, he had no good ninjutsu to teach Sasuke. But, come with me. Lu Yun said lightly. Sasuke's face lit up with joy, thinking that Lu Yun had agreed to his request. He quickly kept up with Lu Yun's pace. When they arrived at a place more remote from the village, there was no trace of Konoha and ninja nearby, which meant that no one was monitoring this area. Hoo hoo. Sasuke barely managed to keep up with Lu Yun's speed, and when he got there he was breathing heavily. To keep up with Lu Yun's speed, Sasuke had to give his all. Advertisement. Lu Yun said calmly. I'm not interested in you, but there is a suitable guy here for you. Sasuke frowned. The right guy? Could it be that Lu Yun is planning to introduce another person to help him become stronger? How long will it take to hide it now, Orochimaru? Lu Yun said indifferently. Haha, you are indeed Lu Yun Jun. It seems you have already anticipated my resurrection. Orochimaru, who was originally killed by Lu Yun, appeared in front of Lu Yun again, and Kabuto was also beside Orochimaru. It seems that Kabuto helped Orochimaru revive. Even with Orochimaru's protection, Kabuto was still full of fear towards Lu Yun. That kind of strength is not even in the same dimension. At that time, Lu Yun killed Lord Orochimaru without any hesitation. And from what Lord Orochimaru said, Lu Yun seemed to know everything about the ninja world. This is too scary. It's like Lu Yun knew that Lord Orochimaru would be resurrected. It's you. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply after seeing Orochimaru, and he looked at Orochimaru with some fear. Sasuke-kun, we meet again. It seems that you have successfully integrated the power of the curse. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke admiringly. Sasuke did not disappoint him. The Heaven's Curse seal involves a process of death, and it seems that Sasuke has successfully passed it. This body. Orochimaru licked his lips greedily. This action gave Sasuke a chill. Didn't Lu Yun really sell him out? Is this the guy he's talking about? But thinking about the curse mark that Orochimaru had planted on his neck, it did greatly increase his strength. Perhaps by following this guy, he could really become stronger. Orochimaru had not carefully sensed Lu Yun's breath before, but when he looked at Lu Yun carefully now, his pupils could not help but shrink. This feeling. It's magic. Even though Orochimaru can't use Sage Mode, he can still sense the natural energy, and he has seen Jiraiya use Sage Mode. Although Lu Yun's condition at this time was no different from usual, the feeling Lu Yun gave him was undoubtedly Sage Mode. Normal Sage Mode. Advertisement. Orochimaru couldn't help but gasp. Eternal. Lu Yun Jun could maintain Sage Mode forever, and Orochimaru's mind went blank. He underestimated Lu Yun Jun's potential and ability. He must be hiding some unspeakable secret. Mr. Lu Yun, it's only been such a short time since we last met, but you've become even more terrifying. Orochimaru looked at Lu Yun in fear. Lu Yun smiled faintly. Orochimaru, it seems that you feel it too. Kabuto and Sasuke were completely confused. They had no idea what Orochimaru and Lu Yun were talking about. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. If I disappear from the village for so long, people will get suspicious. Sasuke is in your hands. I will come to see you again after a while. I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, Lu Yun disappeared from the sight of Orochimaru and the others. Not the body flicker technique. Orochimaru was once again slightly surprised by the means displayed by Lu Yun. At this moment, Sasuke was stunned. Was he just sold out by Lu Yun? Orochimaru looked at the bewildered Sasuke and said slowly, Sasuke-kun, I don't like to embarrass people. The choice is yours. Sasuke was silent. Orochimaru is a traitorous ninja in the village, and if he is colluding with the traitorous ninja, that means he will also have to rebel against Konoha Shinobi village. But Orochimaru could make himself stronger, so he felt it was worth it even if it meant betraying the village. In the end, Sasuke followed Orochimaru. Although Sasuke left on his own, under Lu Yun Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis, the village's high-ranking officials, even Tsunade, were hypnosis-ed by Lu Yun. One of them was revealed by a ninja from Lu Yun hypnosis. He saw Sasuke and Orochimaru together. This news shocked Tsunade. Wasn't Orochimaru killed by Lu Yun? Why did it appear again, back from the dead? Is this kind of thing really possible? Eventually, the village's top leaders issued a notice that Sasuke would be considered a traitor to the village. Chapter 72 Mihawk vs Scorpion. Why is Sasuke wanted as a traitor nin? Pervy Sage, what the hell is going on? Naruto asked babblingly while grabbing the Pervy Sage's sleeve. Jiraiya sighed. He and Orochimaru were gone. Orochimaru? Wasn't that guy killed by Big Brother? After learning that Orochimaru was resurrected, Naruto showed a shocked expression. Back from the dead? How is this possible? Is there any ninjutsu that can bring the dead back to life? Damn it. Why did that Sasuke guy leave? Naruto clenched his fists unwillingly. Although the plot has been changed beyond recognition because of Lu Yun, The bond between Naruto and Sasuke, two good friends, has not changed. Naruto wants to know where Orochimaru is and wants to bring Sasuke back. But, even Jiraiya didn't know where Orochimaru was, let alone how Orochimaru was resurrected. He and Tsunade had witnessed Lu Yun killing Orochimaru with their own eyes. What on earth had Orochimaru been researching after leaving Konoha all these years? Orochimaru is no longer human. But why? Why did Jiraiya always feel that something was missing? When he was knocked away by Tsunade, when he crawled out of the rubble, he saw Orochimaru being killed by Lu Yun. Jiraiya and Tsunade had no idea what happened during this period. Hopefully his worries are unnecessary. River Country. Gaara, wearing a brown cloak, arrived in the Kingdom of Rivers. Gaara finally realized how freeing it felt to have no one restraining him. The so-called high-ranking officials in the village have restricted their personal freedom. In their eyes, they're just war machines for big countries to start wars. As for being the Wind Shadow, he had no interest in it. Even a Wind Shadow as strong as his father still died at the hands of others in the end. Free. Very nice. In a small town near Kawakuni, Gaara stopped by a meatball shop. Gaara couldn't help but lick his upper lip at the aroma. I'm tired after walking so much, so I might as well take a rest here. After walking into the store, Gaara ordered 2 meatballs and sat down at his seat. But just as he glanced around the shop, his gaze suddenly stopped. That feeling. Gaara's pupils shrank suddenly as he looked at the middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament who had a huge black knife on his back with exquisite random patterns engraved on the blade. Those eyes. Advertisement, that's right. Those eyes are exactly the same as that guy from Konoha, those eagle eyes. They both use knives and have the same sharp edge. Could this man be related to that guy in Konoha? Mihawk, who was drinking, seemed to be aware of Gaara's gaze, and his sharp eyes simply met Gaara's. Gaara's heart suddenly trembled and he turned his head away. That feeling. It can't be wrong. He had also felt the same way about Lu Yun. This man was very likely related to that guy from Konoha. And this palpitating feeling. Apart from Lu Yun, this middle-aged man is the second man who gives her this feeling. You saw it all, Shukaku. Shukaku in Gaara's body can share Gaara's vision and naturally see Mihawk as well. Ah, I see. That man is very powerful, not inferior to that little guy from Konoha. Even Shukaku's tone became more serious. When did so many terrifying characters appear in the ninja world? If this man could really swing a slash like Lu Yun, it would be too terrifying. Could it be that the guy from Konoha learned his swordsmanship from this man? Jingle, the wind chimes at the door rang, and 2 men in Shao Hongyun costumes walked in. Sandstorm Gaara, you really made it easy for us to find you. A ferocious smile appeared on Deidara's face, while Scorpion, who was half a body shorter than Deidara, had a gloomy look in his eyes. The air in the meatball shop seemed to cool down a bit in an instant. The owner of the store also felt something was wrong and ran out in fear without even making the meatballs. Who are you? The gourd behind Gaara spilled wisps of fine sand. Dawn. Gaara frowned. What is Shao? Brother Scorpion, leave one-tailed Jinchuriki to me. I will defeat one-tailed Jinchuriki with my art. Scorpion gave Deidara a serious look and said, I don't like waiting for people. Brother Scorpion, it will be solved soon. They, the Akatsuki organization, had not expected that one-tailed Jinchuriki would actually betray the ninja village. If they were inside the ninja village, it might be a little tricky, but outside they could deal with one-tailed Jinchuriki without any worries. Spread. It's time to show your art. An artistic smile appeared on Delata's face. Advertisement at this time, Hawkeye, who was drinking, glanced at the position of Delata and Scorpion. Is this the Shao that Lord Lu Yun mentioned? Mihawk has seen methods in the ninja world that are beyond his understanding. Using chakra to use ninjutsu of different attributes is like the devil fruit in the pirate's world. The only difference is that chakra is a kind of energy that belongs to the human body. Sandstorm Gaara. Hey, Delata, it looks like there are other unusual characters. Scorpion felt a heart-pounding feeling from Hawkeye. Not an easy role. That man? That's right, he doesn't look like an ordinary person, but he is not alone in this operation. With him and Scorpion here, they are confident that they can make Shadow fall here. Their target was one-tailed Jinchuriki, and as long as that man didn't interfere, Scorpion and Delata wouldn't attack Mihawk. What a pity. Lu Yun had conveyed the message to Mihawk not long ago, that as soon as he saw Gaara, he would be absorbed into the Seirei. Akatsuki's goal is to capture the tailed beasts, and Mihawk can't just sit back and watch. The moment Mihawk stood up, Scorpion and Deidara instinctively narrowed their eyes. The temperament displayed by this man is a little too sharp. It's like a sword. Deidara, it looks like capturing one-tailed Jinchuriki won't be easy. Scorpion felt the pressure from Hawkeye and said deeply. What are you going to do? Deidara asked, looking at Mihawk in a deep voice. Akatsuki, this kid is wanted by our organization. Organize? Scorpion and Deidara both frowned. Besides their Akatsuki organization, are there other organizations in the ninja world that also collect the tailed beasts Jinchuriki? How is this possible? Cut. I'll leave the Deidara one-tailed Jinchuriki to you. I'll handle this man. As soon as the words fell, the battle was about to begin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Scorpion opened its mouth and shot out countless flying needles. These flying needles were all contaminated with a deadly poison. If you were even slightly touched by them, you would die from the poison in no time. Ding ding ding. Mihawk waved the black knife in his hand and easily blocked the poison needle. This is just Scorpio's temptation. The real battle begins now. Chapter 73 Hado 63 Fiery lightning howl. A hint of coldness flashed across Mihawk's sharp eyes. He leaned down and the ground suddenly caved in, then rushed towards Scorpion's position. The black knife in his hand also flashed with a strange cold light, and it seemed that everything would be cut in two under this black knife. Cut! Scorpion snorted. The scorpion's tail, made of steel, flashed with cold light as it stabbed towards Hawkeye. Without any hesitation, he swung the knife down. Ding-ling-clang. The scorpion tail made of steel was shattered into pieces by Mihawk's cut. Scorpion looked shocked. What on earth is this black knife made of? It can actually cut through steel with ease. This middle-aged man is more terrifying than he thought. Could he be a warrior from the Iron Kingdom? Scorpio quickly gave up his ridiculous idea. The Iron Kingdom is just a small country, and the warriors there are limited and not very powerful. If it really had such strength, the Iron Country would have attracted the attention of the 5 major countries long ago. Mihawk didn't give Scorpion any chance to breathe, with the help of observation haki and his years of combat experience. None of the Scorpion's attacks hurt him at all. Jung. A crisp and sharp sword sound was heard. The surrounding airflow suddenly changed, and a terrifying slash rose from the ground, raising a cloud of dust and endless sand. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling slash roared out like a tsunami, ruthlessly tearing apart everything around it. The scorpion's pupils hidden in the puppet suddenly widened, and the next second the Filiuhu puppet exploded without any warning. Countless kunai and poison needles ruthlessly destroyed everything around it like a baptism of storm. Brother Scorpion! Deidara, who was fighting Gaara, screamed in horror. Brother Scorpion! Cracked! Mihawk frowned and realized that things were not that simple. Ding ding ding, accompanied by sparks, the flying kunai broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Senju martial arts. Thousands of arms rushed over like a torrent, and Mihawk's face changed slightly at that moment. But even so, he didn't feel any pressure. He was just surprised when thousands of arms appeared in his sight. The methods of this world are really bizarre. Shua shua shua. Advertisement. The dazzling sword shadows were swung, and thousands of arms were chopped off one by Mihawk in an instant. But not long after, the severed arm was gradually repaired. Magical means. It seems that I can't underestimate you. A boyish voice reached Mihawk's ears. Mihawk's expression changed drastically as he looked at the boy in front of him. This feeling. It turns out that this young man is the real person. So the one just now was a puppet. It's amazing that a young man can be hidden in such a short puppet. Hachi. With a bang, Deidara's clay bomb exploded instantly. Brother Scorpion. W opening parenthesis D, W, shocked face. Brother Scorpion has transformed. Why, what on earth is going on? Hey, Brother Scorpion. Scorpion below showed an impatient expression when listening to Deidara's idiotic voice. This kid is so annoying. Although Scorpion has a boyish face, his mind and body are much more mature than Deidara. Otherwise, Scorpion wouldn't have taken such good care of Deidara along the way. Start the second round. Scorpion's eyes flashed with an icy light, and summoning technique summoned another puppet. A human puppet made from the corpse of the third Kage. Meanwhile, after receiving the news shared by Mihawk, Liu Yun has left the Fire Nation. As for the documents Tsunade gave him, he handed them over to his shadow clone to handle. Gaara One-Tailed Jinchuriki. If he got some of One-Tail's chakra, he didn't know if Hogyoku would absorb it. If possible, what changes would happen if he collected the chakra of 9-tailed beasts? Producing yin-yang escape? Or in other words, like 10-tails Jinchuriki, self-enters 6 paths mode? This is just Liu Yun's conjecture, and it is unknown whether it can be realized. Boom! Liu Yun, who was on his way, suddenly heard a noise in front of him. A green slash exploded, forming a huge wave and hurricane that swept across the entire forest. Advertisement. It was Mihawk's slash. Liu Yun's figure disappeared in the next second. At this time, Scorpion's face was not very good. The puppet made by the third Kage was already scarred, and there were puppets everywhere around that were destroyed by Mihawk's slash. He had never seen anyone with such terrifying swordsmanship. When on earth did such a person appear in the ninja world? His flying slash is too weird. It is said that Konoha's swordsmanship genius can also produce flying slashes. Could he have any connection with the person in front of me? Scorpion already knew that he was not as strong as Mihawk. Even the man in front of Shati could be cut off easily. He and Delata never expected that there would be an unexpected accident when capturing One-Tailed Jinchuriki. At this moment, an explosion like thunder sounded, and the terrifying shockwave shattered the clouds in the sky. Gaara's strength during this period could not be compared to that of Delata. Gaara, who became the Kage at the time, was dealt with by Deidara alone. Moreover, Gaara at that time did not carry out any missions and was still much more immature than Deidara. The sand armor on Gaara's body gradually fell off, and his eyes were full of bloodshot as he looked at Deidara. At once. Is this the end? Shukaku, lend me your strength. Shukaku's sharp voice echoed in Gaara's mind. Tisk. You want me to lend you my power just because you ask me to? Don't forget that I am a tailed beast and I am not friends with you humans. It's not impossible to lend me your strength, but just give me your body. Shukaku has been holding back for so long that he can no longer hold it back and wants to go out into the world again. Hand over the body to Shukaku. His own consciousness will also be swallowed up. He and the tailed beasts are not friends and he cannot be controlled by the tailed beasts. Ah, consciousness is fading. Am I done with this? When Deidara was about to take Gaara away and go help Scorpion, suddenly a figure rushed out. Deidara's expression changed drastically as he controlled his flying vehicle. When he saw the familiar face, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It's you? Deidara was extremely afraid of Lu Yun. The illusion he launched silently made several people from the Akatsuki organization fall into Lu Yun's hands. Lu Yun dragged Gaara, who was falling from the sky, and looked at Deidara in the sky indifferently. Spires of beast bones dot the landscape, wheels of red crystal steel turn like wind, and stop like air. The sound of spears clashing fills the empty city. Hado 63 Fiery Lightning Howl, Chapter 74 The Death of the Art Duo. The huge Ryotsu gathered in Lu Yun's palm, and a dazzling lightning suddenly flashed. The lightning snake danced, transforming into a dazzling pillar of lightning that smashed down on Deidara in the air. The dazzling brilliance of the thunder was eye-catching, and the terrifying energy contained in it made a sizzling sound due to the friction with the air. Deidara looked like a thunder dragon. Lightning swept towards him and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Fiery Lightning Howl is different from ninjutsu. Its speed is close to natural lightning. Even if Deidara wants to dodge it, it is too late. The furious thunder tore the bird made of clay into pieces. In front of the thunder, the white bird looked like it was made of paper. Deidara lost his balance and fell to the ground from a high altitude, while Mihawk also ended the battle on the other side. The dazzling black knife mercilessly pierced Scorpion's heart, scattering puppet parts all around. The human puppet created by the third cage was so vulnerable in front of Mihawk's black knife. Scorpion stared at Mihawk in disbelief with wide eyes. He actually lost. That kind of terrifying swordsmanship. It wasn't a chakra ninjutsu, it was a slash that couldn't be understood with pure brute force. Is this the end for me? Scorpion's eyes gradually lost their color, and when his eyes completely lost their color, his heart stopped beating. Deidara fell from the air with a trace of bloodlines spilling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his internal organs felt extremely uncomfortable. Deidara's pupils shrank sharply when he saw the fallen Scorpion and the scattered puppet parts. Brother Scorpion. Damn it, you actually killed Brother Scorpion. Deidara's face was distorted and endless anger appeared on his face. None of you can escape. Let's die together, tear. Deidara tore off a piece of her clothes, revealing a terrifying mouth on her left chest. Lu Yun's pupils couldn't help but shrink. It's that trick. Art is Patrick. Deidara mixed the little clay he had left in his body into it, and his chakra was already mobilizing under his own senses. Advertisement, even if you want to escape, it's too late. Art. Eternal. Beneath Deidara's insane smile, he seemed ready to face his own death. But after the words fell, nothing happened around him. The expression on Deidara's face gradually stiffened. What's going on? Why? The chakra is clearly already being mobilized. Why didn't the technique start? Really? Misfire. Phew. A sharp blade plunged into Deidara's heart. Lu Yun looked at the incredulous Deidara with indifference and said slowly, illusion. My illusion can completely control the opponent's 5 senses. You didn't do anything just now. Deidara looked at the indifferent Lu Yun unwillingly. A magic that controls the 5 senses. How terrifying. I didn't expect his ending to be so vulgar. With a bang, Deidara fell heavily to the ground. The artistic duo, Deidara and Scorpion, both died here. And they were almost all crushed without any room for resistance. I guess Akatsuki will have a headache after these 2 people died. Lu Yun couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Things should be moving in an interesting direction. Something should be left behind to let Akatsuki know of Seireidi's existence. Gaara had lost consciousness at this time. Looking at the devastated land around him, Lu Yun felt nothing. Although this is within the territory of River Country is just a small country. Even Hawkeye alone is enough to destroy River Country. Small countries have no human rights and can only be bullied. Once a war breaks out, the small countries in the ninja world will become chessboards in the war and no one will care about the survival of the small countries. Even the disappearance of a small country will give birth to a new country. Mihawk and Lu Yun looked at each other and disappeared into the dense forest. Nagato, who was as thin as a skeleton in a huge tree, couldn't help but look moved by his pale face. Advertisement, Scorpion and Deidara are dead. The exquisite beauty Conan standing next to her had an expression of disbelief on her face. Deidara and Scorpion, aren't they going to capture one-tailed Jinchuriki? Although they are one-tailed Jinchuriki, the current Jinchuriki does not fully master their own power. What's more, the ones dispatched this time are Scorpion and Deidara. If they work together, it will be easy to capture One-Tail himself. What exactly happened between the 2 of them? Nagato, do you want to? Conan said and paused for a moment. Nagato interrupted her. Don't notify anyone else for now. I'll control Pain to go and take a look. Soon after Pain, created by Yahiko, arrived, he saw the bodies of Scorpion and Deidara. Looking at the remaining traces of the battle, Nagato's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Scorpion and Deidara have completely lost their lives. The entire dense forest has been destroyed beyond recognition, with broken trees and scattered yellow sand everywhere. What made Nagato most nervous was the straight and smooth outline that stretched for hundreds of meters. This vast territory seemed to have been cut in half by some sharp weapon. Deidara and Scorpion were completely crushed by hard power. There is such a terrifying person hidden in the ninja world. On Deidara's body, Pain noticed a white piece of paper. When he saw the three big words, Seirei, on it, his pupils suddenly shrank. Pain murmured solemnly, Seirei, these three words have never been heard in the ninja world. Could it be that there are other organizations in the ninja world besides this Akatsuki? And there is no sign of the tailed beast Jinchuriki here. This is trouble. If that organization is trying to capture the tailed beasts just like Akatsuki, then their future plans will be difficult. But, if he encounters someone from Soul Society, Nagato will show no mercy. Only those who have felt and understood pain can understand how hard peace is to come by, and no one can block their way to peace. If there is, crush him to pieces. Because, he is God. Chapter 75 Gaara joins the organization and obtains one tail chakra. In the dark Dongxuan, Gaara, whose consciousness was blurred, gradually woke up. He looked hazily at the strange lights around him, and when he saw the two figures, his pupils widened instantly and his dizzy head suddenly became clear. Lu Yun. There was a hint of fear in Gaara's eyes as he looked seriously at Lu Yun, who was completely different from before. Little devil, even if I wanted to help you this time, it would be useless. This little brat is so scary. Shukaku's voice faintly entered Gaara's mind. Gaara's pupils shrank sharply. Shukaku, what do you mean? Even the tailed beasts have to bow to Lu Yun. The chakra flowing through this brat is Senjutsu chakra. He can actually maintain Sage mode in his normal state. His strength is at least several times stronger than before, and that overflowing Senjutsu chakra. Honestly, I'm not sure I can handle that brat, hiss. Gaara couldn't help but gasp. How can it be repaired? Sandstorm Gaara. Join my organization, Lu Yun said lightly. What? Gaara was stunned and looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Join the organization? Isn't Lu Yun a ninja from Konoha? What does his organization mean? Does it mean that Lu Yun has other identities besides the identity of Konoha shinobi that others don't know about? What's the meaning? Which organization are you referring to? Lu Yun was not impatient and explained to Gaara in detail. A genius like Gaara, once he becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, will definitely be stronger than most Kage. It didn't take long for Gaara to open his mouth and look shocked. Seirei, an organization that will influence the ninja world in the future? This Seirei was founded by Lu Yun. Why did he create such an organization? If he disagreed, would Lu Yun kill him here without hesitation? There didn't seem to be anything wrong with joining the organization. He had already defected from Sunagakure, so instead of wandering around, he might as well do something interesting. Not to mention, Advertisement Gaara has already recognized his own strength. His strength may be the best in the village, but there are still many ruthless characters hidden in the ninja world after leaving the village. Compared with those people, he is too weak, I agree. Gaara said, looking at Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled, a wise choice. This is the uniform of our organization. The Sunagakure forehead protector on your head has also been removed. Since you have left the village, the forehead protector is meaningless. Gaara took off his forehead protector and changed into clothes similar to Hawkeye's. The uniforms Lu Yun makes are similar to those of Gode 13 in Shinigami. Then what is the purpose of our organization? Gaara said confusedly after changing into his team uniform. Secretly control the small country, Lu Yun said slowly. Although the power of small countries is insignificant, everything will be different if all the small countries are controlled. What's more, there's an Akatsuki organization openly helping them to take the blame. Control a small country? Next. Shukaku, let's talk. Lu Yun said calmly to Gaara. The next second, Shukaku, who was imprisoned in the huge space, became angry when he saw Lu Yun appear. Boy! How dare you appear before me? Shukaku's roar caused the entire sealed space to vibrate. Tisk, even though we're both tailed beasts, the difference between you and Nine Tails is truly huge. Huh? You little brat. What did you say? Shukaku, whose self-esteem was hurt by Lu Yun, was like a raccoon cat whose tail was stepped on. He glared at Lu Yun in anger for a moment. Facing Shukaku's fury, Lu Yun remained unmoved and continued to speak to himself. Alright, let's get back to the topic. I need a piece of your chakra. Want my chakra? Shukaku was stunned for a moment, then sneered, boy, if you say you want it, I'll give it to you. If you want it, you might as well ask me. If I'm in a good mood, I'll give you one. Shukaku had no idea that he was courting death, and Lu Yun's eyes gradually gloomy. Boom. A huge and cold Ryotsu suddenly burst out from Lu Yun's body, and the entire sealed space was shaking continuously. Feeling the terrifying Ryotsu, one-tailed Shukaku couldn't help but tremble. This feeling doesn't seem to belong to the power of a ninja. This isn't a negotiation rule. If you want to experience my newfound power, I don't mind using you as a sniper. Advertisement Lu Yun's voice was icy cold, and he looked like a Shinigami who harvested souls. This feeling. What's going on? The tailed beasts themselves are a collection of chakra and have no soul, but for some reason they are under the influence of two different energies. Senjutsu chakra and Ryotsu. Shukaku actually felt what death was. You should know that the tailed beasts are transformed from Ten Tails chakra. Even if they appear to be dead, they can still be resurrected after many years. Because the tailed beasts themselves are life forms transformed from huge chakra. Gurgle. As a beast's instinct, Shukaku's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he had to succumb to this tremendous pressure. Cut. Damn little devil. Shukaku could only be tough in words. After Lu Yun's spirit exited the sealed space, dark red-tailed beast chakra overflowed from Gaara's right hand. Only the Jinchuriki had such a high density of tailed beast chakra. Anyone else who touches it will be instantly attacked by the tailed beast chakra. Lu Yun, are you sure? Gaara said worriedly. As a Jinchuriki, he knew clearly that tailed beast chakra was not ordinary chakra, and it was possible that the mind would be affected. If it were any other ninja, they might indeed be affected by the tailed beast chakra. But Lu Yun is different. He possesses two huge energies, Senjutsu chakra and spiritual power. The chakra of the tailed beasts cannot cause any effect on him at all. The moment his fingertips touched the tailed beast chakra, the evil tailed beast chakra wanted to erode Lu Yun's body. At that moment of agitation, the tailed beast chakra was suppressed by an inexplicable force. The Hogyoku in Lu Yun's body also reacted, and the tailed beast chakra was gradually absorbed by the Hogyoku under the suppression of spiritual energy and Senjutsu chakra. Three different energies flowed and blended in Lu Yun's body, and he felt that there was another type of chakra in his body. This is the tailed beast chakra, nothing special. However, it seems that after the tailed beast chakra was absorbed by Hogyoku itself also changed. This feeling is the transformation of life energy. Lu Yun has gradually evolved without realizing it. Swish! The riotous tailed beast chakra covered Lu Yun's body, and the dark red-tailed beast chakra wrapped up Lu Yun's body. At this time, Lu Yun looked more like a standing humanoid beast. Tailed beast transformation. Lu Yun, who obtained a portion of one tailed chakra, was able to enter the state of tailed beast. However, the transformation into a tailed beast did not bring much improvement to Lu Yun's strength. On the contrary, those insignificant improvements were like chicken ribs to Lu Yun. Hey, you must be kidding. This brat was able to transform into a tailed beast just by taking a portion of my chakra? Chapter 76 Orochimaru's speculation. It was almost like his Jinchuriki. What the hell is going on? Even Gaara had a look of horror on his face. It was just a small amount of chakra, but Lu Yun was able to enter the tailed beast state just like Jinchuriki. After absorbing one tail's chakra, Lu Yun not only possessed the ability to transform into a tailed beast, he also seemed to have gained wind attribute chakra properties. It seems that Hogyoku believes that the chakra of the tailed beasts is also valuable to absorb. If he absorbs the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts, what will happen? Get Yin-Yang escape. Or maybe, things are getting interesting. Lu Yun ignored Gaara's shocked expression and looked at him and said, you are still too weak now. You should also go and train under that man for a while. That man? In Otogakure, there is a certain underground cave. Orochimaru, who was studying bloodline limits in the base, suddenly frowned. The figure disappeared in the laboratory. Outside the cave, Lu Yun, Gaara, and Hawkeye came to the cave entrance. A moment later, Orochimaru appeared in front of them. When Gaara saw Orochimaru, he didn't know why he felt a sense of familiarity, but he was sure that he had never seen this sickly-looking man before. Mr. Lu Yun, you even know this place. No need for nonsense, Orochimaru. I've sent someone for you. Gaara, I'll leave it to you. Oh, Sandstorm Gaara. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He looked at Gaara as if he were looking at a precious treasure. Gaara got goosebumps all over his body when he felt Orochimaru's gaze. Why did he feel like he was being cheated? Did Lu Yun really want him to follow this man? This man looks like a pervert. Mihawk looked at Orochimaru and felt the cold aura that he had, which he did not like. Advertisement tailed beast Jinchuriki, but it is of great research value. Of course, if it was Lu Yun who asked him to train Gaara, Orochimaru probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, the aura of Lu Yunjun seemed to have changed again, and the feeling was just like the white snake immortal in Ryuchi Cave. Is Lu Yunjun evolving? Orochimaru's fanatical thoughts made his quiet heart restless again. The white snake sage has lived for thousands of years. The reason why Orochimaru was expelled from Konoha village was because Orochimaru was conducting human experiments and wanted to open up a path to immortality that had never existed before. Having experienced war, Orochimaru felt that life was too fragile and that 100 years of human life was just a flash in the pan. Only eternity is the only truth in the world, although Orochimaru has theoretically developed the ability to achieve eternal life. However, the flaws of living corpse reincarnation are also very fatal. Living corpse reincarnation not only depends on the compatibility of the physical body, but also requires finding another physical body to reincarnate after several years of reincarnation. The so-called immortality of living corpse reincarnation is maintained through reincarnation again and again. In Orochimaru's opinion, this is also a way of eternity, but he is not satisfied. If Lu Yunjun evolves towards the same life level as the White Snake Immortal, will he also gain eternal life like the White Snake Immortal? Then can I also? If Lu Yun could help him gain eternal life, he would do whatever Lu Yun asked him to do. Lu Yun was also confused by Orochimaru's fanatical gaze. Is Orochimaru still thinking of reincarnating using his own body? But then again, the sage modes of the 3 major holy places of inheritance should be different. If you learn the sage modes of the 3 major holy places of inheritance, will there be any unexpected changes? Lu Yun is greedy. He couldn't possibly think that much on the road to becoming stronger, and there was also Hogyoku if Sage Mode would be mutually exclusive. With Hogyoku, he shouldn't be affected. Entering Orochimaru's cave, it felt like a dark prison cell. As expected, only, snakes, like Orochimaru, like dark and damp caves. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen in the base. In order to become stronger, Orochimaru has arranged a training opponent for Sasuke. Now Sasuke is fighting with Kimimaro not far away. Sasuke during this period is no match for Kimimaro today. Dead Bone Pulse bloodline limit is considered a relatively special bloodline limit in the ninja world. Of course, this powerful bloodline limit also harmed Kimimaro. Kimimaro's condition is gradually worsening, and the cause of this disease is most likely the side effects of the Yoruichi clan's unique bloodline limit. Kabuto has also been studying Kimimaro's bloodline limit, but in the end it was of no avail. In the original work, Kimimaro fought a fierce battle with Gaara, but was finally defeated by Gaara and buried in the sea of sand. Advertisement part of the reason why Lu Yun let Gaara follow Orochimaru was that Sound Village was a good shelter for Gaara. Now not only Sanagakure is looking for him, but several other major ninja villages are also looking for Gaara's trace. This is the temptation of Jinchuriki. How could the other major ninja villages tolerate this? Sanagakure is now at the end of its rope. Even if Granny Chiyo doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of Wind Country and Sanagakure, she has no choice. Sanagakure, if any more accidents happen, Sanagakure, one of the 5 strongest ninja villages in the ninja world, may lose its position. Jinchuriki are powerful enough to influence the balance of the ninja world no matter which village they're in. I guess not even the great ninja village would have thought that Gaara would be here with Orochimaru. After arranging Gaara, Orochimaru looked at Mihawk and asked, Lu Yun-kun, why don't you introduce me to the person next to you? Mihawk. Before Lu Yun could explain, Mihawk said 3 words indifferently. Cough cough cough. Orochimaru couldn't help but cough a few times. What a weird person. Those eyes are the same as Lu Yunjun's. However, Lu Yunjun's sharpness has decreased a lot now, but he gives people an even more terrifying feeling. It felt like facing the abyss. Alright Orochimaru, besides giving it to you by Gaara, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Mr. Lu Yun, if you have anything to say, please speak directly. Orochimaru had a smile on his face. Join my organization. Organize? Orochimaru's pupils shrank and he looked at Lu Yun with some confusion. The organization I created, Seirei, will become a huge force that will influence the entire ninja world in the future. Lu Yun's face was quite calm when he said this, but it was the unique personal charm that emanated from him that was convincing. I'm in. Orochimaru did not hesitate at all. He hoped that his relationship with Lu Yun could ease, and in his opinion, his hope of obtaining true eternal life lay in Lu Yun. Lu Yun was not surprised. In his opinion, it was not a bad thing for a mad scientist like Orochimaru to join. Orochimaru himself was a genius and was valuable to Lu Yun. Chapter 77 Unexpected changes at this time. Lu Yun followed Orochimaru to a secret room. Entering the secret room, various precious human organs and special limbs are displayed before your eyes. This is Orochimaru's own laboratory. The most dazzling thing in the laboratory is those pairs of scarlet eyes. Danzo collected many pairs of eyes on the night of the Uchiha clan's genocide, and without Orochimaru's transplant of first-generation cells, Danzo would never have had an arm filled with the terrifying Sharingan. As Orochimaru, who coveted the Sharingan's power the most, how could he not leave a few pairs of eyes behind? However, transplanting Sharingan is not that easy. Unless the eyes are compatible with Sharingan's body, they will repel each other and not be compatible. Kakashi is actually an example. Without Sharingan, Kakashi might be able to go further, but the consumption of Sharingan is also a considerable burden for Kakashi. I didn't expect that you, Lu Yun-kun, would be so interested in the power of the Sharingan. Orochimaru said in surprise. Lu Yun looked at those pairs of scarlet eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interested in Sharingan? No, the only thing that interested him was the Rinnegan. Even if the Sharingan eventually evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, it couldn't be used frequently unless it was the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The non-Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is too taxing on the body, and frequent use of the ability can cause blindness. Only the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can possess eternal eye power. The Sharingan is also an upgraded organ ability, and what Lu Yun can clearly see in the Eternal Sage mode is the preserved Sharingan. There are still some tiny chakras as thin as spider silk remaining on it. No one knew about this laboratory except Lu Yun and Orochimaru, and even Lu Yun had just asked casually before. I didn't expect that Orochimaru actually collected so many Sharingans. No wonder subsequent puppets like Uchiha Shin had so many Sharingans. Lu Yun had no intention of transplanting the Sharingan, he just wanted to see if Hogyoku could analyze the secret of the Sharingan's bloodline limit. At some point, Lu Yun had a dazzling, gem-like object in her hand. The shining black light made Orochimaru's expression change. The feeling just now seemed as if his soul was throbbing. Advertisement such things are definitely not ordinary things. Orochimaru stared at the Hogyoku in Lu Yun's hand and asked with a dry mouth. Lu Yun-kun, what is that thing in your hand? Hogyoku, a treasure that can bewitch people. Hogyoku can indeed bewitch people. Even though it was not the first time that Lu Yun held Hogyoku in her hand, the profound beauty still made her intoxicated. Hogyoku. Orochimaru didn't know what the Hogyoku was, but his intuition told him. The round jade seemed to be able to glimpse into another unique world. At the moment when Hogyoku shone, the eyeball of the Sharingan originally placed in the container began to move strangely. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. Because the Sharingan with a Magatama placed in the container began to spin strangely like a windmill. In an instant, the Sharingan with one Magatama in the container changed into two Magatama. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly widened and his breathing became rapid. The Sharingan's evolution is supposed to be stimulated by one's own emotions, but the Sharingan in the container is just a pair of Sharingan. That brilliant Hogyoku actually contained such magical power. The development of things was beyond Liu Yun's expectations. It was not just Liu Yun who was evolving, it seemed that Hogyoku's self itself absorbed many different energies and was changing. From one Magatama to two Magatama, Hogyoku's abilities are more than that. The moment the three Tomo Sharingan appeared, Orochimaru was completely stunned. Such power was beyond his comprehension. The windmill was still turning, and Orochimaru couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The crazy thoughts in his mind could not be suppressed. No way. Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's ultimate power. With a bang sound, the container exploded instantly, and the Sharingan in the container exploded. The splash that was about to fall on Liu Yun was suddenly bounced away by Ryotsu. Orochimaru was a little disappointed seeing this. Is Mangekyo Sharingan really impossible? Advertisement? It seemed that he was overthinking it, but after witnessing Liu Yun's miraculous methods, he felt more and more that Liu Yun was the only one who could lead to the path of eternal life. And his hope of achieving perfect eternal life also lies in Liu Yun. The moment Hogyoku disappeared, Liu Yun couldn't help but frown, and an unbearable itchy feeling surged in his eyes. Liu Yun couldn't help but rub his eyes. When Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun's strange eyes, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Liu Yun with a trembling hand. Liu Yun, your eyes. My eyes? Liu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked to a reflector in the laboratory, and his breathing stopped when he looked at his unique scarlet eyes. How is that possible? Sharingan. The scarlet eyes with black Magatama are undoubtedly Sharingan, although it is only a Magatama Sharingan. But you have to know that Liu Yun is not from the Uchiha clan, and these eyes were not transplanted by him. These are completely his own eyes that produced the upgraded Sharingan. Could it be? Has Hogyoku figured out the secret of the Sharingan's bloodline limit? Sharingan, Liu Yun Jun, your eyes actually transformed into Sharingan. It's incredible. Orochimaru stared at Liu Yun in shock with his mouth wide open. Liu Yun was a little confused, but he quickly recovered from his shock. In any case, this is a good thing for Liu Yun, as only with Sharingan can he activate Rinnegan. The power of the Rinnegan is indeed what Liu Yun covets. Hogyoku can materialize one's inner wishes. Simply put, Hogyoku is like what we call a wishing stone. Of course, Hogyoku is not a mindless experiment on your wishes. Unless you have the potential and talent in that area, Hogyoku will help guide you in that direction. What Liu Yun hopes is that his power can dominate everything and no one can threaten him. At least the enemy he will face in the future is Kaguya. In addition to Kaguya, there is also the Otsutsuki trio whose whereabouts are unknown at this time. Becoming stronger is Liu Yun's only wish. Moreover, the potential of the system Liu Yun possesses is unlimited. Even Liu Yun himself does not know in which direction Hogyoku will guide the evolution. The Sharingan's ability really makes the world look a little different. Chapter 78 Black Monster, Void Orochimaru, who had recovered from his shock, had a look of fanaticism in his eyes. It's incredible. He was sure that Liu Yun definitely did not possess the blood of the Uchiha clan, but he had activated the Sharingan. What exactly is that mysterious gem-like object? From the time he met Liu Yun until now, Orochimaru felt that every side of Liu Yun that he showed was just the tip of the iceberg. Liu Yun touched the corner of his eyes. These evil eyes are truly intoxicating. Liu Yun closed her eyes and opened them again. His eyes returned to normal, but the Sharingan of just one Magatama didn't have much effect on Liu Yun. However, over time, under the influence of Hogyoku, even without emotional stimulation, his Sharingan will gradually evolve. In addition to this, Liu Yun is more concerned about another ability of Hogyoku. If Hogyoku's ability is to manipulate the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, then Hogyoku itself also has the ability to affect souls and thus cause Hollow. If I could create a void, Liu Yun wants to build an Espada army. Still needs experiments. Orochimaru is lending you a few test subjects in the cell. Orochimaru's experimental subjects were all living people, and some of them were robbers or bandits. Of course, there were also a few renegade ninjas who had rebelled against the ninja village. Arriving at one of the cells, Liu Yun ended the man's life with a cold knife as soon as he entered the cell. Orochimaru didn't react at all, and asked in confusion, Liu Yun-jun, what are you doing? Although these experimental subjects are not important in his eyes, they are his personal belongings after all. Liu Yun, who sensed the soul, responded coldly, I just wanted to do an experiment. Experiment? Before Orochimaru could understand, a strange scene happened in the next second that made his scalp tingle. The soul that had not yet dissipated seemed to be affected by something at this moment. It was struggling violently, with an expression of extreme pain and making creepy wails. Suddenly at this moment, the wailing soul's chest was suddenly pierced by an invisible chain, revealing a hollow hole on its chest. The man's soul gradually became strange and changed rapidly. The empty soul gradually turned black, and the black mist enveloped the soul. The dark body gradually revealed its limbs, body, and face. A long, straight black tail appeared behind its buttocks. Advertisement. The hideous face looked like he was wearing a strange mask, and a cold chill emanated from his entire body. Roar. Hollow's soul emitted a sharp roar, a sound different from that of ordinary beasts. Many test subjects couldn't help but shudder when they heard the roar. Orochimaru's face changed drastically, and he looked at the black monster in front of him in horror. Logically speaking, ordinary people cannot see hollows. You have to know that whether it is Shinigami or hollows, they are ultimately soul-like existences, and ordinary people cannot see them. Only those who possess spiritual powers or are gifted may be able to see it. Lu Yunjun. What on earth is this black monster? Orochimaru cried out in horror. Lu Yun looked at Orochimaru in surprise. Orochimaru can actually see hollows. What is going on? Suddenly, at this moment, Shu, who had lost his mind, swung his huge arms towards Lu Yun. The enormous force that turned into nothingness was enough to smash the entire cell to pieces. Lu Yun indifferently extended a finger, and a huge Ryotsu gathered at the fingertips. Hado 4, White Thunder. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling lightning descended, and the destructive lightning suddenly burst out from Lu Yun's slender fingertips, roaring like a silver dragon. Boom! Shu was instantly engulfed in the terrifying thunder. The power of the White Thunder was far more than that, and a big hole suddenly appeared in the wall behind Shu. The entire laboratory was shaking constantly, as if it would collapse at any time. Lu Yun looked at the huge hole with a calm expression. Hollow can indeed do it, but this is just the lowest level of Hollow and has no value to Lu Yun. These people are just ordinary trash. The strength of Hollow should be related to the strength of the person himself. It is basically impossible for such a weak Hollow to want a Rancor. At least a Manos Grande of Jillian's level is needed to have a chance of reaching a Rancor, and it is only possible. Orochimaru froze in place, his mouth open in shock. Is that lightning style? No, that couldn't possibly be lightning style. The power of that lightning was different from the normal lightning style, and Orochimaru didn't sense any chakra nature from that strange white lightning. Advertisement. And what exactly is that black monster? Why did it suddenly appear? Could it be that the experiment that Lu Yunjun was talking about was this black monster? Lu Yunjun, what on earth is that black monster? Is the experiment you're talking about the creation of this black monster? Orochimaru showed a crazy expression and asked Lu Yun without caring about the consequences. Hypothesis. A monster upgraded by a soul. A monster with an upgraded soul. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. No wonder he felt his soul trembling when he faced Shu just now. You have the ability to play with souls. What kind of terrifying abilities do you have hidden, Lu Yunjun? Hollows can devour each other to evolve, but there is no point in having so few people in this cell. If a weak Hollow wants to evolve into a Manos Grande, it must devour at least 100 of its own kind. Shu's existence is eternal, and in this world only Lu Yun has the means to destroy Shu. I'm afraid that others may not be able to cause harm to the Hollow. Perhaps the Shiki seal of the Uzumaki clan can have an impact on the Hollow. Of course, Lu Yun is also very interested in the Shinigami that the Shiki sealed and what would happen if the Shinigami was given to the Hollow. I don't know what kind of changes will happen, but the Shinigami sealed by the Shikigami doesn't look simple. If you want to get a large number of virtual beings, you need at least an execution ground or a battlefield. The soul itself does not exist for long, and its stay after death is only brief. Orochimaru was even more afraid of Lu Yun. He thought that only the legendary sage of 6 paths could play with souls. Lu Yunjun is indeed as terrifying as the abyss. The unusual movement at the base made Sasuke and Kimimaro, who had just returned, look surprised. Especially Kimimaro rushed to the laboratory without saying a word. Orochimaru was stunned, and his face suddenly became gloomy when he saw Lu Yun beside him. 10 fingers pierced the bullet. The phalanges of Kimimaro's 10 fingers shot out like bullets. Not only that, he also pulled out a terrifying bone from his body and threw it at Lu Yun. Seeing this, Orochimaru's expression changed drastically and he quickly shouted, "Kimimaro, stop it." Chapter 79. Let's start the experiment. Before the bone knife could land on Lu Yun, Orochimaru mercilessly slapped Kimimaro in the face. Kimimaro flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. Tisk. Orochimaru was really cruel to his own people. Cough cough cough. Kimimaro coughed several times and looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. Orochimaru, the adult? Orochimaru's eyes were deep. In his opinion, Lu Yun was his only hope on the road to immortality. Even Kimimaro could not attack Lu Yun casually. Orochimaru did love Kimimaro before. If it weren't for Kimimaro's serious illness, he might have been the next vessel for Orochimaru's reincarnation. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light. Jung. Orochimaru didn't know when a Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. Sasuke's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene. Kimimaro was not afraid. On the contrary, dying at Orochimaru's hands would be a good way for him to die. Just as Orochimaru was about to make a move, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Orochimaru stared at Lu Yun in amazement. Lu Yun-kun? Ignorance is not a crime. Besides, he did that because of you. Lu Yun said lightly. Kimimaro. Lu Yun had a good impression of him. In fact, if Kimimaro had not been seriously ill at the time, Gaara in the original work would have been seriously injured at that moment even with the protection of the sand armor. His life was tragic, and his death was equally regrettable, like a bright flower gradually withering in the eyes of everyone. As for Kimimura's illness, Lu Yun estimated that it was related to Kimimura's bloodline limit. Part of it may be due to the family genetic disease left by the bloodline limit. Another possible reason is that Kimimaro used his own bones in battle, and when the bones were recycled, they would be stained with the blood of the enemy. If the blood on the bones is contaminated with bacteria and is recycled into the body, it will also be infected. Perhaps this is one of the reasons. As for medical treatment, there has been no solution. Perhaps Kimimaro's illness is far beyond the medical means of this world. For Lu Yun's sake, Orochimaru slowly retracted the Kusanagi sword. He stared at Kimimaro coldly. For Lu Yun's sake, I will spare you this time. Feeling Orochimaru's cold gaze, Kimimaro's heart was pierced with pain. Rather than being hated by Lord Orochimaru like this, he would rather kill him. Lu Yun, why are you here? Sasuke asked in surprise after coming to his senses. Advertisement, why can't I be here? Lu Yun looked Sasuke up and down and said, it seems your strength hasn't improved much. If you keep going like this, I advise you not to seek revenge on Itachi. With your level of strength, you're just going to die. Sasuke clenched his fists and angrily shouted at Lu Yun. Damn it. You be ******D. Lu Yun ignored Sasuke. Only by stimulating Sasuke like this from time to time could he grow up quickly. Chu's experiment was also successful. Then there is no need to rush to create the Espada Legion yourself. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Kimimaro, who was originally fine, suddenly started coughing. If it's just a simple cough, it's fine. But Kimimaro was not just coughing, instead he coughed up scarlet blood. Kimimaro's body couldn't hold on for much longer, even though the slap Orochimaru had just delivered didn't cause much damage to Kimimaro. But Orochimaru's words undoubtedly affected Kimimaro's own emotions. Sometimes emotions are also one of the reasons that affect the worsening of the disease. Orochimaru saw Kimimaro's pale face and how weak he looked all of a sudden. He sighed helplessly. Kimimaro, go back to the medical room and wait. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Lu Yun looked at Kimimaro's back with a dim gaze, and suddenly called out, wait. Orochimaru, leave him to me. Maybe I have a way to solve his problem. Kindness? Orochimaru's expression changed instantly. Lu Yunjun, are you telling the truth? Kimimaro's serious illness has always been a problem. Even medical geniuses like Orochimaru and Kabuto are powerless to treat Kimimaro's serious illness. When Kimimaro heard this, his body trembled, and he turned stiffly and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Lu Yun spoke again. Maybe it's possible, but there are certain risks. If he doesn't succeed, he will lose himself, degenerated into a monster that had lost its mind. Orochimaru's heart trembled when he heard this. Lu Yunjun, are you referring to? Yeah. Lu Yun nodded lightly. He knew what Orochimaru had guessed. Advertisement. Lu Yun is not a medical ninja, and the medical technology in this world has no effect on Kimimaro's illness. The only way is to use Kimimaro Hollow to bring him back to life. Only when Kimimaro Arrancar is reborn will his illness be cured. Orochimaru stood there in a daze. When meeting the Hollow, Orochimaru already knew that Lu Yun's methods were definitely not simple ninjutsu, but methods that went beyond the scope of ninjutsu and perhaps reached another dimension to affect the soul. That way, can Kimimaro's serious illness really be cured? Would you like to come with me? Lu Yun looked at Kimimaro indifferently. Kimimaro set his sights on Orochimaru, to whom he had always been loyal. Only after Orochimaru spoke would Kimimaro follow Lu Yun. Orochimaru nodded. Seeing that Orochimaru agreed, Kimimaro no longer had any objections. In addition to Kimimaro, Lu Yun also needs the remaining 4 sound ninjas, who are also useful. However, in Lu Yun's opinion, these people are not as useful as Kimimaro. Perhaps they are only qualified to be nutrients for Kimimaro Arrancar. In the world of Hokage, in addition to ninjas and rebel ninjas, there are also bandits and robbers. Lu Yun doesn't think that once Kimimaro Hollow is defeated, the opponent will be Jillian at the Manos Grande level. The probability of this happening is extremely small. If ordinary Hollows want to evolve into Manos Grande, they need to devour a large number of their own kind. There's no Hueco Mundo in this world, so if you want to have a large number of Hollows, you need souls. To have a soul means death. With Lu Yun's strength, he can easily destroy any small ninja village, but he has not yet reached the point of annihilating humanity. A bandit stronghold. Hundreds of people were overwhelmed by a terrifying sword energy, which was powerful enough to split mountains and seas, completely destroying the entire bandit stronghold and breaking it in two. Gurgle. The 4 sound ninjas couldn't help swallowing when they saw this scene, and looked at it in horror. They were simply not qualified to withstand this terrifying sword energy. Is this a power that humans can control? In an instant, neither Kimimaro nor the 4 sound ninjas reacted. When they saw the flash of a knife, they covered their throats with expressions of disbelief and horror. Blood gushed out, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the wounds on their necks. Even Kimimaro didn't understand why Lu Yun wanted to kill them. Didn't we agree to help him cure his illness? In the end, they all turned into cold corpses. Let's start the experiment. Lu Yun's eyes fell on Kimimaro. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 80. Arrancar is born. Kimimaro is reborn. A mysterious black energy like a black tide was growing under Lu Yun's feet, and the black substance covered the entire village and the mountaintop. All the undispersed souls on the entire mountain had undergone changes, and in Lu Yun's eyes, the souls of Kimimaro and others were the same. The souls of Kimimaro and the other four were wailing constantly, and the horrible wailing echoed throughout the entire mountain. The creepy wailing made people feel as if they were in hell. The souls enveloped by the power of the hollow were struggling and wailing in pain. Countless chains pierced their chests, leaving a void. There are hundreds of bandits among them. When these people turned into nothingness, their terrifying roars shook the entire mountain. Kimimaro and the remaining 4 sound ninjas also turned into terrifying hollows. After turning into a hollow, Kimimaro looked a little different from the other hollows. His Ryotsu is much stronger than that of ordinary hollows. Even the Ryotsu of the 4 sound ninjas is only slightly higher than that of ordinary hollows. Really, these 4 people are not worthy of high expectations. Now Lu Yun's only hope is that Kimimaro can successfully evolve into Manos Grande. Only by becoming Manos Grande can Arrancar's hope be realized. The way of evolution of the void is very simple. It is nothing more than fighting each other and devouring the power of the same kind. The irrational void is like a mad beast. Even if Kimimaro turned into a hollow, he still had no rationality like other hollows. Lu Yun's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in the sky. In fact, Lu Yun looked like he was floating in the air, but in reality he was just using the gathered spirit particles as his foothold. In fact, he was also stepping on the spirit particles, but no one except Lu Yun could feel the spirit particles. It also gives the illusion of being suspended in the air. Accompanied by a series of hair-raising roars, the ghosts, when they couldn't find any trace of humans, began to fight against their own kind. When he was alive, Kimimaro could beat the 4 sound ninjas, so Kimimaro after being hollowed is naturally no exception. Standing high in the sky, Lu Yun silently watched the virtual creatures fighting and devouring each other. The first person to be killed by Kimimaro after being hollowed was Tayuya. After Kimimaro devoured Tayuya, Lu Yun could clearly feel that the Ryotsu in Kimimaro's body had increased significantly. Not bad, not bad. It seems that even in different worlds, the way hollow evolves has not changed, so it depends on Kimimaro's performance next. It is not that easy to evolve Manos Grande. Even if there are hundreds of voids devouring each other, Lu Yun will be satisfied if a Manos Grande can be born among them. The hollows devoured each other, and the Ryotsu on Kimimaro, who had defeated the 4 sound ninjas, became increasingly vast. But even so, they still had not reached the boundary of Manos Grande. Kimimaro, who was outside, heard the roars of his own kind in front of him. Advertisement. The huge body rushed in like crazy, leaving no grass wherever it went and leaving behind huge footprints. Lu Yun also walked slowly in the air. The voids devoured and killed each other, and their fighting method was simple, just like wild beasts cruelly killing and beating each other. In addition to the Manos Grande of Ajukas and Vasto Lord who have a certain degree of wisdom, although the Manos Grande of Jillian level also have a small amount of wisdom, it is only a small amount and is not much different from having no intelligence. Not long after, there were only 10 hollows left on the mountain. Although Kimimaro's Ryotsu had increased several times compared to before, it was still not a Manos Grande of Jillian's level. We can't keep going like this. If the remaining 10 aren't enough for him to evolve into Manos Grande, then we're in trouble. Lu Yun frowned and stared at Kimimaro behind the hollow. Gradually, when the last hollow was left, Kimimaro of hollow finally showed some abnormality. He roared madly, and the whole mountaintop was shaken by his roar. The next moment, Kimimaro's figure expanded rapidly and turned into Jillian, who was as big as a small mountain. Feeling the amazing Ryotsu emanating from Kimimaro, a smile finally appeared on Lu Yun's face. Finally evolved into Jillian. The remaining one was mercilessly put into Kimimaro's mouth. After becoming Manos Grande, Kimimaro couldn't help but look up at the sky, his empty eyes staring at Lu Yun above. Those empty eyes. Is it desire? Now that it's Jillian, the next step is to experiment and see if Kimimaro can succeed in Arrancar. If he can't Arrancar, he's just a Jillian. The power of Hogyoku itself exists to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow. Shinigami can possess the power of Hollow, and Hollow can also obtain the power of Shinigami. After the Hollow gained the power of the Shinigami, Arrancar was born. The sky-high Ryotsu erupted like a torrent, and the entire mountain emitted a dull roar. The surrounding rubble was instantly turned into powder under the huge Ryotsu. Spider web-like cracks appeared around the mountain and continued to spread. Roar. Kimimaro, who transformed into Manos Grande, roared madly. His Ryotsu gradually fluctuated, and the empty eyes under the hideous mask also gradually changed. Why, do you want to kill me, Master Orochimaru? I need to go see Master Orochimaru. Kimimaro, who had transformed into Manos Grande, murmured in a low voice. Advertisement. Lu Yun was even more delighted when he saw this. Kimimaro gradually regained his self-awareness. Boom. The next second, the restless Ryotsu in Kimimaro's body finally stabilized, and erupted with a terrifying Ryotsu that was several times stronger than before. A terrible storm was sweeping around. At the same time, Kimimaro, who had transformed into Manos Grande, also gradually changed and was wrapped in a ball of silver light. Kimimaro's body gradually shrank until the silver light gradually dissipated. Kimimaro also returned to his original state. The only difference was that he had a long sword in a scabbard at his waist and a half-skull mask on his right ear. At this time, Kimimaro's eyes still revealed confusion. Where am I? Kimimaro looked around in confusion. Lu Yun was even more excited when she saw Kimimaro successfully Arrancar. Arrancar's idea can indeed be realized. After Kimimaro Arrancar, his strength is between Jillian and Ajuka's, just like the low-intelligence Jillian-level Manos Grande before. Kimimaro can now easily kill them in seconds. Kimimaro, do you remember me? Lu Yun said calmly while looking at Kimimaro in front of him. When Kimimaro heard his own name, his whole body trembled, and a lot of memories came back to him. Even the memories after he turned into nothingness appeared in his mind. Have you resurrected me? Lu Yun looked at him with a smile on her face. I guess so, you have been reborn. Feel your own power. Strength? Hiss. Kimimaro's pupils shrank and his mouth opened wide in shock. What on earth is this power? Chapter 81. It's all because you're too weak. This unprecedented and huge energy that he had never felt before, and his body was no longer weak. Before Arrancar, Kimimaro looked like an ordinary person. But he was enduring the torture of illness every minute and every second, and now the pain that was unbearable to him completely disappeared at this moment. It seems you have recovered. A smile crossed Lu Yun's face. Although Kimimaro was confused, the only thing he understood in his heart was that Lu Yun had done it. The serious illness that had been causing him immense pain had completely vanished. Kimimaro suddenly knelt on one knee and said, Master Lu Yun, thank you for giving me a new life. Kimimaro is not swearing allegiance to Lu Yun. On the contrary, he still has Orochimaru in his heart, but he has placed Lu Yun in the same position as Orochimaru. I was reborn, and all this was achieved with the help of Lu Yun. Moreover, Kimimaro was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden acquisition of mysterious power. Lu Yun looked at Kimimaro with satisfaction. Finally, an Arrancar was born. The power of Hogyoku is truly fascinating. Not all of Arrancar's hollows can fully display their strength. On the contrary, in this different world, Kimimaro has gained a strange power that he has never mastered and needs to adapt. If Kimimaro didn't understand something, Lu Yun would explain it to him in detail. During these 3 days, Lu Yun guided Kimimaro to gradually master his Ryotsu and control. If the Ryotsu cannot be perfectly controlled, it will be impossible to exert the full strength of the Arrancar. As for the sword at Kimimaro's waist, it belongs to Zanpakuto, but it is different from Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Arrancar is nominally a hollow endowed with the power of a Shinigami, and Arrancar's Zanpakuto is essentially a portion of the hollow's own power transformed into a sword, sealed from the spiritual core of Arrancar's power. The return to blade state simply releases their original power. The huge Ryotsu gathered at Kimimaro's fingertips, and a ball of cyan energy condensed on his fingertips. 0. Sero is a ray-like flash made by highly concentrated Ryotsu used by Manos Grande and above. Once the high-density Ryotsu contained therein explodes, it will have the power to destroy the world. Boom! With a deafening roar, a green beam of light exploded on the mountain peak. An invisible shockwave exploded, forming a series of shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Sero blew away half of the mountaintop in the distance. Kimimaro opened his mouth, shock in his eyes. Is this his power? Is this the powerful force that Master Lu Yun said Arrancar possesses? Kimimaro was stunned for a moment, excited about his own strength. Advertisement with such strength, he can better serve Orochimaru and Lord Lu Yun. Lord Lu Yun has said that Arrancar's power is more than that. The sharp blade at his waist, called Zanpakuto, contains a sealed power. As long as he could learn how to return to the sword, his strength would be raised to a higher level. Lu Yun stared at the mountain where half of the top had been blown off and nodded with satisfaction. The power is quite good. However, Sero still has some disadvantages, namely that it takes time to condense a high concentration of Ryotsu. Even Kimimaro after Arrancar cannot cast Sero instantly. Of course, this is also a powerful killing move. Kimimaro's strength is now above that of an ordinary cage-level warrior, not to mention that the hollow after Arrancar also has the ability of steel skin. It is difficult for ordinary ninjas to break through Kimimaro's steel skin defense. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was waiting in the base for Kimimaro and Lu Yun to return. If Lu Yun had not ordered Orochimaru not to go with him, Orochimaru would have wanted to go and find out what was going on long ago, given his personality. At this moment, Orochimaru at the entrance of the base suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. He stared at the two figures with wide eyes. What is that? Kimimaro and Lu Yun slowly fell down. Orochimaru looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Kimimaro in disbelief. This cold and terrifying aura, and the throbbing it brought to his soul. He had felt this feeling before. But, such a monster is both scary and ugly, and seems to have no intelligence. But the reborn Kimimaro looked completely different. Kimimaro-kun, you look like this. Orochimaru stared at Kimimaro in a daze. Master Orochimaru, Master Lu Yun has given me a new lease of life. My illness has been completely cured. Looking at the half-skull mask on Kimimaro's right ear, Orochimaru seemed to have guessed something. Could it be that Kimimaro was reborn in a different form? Lu Yunjun, what on earth is going on? Orochimaru was eager to know the reason. Lu Yun was not in a hurry and slowly explained to Orochimaru the relationship between Hollow and Arrancar. After a while, Orochimaru breathed heavily and looked at Lu Yun with a frantic look in his eyes, begging. Lu Yun, please turn me into a Hollow too. Advertisement Arrancar's form of existence is eternal, and what Orochimaru pursues is eternal life. If the existence of the Hollow is eternal, Orochimaru would be willing to accept it even if he is not a human. Jong Orochimaru Hollow. He did have this idea before, but now Orochimaru's soul is not complete. Lu Yun didn't know what would happen to Orochimaru after his soul was incomplete. Not now. Your soul is not complete, unless you take back the hands that were taken away from you. Lu Yun shook his head and said. Orochimaru lowered his eyes, glanced at his bandaged hands, and immediately gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression on his face. Stinky old man. You actually blocked my path to eternity. It was too easy for me to let you die. Get your hands back. Lu Yun had told him last time that if he wanted to remove the seal on the Shiki, he must first get the Shinigami's mask. Shinigami mask. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. The eternity he had always dreamed of could finally be realized. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. As expected, once Orochimaru knew that Arrancar's existence was eternal, he would definitely go crazy. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly rushed out, grabbed Lu Yun's arms, and showed a crazy expression. Turn me into Kimimaro too. After seeing Kimimaro's strength, Sasuke had only one idea, which was to become an Arrancar like Kimimaro. Lu Yun looked at Sasuke coldly and shook off his hands. Why? What qualifications do you have? Sasuke, you are worthless right now. If you were stronger I might be able to grant your request. It's all because you're too weak. Sasuke's pride was hit again. He clenched his fist unwillingly and turned away. That back figure looks a little lonely. Chapter 82, Tanashima-hime and Ichikishima-hime. Lu Yun-kun, why do you constantly provoke Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru asked confusedly. Lu Yun glanced at Orochimaru calmly. Orochimaru, do you know how the Uchiha clan's eyes evolved? Orochimaru looked stunned and shook his head. Emotions. The Sharingan needs strong emotions and feelings to evolve. His hatred for Itachi isn't enough. The Uchiha clan's power is more than just that. Don't underestimate his potential. Orochimaru was also a little shocked to hear Lu Yun's evaluation of Sasuke. Lu Yun is so optimistic about Sasuke, but in fact, Lu Yun has a way to hollow out Sasuke. But he thinks Sasuke-kun is not suitable for this path, so he provokes him so much? Orochimaru, I have another matter to ask for this time. Lu Yun continued speaking to Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled and said, Lu Yun-kun, if you have any questions, please tell me directly. If I can help, I will do my best to help Lu Yun-kun. It's not a big deal. I need the coordinates of the location of Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru's face froze. Why is Mr. Lu Yun asking about the location of Ryuchi Cave? For magic. Impossible. Lu Yun-jun already possessed the immortal technique of Mount Myoboku, and he had also heard about it from the White Snake Immortal. As long as a person is unable to carry multiple sage modes, the sage mode of Mount Myoboku, the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave, and the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest. The effects of their sage mode are different, but although others can't do it, but Lu Yun is not an ordinary person. Maybe others can't do it, but Lu Yun can try. You know, Lu Yun's own idea is to try to learn the sage mode of the 3 major inheritance places. What kind of changes will happen? Orochimaru informed Lu Yun of the location of Ryuchi Cave, and Lu Yun left shortly thereafter. Advertisement. Ryuchi Cave is different from Mount Myoboku. The creatures there are not so easy to deal with. Even Orochimaru has suffered many setbacks at the hands of the White Snake Sage Elder. But for Lu Yun, it was not a big deal. Those elders were just bullies who only cared about the strong and the weak. He did not go to Ryuchi Cave to rebel. Ryuchi Cave is located in a special space, just like Mount Myoboku. Ordinary people cannot find the 3 major heritage sites at all. What's more, the Dragonland is between fantasy and reality. Even if you know the location of Ryuchi Cave, you may get lost in the fog and circle in the same place forever. However, Lu Yun will not be affected as long as he is in sage mode. There is no problem with his shadow clone in Konoha. As long as Konoha does not encounter a major disaster, his shadow clone can still deal with it. Although shadow clone cannot maintain sage mode permanently like the original body, it can automatically absorb natural energy and enter sage mode. After a week, Lu Yun finally arrived at the location Orochimaru mentioned. This place. Lu Yun saw a dead end in front of him, blocked by a mountain. However, he clearly felt that there was some information hidden behind this mountain. Lu Yun ignored the dead end and walked straight ahead, and a strange scene happened. It was clearly a mountain, but Lu Yun somehow managed to pass through it. Looking at the surrounding fog and the cold and damp cave gives people a creepy feeling. Just as I suspected, what we saw earlier wasn't a mountain at all. It's just an illusion created by the barrier covering Ryuchi Cave. Is this Ryuchi Cave? Lu Yun frowned. The natural energy seems a little different from that of Mount Myoboku, this dark and humid environment. It's really a good place for snakes to live. The mist floating before your eyes not only deceives your vision, but once the concentration is too high, it will trap you in an illusion and you will never be able to leave Ryuchi Cave. It seems to be in this direction. Those who are unable to feel the natural energy might get lost in Ryuchi Cave, but for Lu Yun, who has entered sage mode, it is not difficult at all. Walking through the fog, 2 slender figures came from a distance. No one has come to Ryuchi Cave for a long time. Kindness. Wrong. One of them looked like a loli, with long dark blue hair and delicate features. She looked at Lu Yun in surprise. You. With this normality, you're still maintaining sage mode. Ichikishima-hime, one of the higher levels of Ryuchi Cave. Advertisement. Even though the face of Princess Ichikishima was so delicate, Lu Yun was not moved. Don't be fooled by the fact that Princess Ichikishima in front of you is an exquisite beauty, but her true form is a snake, and this exquisite appearance is just her disguise. Lu Yun has always hated snakes, not to mention being moved by a snake. Tien Zinshenji, who looked like a queen beside her, chuckled and said, Shimaji, it seems that he is the person that Lady White Snake was talking about. Ichikishima Haim looked at the young Lu Yun in front of her with some disbelief. It was such a young guy who came to their Ryuchi cave. This tender skin. Princess Ichikishima sighed in her heart. If the White Snake Immortal had not ordered her to do so, she would really like to taste what this young man was like. These little arms and legs must taste delicious. Feeling Ichikishima Haim's greedy gaze, a trace of disgust flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Sure enough, no matter how a snake turns into a human, it is still just a snake. Take me to see the White Snake Immortal, Lu Yun said calmly and indifferently. Ichikishima Haim and Tien Zinshenheim frowned. What an unlikable little devil. Logically speaking, there are 3 confidants of the elder level in Ryuchi Cave, and there are only 2 of them in front of us. Where's the other one? That's all. Lu Yun shook his head. Why think so much? Even if there is another one, he is just a snake. Even if Tanashimaheim and Ichikishimaheim transformed into humans, their cold temperament as snakes could not be concealed. Ichikishimaheim, who was leading Lu Yun, asked, Little brat, why are you coming to Ryuchi Cave when you've already learned the magic of Mount Myoboku? Generally speaking, people who enter Ryuchi Cave are either lost or come to learn magic. But the Lu Yun in front of him has already learned the magic, and the key is that the little kid in front of him seems a little different. The natural energy of their Ryuchi Cave seemed to have found a home and poured into the little ghost's body. This kid can actually balance and control such a huge amount of natural energy? Of course it's to learn immortal arts. Lu Yun replied calmly. What? After hearing Lu Yun's words, Ichikishimaheim and Tien Zinshenheim were stunned. Since you have already inherited the immortal arts of Mount Myoboku, you actually want our Ryuchi Caves. Don't you know that the immortal arts in the inheritance land are mutually exclusive? Throughout history, no human has ever possessed 2 different inherited immortal arts. Chapter 83 White Snake Immortal Lu Yun pause. The magic arts in the place of inheritance actually repel each other. This was something Lu Yun had not expected, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Under the guidance of Ichikishimaheim and Deshingenheim, Lu Yun came to a temple. Tien Shenji said slowly, Master White Snake is behind the door. We won't accompany you any further. After Tien Zinshenji finished speaking, the 2 flew away, and the fog in the cave filled the air again. Lu Yun didn't care about the 2 snake spirits leaving. He looked at the towering steps in front of him, raised his foot, and slowly walked towards the top of the temple. In front of the temple is a huge stone gate. Kindness? Lu Yun gently pushed the stone door, but there was no response. It turned out that the stone door was also attached with magic chakra. Lu Yun gathered the magic chakra in his hand and pushed the stone door open easily. In the huge hall, on a towering platform, there is a huge stone bed. The huge white snake sage is particularly eye-catching with its white phosphorus, and it has a slender pipe in its mouth. Take a deep breath. White Snake Sage started puffing out smoke in front of Lu Yun. The White Snake Sage in front of you is the owner of Ryuchi Cave, and is respected as the White Snake Sage. The White Snake ancestor's dark yellow eyes stared at Lu Yun. Just like the old toad said, you actually completed the perfect sage mode. The White Snake Immortal spit out mist, and the sound reached Lu Yun's ears. He is just a human being, but he can possess fairy chakra under normal circumstances just like them. What a pity. This young man is not the savior predicted, and his fate is unclear and unpredictable. Such a strange existence was born in the ninja world. Although he was shocked by Lu Yun's chakra in normal state, the White Snake Immortal was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years after all, so his emotions naturally did not emerge. The rules of Ryuchi Cave. If you want to learn the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave, you must pass the trial. But for Lu Yun, those trials were nothing but child's play. Advertisement, White Snake Immortal, could you please teach me the sage mode of your Ryuchi Cave? Lu Yun still maintained a polite attitude. The White Snake Immortal looked at Lu Yun and said, of course. Only. The sage modes of the inheritance sites are mutually exclusive. You've already learned the sage mode of Mount Myoboku, so I don't mind you learning the one from Ryuchi Cave. If the 2 sage modes conflict with each other, causing the natural energy to lose its balance, you will eventually be eroded by the natural energy and turned into a stone statue. The White Snake Immortal is a person who loves talents, and he wants to know what Lu Yun's future will be like. He didn't want such a monstrous genius to die tragically due to an accident. Thank you for the advice, White Snake Immortal. I still want to give it a try. The White Snake Immortal sighed helplessly and said in a calm voice, okay then. Suddenly, the space in front of Lu Yun suddenly distorted. This is space-time ninjutsu. When Lu Yun's vision returned to normal, he was no longer in the hall. A huge snake statue appeared in front of him. These giant snakes turned into statues, just like the toadstone statues on Mount Myoboku, were turned into stone statues due to the erosion of natural energy. In the center of the giant snake statue, a shining emerald green scroll was suspended on the platform. That's the training scroll for our Ryuchi Cave Sage mode. This space was specially created by me. Only those who have mastered the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave can leave this space. Good luck. At this time, the White Snake Immortal had disguised herself as an elderly grandmother next to Lu Yun, wearing a white gown and looking somewhat kind. After saying this, its figure gradually disappeared from Lu Yun's sight. Lu Yun was not surprised. After all, even the three great snake princesses could transform into human form, so the White Snake Sage's transformation into human form was also within his expectations. I just didn't expect that the White Snake Immortal would transform into an old lady. Forget it, why bother thinking so much, let me see what's so special about Ryuchi Cave's magic. At this time, the White Snake Immortal has returned to the hall, and he has once again transformed into his original form, White Snake Sage. He took a deep drag from his pipe. I can achieve Sage mode in less than a day. Could what the old toad said be true? If it's true, then this kid is really scary. Advertisement. The three great snake princesses also came into the hall at this time. White Snake Adult. The three snake princesses all knelt respectfully. Princess Ichikishima looked up at the White Snake Immortal and hesitated for a moment before asking, Master White Snake, has that human been sent to the place where he practices immortal arts? Kindness. The White Snake Immortal said, softly. Master White Snake, isn't this somewhat inconsistent with the rules of our inheritance land? It's almost impossible for a human to cultivate two different sage modes. Besides, that kid is just a human. Before Princess Ichikishima could finish her words, a huge pressure of chakra suddenly filled the entire hall. The suffocating and oppressive feeling made the three snake princesses crawl on the ground, trembling with their heads lowered. The White Snake Immortal cast his icy gaze upon Princess Ichikishima. Shimaheim, you've overstepped your bounds. Know your place. That boy is someone I recognize. When did it become your turn to tell me what to do? Princess Ichikishima looked up in horror. Master Baishe, I absolutely did not mean that. I just feel like something's wrong. Ichikishima regretted what she said. The next moment, a huge amount of senjutsu chakra crushed her. She was smashed into the ground, her body covered with bloodline, and she looked miserable with blood coming out of all 7 orifices. Since you've been loyal to Ryuchi Cave for so many years, I'll teach you a lesson this time. If there is a next time, I will peel off your snakeskin. Seeing the miserable appearance of Ichikishima, both Tanashima Shin and Tanzu Shin could not help but shudder. Although they had their own opinions before, they luckily didn't say it out loud, otherwise their fate would probably be the same as that of Princess Ichikishima. At this time, Lu Yun had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was indeed not that easy to control the two sage modes. Although the natural energy in his body had lost its balance, under the influence of Hogyoku, his body was not eroded by the natural energy. After 3 days, lavender eyeshadow finally appeared in the corners of Lu Yun's eyes. Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode is finally completed. Chapter 84 Ascension to Immortality. Lu Yun, sitting on the giant snake statue, slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yun's temperament is now even more extraordinary, and the Hogyoku in her body has become even purer and brighter. The training mode of Ryuchi Cave not only improves the recovery ability, but also brings a huge change. The body can twist flexibly like a snake. Simply put, Lu Yun can transform into a snake form just like Orochimaru. In terms of essential power, the two sage modes actually add similar amounts of power, and the combination of sage modes gives Lu Yun a feeling. It did not bring about an increase in strength, but he could clearly feel that his body seemed to have become a little different. This feeling is just like the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Immortal. But, Lu Yun looked at the purple eyeshadow at the corner of her eyes in the pool and closed her eyes. Gradually the purple eyeshadow slowly dissipated. Clenched his fist. The increase in strength is not significant. But this feeling, my senjutsu chakra has increased several times compared to before. After completing his training in Ryuchi Cave, Sage Mode Lu Yun could clearly feel that this alien space was different from the outside world. Lu Yun's fingertips cut a hole in the giant snake statue, and a huge suction force sucked Lu Yun in. At the same time, the sleeping White Snake Immortal suddenly opened his eyes, and Lu Yun slowly walked out from another alien space. You actually succeeded. The White Snake Immortal looked at Lu Yun in shock, his aura even more terrifying than before. 2 Sage Modes. This guy actually completed 2 Sage Modes, that's terrifying. How could the village of Konoha produce so many monsters? This kid is much more terrifying than the first Hokage of Konoha. He has never seen such a terrifying human being. That huge immortal chakra and that sage body were almost the same as those of them who had lived for countless years. Kindness. This is also thanks to your help. The White Snake Immortal shook his head and smiled, saying, this isn't my achievement. It's you who achieved the coexistence of the 2 Sage Modes. You. Do you still want to inherit the immortal arts of the Wedbone Forest? Lu Yun nodded undeniably. Advertisement. Lu Yun actually wanted to learn the Sage Mode of the 3 major inheritance places, because no one knew whether the immortal arts inheritance of the 3 major inheritance places had any connection. What will happen if the 3 kinds of immortal arts are inherited by one person? The White Snake Immortal was silent. He looked at Lu Yun and said slowly, if you can integrate and master the 3 major immortal arts, perhaps you can truly achieve the so-called ascension to immortality recorded in ancient books. Ascension to immortality? Lu Yun frowned. It seemed that there was something he didn't know about the immortal arts inheritance in the 3 major inheritance places. Although the Hokage story in the original work is clear to him, that is the main storyline of the world presented in the anime after all. Liu Yun came to a real Hokage world, a real world, even though he knew most of the stories and some secrets in the plot. But the ninja world is so big that there are always things he doesn't know. White Snake Immortal, what does it mean to ascend to immortality? The White Snake Immortal said earnestly, it was once recorded in the ancient books of the 3 major inheritance sites. If someone can master the immortal arts of the 3 sacred places, they can ascend to become a true immortal as told in legends. The so-called immortal is the evolution of life. It is said that once the immortal is promoted, the inheritor of the immortal art will undergo a huge change. Transform into an immortal? Liu Yun touched his chin. This is quite interesting. If it is eternal life, then for Liu Yun now his life is eternal. When Hogyoku completes his evolution, he will be in a different dimension. What he did now was to make Hogyoku more perfect. Hogyoku had self-awareness. Not only Liu Yun wants to become stronger, but Hogyoku himself is also not satisfied. When he incorporates elements of the Hokage world, perhaps Hogyoku will also undergo unexpected changes. Open black lens bracket character template. Aizen Sosuke close black lens bracket, character unlock progress, 11%. Only 11%. It seems that the progress of Hogyoku's evolution will also increase faster. And my own eyes. To be honest, Liu Yun really didn't expect that Hogyoku could actually analyze the bloodline limit of Sharingan, and although he did not have the blood of the Uchiha clan, he unexpectedly opened the Sharingan. You are the most monstrous genius I have ever seen. To be honest, I didn't think you could perfectly combine the 2 immortal arts. Now it seems you have done it. Perhaps you can truly achieve the immortality recorded in history. Advertisement. The White Snake Immortal is also looking forward to whether the recorded ascension to immortality really exists. The White Snake Immortal is full of expectations for Liu Yun's future. Ascension. It's really exciting. There was a strange light flashing in Liu Yun's eyes. And now in Konoha, Liu Yun's shadow clone has done what the Hokage's assistant should do. No one noticed in the past few days that Liu Yun in front of them was just a shadow clone. Liu Yun, who came out of the Hokage's office, suddenly sensed an extremely unusual aura. A cold, damp, disgusting feeling. Liu Yun's figure disappeared in the street in an instant, and Kakashi, who was following secretly, was stunned for a moment. He glanced around but didn't see Liu Yun. Where did this kid go? Kakashi didn't know why he always felt that Liu Yun in front of him was a little strange, and his third sense told him that Liu Yun's kind personality was just a disguise. Why did the Hokage high-ranking officials conclude that Sasuke ran away with Orochimaru? What did Liu Yun and the people who gathered together with the Hokage high-ranking officials say that day? And, at that time, Kakashi was investigating as soon as the news of Sasuke's betrayal was announced. It is said that someone seemed to have seen Sasuke and Liu Yun confronting each other on the street and then disappeared. No one knows what happened after that. If that's the case, how did the Anbu ninja see Sasuke and Orochimaru walking together? With Orochimaru's personality, there is no way he would let an Anbu ninja go so easily. It's strange, all this is so strange. Hokage Yan Shang Liu Yun's clone sensed the unusual aura around him and couldn't help but frown. The surrounding chakras seemed to be affected as well. What is going on? Someone must have been here before, but his observation Haki didn't detect any other aura. Forget it, since he's already gone, there's nothing to worry about. After Liu Yun disappeared, a cactus-like figure slowly emerged from the tree. Absolutely, his perception is too strong. If we hadn't been camouflaged in the trees, we would have been discovered. Black Zetsu looked deeply at the place where Liu Yun left. This Konoha ninja is no ordinary person. It seems the plan needs to be accelerated. 3SM Chapter 85. The Sacred Heart. Why, that brat was able to hypnosis Itachi who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn brat, Konoha is really lucky. Obito gritted his teeth, the cold gaze in that mask like ice. Obito, according to the information, this brat has already learned the senjutsu of Mount Myoboku. And, it's a perfect immortal technique, without any limitations. You should be aware of the power of immortal arts. Black Zetsu said deeply. Ah, that's right. Senjutsu is indeed frightening, but it has a time limit, and the permanent sage mode rumored in Konoha is simply fake. Black Zetsu saw with his own eyes that Liu Yun was not maintaining sage mode at all. All this was just false information released by Konoha. However, even Black Zetsu couldn't have guessed that it was just a shadow clone of Liu Yun. As for Liu Yun at this time, he was still on his way back. Nagato has successfully captured the 2-tail and 4-tail. However, Tsunagakir's 1-tail Jinchuriki has disappeared. It remains to be seen who killed Sasori and Deidara. Black Zetsu said slowly, haha, that Nagato guy, the ones who died were just trash. Deidara and Scorpion's death shows they were incompetent. Next, we need to expedite the capture of the tailed beasts. Nagato is already formulating a plan to capture 9 tails. He thinks he is a god, but in the end he is just a pawn. Obito sneered, and the space around him suddenly twisted and sucked Obito into the Uzumaki. Black Zetsu looked up at the sky and laughed creepily. Obito, whether it's you, Nagato, or Uchiha Madara, they are all just in a dream I made up. I am the real mastermind behind the entire ninja world. After the 4 major ninja villages learned about 1-tailed Jinchuriki and rebelled against Tsunagakir, almost all of them tried their best to find 1-tailed Jinchuriki. And because of the emergence of Akatsuki, this never-heard-of organization gradually appeared under the noses of major ninja villages. Cloud Shadow Team. From the information they received, Sunagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki once appeared in this area. The search team led by Darui is searching for Gaara in this area, which is near Takigakure village. The Cloud Shinobi village team appeared in Takigakure, and the ninjas in Takigakure didn't dare to say anything except protest. After all, Cloud Shinobi village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, and their Takigakure is just a small ninja village. As long as the other party does not do anything to threaten the village, the top leaders of Takigakure will turn a blind eye. Captain Darui, no trace of a Jinchuriki has been found. Captain, is our information wrong? Advertisement? Why did that one-tailed Jinchuriki come to Takaguni village, and there seemed to be signs of a fight at the dumpling shop we passed by earlier? Ah, yes. The effect of that terrain can only be achieved by an S-rank ninjutsu. Darui's face darkened. Their Cloud Shinobi village lost the 2-tailed Jinchuriki some time ago, and the ones who defeated them were the immortal duo who called themselves the Akatsuki organization. It is said that 4-tails Jinchuriki was also captured by people from this organization. Capturing the tailed beast Jinchuriki. What exactly is the intention of this organization? At least for the entire ninja world, this organization calling itself Akatsuki has threatened the safety of the entire ninja world. Captain Darui, could it be that the Takainen village's higher-ups have hidden one-tailed Jinchuriki? One of the Chunin spoke up. Darui shook his head. Takaguni village is not that stupid. If they get something that does not match their own strength, they will eventually be destroyed. It had been a month since they left the village, and it seemed that one-tailed Jinchuriki had gone into hiding. Searching aimlessly like this is not a solution. The only thing I am worried about now is whether one-tailed Jinchuriki has been taken away by the organization called Akatsuki. Retreat, return to the village. Under Darui's orders, the tailed beast search team of Cloud Shinobi village left Takigakure. Halfway through, Lu Yun was leisurely on his way back to the village. There is no need to rush to inherit the fairy arts of the Wet Bone Forest for the time being. If you want to know the location of the Wet Bone Forest, just ask Tsunade. Not long ago, he received feedback from Shadow Clone that someone seemed to be spying on Konoha. As for who it is, Lu Yun himself is not sure. However, even if anyone spies on Konoha, Lu Yun will not care too much. Now Lu Yun's strength has completely surpassed that of cage-level ninjas. Even if he faces the resurrected Uchiha Madara, Lu Yun can still handle it with ease. Now that the Chunin exam and all the plots have changed, it is unknown whether Pain's attack on Konoha will be advanced. It is said that Jiraiya left the village to investigate Akatsuki again. I hope Jiraiya doesn't do anything impulsive at this time, otherwise. In fact, Lu Yun felt that it was a pity that Jiraiya died, and he would have avoided such a thing if possible. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly stopped. Several figures surrounded Lu Yun. Lu Yun glanced at the forehead protector. Cloud Shinobi Me. Captain, this boy is a ninja from Konoha. Darui suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun. Black shirt, white haori, a sword at the waist. Could this guy be? Darui's pupils suddenly shrank. Advertisement Konoha's swordsmanship genius. Why is Konoha's assistant Hokage showing up in a place like this? Darui looked at Lu Yun with deep eyes. Hokage Fuzuo? The other Cloud Shinobi were stunned for a moment, staring at Lu Yun in disbelief. This Konoha brat is the Hokage's assistant. How is this possible? Wait a minute. Could this brat be the kendo genius of Konoha? It is said that this brat's swordsmanship is even more terrifying than Konoha's White Fang. No matter which village it is, there are always ninjas sneaking into enemy villages. The intelligence ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village said that Lu Yun has been staying in the village the whole time. Hiss. The one in Konoha village is Shadow Clone. As the second right hand of the Raikage, Darui understood immediately. Why can't I be here? I'm here to mind your business, Cloud Shinobi. While I'm in a good mood, I can let you go. Disappear from my sight immediately. It didn't take much effort for Lu Yun to kill this group of Cloud Shinobi. You damned brat. What did you say? Darui's eyes suddenly sank. Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village are already in a hostile relationship. If this kid dies here, wouldn't Konoha lose a hand? Darui looked at Lu Yun carefully. This kid doesn't look as scary as the rumors say. He looks more like a weak scholar. Could it be that the news about Konoha is fake? Those eyes were indeed like an eagle's, but they didn't seem as sharp as an eagle's. Arrogant. Darui snorted coldly. Rumor has it that Konoha's Hawkeye is superior to White Fang in swordsmanship. Today I want to see if the rumors are true. Darui revealed a fierce murderous intent. Hawkeye? Hearing his own title, Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. Is it because of my eyes? It seems like the Cloud Shinobi are hell-bent on seeking death. Lu Yun pulled out his Zanpakuto and glanced at the Cloud Shinobi. Kyoka Suigetsu. Chapter 86. Cloud Shinobi team destroyed. What are you doing? Darui had a bad feeling in his heart. A playful smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. Who knows? Darui's face suddenly darkened. Snort, playing tricks. Darui's eyes were deep, and the lightning style attached to his sword flashed with dazzling lightning. Ha! Darui slashed with his sword, and the lightning style chakra instantly erupted and raged around, violently producing a lot of lightning. Lu Yun single-handedly resisted the playful smile on his face, and for some reason Darui felt a chill down his spine. Captain Darui. Darui didn't care when he heard the shouts of the Chunin around him. As expected, even if Konoha's Hokage's assistant was not as exaggerated as the rumors said, his strength was not simple. In that case, don't blame him for being unethical. Hey, come help too. The moment Darui turned his head, his eyes suddenly shrank into needle points. Phew. Bright blood splattered out. Darui's expression twisted in pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the ninja from his village in disbelief. What the hell are you doing? Why were these cloud shinobi looking at him with resentment, and some of them even had tears in their eyes? *****D. They actually killed Captain Darui. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Under the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu, in that moment Cloud Shinobi saw Lu Yun stabbing Darui in the abdomen. And the Lu Yun in their eyes is exactly Lu Yun. This is the terrifying thing about Kyoka Suigetsu. It can control the other person's 5 senses and make the other person see what the master wants. What the hell are you talking about? Puff, puff. Several more sharp blades pierced Darui's abdomen. Darui couldn't bear it anymore and let out a wileful scream. One of the Cloud Shinobi who hadn't been hypnosis stood there stupidly with a pale face. He looked at the scene in front of him with horror and shouted in fear. Hey, you guys. What have you done? Lu Yun chuckled and took a few steps back to remove the effect of Kyoka Suigetsu on the Cloud Shinobi. Advertisement, The Cloud Shinobi were so frightened that they fell to the ground, staring in horror at Darui who had several knives stuck in his abdomen. Why Captain Darui? Wasn't that a ninja from Konoha just now? Hateful. Wow. Darui spat out blood again and looked at Lu Yun in horror. Illusion. When did you use the illusion? Lu Yun looked at the embarrassed Darui calmly. Then when did you think I didn't use illusion? From the moment I draw my sword, everything about you is under my control. Could it be? It's that time. Forget it, nothing matters anymore. With all your injuries, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. But don't worry, your subordinates will accompany you. Darui gritted his teeth with an unwilling look on his face. He threw away his blade and quickly formed a seal. Lightning-style Black Panther. A black leopard-shaped lightning burst out from Darui's body and raged around. The black thunderstorm lightning swept towards Lu Yun, and the ground was formed with one outline after another under the influence of the black lightning. Bakudo number 81, Splitting Void. As Lu Yun finished speaking, a defensive wall that was almost air rose up, and the black leopard-shaped lightning disappeared in an instant at the moment of collision. What was that just now? Ninjutsu without seals. Darui gradually lost consciousness, his body leaning back uncontrollably. Damn it. Am I done with this? Darui fell to the ground unwillingly and lost his life. Captain Darui. Some Cloud Shinobi lost their minds and rushed towards Lu Yun in anger. In just 3 seconds, these Cloud Shinobi had no idea when Lu Yun got behind them. Lu Yun's Zanpakudo was stained with blood, and with a strong swing of his sword, all the blood on the blade dripped onto the ground. Puff. Puff. A large amount of blood suddenly gushed out from the Cloud Shinobi's abdomen, and the bloody wounds were shocking to see. Advertisement. They looked at Lu Yun with fear, and with their last bit of strength they uttered 2 words. Monster. Team Cloud Shinobi is destroyed. Looking at the souls that had not yet dissipated, Lu Yun absorbed all of them into Hogyoku. Just such a small amount of soul has no meaning for Hollow. In fact, a Ronkar of Jillian's level means little to Lu. What he still wanted was Vasto Lord's Manos Grande, but this was not the Shinigami world after all, and there was no Hueco Mundo in the ninja world. It is extremely difficult to give birth to Vasto Lord's Manos Grande. Is this the Raikage's second right hand? It is enough for a person to have one hand, and cutting off your right hand should not be a big deal to you. No one knew who killed Darui and the others, and he could already imagine the 4th Raikage's fury when he found out. In fact, there is another place in the ninja world that Lu Yun cares about, and that is the ancient kingdom of Lulin. The enormous energy of the legendary Dragon Vein really concerned Lu Yun. The key is, the power of the Dragon Vein can allow Lu Yun to go back to the past, if he goes back to the past. Did this person exist in the ninja world in the past? Nothing happened in Konoha village, but in Hinata. Before leaving, he told Hinata that he was going out for a while, and no one except Hinata knew about Shadow Clone who often came in and out of Hyuga's house. Want to go back? It has been more than a month since I came out. If the power of the Dragon Vein accidentally brought him into the past, Lu Yun himself could not estimate how long it would take. Forget it, let's go back to Konoha. Konoha Hyuga family. During the time that Lu Yun was away, Hinata felt empty in her heart as if she had lost something. Although she has Shadow Clone's company, Hinata knows that Shadow Clone is just Shadow Clone and not the real Lu Yun. Mr. Lu Yun, 2 months have passed. When will you come back? Hinata, I missed you so much. At this moment, Lu Yun's Shadow Clone pushed the door open and walked in. Hinata, the real one is back. After Shadow Clone Lu Yun finished speaking, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared into the room. Hinata was stunned for a moment, then ran out barefoot without even bothering to put on shoes. At the gate of the Hyuga compound, Hinata looked around and finally saw the familiar figure. Her eyes instantly turned red and she ran towards the familiar figure. The girl suddenly fell into Lu Yun's arms. Hinata hugged Lu Yun tightly and whispered softly, Lu Yun-kun, I miss you so much. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face and she stroked Hinata's little head. He could feel the girl's longing for him. Chapter 87 Visiting Naruto. After spending a night with Hinata, except for one step that was not done, there were traces of Lu Yun on almost every part of Hinata's body. Hey, Mr. Guy. Lu Yun arrived at the training place. It's Lu Yun, long time no see. Might Guy couldn't help sighing as he looked at the elegant young man in front of him. It hasn't been that long and the boy in front of him has already become the Hokage's assistant. Compared to the sharp-minded Lu Yun in the past, the current Lu Yun seems to be more approachable. Teacher Guy, this is the mission assigned to you by the Hokage-sama. Lu Yun took out a scroll and handed it to Might Guy. Oh, it's actually an A-rank mission, escorting the daimyo of the Stone Country. Leave it to me. Might Guy grinned and gave Lu Yun a thumbs up. Lu Yun smiled faintly. An A-rank mission naturally couldn't be a problem for Konoha's Blue Beast. You have to know that if Might Guy drove to the 7th gate, even ordinary elite Jonin would not be his match. What's more, this mission is just to escort the daimyo of the Stone Country if nothing goes wrong. There will be no danger along the way, Teacher Guy. Xiao Li, who came out from the nearby woods, was suddenly stunned when he saw Lu Yun. Hey, Lu Yun is here too. Long time no see, Lu Yun. Well, long time no see, Xiao Li. I really miss you. You have become the Hokage's assistant now. I want to follow in your footsteps. A hint of determination flashed in Xiao Li's eyes. Might Guy looked at Lu Yun and hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Lu Yun, which gate of the 8 inner gates can you open now? Huh? Xiao Li showed a shocked expression. Lu Yun also knows 8 inner gates. Bang. A fist as big as a sandbag hit Xiao Li's head. Li, you forgetful fellow, didn't I tell you about this a long time ago? After being punched, Xiao Li finally remembered. He bowed to Might Guy and apologized. I'm so sorry, Mr. Guy. I remember now. 8 inner gates meet ideographic period. 7th gate. Lu Yun responded calmly. Hiss. Might Guy and Xiao Li both couldn't help but gasp. It can actually drive to 7th gate. He is indeed an all-round genius. Advertisement Lu Yun. Xiao Li looked at Lu Yun with admiration. Ever since he knew that Lu Yun became the assistant of Hokage, Lu Yun has become Xiao Li's idol. He can only barely drive to the 5th gate now, but Lu Yun can already drive to the 7th gate. It's really difficult to surpass you, Lu Yunjun. Jingle. Lu Yun shook the wind chimes at the door. Who is it, so early? Naruto opened the door after squinting, rubbed his eyes and looked at Lu Yun in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Brother, why are you here? Lu Yun directly threw a bag of food and ramen into Naruto's arms. Come to see you. Lu Yun walked into the room and immediately smelled a strange odor. Looking at the messy room, Lu Yun had a few black lines on his head. Naruto. Is this how you live at home? Ahahaha. Ha 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 ha. Naruto touched his head awkwardly, his face turning red. Because I was home alone, I didn't really clean up. Lu Yun shook her head helplessly and took on the role of nanny. About 10 minutes later, several bags of garbage were piled up at the door of Naruto's house. Looking at the bright room, Lu Yun felt much more comfortable. It seems like I've brought my obsessive-compulsive disorder into this world. Brother, what did you just say? Nothing? Lu Yun and Naruto sat in the room, both opened a bucket of instant noodles and waited for the water to boil. Big Brother has become the Hokage's assistant now. It's really hard to keep up with Big Brother. A bitter smile appeared on Naruto's face. Lu Yun looked at Naruto and came to Naruto and gave him a knife. Naruto immediately covered his head in pain and screamed, Brother, what are you doing? My head is not a wooden fish. Lu Yun looked at the angry Naruto and nodded. Well, it seems that there is no problem. Whether I'm the Hokage's assistant or not, the relationship between us hasn't changed. If old lady Tsunade hadn't begged me to take the position of Hokage's assistant, I wouldn't have bothered to take such a troublesome position. Huh? Brother, the 5th Hokage will be killed if you say that. Naruto recalled that time when he knew Tsunade's identity and said Tsunade old woman. He couldn't help but shudder when he recalled that scene. Woman. Advertisement, it's really scary. Tisk, I'm not afraid of her. Lu Yun, holding the water, first poured hot water into Naruto's bucket of noodles, and then poured in his own. For some reason, Naruto had a feeling in his heart. He touched his heartbeat. This feeling, is it the feeling of home? Lu Yun asked about Naruto's recent affairs. Jiraiya said a week ago that he had left temporarily for a mission. At present, Naruto cannot control Nine-Tails' chakra skillfully. You must know that Nine-Tails' hatred for humans has not decreased much. Nine-Tails was already unhappy after losing half of his chakra and being sealed in the little ghost's body. Now Nine-Tails is waiting for an opportunity to break out of the seal. Jiraiya. I hope it is not what I guessed. The plot has changed. If Jiraiya went to Akatsuki, it would be very dangerous. Brother, what's it like to be around the Hokage? Naruto asked as he took a mouthful of noodles. Huh? Why do you ask? I'm going to be the Hokage's man in the future. Asking this now is of course to help me adapt to the position of Hokage in the future. Naruto said confidently. You are worthy of it, but this other feeling of being watched by something, that gaze seemed to come from Nine-Tails in Naruto's body. Nine-Tails. There is no need to rush. It won't be too late when Naruto can control Nine-Tails' chakra. It's nothing, just a nuisance. Huh? How is this possible? Brother, Hokage is the dream of every villager. Naruto looked unconvinced. Lu Yun looked at Naruto calmly. Naruto, not everyone's dreams are the same. I'm not even interested in the position of Hokage. Looking at the look in Lu Yun's eyes, Naruto knew that what Lu Yun said was not a lie. You'd better pack up tomorrow because I have a mission for you. Huh? A mission? But I'm just a genin. I can't carry out the mission alone? Naruto went from being excited at the beginning to feeling a little discouraged now. Pervy Sage went on a solo mission again and refused to take me with him no matter what. Really? Am I a disciple? The moment Lu Yun walked out, he looked back at Naruto. I'll accompany you. Chapter 88 A-level mission. Originally, as Hokage's assistant, Lu Yun should have stayed by Tsunade's side. But Tsunade couldn't control Lu Yun, so he could only let Lu Yun take him to carry out the mission. I really miss it. I haven't been out for a long time. Naruto looked around excitedly. Brother, what mission are we carrying out this time? Lu Yun said calmly, it's just an A-level mission. A-level. At this point, Naruto became even more excited, waving his fist and saying proudly, Master Naruto finally has a chance to show his skills. This A-level mission was commissioned by the Kingdom of Anis. The Kingdom of the Annihilates is frequently harassed by a rebel nin from Kirigakure who has developed his own forces. The power developed by that rebel ninja has threatened the Kingdom of the Dead. Every time the Kingdom of the Dead is invaded, it will lose several ninjas. The helpless Kingdom of the Dead has no choice but to seek help from other ninja villages. However, no ninja village was willing to get involved in this matter. The Kingdom of the Dead had no choice but to issue a bounty to seek help from the 5 major countries. Since Konoha had a good reputation in the ninja world, the Kingdom of the Dead contacted Konoha first. It takes at least a week to travel from the Land of Fire to the Land of Fillings. I don't know if the Kingdom of Anis can hold on until then. Small countries are so weak that other small countries don't even have time to protect their own interests, so how can they help other small countries? What's more, if a small country perishes, it will also benefit several other small countries. This time, the Kingdom of Anis spent a huge amount of money to ask Konoha to take action. The reason Lu Yun went on this mission was actually to see whether Naruto's strength had increased. But this silly character, nothing has changed. On the 3rd day, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Tick, tick. Advertisement. Soon it started to rain heavily. Umbrella, umbrella, where is the umbrella? Naruto rummaged through his backpack and finally found an umbrella. Just as he was about to hand it to Lu Yun, he suddenly froze. What is this? Why doesn't the rain fall on Big Brother? Naruto looked at Lu Yun in shock. When the raindrops fell, it seemed as if there was an invisible barrier on Lu Yun's body that bounced the rain away. This is just one way to control Ryotsu. In fact, Lu Yun's control over Ryotsu is not perfect yet. If you want to practice more advanced Kido's control over Ryotsu, it is also very demanding. This also happens to be a way to practice Ryotsu. It's incredible, brother, can I learn it? There seemed to be 2 yellow stars twinkling in Naruto's eyes. It was so cool that he could keep out the rain without an umbrella. No, you can't learn it, this isn't a ninjutsu. Oh, not ninjutsu. Naruto was suddenly disappointed. He knew that Lu Yun had many strange and unpredictable methods. But this is really cool. Naruto is not that mature now. To be honest, he is still like some children. Moreover, the height difference between Lu Yun and Naruto is not small. Naruto is only 1.6 meters tall now, while Lu Yun is already 1.73 meters tall. Along the way, Naruto looked at Lu Yun with envy because he didn't need to hold an umbrella. But, after all, why is it me who has to carry things? It was clear that the eldest brother didn't have anything in his hands. Damn it, big brother, do you think I'm just a handyman? Advertisement. At this time, outside the Kingdom of Annihilation, the bodies of ninjas were lying outside, and due to the rain, the surrounding area had been dyed scarlet. The daimyos of the Land of the Dead looked at the rebel ninjas gathered outside in horror. There are not many ninjas left in the country, and a small country cannot compare with a big country. What's more, the strength of the Kingdom of Ghost is relatively weak among the small countries. They were originally an ally of the Kingdom of Thunder, but the Kingdom of Thunder turned a blind eye to the documents of the Kingdom of Ghost. As early as a month ago, the Kingdom of An had sent an envoy with documents to the daimyo, but there has been no news since then. Damn the Land of Thunder, it has absolutely no credibility. If they continue like this, they won't be able to hold out for more than a week. In addition, due to the rain, the defense lines on the surrounding borders have been affected. These assembled rebel ninjas were like leeches on the heel. They attacked once and then withdrew when they saw an advantage, consuming the power of the Kingdom of the Ninjas. More than 20 ninjas from their country had been killed or injured. Among them were 2 Jonin and a dozen Chunin. The Kingdom of the Ninja took the initiative to attack at the beginning, intending to wipe out this group of rebel ninjas with all their strength, but who would have thought that this group of rebel ninjas had already designed a trap and trapped the Kingdom of the Ninja in the distant valley. At the base camp where the rebel ninjas gathered, a group of rebel ninjas gathered in a small tent and drank happily. Boss Keita, it won't be long before the Kingdom of Anchovies will be ours. It's better to follow Boss Keita. You can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. It's disgusting to be in a village and be ordered around. There is an outline mark on the forehead protector of this group of people. They are traitors from different villages. Generally, traitors are those who have committed something in the village and are unwilling to be punished. They leave the village and are considered traitors. The man known as Boss Keita is none other than Jonin, who rebelled against Kirigakure. He has a hideous scar at the corner of his mouth and doesn't look like a good person. Boss Keita enjoys the admiring gazes of the people around him. This feeling is much better than in Kirigakure. The land of stuffing. Sooner or later it will be theirs. Chapter 89 Naruto, you disappoint me so much. The rebel ninjas set up camp at the border of the Kingdom of Fun. On the one hand, it is to keep a distance from the Kingdom of Ghosts, and on the other hand, it is to stop ninjas who may come to help the Kingdom of Ghosts. If ninjas from other villages really come to the land of resources, it will not be easy for these rebel ninjas. There are 4 camps set up nearby. There are defenses 5 miles away from the central camp, and they are eyeing the roads leading to the Kingdom of Filling. When will this damn rain stop? A rebel ninja from Kusagakure complained with a spit. Who knows? The weather in this country of fillings is so strange and unpredictable. It started to rain heavily in the blink of an eye. Why should the damned nation of Pi resist so stubbornly? It's only a matter of time before they fall. Following Boss Keita is much more comfortable than living in the ninja village. Part of the reason why Keita was able to gather so many rebel ninjas was because of his strength. You know, it is not easy to subdue these rebel ninjas. Hey, are there 2 figures over there? One of them said while gazing into the distance. The grass ninja's expression changed. He looked at the 2 illusory figures and put out the cigarette in his mouth without even having time to smoke it. Holding something similar to a tube in his hand, he pulled the fuse hard. Call out. The blue flare exploded in the air. Are they ninjas coming to support the Kingdom of Anis? Liu Yun and Naruto looked at the 2 rebel ninjas and paused. Hey, how did that kid manage to keep the rain from falling on him? Look, that forehead protector is a ninja from Konoha. Konoha really looks down on people. They actually sent 2 brats to the land of anchovies. Aren't they just asking for death? Liu Yun sensed that several auras were rapidly approaching. He said calmly, Naruto, are you going to come up? Of course. Is that so? Then I won't make any move. Just let me see how much your strength has increased. Naruto smiled confidently, then you better watch out, big brother. Listening to the conversation between the 2, the faces of the 2 rebel ninjas suddenly turned gloomy. Hey, you 2 brats, there's a limit to how much you can look down on others. Forget it, he's just a Konoha shinobi. I'm a renegade ninja, how could I possibly be afraid of Konoha? Kill these 2 brats. The grass ninja stopped his companion and showed a ferocious smile on his face. Leave this brat to me. The rebel ninja had no objection, as they were just 2 little kids and there was no big deal. Advertisement. The Kusanagi drew out his own ninja sword and raised it, intending to cut Naruto in 2 with 1 blow. Bite. Naruto pulled out a kunai and blocked the Kusagakure nin's attack. What? This brat. Naruto let out a smile. Uncle, please don't underestimate me. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, more than 20 Narutos appeared around. The Kusa ninja and the other rebel ninja were completely stunned. Hey, what a joke. This is a ninja from Konoha. This brat is just a genin. Genin. It seems that you don't know how terrifying Konoha genin is. If you meet Chunin in Konoha, you can fight him, and if you meet Jonin, you still have a chance to escape. But if you meet Konoha genin, you will just find a pit and bury yourself. Let's go together. Oh, Naruto's army rushed forward like a crushing force. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. A water dragon rose into the air, and the huge water dragon instantly submerged Naruto's shadow clone. The rebel ninjas who were guarding other places also rushed over. What are you doing? They are just 2 little ghosts, yet they are frightened like this. It's really useless, a little brat from Konoha. I wouldn't dare kill you if you didn't think you were a ninja from Konoha. My life was ruined by you, Konoha, kill them. The cynical smile on Naruto's face also became more serious. He turned around and glanced at Liu Yun, who had no intention of attacking him at all. In that case, big brother, let me show you my strength. Naruto used the multiple shadow clone technique again, and this time there were hundreds of shadow clone. Even those rebel ninjas were stunned for a moment. Was that kid really a genin? Advertisement. With so many shadow clones, how huge must his chakra be? And the other little devil, isn't he going to take action? Damn little brat, how dare he look down on them? Then let us show you how powerful we are. Liu Yun, who was watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but frown. Naruto's taijutsu is really bad. This advantage was clearly achieved solely by relying on the number of shadow clone. Another key. Naruto was too lenient towards these people. In the ninja world, it's either you or I. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Hasn't Jiraiya taught Naruto this yet? These people clearly want Naruto's life. Rasengan. A person was hit by Naruto's Rasengan and instantly flew backwards, even the trees were broken. Now big brother has seen my strength. Idiot, what are you so proud of, back there? Naruto's expression changed instantly when he heard Liu Yun's voice. Tisk, kid, you're too naive. Success. The rebel ninja slashed down with his sword, and Naruto blocked his head with his hands. In an instant, a white light pierced through the rebel ninja's head. Liu Yun came to Naruto's side and said coldly, Naruto, you disappoint me so much. You must never let your guard down when facing an enemy, and now you. Too naive. That's how they should be treated. Tear. A ruthless knife slashed across, and a terrifying flying slash swept over. Heads flew into the air and the air around them was instantly filled with the smell of blood. The ground was instantly dyed blood red, blood rain fell, and the surrounding small puddles turned into pools of blood. The remaining ninjas' faces turned pale instantly when they saw this scene. What was that just now? A flying slash? You must be kidding. That little brat from Konoha is so scary. Chapter 90. Suppressing the Rebellious Ninja. After seeing Lu Yun's sword strike, the rebel ninjas were so frightened that they had no desire to fight anymore. He dropped his weapon and ran away without looking back. Lu Yun chuckled. Can he run away? Hado number 73, Twin Lotuses fall in blue fire. The power of the Twin Lotus blue fire pendant, which had been abandoned without chanting, did not decrease at all in Lu Yun's hands. Two red flames roared like flaming beasts, and a huge fire exploded, burning the surroundings with terrifying high temperatures. Zizi, all the water in the surrounding small pools evaporated, and the entire area became foggy. Such high temperature is simply unbearable for humans, and those people didn't even have the chance to react. The instantaneous release of the Twin Lotus blue fire falling was equivalent to a ninjutsu without seals. How could they possibly react to it? Under the burning flames, the group of rebellious ninjas turned into charred remains. In addition to the smell of blood, there was also a burnt smell in the air. Seeing this, Lu Yun just frowned without much impact. But Naruto was no exception. He knelt on the ground with his hands supporting him, as if he was about to vomit out the bitterness in his stomach. Naruto had killed ninjas before, but he had never seen such a horrifying scene. Brother, what you did is too cruel, Naruto said with a pale face and trembling voice. Lu Yun sneered, his contempt revealed in his tone without any concealment. Cruel? Naruto, there is no such word as cruelty in the world of ninja. How dare you hold back when facing these rebellious ninjas just now? If I hadn't been by your side, you would have been killed by their swords long ago. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. If you keep holding this mentality and go to the battlefield in the future, you won't survive for long. Naruto lowered his head and trembled all over. He clenched his hands and said unwillingly, Brother, is it true that the fighting in the ninja world can never be stopped? Why can't everyone just live in peace? Lu Yun looked at Naruto calmly, because we are human. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. All disasters and misfortunes are caused by your desires. Struggle is inevitable. In Naruto's ideal world, there will be no more wars in the ninja world and everyone can live in peace. But this is basically impossible. The big powers are suspicious of each other and can never reach cooperation, and the humble small countries can only choose to support the big powers for protection. Once the war breaks out, small countries will be completely destroyed as battlefields. Looking at the hesitant Naruto, Lu Yun shook his head. We must change Naruto's mentality, and it is not impossible for the ninja world to have peace. Advertisement that is Konoha unifying the ninja world. In fact, Konoha could have unified the entire ninja world during the first Hokage's period, but unfortunately the first Hokage did not have that intention. During the first Hokage's lifetime, the reason why the ninja world enjoyed a brief period of peace was due to concerns about the first Hokage's strength. You must know that after the first Hokage fell, the 4 major countries united to launch a war against Konoha. Although Konoha won in the end, it also suffered heavy casualties. War is cruel, and the ninja world will inevitably be unified in the future, and only Konoha can unify the entire ninja world. Lu Yun's eyes are deep, staring into the distance. Inside the tent, a rebel ninja rushed in, covered in blood. Boss Keita, something bad has happened. The ninjas from Konoha are coming. Our brothers are dead. The rebel ninjas who were originally drinking in the tent were all stunned at this moment, and the smiles on their faces gradually turned into expressions of fear. Even Keita's face showed a hint of fear. Konoha Shinobi Village. Even though Konoha is not as strong as before, the title of the #1 ninja village still belongs to Konoha Village. The ninjas from Konoha arrived so quickly. Damn it, I should have broken through the defense line of the Kingdom of the Turtle in one fell swoop a few days ago. How many people came from Konoha? 2 people. What? Only 2? Are they all Jonin? Keita glared at the rebel ninja and asked fiercely. The Iwagakure rebel nin lowered his head and whispered, They're not Jonin, they're 2 brats. Bang. Keita threw the wine glass in his hand away. He thought it was a big deal. Just 2 little brats from Konoha. A bunch of idiots. Good for nothings. They're just 2 little ghosts, and you're so scared. What a coward. I want to see how powerful Konoha's brats are. Keita pushed the rock shinobi rebel to the ground with force, and everyone in the tent looked at the rock shinobi with contempt. What a loser, he was scared like this by 2 little ghosts. The rock shinobi huddled up, his eyes filled with fear as he trembled and whispered, You don't know anything at all. That's not an ordinary kid. Advertisement. Keita and those rebel ninjas walked out of the tent, and the next moment their pupils shrank into needlepoints. The several camps that had been set up previously were all destroyed, and what frightened them even more was that the smell of blood in the air was so strong. At first glance, there were broken limbs and bloody flesh everywhere. These people were hacked to death by sharp blades. Boss Keita looked at the 2 figures with a serious look. One of the imps is actually a genin. Cut, a bunch of useless trash. Keita quickly formed hand seals and mobilized a large amount of chakra in his body. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb Technique. A massive water dragon suddenly condensed behind him, much larger than the previous water dragon. Keita's Water Dragon Bomb Technique. After all, Jonin's chakra was different from Chunin's. The ferocious head of the water dragon was terrifying. The next second, the ferocious water dragon roared towards Lu Yun and Naruto. Bakudo number 81, Splitting Void. In front of Lu Yun, a transparent defense wall suddenly rose up. The water dragon bomb hit the defense wall and exploded instantly. It was as if a heavy rain was falling around him again. What? My water dragon bomb is ineffective. Kaida's expression finally became strange, and he gritted his teeth and formed seals again. Water-style grand waterfall technique. A stream of chakra condensed in Kaida's mouth, and the next second he spurted out a huge stream of water from his mouth as if opening a floodgate, flooding the surroundings. Lu Yun's gaze remained unchanged. A brilliant sword light burst out in an instant, and the unrivaled slash cut the huge water flow. The suffocating momentum of the black slash made Kaida and the other rebel ninjas feel fear and the threat of death. A flying slash. Could it be that this brat is Konoha's swordsmanship genius? Escape. Kaida didn't hesitate at all, shouted and turned around to run away desperately. Those rebel ninjas who did not react were caught in the slashing and turned into minced meat. As for Kaida who was escaping, he looked back and saw that no one was catching up with him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second, Lu Yun appeared in front of Kaida with a shunpo and swung his knife. Phew. A head flew up and blood splattered everywhere, and the head rolled to the ground like a chamber pot. The unwilling look in his eyes gradually lost its luster. All the rebel ninjas will be annihilated. Chapter 91 The Belated Arrival of Cloud Shinobi. Hiss. Brother is worthy of being the big brother. That ninja is a Jonin. Naruto looked at Lu Yun with admiration. Lu Yun put away his Zanpakuto and looked at the vast land in front of him, which was already in a mess, and took a deep breath. Naruto, you must remember that in the ninja world, it's either you die or I die. Only with great strength can there be great capital. Small countries like the nation of Filling are no longer rare, and they can only rely on large nations for protection. The only way to achieve peace is unity, unified? Naruto's thoughts were not so mature at this time, but even when he heard these two words, his heart was shaken. What is this feeling like? The unification of the ninja world. Can it really be done? The ninjas and daimyos on the towering walls of the kingdom of Ennis watched the commotion caused by the rebel ninja gathering camp with fear in their eyes. What are these rebel ninjas doing? Could it be that they are preparing to launch the next wave of offensive against the kingdom of Shion? Daimyo-sama, there's someone. Daimyo was stunned when he heard this. Alert! The daimyo gritted his teeth and showed his unwillingness. Those damn rebel ninjas are coming again. No, it's not. Daimyo-sama, they're Konoha's ninjas, they're Konoha's reinforcements. What? Konoha's reinforcements? The daimyo was stunned for a moment, and then he cheered along with the ninjas around him. They're the country of stuffing, finally there is salvation. All of you follow me down to greet them, yes. The daimyo, a group of ninjas, and high-ranking officials of the kingdom of Shinobi were all at the border to welcome the Konoha Shinobi. But when they saw Lu Yun and Naruto, everyone was stunned. It's definitely a ninja from Konoha, but why are there two little ghosts? Did Konoha just send two brats to reinforce them? Advertisement, what a joke. The daimyo and high-ranking officials of the kingdom of Ennis all looked around, as if trying to find other Konoha shinobi. But it seems that only these two little brats from Konoha came to their country. The daimyo of the kingdom of Ennis suddenly looked unhappy. These big countries are really going too far. What's the point of sending two little ghosts to reinforce them? Even if these two little devils come, they will just die. These hateful big countries actually make fun of their small country like this. Daimyo-sama, what should we do? Jonin, who had been beside him the entire time, had a bitter smile on his face. Hey, let's settle these two children first. I'm afraid these two kids don't even know what mission they've received. Daimyo sighed helplessly, a sad smile appearing on his face. That's how the ninja world is. The strong prey on the weak. The Jonin went out to greet Lu Yun and Naruto, but the Jonin's eyes suddenly noticed something in Lu Yun's hand. Suddenly, the Jonin paused, looking in horror at the round object stained with bloodline. Lu Yun threw Kaida's head over with an expressionless face. Looking at the head rolling on the ground, the expression on Jonin's face gradually became horrified. Is this true? This human head? The Jonin of the kingdom of Ennis rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After he saw it clearly, he finally took a breath. This is Kaida's head. Could it be? He looked at Lu Yun in shock. Wasn't that huge commotion just now caused by the rebel ninjas? But these two Konoha brats, since Kaida's head is here, doesn't that mean? Excuse me, this lord of Konoha, those rebel ninjas? The Jonin of the Nin no Kuni asked nervously. Lu Yun responded calmly, the crisis in your country has been resolved, and the rebels have been executed. Jonin covered his mouth, his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. Advertisement incredible. The rebel ninja was actually dealt with by two little brats from Konoha. The key one is Jonin. After reporting this news, the top leaders of the kingdom of Filling were in an uproar. The daimyo of the kingdom of Ennis personally received and arranged food, clothing, housing and transportation for Naruto and Lu Yun, and the rebel ninja went to the previous rebel ninja camp to confirm the situation. The news that was received later shocked the entire high-level officials of the kingdom of Ninja. All the rebel camps were destroyed, and the bodies and flesh and blood of the rebels were everywhere. The most shocking thing is that the land is divided into two parts. The terrifying outline is like an abyss canyon. Just looking at it from a distance makes people feel scared. It's hard to imagine what happened here before. Konoha is worthy of being the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Even after experiencing so many wars, its foundation is still unfathomable. For this mission, the Kingdom of Xi'an gave Liu Yun and his team a bounty of 500,000 taels. Naruto had never seen so much money in his life after seeing those boxes of property. Those eyes seemed as if they were about to fall into the money. Money is just a thing outside of Liu Yun's body. No matter how much money he has, it will be useless if a disaster or war breaks out. After staying in the kingdom of Annie for a few days, Liu Yun and Naruto prepared to return to Konoha on the horses and large boxes of property provided by the kingdom of Annie. The daimyo watched Liu Yun and Naruto go away, and slowly said to the subordinates beside him, "Contact the top leaders of the Fire Country, and we, the Nation of Fire, will apply to become an ally of the Fire Country." Since the Thunder Country is unwilling to help them, then what is the point of them fulfilling the agreement with the Thunder Country? In the eyes of the Thunder Nation, their filling nation is nothing more than a grasshopper, not worth mentioning. Their country might as well seek the protection of Konoha. Daimyo-sama, will this offend the land of thunder? Snort. Those are the untrustworthy people from the Thunder Nation. If the nation of Filling were to encounter a disaster, do you think the Thunder Nation would send anyone to protect us? At least Konoha's reputation in the entire ninja world is guaranteed. If it weren't for these two Konoha shinobi, our country would have been in such a crisis. The subordinate official beside him also understood, responded to the daimyo, and then began to prepare the official documents of the Land of Fire. Money, money, lots of money. Naruto turned into a little money grubber holding the treasure chest, rubbing the box against himself. Liu Yun also looked helpless. Why does Naruto act like he has never seen money before? The overall strength of the Kingdom of Ennis is actually just average. There are not many ninjas in the village, so it is no wonder that it is troubled by a group of rebellious ninjas. But isn't the Kingdom of Filling an ally of the Kingdom of Thunder? The Land of Thunder didn't react at all. However, just after Liu Yun finished thinking, several figures suddenly blocked the way of Liu Yun and Naruto. Look at the forehead protector on their heads. This is Cloud Shinobi. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Chapter 92 Angry Rakage. Why are Konoha's ninjas here? Hey, two little devils. Stop right there. The Thunder Nation is indeed slow. The people they sent have only just arrived after everything has been resolved. Whispering sound. Don't you take us seriously? It seems these two brats from Konoha are here to reinforce the Kingdom of Anchovies. But none of this matters anymore. It seems that the crisis of the Kingdom of Ghosts has been resolved by these two little brats. As for the property of the Kingdom of Ghosts. Humph. They're just two brats from Konoha. Wouldn't killing them mean they completed their mission? Brother, this is not good. Naruto looked at the Cloud Shinobi with a very grim expression. Naruto, come here. Liu Yun said lightly. Naruto came to Liu Yun carefully, and Liu Yun handed the rope to Naruto. The next second, Liu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. For some reason, the group of Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but shiver all over, and an ultimate icy chill enveloped them. Tear. Before the Cloud Shinobi could understand what was happening, one of their companions suddenly fell to the ground. His upper and lower bodies separated at the same time, and he was cut in half. A large amount of blood gushed out, and many organs in the body were scattered everywhere. What was that just now? Sasatoru's face was stiff as he watched his companion fall to the ground, his mind going blank. Body flicker technique. Wrong. That's not the body flicker technique. This speed is no longer considered instant movement. This Konoha brat. Be alert all around. The Cloud Shinobi, who were originally in high spirits, were thrown into disarray by the death of their companions. They looked around in horror, trying to find Liu Yun. Hateful. Where are the people? Advertisement. Since we can't find this little ghost, let's go find the little ghost with yellow hair. He just didn't believe that the other little ghost was so weird. You two go and catch that brat for me. Hi. The two Cloud Shinobi Chunin leapt up and stopped in midair just as the shuriken flew out. Ding ding ding. Along with sparks, the shurikens turned into fragments and fell to the ground. Call out. Liu Yun suddenly appeared in front of the two men, and with a simple sword strike, he killed the two Cloud Shinobi Chunin without any resistance at all. Sword pressure. Boom. Suddenly, a huge amount of Ryotsu burst out towards Liu Yun with just a simple swing of the sword. Ryotsu turned into a terrifying shockwave, a dazzling white light surged in like a tide, and the devastating energy instantly turned the surrounding plants and the earth into nothingness. What kind of power is this? With his last consciousness, Sasataro looked at the vast expanse of white in front of him with a look of despair. His body was gradually torn apart, and even Satoru didn't feel the pain under this huge energy. The ground kept shaking, and the shockwave stirred up a lot of dust. The shockwave affected the surrounding terrain, and the abyss crack seemed like a canyon. Just a bunch of Cloud Shinobi. Why are you jumping around in front of him for no reason? But this feeling. Liu Yun felt that the Ryotsu and chakra in his body seemed to have changed, and at this moment a blood mark was left in his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes again, the Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan looked extremely evil. Double Magatama. Hogyoku. I'm getting restless. The Land of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. A burly figure, the power given by the bulging muscles all over his body is very terrifying. And in front of him was a cold corpse. The atmosphere gradually became tense, and the Cloud Shinobi around couldn't help but shudder when they felt the cold murderous intent from the fourth Raikage. What happened to Darui's team? Advertisement: this was Lord Raikage's most trusted subordinate, but when they found Darui, he was already a corpse. Looking at Darui's shriveled body at his feet, Ai's eyes were filled with endless rage. Who did it? Who on earth did this? How dare they attack the Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village? The sound of Ai's angry roar spread throughout the Raikage's mansion. The suffocating aura emanating from his body made it hard to breathe. However, what struck them as most bizarre was that the knives stuck in Darui's body were actually their Cloud Shinobi's knives. But all the bodies of the Cloud Shinobi were also with Darui. Could it be that the murderer wanted to fake the Cloud Shinobi killing each other? This trick is too childish. At this moment, no one wanted to provoke the enraged Raikage. Because they knew that the current Raikage was a terrifying bomb that would explode at the slightest touch, and if they said the wrong thing at this moment, you will die. I'm afraid the entire land of lightning will be shaken this time. Darui can be said to be the right-hand man of Raikage. His mission this time was simply to go out and find one-tailed Jinchuriki. With Darui's strength and team, even if he is defeated by one-tailed Jinchuriki, he will not die at the hands of one-tailed Jinchuriki. The key is, these wounds. Except for Darui's wound, the wounds on the other ninjas were very sharp. It's clear that the murderer of these Cloud Shinobi is a skilled knife fighter and his strength is also extremely terrifying, at least not something that ordinary Jonin can deal with. Use a knife. There are many people who use swords in the entire ninja world, but those who can have such superb swordsmanship are definitely not ordinary people. Lord Raikage. If the murderer used a knife, Konoha's assistant Hokage seems to be a genius in swordsmanship. Also, we have been unable to make contact with the ninjas on the Fire Nation border in recent days. Could it be? A cold light flashed in Ai's eyes. Could it be Konoha Village? Mabui contacted the 5th Hokage of Konoha Village and told them I was going to visit Konoha Shinobi Village. Ai gritted his teeth and emphasized the last few words. Chapter 93. 3 Tomo Sharingan Land of Fire, Konoha Shinobi Village. Tsunade immediately convened a high-level meeting of the Hokage after receiving Ai's call. What do you all think of the Raikage visiting us in Konoha? Mitokado Homura frowned. That Raikage guy is not easy to deal with. Why would Cloud Shinobi visit us in Konoha? Here comes with bad intentions. Although Uchiha Madara has some opinions about Tsunade because of the last incident, this is a matter concerning the cage, and she should put aside her prejudice. Tsunade, has there been any friction between the village and Cloud Shinobi lately? Or maybe the mission conflicts with Cloud Shinobi. Mission? There might be a chance of a conflict with Cloud Shinobi during the A-rank mission in the Kingdom of Anis? The mission of the Kingdom of Fillings? Isn't the Nation of Filling an ally of the Nation of Thunder? Why would they entrust the Fire Nation with this? Who accepted the mission for the Kingdom of Fillings? Lu Yun. The Hokage's higher-ups were stunned. Lu Yun, an assistant to the Hokage, actually went to take the mission on his own. The point is, as an assistant to the Hokage, shouldn't you stay by the side of the Hokage? Tsunade, you're too relaxed with Lu Yun. He's the Hokage's assistant. Cut. Tsunade pouted. If I don't let that kid follow me, should I let him stay in Anbu? Anbu is probably going to be in chaos because of that kid. Recently, Danzo seems to have calmed down, and all the members of the Root have been absorbed into Anbu. Of course, Tsunade is not completely confident in the Root people. You know, some of the Root people have been brainwashed by Danzo. On the surface, he seems to be loyal to the Hokage, but in fact he is on Danzo's side. But, as long as Lu Yun is in Konoha, even Danzo can't cause any big waves. Tsunade has a plan. After he has been the Hokage for a few years, Lu Yun will be the next Hokage. However, Lu Yun was not interested at all and thought the position of Hokage was troublesome. Although Tsunade thought the same, every young ninja in the village was fighting for the position of Hokage. This kid is quite special. Has Lu Yun returned to the village yet? Uchiha Kaharu asked. Tsunade shook her head. We haven't received any news yet about Lu Yun and Naruto returning to the village. Uchiha Kaharu rubbed his brows with a headache. Ever since Tsunade took this position, their position as Hokage advisor has almost become a decoration. Advertisement: Tsunade's identity is special and it is difficult for them to put pressure on Tsunade. The Hokage assistant took Nine Tails Jinchuriki out on a mission. Tsunade was really generous. When the Raikage came to Konoha, all the Konoha leaders were in a tense state. Once this news is released, the attention of the other major countries will be focused on Konoha village. Maybe. There is a high possibility that war will break out. Ding ding ding. 3 figures fought in the desert, and every confrontation caused huge waves. Kimimaro, with an indifferent look, held the Zanpakuto in his hand and faced Sasuke and Gaara with ease. He became more and more adept at controlling his new power. Sanashigure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sharp sand bullets rained down on Kimimaro's head, and his feet were restrained by Gaara. Bang, bang, bang. The sand bullets didn't cause any damage to Kimimaro. Kimimaro had steel skin, so these few sand bullets had no effect on him. Cut. Gaara snorted in annoyance. If it can't even break through the defense, is this still a human body? Kimimaro used all his strength to easily break free from the sand coffin. At this moment, Sasuke appeared behind Kimimaro without him noticing. Quick seal. Chidori. Black lightning appeared on Sasuke's right hand, and the terrifying currents rubbed against each other, making a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping. At this time, Sasuke, who has entered the cursed state, is no less powerful than Jonin. Chidori is an A- level ninjutsu, and it is a black lightning in the cursed seal state. Its power would make even Jonin tremble in fear. However, Kimimaro had anticipated that Sasuke would attack him from behind. He could have easily dodged Sasuke's sneak attack, but Kimimaro held out a palm. Bang! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sasuke's face suddenly changed and he cried out in horror. How is this possible? He actually blocked Chidori with his hands. Is this still a human being? Ah! Sasuke didn't react before Kimimaro grabbed his wrist and threw him hundreds of meters away. Very good. This power is simply amazing. Kimimaro made Gaara and Sasuke use their full strength to fight him from the very beginning. It is hard to imagine the means by which Lord Lu Yun could acquire such strength in such a short period of time. Advertisement God. Kimimaro once thought that Lu Yun was a god like being like the Sage of Six Paths. The ability to create life and give oneself a new lease of life and powerful strength is definitely not something that ninjutsu can do. Pooh! In the distance, Sasuke crawled out from the sandpile with an unwilling expression on his face. Hateful. Surprisingly, he had no power to fight back at all. If he possesses such power, what is Itachi? But Lu Yun was not willing to let herself become like Kimimaro in this state. Is the strength too weak? Sasuke clenched his fists. But you said you would help me gain strength. Lu Yun, you are a big liar. Kimimaro looked at Gaara and smiled. Are you coming again? Gaara shook his head and spread his hands. Forget it, Sasuke and I are no match for you anyway. There's no point in continuing to fight, this is a pointless fight. Kimimaro looked at Gaara and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been hiding your strength. Gaara shuddered and looked at Kimimaro in surprise. I even felt this. I guess so, so why not use your full strength? Gaara pointed at Sasuke who was walking towards him from a distance. Do you want that guy to get hit? Kimimaro touched his chin with interest after hearing this, then glanced at Sasuke. It seems so. I don't know why Lu Yun-sama constantly provokes Sasuke. I heard that Sharingan evolution is related to strong emotions. Could it be that Lord Lu Yun wants Sasuke-kun's Sharingan to evolve? Sasuke felt his own weakness and walked over with a gloomy face. At this time, he recalled everything that happened on the night of the genocide and the embarrassing things that happened when he challenged Lu Yun. Weak. I am too weak. Strong emotional fluctuations stimulated Sasuke's brain. Kimimaro, who was standing next to him, felt the abnormality of Sasuke's chakra and couldn't help but look at Sasuke. Oh, Kimimaro looked into Sasuke's eyes in surprise. Sasuke's Scarlet Sharingan now has a Tomo added to it compared to before. 3 Tomo Sharingan Me, Chapter 94. Utatane Kaharu's Frustration. After Lu Yun and Naruto submitted their tasks, many people in the village stared at the boxes of treasures on the car. Brother, how do we divide these properties? Lu Yun glanced at Naruto and pulled out a few crumpled bills from the opening. Take it. Huh? Naruto's eyes suddenly widened and he said angrily, Brother, are you kidding me? You only gave me so little money for such a huge bounty, you're too ruthless. Lu Yun looked at Naruto indifferently. If you say one more word, I won't even give you this little money. Naruto's momentum suddenly withered, and he held the wrinkled bills in his hands, cursing Lu Yun in his heart. Yo, you guys really made it hard for me to find you. When Naruto heard the familiar voice, the aggrieved expression on his face suddenly showed joy. Pervy sage? Jiraiya looked at Naruto and Lu Yun with a smile. Lu Yun looked at Jiraiya and nodded slightly. Lu Yun-jun, Shao Gang is looking for you. After you take care of these things, you should go to the Hokage's mansion as soon as possible. Tsunade is looking for me. Could it be that Tsunade wants me to help her with some documents again? Naruto was just about to complain to Jiraiya about Lu Yun being too evil-hearted, but before he could react, he was dragged away by Jiraiya. Looking at Naruto struggling in the distance, Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. After Lu Yun parked the carriage in front of Hyuga's house, everyone in Hyuga's family looked at Lu Yun in confusion. Lord Lu Yun. What are these? Lu Yun said calmly, these are the treasures of the nation of Filling. Move them all to my room. Yes. Lu Yun didn't care about what happened next. As for whether these people from the Hyuga family would become greedy, it depended on whether they had the courage to take it. Although Lu Yun is not a member of the Hyuga family, his status in the current Hyuga family is second only to Hyuga Hiyashi. Hinata isn't here. Lu Yun pushed open the door of the dojo and found that there was no one inside. Brother-in-law, my sister is out on a mission. A petite figure appeared beside Lu Yun. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. It's Hanabi. Although Lu Yun and Hinata haven't held their wedding yet, judging from the attitudes of the family and her father, it is very likely that her sister's future husband will be Lu Yun. Calling him brother-in-law is nothing at this time. Advertisement, brother-in-law, did you plunder the kingdom of Filling? Why did you bring back so many treasures? Lu Yun's face darkened. What are you talking about? Do I look like that? Hanabi smiled, just kidding. Brother-in-law, my father wants to see you about something. Why don't you go over there? Oh, Hiyashi is looking for me. Lu Yun came to a room under Hanabi's guidance. She pushed open the door and shouted respectfully, Father, I have brought my brother-in-law here. Well, thank you for your hard work, Hanabi, you go down first. Hanabi closed the door and walked away obediently. Lu Yun sat down and asked, Master Hiyashi, what can I do for you? Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Lu Yun and said slowly, "A few days ago, the 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village contacted Hokage-sama and said he wanted to visit our Konoha village. Did you run into any conflict with Cloud Shinobi during your mission to the Kingdom of Anis?" The Kage's visit, especially from a guy like Raikage with a bad temper, I'm afraid that Raikage's visit to Konoha is not a good thing. Have. Lu Yun answered bluntly. Hiyashi's expression changed slightly before he sighed. Sure enough, a conflict occurred. The Kingdom of Fillings is, after all, an ally of the Kingdom of Lightning, so encountering Cloud Shinobi during this mission was not surprising. Then where are they? Hiyashi asked nervously. Dead. A click. Hiyashi's heart was shaken. Dead. So the Raikage came to visit Konoha for this matter? In fact, Hiyashi had misunderstood. If the Raikage knew that those people were the ones who died, he might not have reacted so strongly, although the Jonin of every village are the backbone of the village. But it's not enough to make Raikage make such a big fuss. If they knew that Darui was dead, I'm afraid all the ninjas in Konoha would be shrouded in a haze. Because this is likely to lead to a war between the two countries. Jonin. Will those guys like Cloud Shinobi ask Konoha to hand over Lu Yun, or force Konoha village to compromise with the Hyuga family who threatened them back then? Hiyashi has no good feelings towards Cloud Shinobi and the Land of Lightning. The incident of kidnapping Hinata was conspired by the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Lightning has never admitted to the incident of kidnapping Hinata. He also used this opportunity to attack Konoha and the Hyuga family. Advertisement in his opinion, the people of the Thunder Nation are all despicable villains. If the Land of Lightning really put forward such a condition, I am afraid the 5th Hokage would not agree to it. Lu Yun is Konoha's assistant Hokage. If Konoha hands over the assistant Hokage to the Kingdom of Lightning, the entire ninja world will laugh at Konoha. Looking at Hiyashi's melancholy expression, Lu Yun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I is going to visit them in Konoha. Thinking of that muscular man, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a humanoid-tailed beast because of his destructive power. The news of the Land of Fillings should not be reported back to the Land of Lightning so quickly. Perhaps Ai's desire to visit Konoha village is not due to this matter. Darui. Haha, maybe. Even if they knew, so what? Do you still want to wage war against Konoha? Lu Yun is eager to do this. After leaving Hyuga's house, Lu Yun went to the Hokage mansion. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, not only was Tsunade waiting for him, but Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, 2 Hokage advisors, were also there. Assistant Lu Yun, you are the assistant Hokage but you are not by the Hokage's side to help him deal with the village's affairs. Taking Nine Tails Jinchuriki on a mission and causing so much trouble for Konoha village. Konoha hasn't recovered from the Sand Shinobi incident yet, and you've caused Konoha so much trouble again. Utatane Kaharu stared at Lu Yun with deep eyes. Kaharu. Mitokado Homura tugged at Kaharu's sleeve. You can't turn against Lu Yun at this time. Lu Yun looked at Utatane Kaharu with a gloomy gaze. Trouble. Do you find it troublesome just because the Raikage is here? Hehe, the decline of Konoha, once the #1 ninja village, is closely related to people like you. What do you mean? Utatane Kaharu glared at Lu Yun angrily. Lu Yun looked at Utatane Kaharu with disdain. If it weren't for him and Tsunade, Utatane Kaharu might have compromised with the Sand Shinobi. It was obvious that Konoha was in the right, but Utatane Kaharu was afraid of the outbreak of war, so he was so humble. That's enough. You 2 consultants, please go back first. Lu Yun and I will talk alone. Tsunade's expression was also very unhappy, especially because she had no good feelings towards Utatane Kaharu. Tsunade. Utatane Kaharu looked at Tsunade with a gloomy look. Tsunade cast a cold gaze on the 2 of them, and Utatane Kaharu gritted her teeth and left angrily. Mitokado Homura could only sigh helplessly and leave the Hokage's office. Chapter 95 The 5th Cage. Tsunade rubbed his brows with a headache. After all, they are old people. You should at least be polite to them. Tsunade's tone was somewhat helpless. Lu Yun found a seat and sat down, crossing his legs. Just because they're old I'm polite to them. If they are just relying on their age, then they should just step down as Hokage advisors. Lu Yun said mercilessly. My grandfather built this village, I never thought it would end up like this. Tsunade stood up and sat next to Lu Yun. The moment Lu Yun saw it, the huge peaks were shaking and undulating. Is it really that chewy? Lu Yun looked away. This woman Tsunade is indeed fierce. What do you think of the Raikage visiting Konoha? Tsunade looked at Lu Yun and asked. What else can we do? Since he is here to visit Konoha, we should treat him as a guest. If he's here to cause trouble, then Konoha will fight him to the end. Tsunade glared at Lu Yun in annoyance. You say it's easy, but he's the Raikage. He broke 8 Tails' left horn when he was younger. That old woman is not wrong. Konoha can't stand the turmoil now. This is also what gives Tsunade a headache. The position of Hokage is extremely troublesome. It would be better to let her hang out in casinos for the rest of her life. To be honest, she hadn't been to the casino for several days since she took the position of Hokage, and she was almost feeling suffocated. Isn't that just the Raikage? Don't worry too much, old woman. Nothing will go wrong in Konoha as long as I'm here. Lu Yun patted Tsunade's shoulder and said in a condescending manner. Tsunade's face stiffened and gradually deepened. Who are you calling an old woman, you little brat? Lu Yun glanced at Tsunade and said, at your age, you are not an old woman, but an aunt. Tsunade's patience had its limits, and she threw a punch without warning. With a bang, a roar like a cannonball exploded, and the entire Hokage mansion shook with Tsunade's punch. But Lu Yun didn't dodge, and Tsunade's punch seemed to hit a hard board. Looking at the transparent wall in front of him, Tsunade frowned and asked, "Boy, what is this?" "A defensive wall," Lu Yun said. "Defensive wall? Is it ninjutsu?" Advertisement. But this kid didn't make any seals either. There are so many weird things about this little brat. Forget it, you kid already said so. When the Raikage arrives, you'll be by my side. I want to see what the Raikage's purpose is in coming to Konoha. What other purpose could there be? Isn't it just to punish the guilty? Lu Yun complained in his heart. Dash 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 dash. Lu Yun returned home and his consciousness entered the spiritual space. Aizen Sosuke, the most charming villain in the Shinigami world, resourceful and powerful, is the most popular villain in the Shinigami work. Lu Yun always felt that Aizen's ending was too hasty, just like what Kurosaki Ichigo said in the original work, maybe Aizen himself wanted to lose his power. It is lonely to stand in the sky. Since birth, he has been arrogant and superior to ordinary people. No one can match him. Such an invincible road is also a road to loneliness. When the template of your own Aizen reaches 100%, will Aizen also be projected? Forget it, why bother thinking so much? Fighting with such characters is also a good training. Lu Yun was in his own spiritual world for 3 days and 3 nights. At the same time, countless people surrounded Lu Yun's bed in the outside world, and their eyes revealed worry. Especially Hinata's hands with her fingers tightly clasped together. Boom. At this moment, everyone felt their bodies sink. Not only Lu Yun's room, but the entire Konoha was shrouded in this pressure. Kakashi, Might Guy, and everyone else in the room nearly fell to their knees. What is this pressure? Is it emanating from Lu Yun? What a heavy pressure. It's as if my soul is trembling. The ryutsu that erupted from Lu Yun was heavier than before, which also showed that Lu Yun's strength had increased again. Hinata looked at Lu Yun worriedly. Lu Yunjin. The next moment, Lu Yun opened his eyes, the excitement and passion for fighting in his eyes had not faded at all. As expected of Aizen, only Aizen in the spiritual dimension could give him this feeling of meeting a worthy opponent. Huh, why are you here? Only then did Lu Yun realize that there were many people gathered in his room. Hinata suddenly threw herself into Lu Yun's arms. Lu Yun-kun. Listening to the girl's crying voice, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Ino and little Sakura watched the scene with envy. I really envy Hinata. Advertisement. When will they also have a boy like Lu Yun? Lu Yun, what was that pressure that just erupted from you? Kakashi asked solemnly. Lu Yun frowned. Pressure. Did Kakashi say ryutsu? Could it be that ryutsu was out of control just now? It's just a special ability. Lu Yun said lightly. Another ability. How many tricks does Lu Yun have? Even though Lu Yun is from Konoha village, Kakashi still feels scared. Mr. Lu Yun, you've been sitting here for 3 days and 3 nights. Hinata raised her head and looked at Lu Yun with red eyes. 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Yun was stunned. 3 days had passed since he had been fighting Aizen in the spiritual space. No wonder these people looked at me so worriedly. Lu Yun touched Hinata's head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Everyone just go back, I'm fine. Except for Kakashi who gave Lu Yun a deep look, the others said a few words to him and left. Lu Yun looked at Hinata tenderly, hugged Hinata in his arms and said softly, I'm sorry for making you worry, Hinata. Lu Yunjin, you've been meditating for far too long this time. Hinata is worried about you. There were still traces of tears on the corners of Hinata's eyes, and Lu Yun wiped them away with her hands. It's a bit long, but I gained a lot. Next time, I won't make you worry anymore. Hinata let out a soft hum, enjoying the brief and beautiful moment. Besides the Raikage's visit to Konoha, a major event also happened in Sunagaku. The position of Sunagaku Kage cannot remain vacant forever. Now that one-tail Jinchuriki has rebelled against the village, the situation in the entire Sunagaku is becoming somewhat unstable. At this time, someone must take the position of Feng Ying to stabilize the current situation. Under the persuasion of the Sand Shinobi high-level officials and the Wind Kingdom high-level officials, Chiyo finally agreed to serve as the 5th Kazekage. When the news that Chiyo was going to succeed the 5th Kazekage reached Konoha, even Lu Yun was a little surprised. It turned out that the old woman was the 5th Kazekage. It seems that there is really no one available in Sunagaku. Chapter 96 I Killed Him. Chiyo's homeroom teacher, the 5th Kazekage. It's really interesting. Isn't Sunagaku afraid that the old man will die after just a few years in office? Lu Yun looked disdainful. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Sunagaku is the weakest. To be honest, Lu Yun doesn't understand why Sunagaku is one of the 5 major ninja villages. Is it because its comprehensive national strength is stronger than other small countries? Not only is the environment in Sunagaku harsh, but the people in the village are also very sparse. At this time, in order to stabilize the situation in Sunagaku, a man who was about to die was recommended to serve as Kazekage. By the way, Sunagaku's compensation should be delivered to Konoha soon. This time, the compensation for the entire Sunagaku can be said to be a huge loss. Aren't there voices of opposition from all villagers in Sunagaku? But is it useful to oppose? Are they, Sunagaku, qualified to negotiate terms with Konoha? The reason why Sunagaku dared to negotiate with Konoha was because he saw the weakness of Konoha's top leaders. But now Konoha village has two powerful people, Tsunade and Lu Yun. Do you want to gain benefits from Konoha village? That is wishful thinking. The news that the Raikage is going to visit Konoha has attracted the attention of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. As for the Land of Water, it is guarding its own territory and has not taken any action yet. What is the purpose of the Raikage visiting Konoha? This is what all major countries want to know. Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi were practically sworn enemies. It's hard to understand why he visited Konoha during such a special period. The Akatsuki organization has also been noticed by the 5 major ninja villages, and an organization that captures the tailed beasts will naturally attract the attention of the 5 major countries. The tailed beasts are war machines that are powerful enough to affect the balance of the ninja world, and now Sunagaku is worried that Gaara will encounter the Akatsuki organization that captures the tailed beasts. If this is true, the strength of their wind country will be greatly weakened again. In that case, they would have no right to argue with the other major countries. About 3 days later, the Raikage had arrived in the Land of Fire. And Tsunade also held another high-level meeting to deal with the Raikage. Anbu also monitors the movements of the Raikage village at all times to prevent any unexpected incidents from causing unnecessary situations. Lu Yun was not present at this high-level meeting. At first, Kaharu was a little dissatisfied and wanted to argue with Tsunade, but in the end she was suppressed by Tsunade. Hyuga Hiyashi also sighed helplessly in his heart. Although what Tsunade did was a bit inappropriate, Konoha finally had a strong Hokage. At the same time, the original root base was empty and dark all around. Danzo was alone in the base, looking at a place with a sad gaze, as if waiting for someone to come. Advertisement. Buzz. The surrounding space suddenly twisted into an Uzumaki shape, and a black dot and a human figure appeared in front of Danzo. Uchiha Obito. Danzo actually has a connection with Uchiha Obito, even Lu Yun would be surprised to see this scene. Next, let's have a good talk. The moment the scarlet light in Obito flashed, the temperature of the entire base dropped. Even though Danzo wanted to cooperate with Obito, he still did not let down his guard. After all, the man before him was the legendary Uchiha Madara. Although it is unknown whether it is true or not, those eyes are undoubtedly Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Although Anbu's ninjas monitor Danzo, they will not enter the base. They are guarding the entrance. As for what happened inside, none of them knew. Lu Yun was also not far from the root base at this time. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly stopped. This aura is Uchiha Obito. And Danzo. Haha, what tricks are these two going to do again? Danzo, as expected, you were forced to contact a guy like Obito. The Hokage's seat is not suitable for you. In fact, when Tsunade disbanded the root, Lu Yun anticipated that Danzo might do something desperate because he was forced into a corner by Tsunade. By cooperating with Obito, does Danzo want to operate behind the scenes when pain invades Konoha? Although Lu Yun knew that Danzo and Obito were connected, he didn't want to stop it. He wanted to see what Danzo was trying to do. A day later, the Raikage arrived in Konoha. The entire Konoha village seemed to be filled with a heavy atmosphere. Because the Raikage came with a coffin. A shadow coming to Konoha with a coffin, such an action is bound to arouse people's imagination. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the Hokage's senior management, Tsunade looked at the coffin in front of him with an extremely grim expression and asked gloomily, Raikage, what do you mean by this? There was no expression on Yayai's face. He glanced at Mabuyi and said, Mabuyi, open the coffin. Advertisement. Raikage. Don't go too far. Tsunade's angry roar echoed throughout the reception hall, and the atmosphere in the entire hall gave people a feeling that swords were about to be drawn into the sky at any time. Raikage, visiting Konoha is fine. But what does it mean that he brought a coffin? Kakashi on the side frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. The moment the coffin was opened, everyone in Konoha changed their expressions. Who was lying in the coffin? It turned out to be Darui. As the man known as the second right hand of the Raikage, few in the ninja world do not know Darui. And Darui is the Raikage's most loyal subordinate. Such a guy was actually lying in a cold coffin. A click. The moment Tsunade saw the corpse, his heart was shaken. There were marks on the body as if it had been stabbed by a sword. Could it be that little brat Lu Yun who did it? At this time, Lu Yun was still on his way slowly. Even though Tsunade was a little unsure, as the Hokage she couldn't reveal any flaws at this time. Raikage, what do you mean by this? Tsunade asked darkly. The Raikage didn't say anything, but his secretary explained the whole incident. When Mabuyi finished speaking, the people on the Konoha side had already looked very ugly. Raikage, you're going too far. Just based on the injuries on his body, you doubt our Konoha's Hokage assistant. Do you really think our Konoha is easy to bully? After saying that, Tsunade's aura as a Hokage was immediately revealed. Even I was a little surprised. At first, Yayui was a little disdainful of the fact that Konoha's fifth Hokage was a woman. But now it seems that this woman is not simple. Yayui crossed his hands and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Let's put this matter aside for now. How do you, Konoha, explain the matter of the land of Anis. We at Cloud Shinobi Village have lost 3 Chunin, a Jonin, and a Genin. Don't you Konoha guys say this has nothing to do with you? Tsunade was speechless, and at this moment a young figure pushed the door open and appeared in front of everyone. The young man glanced at the Raikage and said calmly, I killed him. Chapter 97. Are you from the land of thunder worthy enough? Lu Yun. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Lu Yun. The people on the Konoha side all looked extremely horrified. Was it Lu Yun who killed the person? The key point is that it would be fine if Lu Yun killed him, but why did Lu Yun admit it directly? Even Tsunade's brain was buzzing and blank at this moment. What is this little brat doing? When the weather cleared up, Kaharu was shaking with anger, and his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Lu Yun. Really, Lu Yun will be a disaster if he stays in Konoha. He will bring disaster to Konoha. At this time, Kaharu had already forgotten about Lu Yun saving Konoha. Now she only felt anger and hatred towards Lu Yun. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village couldn't help but look at Lu Yun. Yi Yai looked at Lu Yun with narrowed eyes. Is this the swordsmanship genius from Konoha? Hokage Fuzuo. What? That's all. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yai's mouth. It seems that Konoha Village has really declined to this point. The once #1 ninja village in the ninja world has become like this. Does this kid have the strength to defeat One Tail? Yayuake doesn't think so. Although the harmless smile on the kid's face gave people a creepy feeling, he gave him the impression of a weak scholar. The news about Konoha's genius only came from Konoha. As for Sunagaku, it's just the weakest ninja village. To be honest, even the Raikage doesn't take Sunagaku seriously. Even the words spoken by that kind of ninja village lack some authenticity. Not to mention that 5th Kazekage is an old man with 1 foot in the ground. If the environment in Sunagaku was not so bad that it was not worth plundering, I am afraid that several major countries would have already launched a war against Sunagaku. As expected of a genius, he's also quite responsible. Just based on your personality, my boy, I recognize you. But, you, the ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village, should give me an explanation. Yi Yai stared at Lu Yun with deep eyes. Lu Yun smiled faintly. What's there to explain? It was you Cloud Shinobi who wanted to attack me. Shouldn't I fight back? Advertisement. Your nation of Thunder is one of the 5 great nations, and the nation of Filling is clearly an ally of yours. You've been struggling for a week and still haven't received reinforcements from the nation of Thunder. You've resorted to seeking help from us, Konoha Village, out of desperation. Where is your credibility as a great power, the land of lightning? Your group of Cloud Shinobi simply coveted the treasures given by the kingdom of anchovies. Are you Cloud Shinobi the only ones allowed to take action? Am I not allowed to fight back? In an instant, the hall became much quieter, and everyone looked at Lu Yun in amazement. Even Tsunade didn't expect that Lu Yun could speak so well. However, how could Cloud Shinobi just give up based on his one-sided statement? The Raikage came here in person, he must want to take something from Konoha. This brat might just anger the Raikage. Yi Yai's face had become extremely gloomy at this time, and he looked at Lu Yun with a dark face. The violent look in his eyes gave people the feeling of a ferocious beast. Yayui gritted her teeth. You sharp-toothed brat, who do you think you are to be the Cloud Shinobi of our village? You are deliberately slandering me. Deliberate slander. Lu Yun sneered disdainfully. I'm full and have nothing to do, why would I slander you Cloud Shinobi? After all, there's no evidence now. Just tell us what you Cloud Shinobi want, and save both of us from wasting time. If you want to start a war, we, Konoha, will fight to the end. Tsunade's expression suddenly changed. Hey, Lu Yun. Things like war are not something that can be talked about casually. Even Kakashi and Might Guy's way of looking at Lu Yun changed a lot. Sure enough, I am still too young and a little impulsive. However, if they were not impulsive, they would find Lu Yun a little strange. At this time, Kakashi's vigilance towards Lu Yun suddenly relaxed a lot. Yayui was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but sneered. Hokage, is he the Hokage or are you the Hokage? Why do I feel like your Hokage assistant doesn't really act like an assistant? Tsunade took Lu Yun's hand and pulled her aside. The two of them whispered to each other, what the hell are you doing, kid? The word war is not something you can talk about lightly. Cloud Shinobi Village isn't Sunagaku. We can't just scare them away. Lu Yun glanced at Tsunade and said slowly, Tsunade, it's time for Konoha to make changes. It's time to let the ninja world know that the title of the #1 ninja village has always belonged to Konoha. As long as I am here, Konoha will always be the #1 ninja village. You. Tsunade stared blankly at the boy in front of her, his eyes revealing confidence and a look of condescension towards everyone. Advertisement. This little devil, it's true. Choose to believe. Tsunade hesitated. Now that he is the cage of a village, he cannot make decisions casually on everything, and Tsunade has experienced wars. If war breaks out, it will be a disaster for the villagers of Konoha. But for some reason, looking at Lu Yun gives people a particularly reassuring feeling. This kid should be the 5th Hokage. Raikage, what is your purpose in coming to Konoha this time? Tsunade looked at Yayui with a gloomy look. Yayui grinned and said, I want this brat to go back to the land of thunder with me. That's impossible. Tsunade flatly refused. Lu Yun is the Hokage assistant of Konoha, how could he go to the land of lightning at will? And once he goes to the land of thunder, Lu Yun will be at the mercy of others. The cold light in Yayui's eyes did not diminish at all, and he threatened. Hokage, are you going to protect this kid? This is not partiality. Lu Yun is right. Who knows if it was you Cloud Shinobi who started it first? Let's put this matter aside for now. You have already offended us by bringing a coffin to Konoha. What does Darui's death have to do with us Konoha? To judge based on the injuries alone is too overbearing. Tsunade's strength surprised Yayui a little. This Hokage didn't fight like the previous third-generation old man. He was indeed a little anxious. Yayui was just taking advantage of the situation this time, and Darui's death was still not fully investigated. So, do you Konoha want to start a war? Yayui's domineering aura burst out, and the atmosphere in the entire hall became very depressing. Start a war. Lu Yun stood up at this time and said with a contemptuous smile. You, the Thunder Nation, are worthy of it. Chapter 98 Break your arms. Are you from the Thunder Country worthy of this? Everyone was stunned. Even the people in the clouds stood there in amazement, their eyes wide open. Did they hear it wrong? Yayui was stunned. Is this still the weak Konoha he knew? To be honest, Yayui no longer takes Konoha village seriously. The former #1 ninja village was only in the past. Now Cloud Shinobi village is the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. This time, Yayui came to attack Konoha, the ninjas lurking at the border of Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi team that he sent out to carry out the mission. His death at Lu Yun's hands couldn't be in vain, even though there was no evidence to prove that Darui's death was caused by Konoha Shinobi. But just based on Lu Yun's previous admission that the Jonin killed Cloud Shinobi, they were enough to cause trouble for Konoha. Yayui originally wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Muya, but he didn't expect that the current situation was beyond his expectations. Lu Yun, what are you talking about? Raikage-sama, Lu Yun may be ill and may have been talking nonsense for a while. Please forgive me. Kakashi hurriedly explained. This is the Raikage. If this situation isn't handled properly now, a war might really break out. Kakashi, Lu Yun is very normal. What he said is equivalent to what I said. He's right. You, the Lightning Nation, don't have the qualifications. You're just using fabricated facts to attack Konoha with a coffin. Is this what you Cloud Shinobi are like? It's really funny. A cold smile also appeared on Tsunade's face. At this point, Tsunade still chose to believe Lu Yun. Konoha had been suppressed for too long, and it was because of its constant retreat that other ninja villages thought Konoha was easy to bully. Konoha should let the entire ninja world know that even though it has weakened, Konoha, as the former #1 ninja village, still has its glory. Hokage adult. Kakashi was stunned. How come even the Hokage is joining in the nonsense? You know, once a war breaks out between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, it will not be a simple war between the two countries, it is very likely to trigger the Fourth Ninja World War. What exactly did Hokage-sama and Lu Yun say just now? That's enough Tsunade. You're being ridiculous for a Hokage. Uchiha Kaharu stared at Lu Yun and Tsunade angrily. Tsunade stared at Uchiha Kaharu with a cold face. Anbu, escort Elder Kaharu out. Tsunade, if you dare touch me, I will dethrone you as Hokage. Advertisement. However, Tsunade ignored Uchiha Kaharu at all. After Kaharu was sent away, the atmosphere in the hall became even more heavy. Yayui's face was so dark that it looked like ink was about to drip out. Hokage, I'm giving you a chance to take back what you just said. If you apologize, I'll pretend it never happened. No need for that. You Cloud Shinobi are such bullies, and you still want an apology from us Konoha. Don't even think about it. Tsunade said forcefully. Boom. An unrivaled aura burst out from Yayui's body, and the silver arcs of electricity on his body exploded intermittently, especially the moment his hair stood up. Lu Yun thought he was going to transform into a Super Saiyan. What a Konoha. It seems that you Konoha really still want to go your own way. Do you really think those wimps from our Land of Lightning and Sunagaku were brought up in fear? Yayui's voice sounded as fierce as a roaring lion. Raikage, do you want to know who killed Darui? At this time Lu Yun said another sentence. Even Tsunade panicked at this. Stop talking like that, you little b****************. Everyone on Cloud Shinobi's side looked at each other with a different expression. Yayui's expression became particularly gloomy. Boy, do you know who killed Darui? If you knew the murderer, I might consider letting you go. Lu Yun's mouth curved into an arc as he slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto. Most people didn't understand what Lu Yun was doing, especially Kakashi and Might Guy, who became extremely nervous. Kyoka Suigetsu, Lu Yun whispered, then turned his gaze to Yayui with sarcasm in his eyes. I used this knife to kill your men. The smile on Lu Yun's face looked extremely sinister, giving people the feeling that he was a man-eating monster. The Cloud Shinobi's expressions changed drastically, and Ma Bui looked at Lu Yun in horror. Madman. Advertisement. A complete lunatic. This assistant Hokage doesn't know what it means to say this. Regardless of whether this is true or not, the situation is irreversible once it is said. The same few words popped up in everyone's mind. War. It's coming. A suffocating aura burst out from Yayui's body, and a terrifying lightning flashed from his sturdy body. The next moment he came in front of Lu Yun at an extremely fast speed, and this move was intended to take Lu Yun's life. This moment happened so quickly that no one could react. Phew. The palm that was like a spear pierced through Lu Yun's chest, and blood splattered all around. This scene made everyone's faces turn extremely horrified. Yayui frowned. The Hokage assistant didn't react at all. It seems that the news spread from Konoha is all false. A mere Hokage assistant has such strength. And can he defeat the tailed beast? Isn't it ridiculous? Ma Bui's face turned pale all of a sudden, and he pointed at Yayui with a trembling finger. Nozomi, Lord Raikage, what are you doing? Ma Bui screamed in horror. A click. Yayui raised his head with difficulty, looking at the familiar face and the puzzled eyes in front of him. In a trance, his head exploded and went blank, and he stopped thinking. Raikage, boss. She fell backwards and fell heavily to the ground. He didn't understand why the Raikage wanted to kill him. With this last doubt, she turned into a cold corpse. The real Lu Yun sneered at the side. Darui is known as the right hand of the Raikage, while Nozomi is the left hand of the Raikage. He was going to break the Raikage's arms. Chapter 99. Shock to the ninja world. Yayui's mind was blank at this moment, and she stared blankly at Zai's body lying on the ground. The ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha were all staring at the scene in amazement. Raikage is crazy. This Zyke is the Jonin in their village. It is said that he was a capable subordinate of Raikage, but even so, Raikage dared to suddenly kill this so-called capable subordinate in front of everyone. Tsunade couldn't help but look at Lu Yun in horror. What on earth did this little brat do? Tsunade also learned from Jiraiya that Lu Yun actually knew how to perform illusions, a skill that Lu Yun had never demonstrated to ordinary people. The Akatsuki organization was fooled around by such illusions that were simply chilling. Nozomi, no. Yayui roared in anger and grief, and the terrifying lightning-style chakra burst out from his body. The terrifying energy waves burst out from his body, causing everyone present to change their expressions. His eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he looked at Lu Yun ferociously, as if he was a beast that wanted to devour everything. Little brat, what the hell did you do to me? The sound of Yayui's thunderous roar made all the ninjas tremble. His angry eyes were filled with endless flames, as if he wanted to tear Lu Yun to pieces. Lu Yun smiled faintly. It's just an illusion. If it weren't for the illusion, I would probably be the one dead now. Illusion. Ma Bui's pupils suddenly shrank, and everyone on Cloud Shinobi's side glared at Lu Yun. No wonder the Raikage suddenly attacked Nozomi. Nozomi. He died at the hands of the Raikage. The puzzled look and the expression of disbelief kept appearing in Yayui's mind. Damn kid. Old man. I'm going to kill you. Now Mabui finally understood why Darui had Cloud Shinobi's blade on him. It was probably like the Raikage who was under the influence of an illusion. The other ninjas mistook Darui for Lu Yun. What kind of illusion is this? I have never heard of such an illusion. Even the Grand Master of Illusion, Yuhi Kurenai, doesn't know when this illusion was launched. So scary. Advertisement. Konoha's Hawkeye. Lu Yun sneered. Are you sure that the me you'll see later is the real me? Yayui's pupils shrank into needle-like shapes in an instant. He gritted his teeth, and because he was gritting too hard, a trace of bloodline even flowed out of his mouth. You Konoha, do you really want to start a war? He never thought that he would be so afraid of a young boy from Konoha. A monster appeared in Konoha. Start a war. We never thought about it, but you Cloud Shinobi are unreasonable. If they hadn't attacked me first, they wouldn't have died in my hands. They only brought this upon themselves. Lu Yun's voice echoed in the hall. The way Konoha's Jonin looked at Lu Yun changed instantly. The Lu Yun before them was a Lu Yun they had never seen before. The disguise of a weak scholar was torn apart. It feels as if everything is in Lu Yun's hands. Fortunately Lu Yun belongs to their Konoha side. If it was from other villages, it would not only be a nightmare for Konoha, but also an unforgettable nightmare for the other four major villages. Tsunade now finally understood why Lu Yun was so confident. Even the Raikage would not dare to act rashly with such illusion techniques. Yayui was speechless for a moment. He originally came to Konoha to bite off a piece of meat from Konoha, but instead of getting the meat, he lost his left and right arms. The positions of Shi and Darui are of great significance in Yayui's heart. They are both excellent subordinates. Lord Raikage. Ma Bui came over, looked at Lu Yun with fear, and whispered something in Yayui's ear. After hearing what Ma Bui said, Yayui's irritable mood gradually calmed down. If they took action at this time, there would be no guarantee of accidents. They had not yet realized when they were caught in the illusion. If they fought with the Konoha ninjas at this time, the Cloud Shinobi would suffer the heaviest losses. A little lack of patience will ruin great plans. Mabui is the Raikage's secretary and also his military advisor. At this time, Raikage must not be impulsive. He is the cage of a village and must manage his emotions. This young man, who looks like he is only in his teens, is so cunning. When meeting Lu Yun's gaze, Ma Bui was momentarily stunned. What kind of eyes are those? Hawkeye, advertisement. No, abyss. An endless abyss, an abyss with no end in sight. HMPH, Konoha, let's wait and see, I won't let you go. Boy. Yayui looked at Lu Yun with a ferocious expression, and all the people from Cloud Shinobi Village gave him cold looks. After taking Zai's body away, Yayui felt a pang of pain in her heart every time she saw Zai's cold corpse. After all the Cloud Shinobi left, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the other Jonin turned their attention to Lu Yun. The hall was eerily quiet for a moment, but everyone was aware of one problem. I'm afraid that Hokage will really start a war against the Fire Nation when he returns this time, and the war between the two countries may then turn into the Fourth Ninja World War. They didn't understand why the Hokage was accompanying Liu Yun in making trouble, as the other four major nations had always been eyeing Konoha. In several Ninja World Wars, the four countries all joined forces to launch wars against Konoha. Konoha's geographical location and environment have always been a popular destination in the eyes of other major countries. Little devil, there's no chance to turn back this time. Tsunade turned away with a serious expression. You should understand what will happen next, right? All the Jonin nodded solemnly. The outbreak of war was inevitable. But this war came too suddenly, and it was completely initiated by Konoha. Now, can you tell us what exactly your illusion ability affects? Why would the Hokage kill his beloved subordinates? Tsunade looked at Liu Yun with deep eyes. Liu Yun glanced at everyone in the hall and said slowly. 5 senses. My illusion technique is to completely control the opponent's 5 senses, making the opponent's appearance, form, quality, feel, and even smell completely believed to be what I want. A magic technique that completely controls the 5 senses? Is this still an illusion? No wonder Hokage suddenly attacked Shi. He mistook Shi for Liu Yun. This ability is truly terrifying. Liu Yun felt that there was no point in hiding his ability anymore, as no one present knew that he had fallen into Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis. If he wanted to, he could completely control the entire Konoha high level. What a terrifying power. A few days later, the Lightning Nation invited the other 4 nations to come to the Lightning Nation to discuss jointly launching a war against the Fire Nation. The entire ninja world was shocked by this. Chapter 109 Tales. Obito, war is about to break out. Ju slowly rose from the ground. War. Muya, how dare you do this? Obito's figure is filled with disdain for Konoha. Yes. How could Konoha have such courage? The Konoha now is not the powerful Konoha it is today. Moreover, the strong behavior of Konoha General is unimaginable, and the outbreak of war has disrupted the plans of Zetsu and Obito. At present, Akatsuki has collected the chakra of the 4-tailed beasts, which is a long way to go to revive the Geto statue. The 4th Great Ninja War. It seems that it is time for the Akatsuki organization to show its strength to the entire ninja world. Danzo is really a lucky guy that such an unpredictable thing happened at this time. But, I'm afraid Danzo will never be able to become Hokage in his lifetime. Because of Konoha, will cease to exist, and their plans will continue. It is not easy for war to break out. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to make the major countries trust each other. All the major countries have ulterior motives. This is also why wars frequently break out in the ninja world. What is most worrying now is the small countries in the ninja world. When big countries compete with each other, small countries suffer. After several ninja wars, small countries have become battlefields and have no ability to resist. Konoha. Why did it suddenly become so powerful? The nation of Filling, which was planning to sign an alliance with the nation of Fire a few days ago, immediately recalled its envoy. They didn't want to be dragged into the war by Konoha. This is the reality. If the Land of Lightning invites them to intervene in the war, they will not hesitate to attack Liu Yun and Naruto. In just a few months, the thunder in the Land of Lightning has always been loud, but in the entire ninja world, the sound is very small. It seems that the horizontal and vertical negotiations among the other 4 countries did not go smoothly. It is said that Hokage and Tsuchikage had an argument and the meeting ended in a bad mood and could not continue. The atmosphere in Konoha had calmed down a bit in the past few months, and the previous voices of dissatisfaction with Liu Yun had gradually died down. Liu Yun still overestimated the tolerance between the 4 major countries. Do they still want to unite and attack Konoha? Don't even think about it. If the 4 major countries jointly attack Konoha, it will turn into a war among the 4 major countries. Open black lens bracket character template. Aizen Sosuke close black lens bracket, character unlock progress, 40%. Advertisement after fighting Aizen many times in the spiritual space, Liu Yun's progress also reached 40%. Not only that, this is just the progress of the character template improvement. The current Liu Yun has become quite different from before. His whole body exudes an extraordinary temperament that is different from that of ordinary people. This feeling is different from that of ordinary people. It seems as if Liu Yun is an immortal who is detached from the mundane world. The originally bronze skin also became much whiter and tenderer, but Liu Yun did not want to become a monster like Aizen in his final evolution. He also believed that Hogyoku would become different as he perfected it. Liu Yun-kun. Hinata trotted over. When Liu Yun saw Hinata, his brows couldn't help but frown. Hinata's chakra seemed to be different. Hinata, did something happen to you? Liu Yun asked. Hinata showed a surprised expression. She came here to talk about this matter with Liu Yun. Liu Yunjun, you even know this, Hinata said in surprise. Liu Yun-kun, an old man appeared in my dream last night. He called himself Otsutsuki Hamura and said he was the younger brother of the legendary sage of 6 paths. In my dream, this old man told me that perhaps you, Liu Yun, could end this war-torn ninja world. Otsutsuki Hamura. No wonder Hinata's chakra became strange. It turned out to be the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. As expected, even Otsutsuki Hamura is watching the ninja world. The sage of 6 paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo has also been watching the entire ninja world, and he doesn't know when he will meet this legendary figure. Otsutsuki's chakra. Liu Yun couldn't help but smile when she saw Hinata's strange eyes. Tensagen might be about to be born. Lu Yunjun, what are you laughing at? Hinata asked confused. Lu Yun rubbed Hinata's little head and smiled. Nothing, that old man is quite perceptive. Hinata. At the same time, in a large and spacious place in Konoha village, this place is where Jiraiya trains Naruto. Pervy Sage, what are we practicing today? Advertisement. Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya's expression was much more serious than usual. Naruto, this training will be different than usual. You have to control Nine Tails chakra. Nine Tails? Naruto looked confused. Jiraiya pointed his finger at Naruto's abdomen. That's the monster inside you. Naruto's face changed and he understood instantly. Pervy Sage, what exactly is this monster inside of me? People in the village say I'm a fox demon. Is this related to it? Click. When Jiraiya heard the word, demon fox, his heart ached, and he looked at Naruto with a hint of guilt. This child experienced a lot of unfair treatment at that innocent age. Fortunately, it is said that after Lu Yun and Naruto became friends, his personality gradually became much more cheerful. It was the fourth Hokage who saved the village, but those in the village regarded Naruto, who was a Jinchuriki, as the source of the disaster. I guess if it were anyone else with this personality except Naruto, they would have turned evil long ago. Jiraiya explained Nine Tails to Naruto. The tailed beasts are all aggregations of chakra, which means that the tailed beasts cannot be killed by ninjas. Even if they disappear, they will be reborn again after a few years. Nine Tails is the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts, and the ominous chakra that Naruto had previously erupted in came from Nine Tails. As a Jinchuriki, Naruto must learn how to control the Nine Tails chakra. This is also the most risky part of this training. He has to unlock some of Naruto's seals to draw out the Nine Tails chakra. Once the Nine Tails chakra is lost, the consequences will be unimaginable. Naruto, are you ready? Jiraiya said seriously. Naruto nodded with a serious expression. Jiraiya touched the seal on Naruto's abdomen with his hand, and gradually wisps of green smoke came out of the 8-sign seal on Naruto's abdomen. And in the next second, a desire to destroy arose from his heart, and Naruto was shocked. The next second, the terrifying Nine Tails chakra created a huge wave of wind and waves. The beard on Naruto's face, which was lying on the ground, became more obvious, and his hair stood up due to the influence of the tailed beast chakra. At this time, Naruto's consciousness had entered the sealed space. He looked blankly at the surrounding cells that were gradually approaching the seal. Suddenly, at this moment, a scarlet evil eye appeared in the darkness, and the ferocious fox head and the huge body of Nine Tails, which exuded chilling chakra, gradually emerged. Chapter 101 Half-Tailed Beast Transformation. The chakra eyes in the sealed space gradually lost their focus, and Nine Tails chakra gradually covered his body. His eyes also became as vicious as Nine Tails'. Very good, that's it. Affected by Nine Tails chakra, all the unfair treatments he had received in the past came to mind vividly. Not only that, the scene of the third Hokage's death kept echoing in Naruto's mind. Outside, Naruto was lying on the ground with Nine Tails chakra all over his body becoming more violent, and the bubbles of chakra that kept emerging were gurgling and gradually increasing. Jiraiya's expression instantly darkened. Is Naruto unconscious? Swish! Chakra that was even more terrifying than before erupted instantly, and the pressure of Nine Tails chakra scraped Jiraiya's exposed skin like a blade. At the same time, Naruto's tail has increased to a third one. When Naruto's tails gradually increased to the fourth one, Jiraiya's heart suddenly trembled. Naruto's skin was burned by Nine Tails chakra, and the evil chakra gradually eroded Naruto's body. Dark red chakra eroded Naruto's body, and chakra gradually covered Naruto's entire body. Gradually, when Naruto completed the transformation into a half-tailed beast, he roared angrily like a small Nine Tails. Is this the Nine Tails chakra? It's really horrible. This made Jiraiya feel like he was facing a small Nine Tails, and a huge sense of crisis instantly enveloped Jiraiya. The half-tailed beast Naruto has lost consciousness. Now Naruto only has the desire of destroying everything that the tailed beast has. Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, instantly fixed his eyes full of hostility on Jiraiya. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a cold chill running down his spine. Naruto, who transformed into a tailed beast, was extremely fast. There was only a roar, and a huge cloud of dust rose from behind Naruto, leaving a huge deep pit on the ground. So fast, Jiraiya's pupils shrank, and he barely dodged Naruto's attack, but with just one blow, Naruto hit the ground and rolled up a huge fire like a chakra cannon explosion. The ground suddenly exploded, and cracks gradually spread. Advertisement. Just 4 tails already possess such terrifying power. If all 9 tails appeared, even Jiraiya would gasp at the scene. His previous actions were too rash. He underestimated the power of the Nine Tails chakra. If you are careless, you may lose your life when facing the half-tailed beast Naruto. Earth style. Yellow Spring Swamp. A huge swamp appeared under Naruto's feet, and Naruto's body was gradually swallowed by the swamp. But how could such a small trick restrain Naruto, who had turned into a half-tailed beast? Naruto, transformed into a tailed beast, roared and broke free from the Yellow Spring Swamp. At this time, 9 tails in the sealed space looked at the unconscious Naruto with a sinister smile. Very good, that's it. Destroy everything. Use my power and you will get everything you want. Once Naruto completely transforms into 9 tails will take this opportunity to break through the weakening seal in one fell swoop. I really have to thank the ninjas of Konoha for giving me this opportunity. The first thing Nine Tails did after breaking the seal was to destroy Konoha, the human ninja village that he hated. At the same time, in the old place where he was training with Hinata, Liu Yun frowned and suddenly stopped moving. Hinata looked at Liu Yun in confusion. What's wrong with Liu Yun-kun? This chakra. Is it Naruto? No, it's Nine Tails chakra. Has the chakra been delivered here? It seems that it is not a simple leak of Nine Tails chakra. Liu Yun looked at Hinata deeply and said, Hinata, wait here for a moment. I'll go take care of something. He was now 100% certain that the throbbing feeling was the Nine Tails chakra. Even the one-tailed chakra he had absorbed became agitated. Liu Yun suddenly remembered a fragment explained in the original work. Could it be that Jiraiya used 5 elements unsealed to unlock some of the seals on Naruto? Otherwise, there would be no other reason to explain this sudden burst of Nine Tails chakra. Advertisement Jiraiya really underestimated Nine Tails. Hinata sat down on the rock next to where Liu Yun disappeared, waiting for Liu Yun to come back. Bang! A huge roar sounded. Jiraiya looked at the scene in horror. Just a wave of one hand created such a terrifying shockwave. The power of Nine Tails is simply despairing. Roar. The half-tailed beast Naruto once again let out a heart-pounding roar. Jiraiya's face showed an unprecedented solemnity. What was he going to do next? Naruto, transformed into a tailed beast, opened his bloody mouth, and the chakra bubbles overflowing from his body floated in the air. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He could clearly feel the high density of chakra in the chakra bubble. The chakras gradually gathered and compressed, forming a chakra cluster that looked like a tailed beast bomb. This high-density chakra, if you get hit, you'll be dead. Damn it, I was too careless this time. It was too late to enter Sage Mode and summon the 2 immortals. Gurgle. Naruto, who transformed into a tailed beast, swallowed the energy ball gathered by chakra into his stomach. The next second, Naruto's body expanded rapidly and his lower body bulged. A sense of imminent death enveloped Jiraiya. Condensation, compression. Virtual Dog Cannon. Chapter 102, First Meeting with Nine Tails. I didn't expect it to be this. How to resist this? And at this moment a figure appeared in front of Jiraiya. Who are you? Jiraiya's pupils shrank. Before he could call out his name, Liu Yun grabbed Jiraiya's shoulders and threw him out. Bakudo number 81, Splitting Void. Abandoning the chant of Splitting Void, Liu Yun suddenly saw a defensive wall made of spirit particles rise in front of him. The terrifying shock wave of the virtual dog cannon instantly hit the defensive wall constructed by Lingzi, but even so, it was blocked. The terrifying aftermath still affected the surroundings. The surrounding terrain was affected in an instant, and the Loess gradually collapsed. The residual shock wave caused a huge impact behind Liu Yun, and the mountains and trees were instantly burned by the scorching temperature. Jiraiya, who was not far from Liu Yun, used his hands to block the terrible wind and waves and looked at the scene in horror. What a terrifying power. It's basically a miniature Nine Tails. I didn't expect Nine Tails chakra to be so terrifying. How did Shodai subdue Nine Tails? The first Hokage, who is known as the god of ninja world in legend, single-handedly subdued Nine Tails. Even with Jiraiya's current strength, he is still no match for Four Tails Naruto. As expected of Nine Tails, this attack is much more powerful than One Tails Shukaku. Liu Yun chuckled and said, if Splitting Void hadn't let up at all, even a slightly weaker Splitting Void might not be able to withstand Naruto's hollow dog cannon. Next, let me test Nine Tails' strength. Liu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared using Shunpo, and the next moment he appeared in front of Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast. Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, suddenly roared, as if he had been provoked. The dark red chakra on his body surged and turned into another arm formed by chakra, which gradually evolved. Raising it high, the dark red claw transformed by chakra suddenly slapped down. With a boom sound, this attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The powerful shockwave suddenly exploded. Even the most ordinary attack formed a tiny mushroom cloud. Call out, Liu Yun's figure appeared again behind Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast. He touched his chin and looked at Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast, with interest. So you're dominated by Nine Tails' desire to destroy. Naruto is now a tailed beast without reason who only knows how to destroy. So what about this? Advertisement, the thundering chariot, the cracks in the spinning wheel. This thing has light, and it is divided into 6. Bakudo number 61, 6 staff light prison. The condensed 6 paths light pieces locked Naruto's movements like shackles. The strength of the 6 staff light prison used by Liu Yun while chanting is far different from that of Bakudo without chanting. What kind of jutsu is that? Ninjutsu without seals. Jiraiya in the distance stared blankly at the 6 paths light piece that locked Naruto's movements. It didn't seem to be a ninjutsu. Moreover, there has never been a chakra with the attribute of light in the ninja world. Isn't it a means of ninjutsu? Liu Yun has too many hidden tricks. Roar. Naruto, transformed into a tailed beast, roared ferociously and struggled to break free from the 6-rod light prison. But even so, Naruto still couldn't break free from the 6-stick light prison. Naruto, who was born with 4 tails and became a half-tailed beast, is much stronger than ordinary tailed beasts. The Sage of 6 Paths actually favored 9 tails when distributing chakra. But it seemed too boring to end like this. Lu Yun's eyes inadvertently fell on Jiraiya. The next second, the scene in front of Jiraiya suddenly changed. Naruto, who was originally controlled, suddenly broke free. Jiraiya, who was about to move forward, stopped and looked at the battle in front of him in shock. What level of battle would this be? There is absolutely no chance to intervene. However, Jiraiya didn't know that the scenes before him were all fake, and the real tailed beast Naruto was still under the restraint of Lu Yun. Hypnosis Jiraiya Lu Yun is also because some of the things that follow are not suitable for Jiraiya to see. Hobyoku flowed in Lu Yun's hands. The moment Hobyoku touched the dark red chakra, Nine Tails chakra rushed towards Hobyoku like a river rushing into a cave, absorbing all of Nine Tails chakra from Naruto. Naruto, who was covered by the tailed beast's chakra, was gradually exposed bit by bit, and the skin burned by the chakra was even more shocking to see. For Naruto, who has not yet mastered the tailed beast chakra, even if he becomes a half-tailed beast, the burden and damage to himself will be enormous. In the sealed space, Nine Tails stared at the scene in disbelief with his eyes wide open and filled with hostility. Impossible. What on earth is that thing in that kid's hand that can absorb my chakra? How is it possible? How can there be such a human being? Advertisement. Even Nine Tails was a little afraid of Lu Yun at this moment. However, something unexpected happened the next second. Lu Yun suddenly appeared in the sealed space. How could this happen? Nine Tails' expression at this moment was even more horrified than before. The memory of Lu Yun's scarlet eyes being toyed with by the Uchiha clan gradually flooded into his mind. Nice to meet you, Nine Tails. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to call you Kurama. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. Kurama. When Nine Tails heard the name, his lantern-like eyes suddenly shrank. How does this kid know this name? Little ghost, how do you know this name? Who are you? You don't have the blood of the Uchiha clan, yet you have evil eyes. Even if they were transplanted, people who aren't from the Uchiha clan wouldn't be able to use these eyes perfectly. Nine Tails' bloodshot eyes were fixed on the smiling Lu Yun. Compared to just now, Nine Tails was even more afraid of Lu Yun. Kurama is the name given to them by the Six Paths Old Man. Apart from the Six Paths Old Man, only the tailed beasts themselves know this name. But, how did this kid know this name when he didn't have the blood of the old man from Six Paths? How I knew the name is unimportant, but I can tell you clearly that I am here to save you. Save me? Nine Tails was stunned for a moment, and then its cold and evil laughter echoed throughout the sealed space, and its eyes revealed sarcasm. A human being actually said he wanted to save the tailed beasts? This is a joke. It is you humans who have disrupted the peaceful lives of us tailed beasts. How dare you mention the word rescue? That's ridiculous. Chapter 103. Because of me, before they encountered humans, the tailed beasts lived peacefully in their respective territories. However, when humans discovered the enormous power possessed by the tailed beasts, they realized that the tailed beasts were enough to bring balance to the ninja world. So all countries began to capture the tailed beasts distributed throughout the ninja world, sealing them in the bodies of Jinchuriki, so that they could take advantage of the powerful chakra of the tailed beasts. This is also why Nine Tails showed such a sarcastic smile when Lu Yun talked about saving Nine Tails. Nine Tails hates and despises humans, but now Nine Tails has not been influenced by Naruto to eliminate the hatred in his heart. During this period, Nine Tails was still an evil and powerful tailed beast. To be precise, it's not about saving you a tailed beast, but saving you all. Kurama, 10 Tails is about to be resurrected. Lu Yun said slowly, staring at Nine Tails with sparkling eyes. What did you say? In an instant, Nine Tails' expression became unsettled. Its scarlet eyes gradually widened and it looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. 10 Tails is not unfamiliar to any tailed beast because they are the tailed beasts differentiated from 10 Tails chakra. These 9 tailed beasts are essentially the chakra of the original 10 Tails. But hasn't 10 Tails' body been sealed on the moon by the old man Six Paths? How did this kid know about 10 Tails? If what this brat said is true, then it will be an unprecedented crisis for them, the tailed beasts. Once they are swallowed by 10 Tails' body, it can be said that they will die in the true sense. Because they are essentially the chakra of 10 Tails. 2-tailed Matabi, 3 Tails Isobu, 4 Tails Sun Wukong, and 5 Tails. They have all been captured. Once all of you tailed beasts are captured and devoured, I'm afraid no one will know the consequences better than you tailed beasts. Lu Yun and 9 Tails said lightly while standing on opposite sides. This brat actually knows the names of the other tailed beasts. 9 Tails was silent. The resurrection of 10 Tails is not just a matter for their tailed beasts. Once 10 Tails is resurrected, the entire ninja world will be destroyed, and the world built by the old man Six Paths will also be destroyed. For humans, no matter which tailed beast it is, they all have a love-hate relationship. After all, this world was built by the sage of Six Paths, and none of the tailed beasts dislike the old man of Six Paths. Can I trust you, little brat? After being silent for a long time, 9 Tails finally spoke, his lantern-like eyes fixed on Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled faintly. This is not my decision. If you don't trust me, nothing I say will be of any use. Advertisement. Suddenly Lu Yun pointed at Naruto, who was standing there like a puppet, and asked, do you know him? Isn't this brat the 4th Hokage's son? 9 Tails curled his lips and said disdainfully. The 4th Hokage also sealed the other half of his chakra, so the 9 Tails in Naruto's body is not complete. This is enough to show the gap between Nine-Tails' strength and that of the other tailed beasts. Just half of Nine-Tails is not comparable to the other 8-tailed beasts. Indeed, he is the 4th Hokage's son, but he is also the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. Ashura? Nine-Tails stared at the tiny Naruto with wide eyes. At the same time, Lu Yun could not guess and understand. The fact that Ashura was the son of the Six Paths Old Man was something that the ninjas of this era should not know. Reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. If that's the case, then there's no harm in staying in this little ghost's body. Since Ashura Chakra is reincarnated, then who is the reincarnation of Indra Chakra? No, that's not what we're considering now. Kid, I believe you. What do you want me to do? Nine-Tails' voice echoed in the sealed space. The little ghost in front of him was so mysterious that even a tailed beast like Nine-Tails who had lived for countless years could not see through Lu Yun in front of him. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips, finally convinced Nine-Tails. It's simple. Just guide Naruto to use your power. I hope you will cooperate, Naruto, Lu Yun said lightly. Is it just to cooperate with the little ghost to guide your own power? Is it that simple? Nine-Tails froze. He thought Lu Yun would make some request. I promise you this. Advertisement. Nine-Tails responded. Since Lu Yun has been promised, Nine-Tails will not do anything inside Naruto's body. And if someone really intends to resurrect 10 Tails, wouldn't it be even more dangerous for him to break the seal and reappear in the ninja world? As for what happens next, Lu Yun hasn't thought about it yet. This time he communicated with Nine-Tails, just hoping that Nine-Tails would make less trouble and stay inside Naruto's body honestly. After Lu Yun's spirit withdrew from the sealed space, Naruto, who had been injured by the erosion of the tailed beast's chakra, had recovered as before. It's time to let Jiraiya return to the spirit world. In Jiraiya's eyes, the battle gradually came to an end. In the end, Lu Yun defeated Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast. In an instant, Jiraiya returned to reality without any sense of incongruity. Seeing the unconscious Naruto, Jiraiya hurried over. Is Naruto okay? Jiraiya asked worriedly. It's okay. Although the tailed beast chakra eroded his body, the burning injuries on his body were also healed because of the tailed beast chakra, Lu Yun said slowly. Jiraiya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this, and suddenly he remembered the seal on Naruto. He lifted Naruto's clothes, but froze when he saw the seal on his stomach. What's going on? The seal actually restored itself. Can 8-sign seal restore itself? Seeing this scene, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. This guy Nine-Tails is a little too funny. He actually strengthened the seal in his body. After confirming that Naruto was fine, Jiraiya looked serious and thanked Lu Yun solemnly. Lu Yun, thank you. Lu Yun waved her hand and said nonchalantly, it's just a small matter. Naruto is my friend no matter what. I can't just sit back and do nothing. However, you did take a risk this time and underestimated the power of Nine-Tails. Jiraiya lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Yes, I underestimated it. Nine-Tails' power is simply not comparable to that of the other tailed beasts. If Lu Yun had not appeared in time this time, he would never have been able to stand here unharmed. Even if he didn't die, his life would have been hanging by a thread. Lu Yun glanced at Jiraiya, who was blaming himself, patted his shoulder and said, you don't have to blame yourself for what happened to Naruto. It's not your fault. Now you can safely teach Naruto how to control Nine-Tails chakra. Jiraiya looked up at Lu Yun in confusion and asked, why? Lu Yun smiled confidently. Because of me. Chapter 104. Hinata's changes in her eyes. Because of him. Jiraiya was stunned for a long time. When he looked at Naruto, who had fainted on the ground, and helped him up, when he looked towards Lu Yun's previous position, Lu Yun's figure had disappeared. Lu Yun, what kind of changes will you bring to Konoha? Jiraiya has actually always been worried about Lu Yun, especially this time when Tsunade actually joined Lu Yun in making trouble. However, Jiraiya knew about Lu Yun's illusion ability. Illusion that could fully control the 5 senses had never been heard of in the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, Lu Yun returned to the place where he and Hinata were training, and a smile appeared on his face as he watched Hinata sitting on the rock waiting for him. Hinata. Hinata jumped down from the rock with a shudder and said with a smile, Lu Yun-jun, is the matter resolved? Yeah, it's solved. Suddenly, Lu Yun discovered that Hinata's white eyes seemed to be different from before. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed a little more blue. Tenseigan, are you slowly awakening? This is undoubtedly a good thing for Hinata. As long as he masters the power of Tenseigan, Hinata's strength will definitely surpass that of the cage. I really have to thank Otsutsuki Hamura. Hinata, have you felt any discomfort in your eyes recently? Lu Yun asked. Hinata nodded. Yeah, my eyes have been feeling a little itchy lately, and they seem to be a little different. She herself also felt that since she met Otsutsuki Hamura in that dream, not only her chakra had changed, but her eyes had also changed a lot. Lu Yunjin, do you know what's going on? Hinata asked Lu Yun. Because in her opinion Lu Yun knows everything. Evolution. Hinata, your Byakugan is evolving towards its final stage. End. Hinata was stunned and looked at Lu Yun in disbelief. Lu Yun-kun, can the Byakugan evolve? Hinata asked in disbelief. Lu Yun nodded. The end point of the Byakugan is Tenseigan. The Tenseigan possesses power comparable to the Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Hinata's breathing quickened involuntarily. The Rinnegan was the legendary eye that controlled life and death. Advertisement. Can my eyes evolve to the point where they can rival the Rinnegan? Can the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan evolve? Why have I never heard of it? And looking at Lu Yunjin's expression, it seems that he understands the Byakugan better than the Hyuga family. Hinata, I know you have a lot of doubts. But all you need to know is that this power belongs to you. Once you master it, you will be able to protect those you wish to protect. Lu Yun stroked Hinata's hair and spoke gently. Yes. She wants power. She wants to keep up with Lu Yunjin. As long as she can keep up with Lu Yunjin, nothing else matters. She wants to fight side by side with Lu Yunjin. Lu Yunjin, let's continue. There was a hint of determination in the girl's eyes, and her gaze seemed to be longing for herself to become stronger. Lu Yun defeated Naruto in his tailed beast form. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. Jiraiya nodded faintly, but then a bitter smile appeared on his face. I underestimated the power of 9 tails. Naruto, after only having 4 tails, is no longer someone I can deal with. The difference between 9 tails and the other tailed beasts is not even a little bit. As the strongest tailed beast, 9 tails truly lives up to his reputation. Jiraiya still felt nervous when he recalled the battle not long ago. It was no longer a battle he could intervene in. Jiraiya, you've been too reckless this time. Since you have partially unsealed Naruto without permission, if it weren't for Lu Yun, if the Nine Tails rebellion had broken out again, the consequences would have been disastrous. Tsunade said seriously. A trace of guilt flashed across Jiraiya's face. This time he had indeed underestimated Nine Tails' power. However, Lu Yun later told him to rest assured and guide Naruto to control Nine Tails' chakra, and Tsunade was also thinking about this. If he wants to control chakra, it means that he must unlock some of the seals again. Otherwise, Naruto will not be able to control Nine Tails' chakra on his own with his current strength. Do you believe what Lu Yun says? Tsunade fell into deep thought. But thinking about what the kid said, it seemed to always be reassuring. Just do as Lu Yun says. It would be a good thing for us in Konoha if Naruto could master the power of Nine Tails sooner. Tsunade said slowly. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before leaving, and finally spoke. Tsunade, which way do you think that brat will take Konoha? Which way? Tsunade himself didn't know whether it was heading towards destruction or returning to its peak. But at least she believed in Lu Yun. Advertisement. I believe him. I see. I see. Jiraiya left the Hokage's office and let out a deep breath. Boy, since Tsunade chooses to trust you, then I have no reason to be wary of you. I hope you won't let us down. The child of prophecy was not Lu Yun, and he and the Great Toad Sage had confirmed this repeatedly. Even the Great Toad Sage cannot see through Lu Yun's future. No one knows where Lu Yun's future will lead. Dash 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 dash. In the cold and damp cave, Fang lay on the ground coldly, like a body with its soul sucked out. 7 tails, captured successfully. Now all that's left is 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails. We still need 3-tailed beasts to revive the golem. Really, where on earth did 1-tail Jinchuriki go? The 9 tails and 8 tails from Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha Village aren't that easy to catch. At this moment, an illusory figure, the White Tiger of Dawn, appeared in the cave. There's news about 1-tail Jinchuriki. There is a figure that looks like 1-tail Jinchuriki in Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru's base. Wasn't that Orochimaru guy killed by that kid from Konoha? Is he still alive? Hoshigaki Kisame said with some surprise. If it's a man like Orochimaru, it wouldn't be surprising if he's still alive. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. In his opinion, Orochimaru was no longer human, so it would not be surprising for Itachi even if he was resurrected again. Itachi-kun, there are so many monsters in your Konoha. Hoshigaki Kisame Ning Xiao Dao. Kisame, Weasel, I'll leave 1-tail Jinchuriki to you. Itachi nodded calmly. Kisame didn't have any objections either. After the meeting, a strange light flashed in Nagato's eyes among the trees. Once 1-tail Jinchuriki is successful, the plan to invade Konoha will begin. Let the world know pain. Understand pain. Feel pain. Only then can we get lasting peace. With these eyes that control life and death, he is the god of the ninja world. Chapter 105 Kimamaro's Ryutsu, 2 people shocked. The only ones left in Orochimaru's base were Gaara, Sasuke, and Kimamaro. The 3 stayed at the base. Orochimaru went to the Uzumaki clan's Nanman Hall to find the Shinigami mask to unlock the seal of the ghoul and get his hands back. Of course, before this, Lu Yun also warned Orochimaru not to remove the seal of the Shiki without authorization. Because Lu Yun is very interested in Shinigami, if Lu Yun is not mistaken, Shinigami may be related to the underworld. If Shinigami is also a soul body, then with this level of Shinigami's soul hollow, what level will the hollow born be? At the very least, it should be a Manos Grande of Jillian's level. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi arrived at Orochimaru's base and frowned at the endless desert. Really, Orochimaru is actually in a place like this. Don't be careless Kisame, Orochimaru is not easy to deal with. Uchiha Itachi frowned. What was Orochimaru's purpose in taking in 1-tail Jinchuriki, even though Orochimaru was previously a member of the Akatsuki organization? But with Orochimaru's magnanimity, he probably wouldn't dare to become an enemy of Akatsuki. It's really confusing. Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Gaara are in the base. Sasuke's strength is now much stronger than it was a few months ago. Although his strength is not as good as Gaara and Kimimaro, it has reached the level of elite Jonin. At this moment, the expressions of the three people gathered together suddenly changed. Especially Sasuke's expression suddenly became strange. This chakra, it's him, it's that man. Sasuke rushed out without hesitation, with a gloomy and hateful look on his face that neither Gaara nor Kimimaro had ever seen before. Not Orochimaru-sama, it seems to be someone else. We have to protect this place while Orochimaru-sama is away. Gaara spread his hands to indicate that it was okay, as it was boring enough staying here anyway. Those who come hope to have some fun. When Itachi saw the first person coming out of the base, his expression changed instantly. Even Hoshigaki Kisami's expression turned strange. Itachi-kun, this brat has the same eyes as you. Uchiha, Itachi. Sasuke looked at the man in front of him with hatred and gritted his teeth. He had always wanted to kill the man with his own hands. Sasuke, why are you here with Orochimaru? Itachi looked at Sasuke with a deep gaze. Even Itachi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw the three Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke actually opened the three Magatama. The growth rate was completely beyond his expectations. Advertisement. But it's okay like this, as long as Sasuke can grow quickly, nothing else matters. 3 Magatama eyes are not enough. Itachi-kun, this brat should know you. These Sharingans are the same as yours. Who the hell is he? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Sasuke with interest. Itachi stared at Sasuke with a cold expression and said coldly, my brother. Roar. I never thought there would still be anyone alive from the Uchiha clan. A man like you would show mercy to his own brother. Uchiha Itachi's cold gaze was fixed on Kisame. Kisame only then realized that he had talked too much and closed his mouth, not continuing to speak. Uchiha Itachi, I'm going to kill you. Sizzle. The dazzling lightning was accompanied by the sharp cries of thousands of birds, and the dazzling Chidori suddenly appeared in Sasuke's hands. Chidori. Uchiha Itachi was stunned. Is it Mr. Kakashi? Sasuke, your growth is truly amazing. Uchiha Itachi, I want revenge for my father. My mother. Sasuke roared angrily and rushed towards Itachi angrily. The Chidori in his hand looked like a lightning spear that could destroy everything and looked very terrifying. Really, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Hoshigaki Kisame hid aside and watched. Itachi originally wanted to grab Sasuke's arm and break Sasuke's hand to teach Sasuke a lesson, but what Itachi never expected was that he still underestimated the ability of Sasuke's Sharingan. Sasuke had already seen through Itachi's movements, and the moment Itachi stretched out his hand, Sasuke twisted sideways to Itachi's right side. Oops. Itachi's pupils shrank. Sizzle. A brilliant flash of lightning suddenly erupted, and even Hoshigaki Kisami's expression became solemn. The Uchiha brat is truly terrifying, able to actually hurt Itachi. Should I? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Kisami's eyes, but it faded again in an instant. Forget it. If he angered Itachi, he would probably have a hard time. After all, Itachi killed everyone in the family and only spared his own brother. It seems that this kid from the Uchiha clan holds a special place in Itachi's heart. The smoke cleared and Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke in shock. Have you grown to this point? Sasuke. Cut. Advertisement. It's still off the mark. Sasuke spat unhappily. It's Jisang, are you okay? Out of friendship, Kisame greeted him with concern. It's just a minor injury, it's okay. It seems you have gained some good power, my silly Aududo. Uchiha Itachi returned to his usual coldness. In that case, I will let you recall the pain of that day. Just as Itachi was about to use Tsukuyomi, he suddenly felt a sensation that made his hair stand on end and his soul tremble. Even Kisami's expression became more serious than ever before. Are there other terrifying existences in Orochimaru's base? Tap tap tap. The sound of uneven footsteps came from deep within the base. Sasuke, this isn't like you normally. It seems he is the brother you said you always wanted to kill. Kimamaro's calm voice came out. When Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame saw Kimimaro, their pupils suddenly shrank. What's wrong with this person? Why is he still alive even though there is a hole in his abdomen? What's with that gesture of those eyes? As this costume shao. It looks like they're targeting you, Gaara. The Akatsuki that captured the tailed beasts. Although Gaara has been staying in Orochimaru's base, he still knows some things about the ninja world. The news that Akatsuki was capturing tailed beasts from other villages had spread throughout the entire ninja world. Except for some villages in remote areas, even small countries knew about Akatsuki's actions. Boom. Kimamaro's eyes fixed, and the terrifying Ryutsu suddenly erupted from his body. People who had never been exposed to Ryutsu could not bear such Ryutsu at all. You have to know that during these few months of training, Gaara and Sasuke were training under such pressure. At the beginning, the two of them didn't even have the basic fighting ability. So even if Ryutsu exploded, Gaara and Kimimaro were still not affected too much. What's this? Itachi and Kisame bent their bodies as a pressure as big as a mountain suddenly descended upon them, and they even felt their souls being torn apart. This feeling, it seems to have a direct impact on the soul. Itachi and Kisame looked at Kimimaro with shock in their eyes. Chapter 106 Susanoo. Dull, heavy, what exactly is this pressure? Oh, it's not easy to be able to withstand Ryutsu. Kimimaro looked at the two with interest. Ryutsu. What is that? Hey, Kimimaro. This man is my opponent, I won't let you touch him. Sasuke yelled fiercely. Call out. Kimimaro turned around and looked at Sasuke with cold eyes, then slapped Sasuke and sent him flying. Sasuke was like a kite with a broken string, rolling around in the desert and splashing up streaks of yellow sand. Hatred is a good thing. But if your strength is inferior to your hatred, then even seeking revenge will only lead to your own death. Kimimaro looked indifferent. He only listens to Orochimaru and Lord Lu Yun, and usually stays with Sasuke, Gaara and the others. But this doesn't mean Kimimaro considers Gaara and Sasuke as friends. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's heart skipped a beat. Just a random attack could have such terrifying power. Could this be another of Orochimaru's experimental subjects? Itachi knew very well that Orochimaru had been conducting research on human experiments. In his opinion, Kimimaro was no longer a human being, but the result of Orochimaru's research. Did Orochimaru know what a horrible monster he had created? Akatsuki, Gaara is Lord Lu Yun's man, I can't let you take him away. Kimimaro said lightly. What? Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi's pupils and ears suddenly shrank, revealing expressions of horror. How is it related to Lu Yun again? Could it be that Lu Yun is related to Orochimaru? Itachi's horrified expression was strained on his face. At the same time, Sasuke also crawled out from the yellow sand, looking at Kimimaro with a distorted expression. Hateful. Damn Kimimaro for doing this to me. Strength. Strength. What I lack is strength. Why is Lu Yun unwilling to transform himself into a form like Kimimaro, even if he is no longer human? Advertisement. He would pay anything to get revenge by killing Uchiha Itachi. And in his opinion, Kimimaro has only changed in form, but is still a human being in essence. Itachi-kun, what should we do now? Hoshigaki Kisame asked deeply. Ryutsu greatly restricted their movements, and that feeling was definitely not an instinctive reaction from their bodies. But the soul, withdraw. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi and Kisame disappeared one after another. You ran pretty fast, didn't you? But, Kimimaro raised his fingertips and aimed at a position in a certain direction, and the high-density Ryutsu fused and condensed the red Sero condensed. Call out. The terrifying virtual killing transformed into a beam of light and shot out, instantly stirring up a terrifying wave of yellow sand in the surrounding area. Because of Sero, a straight line appeared in the desert. Not far away, there was a violent explosion accompanied by earth-shaking vibrations. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, and dazzling flames broke out in an instant. Even if the scorching heat wave is thousands of meters away, the scorching temperature can still be transmitted here. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Kimimaro looked at the fire in the distance indifferently. He no longer had the excitement he had before when he released Sero again. Because he knew that this was his own power, there was no need to be overly surprised. Sasuke stared at the black smoke in the distance with his mouth wide open in shock. Is this the power of Kimimaro? Is this human power? That red beam of light isn't a ninjutsu. Tisk tisk. Gaara also smacked his lips in shock. As expected, he is no longer a human being. Even Shukaku's power is only this much. Really, what kind of monster is Lu Yun? Will the ninja world change because of him? It was a charred land, and the surrounding trees and plants had turned to ashes, with only a few sparks still burning. A huge red giant stood in the center, protecting Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, and in an instant the red giant dissipated. Itachi immediately fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. Itachi-kun. Hoshigaki Kisame quickly helped Uchiha Itachi up. What was that just now? At that moment, both he and Itachi felt the danger of death. If they had not been protected by the red giant, they would have died here long ago. The Uchiha clan's ultimate power. Sure enough, it's still a heavy burden. Advertisement. Kisame, the situation has developed beyond our expectations. Let's return to the organization first. The burden Susanoo carries is truly immense, and Itachi has been using the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan a bit too much lately. His vision was already a little blurry. Hoshigaki Kisame dragged Itachi and disappeared into the charred earth. It might not be that easy to catch one-tail Jinchuriki. When Itachi was seriously injured and dragged back to Akatsuki by Kisame, all the members of Akatsuki were shocked. How could a man like Itachi get hurt? Pain frowned. Kisame, what happened? Could it be that one-tail Jinchuriki injured Itachi? Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head. No, one-tail Jinchuriki is indeed at Orochimaru's base, but the power of one-tail Jinchuriki alone is not enough to allow Itachi-kun and I to escape back to the organization in disarray. There are monsters in Orochimaru's base. Monster. One of them is as powerful as a tailed beast. Even Itachi-kun and I were restricted in our movements simply by the pressure from the other. What? The Akatsuki organization all showed expressions of horror. Was it just the pressure that restricted Itachi and Kisame? How is that possible? The medical ninja in the organization treated Itachi's injuries, but at this moment the ninja's face changed instantly. He glanced at Pain, walked to Pain's side and whispered a few words. Pain's expression changed and he fixed his gaze on Itachi. Itachi, your body. After his injuries were healed, Itachi stood up and said calmly, I can still hold on. Can you still hold on? It turns out that human life is fragile. Even a man like Itachi could not escape the torture of illness. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi reported the information they knew to Pain in detail. Nagato's expression in the tree house changed drastically. How is that possible? How could there be such a human being in the world who could survive with a hollow hole in his abdomen? Moreover, his strength is comparable to that of the tailed beasts. He is no longer a human being. What on earth did Orochimaru do after he left Akatsuki to create such a terrifying monster? Such a terrifying creature could affect the balance of the ninja world, and Orochimaru was also a stumbling block on the road to permanent peace for their Akatsuki organization. What happened to Nagato? Konan, who was taking care of Nagato, saw Nagato's expression change and asked worriedly. Nagato shook his head. I'm fine. It seems that he will need to take action himself to deal with one-tailed Jinchuriki. Chapter 107 Danzo's Plan. The Land of Thunder. With a bang, Yui smashed the table with a heavy punch and roared angrily, Onoki. During the Shikoku talks, Onoki did not give himself, the Raikage, any face. What Yui wanted to be was the commander of the Shikoku army, but Onoki frequently opposed him. He's just an old man with half a foot. This time the four-nation talks ended in a bad mood again. After experiencing several ninja world wars, the four countries can no longer trust each other. Unless a person who threatens the entire ninja world appears, or Konoha has the capital to threaten other countries and the entire ninja world. Only then will the four countries be able to trust each other temporarily. Damn it, if the Land of Lightning declares war on Konoha alone, the Land of Earth might take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Land of Lightning. Moreover, Yui is not just afraid of Lu Yun. I still haven't figured out that kid's ability. Is it an illusion to confuse people's vision? But at that time, the feeling he had was not just confusing. The second-tailed Jinchuriki in their village was captured by the Akatsuki organization again, and the remaining 8 tails was his younger brother, and he didn't want anything to happen to his brother. Hateful. Can't we declare war on Konoha for the time being? When Yui thought of the deaths of Darui and Shi, and the humiliation she suffered in Konoha, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Damn Konoha. Late at night, in the quiet of Hyuga's house, a small white snake quietly entered Lu Yun's room. Lu Yun was not asleep at this time. He grabbed the little snake in front of him and held it in his hand. In a short time, the little white snake seemed to be burned and turned into ashes. Has Orochimaru come to Konoha yet? So the most likely place to appear is the Uzumaki clan's Namendu. Orochimaru has taken the Shinigami mask. At this time, Lu Yun's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Mr. Lu Yun. Orochimaru looked at Lu Yun in surprise. The aura of Lu Yunjin became more vast and unfathomable, and this feeling was just like that of the White Snake Immortal. Could it be that Lu Yunjin's life level has evolved to that of the White Snake Immortal? You're pretty quick. It seems these ninjas are all stunned. Haha, Lu Yun-kun, you are a ninja from Konoha, so I will naturally be gentle. Advertisement. Cut. Lu Yun showed a look of disdain. This guy Orochimaru wanted to destroy Konoha before. Of course, the Shinigami mask requires a living sacrifice, but the Shinigami mask does not restrict who can wear it. This means that anyone who wears the Shinigami mask can possess the Shinigami, so there is no need for Orochimaru to allow himself to be a living sacrifice. He just needs to find a random unlucky guy, but of course he will never hand over Konoha's ninja to Orochimaru. After all, Lu Yun is the Hokage's assistant of Konoha. Orochimaru had already prepared after knowing the cracking method, but at this moment Lu Yun's observation Haki suddenly detected 2 familiar auras. This breath is. It seems we can only talk about this for now. Lu Yun said lightly. Orochimaru and Lu Yun disappeared in an instant, and 2 figures appeared in the Uzumaki clan's Neiman Hall. Mitarashi Anko and Kakashi looked at the masks hanging above and couldn't help frowning. That feeling is correct, it's Orochimaru. There's one less mask. Orochimaru is still alive. Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but touch the disappeared curse mark on her neck. The disappearance of the curse mark might be related to Orochimaru's resurrection. Although she had escaped from Orochimaru's control, Anko still couldn't let go of her hatred for Orochimaru. What secret does the mask hold? For some reason, Kakashi had a bad feeling. Not only that, besides Orochimaru, there seemed to be someone else who gave him a particularly familiar feeling. Could there be Orochimaru's spies in the village? Shinigami. Lu Yun was lying on the bed with her eyes open, not feeling sleepy at all. If Shinigami Hollow is formed, will a Juchas Manos Grande be born? Although hollows can only evolve by devouring each other. But Shinigami are different from ordinary souls. Even Lu Yun has the idea of hollowing out all the previous Hokage. But he soon gave up the idea. The previous generation of Hokage Hollow may not be under his control, although Lu Yun can destroy them. But why waste the effort? Orochimaru's desire to transform into Rancor is nothing more than a desire to obtain eternal life. The existence of hollows is indeed eternal. If there were no Shinigami, the hollows would have no natural enemies in the ninja world. Even if injured, he can still grow new limbs thanks to his high-speed regeneration even if his limbs are broken. It's worth looking forward to. Advertisement. The base of the route, Danzo and Uchiha Obito gathered inside the base. What did you say? Lu Yun and Orochimaru are connected. Danzo frowned and said in disbelief. Kindness. The reason why there has been no news about one-tail Jinchuriki in the ninja world is that Lu Yun has hidden one-tail Jinchuriki with Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito said calmly. It was hard to believe that a man like Lu Yun would actually take the initiative to contact Orochimaru. Didn't Orochimaru die at the hands of Lu Yun before? Does that mean Lu Yun knew from the beginning that Orochimaru would be resurrected? The previous deaths were just two people acting. Hiss. Think of this. Danzo couldn't help but gasp. Underestimated. Underestimated. Lu Yun is Konoha's most terrifying enemy. His methods and mysteries are beyond even my ability to cope with. Uchiha Obito said gravely. Even you can't do anything. A look of shock crossed Danzo's face. Lu Yun. He is the true darkness of Konoha. There was a hint of coldness in Danzo's eyes. No matter what, even if Danzo cooperated with Obito, it was for Konoha, so that he could sit in the position of Hokage. He has always put the interests of Konoha first, and he will not let go easily of anyone who does anything to harm Konoha. Do you want to use that eye to control Lu Yun? The power of the Uchiha clan. Distinguished heavenly gods can directly invade the opponent's brain, modify the opponent's will, and turn the opponent into a puppet under their control. This eye is Danzo's secret weapon, and even not long ago Danzo thought of using it on Uchiha Obito. But in the end he gave up his ridiculous idea. Regardless of whether the other party was Uchiha Madara or not, if it was really Uchiha Madara, he would have obtained the ultimate power of Uchiha. Even Danzo wasn't sure whether distinguished heavenly gods would work on him. Forget it. Although Shisui's eyes are precious, it would be more advantageous for him to take the position of Hokage if he could control Lu Yun. His and Obito's plan was to restrain Lu Yun when Pain invaded Konoha and kill the fifth Hokage so that Danzo could take the position of Hokage. I have a plan to deal with Lu Yun. You, the Akatsuki organization, should proceed according to the original plan. Chapter 108 Tenseigen. Oh, it seems you are hiding something from me. Obito looked at Danzo in surprise, his eyes glancing at the bandaged arm. He didn't know why Danzo's arm gave him a particularly familiar feeling. He actually felt familiar with an arm. That's ridiculous. Cooperating with your Akatsuki organization doesn't mean I'm going to tell you all my secrets. Danzo said coldly. Never mind. It doesn't matter anyway. Then look forward to our cooperation. After saying that, the space around Uchiha Obito twisted again, and the small black dot was sucked into the different space. Cut. Space-time ninjutsu is really convenient. Danzo muttered something and disappeared into the darkness. Because the negotiations between the four countries have completely collapsed, Konoha has temporarily ushered in a brief period of peace. Tsunade didn't know how long this peace could last, and he also knew that the Raikage must not let go of what happened before so easily. However, it also gave Konoha a chance to catch its breath. As for the news that the Kingdom of Filling had sent people to the Kingdom of Fire, it had already been passed back to the Kingdom of Lightning. The Land of Thunder directly excluded the Land of Ghost from its allies. Not only that, the original envoy was already in the Land of Fire. It was because of this crisis that the envoy of the Land of Ghost found an excuse to leave the Land of Fire. Now the Nation of Ghost is caught between two odds. The Nation of Thunder no longer agrees to their joining the allies, while the Nation of Fire has also turned away the Nation of Ghost's envoys. Everything is their country's own fault. Dash 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 dash. Sister, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Hanabi gave a wicked smile and tiptoed to Hinata's bedside. Elder sister, get up. Hanabi directly lifted Hinata's quilt. Hinata opened her sleepy eyes, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. Hanabi, what are you doing? Hinata looked at Hanabi with dissatisfaction. But at this moment, the mischievous smile on Hanabi's face froze instantly, revealing a dull expression. She pointed at Hinata's eyes with a trembling finger and said in fear, Sister, your eyes. Advertisement. My eyes. What's wrong with my eyes? Hinata couldn't help but frown. She picked up the mirror from her desk, and when she saw herself in the mirror, she was so scared that the mirror fell to the ground and broke into pieces. My eyes. How did my eyes become like this? Compared to her previous white eyes, Hinata's eyes looked even more beautiful and moving, like a bright starry sky. The white patterns in her light-colored eyes were like blooming flowers, which attracted people's attention involuntarily. Hanabi was stunned at this time. Could it be that? After a brief panic, Hinata finally remembered what Lu Yun had said to her. Could it be? Have my eyes evolved into what Lu Yunjin called Tenseigen? With a snap, Hanabi grabbed Hinata's hand and ran outside. Hinata was in her pajamas and before she could react, Hanabi pulled her outside. Hanabi, what are you doing? Sister, father must know why your eyes look like this. You'll be fine, sis. Seeing Hanabi's worried expression, Hinata also smiled. She stopped and said to Hanabi seriously, Hanabi, there's no need to look for father. I think I know why my eyes became like this. Hyuga Hanabi was stunned. Ah, does my sister know why her eyes became like this? Then why did my sister look so panicked just now? Hanabi, Hinata, what are you doing here? At this time, Hyuga Hiyashi also walked out of the room and looked at Hinata in pajamas with a hint of displeasure on his face. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, and Hyuga Hiyashi has already decided to hand over the Hyuga family to Hinata. This is not very elegant in pajamas. However, when Hyuga Hiyashi's gaze focused on Hinata's eyes, which were different from usual, he was suddenly stunned. Hinata, your eyes. What's going on? Advertisement. Looking at Hyuga Hiyashi, who was in a state of panic, Hinata also revealed a helpless smile. Father. Originally, Lu Yun was planning to go to the Orochimaru base after leaving Tsunade, but the people of the Hyuga clan ran up to him in a panic and said that something had happened to Hinata. As soon as he said this, Lu Yun's expression changed. Lu Yun rushed to Hyuga's house and opened the door without caring about anything else, and shouted worriedly, Hinata. The next second, Lu Yun was stunned. Hanabi, Hyuga Hiyashi, Hinata, they're all here. And Hinata looked fine, so what on earth were the Hyuga clan ninjas doing? Mr. Lu Yun. Hinata turned her head away. Lu Yun's face changed when she looked at Hinata's eyes that were like the starry sky, but she quickly came to her senses and hugged Hinata. That's great, Hinata. Your eyes have finally evolved into Tenseigen. Hinata was a little slow to react to Lu Yun's hug. Feeling the warmth in Lu Yun's arms, Hinata's whole body went limp. Her pretty face and ears were completely rosy. The young Hanabi turned her head away and spat quietly. Hyuga Hiyashi's face was stiff. Although he had regarded Lu Yun as his son-in-law for a long time, he felt uncomfortable seeing him hugging his daughter in front of him. What a bargain for that brat Lu Yun. Ahem. Lu Yun, explain to me what's going on with Hinata's eyes. Could it be possible for our Hyuga clan's Byakugan to evolve? I've never heard of such a thing. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Lu Yun with a serious face. Time passed quietly, and Lu Yun explained in detail to Hyuga Hiyashi. As for the news about Otsutsuki, Lu Yun did not tell him. After hearing this, Hyuga Hiyashi was stunned for a long time. He never thought that the Byakugan of their Hyuga clan could evolve, and that these eyes were actually on the same level as the legendary Rinnegan. Hyuga Hiyashi opened his mouth in shock, unable to digest the news for a moment. Chapter 109 The Importance of Bloodline, New Abilities. Doesn't that mean Hinata's strength has completely surpassed that of his father? I can't believe that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can actually evolve. Lu Yun, how did you know that the Byakugan can evolve? Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but stare at Lu Yun. Even he, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, didn't know that his family's eyes could evolve. And Lu Yun, an outsider, actually knew the secret of the Byakugan that the Hyuga people didn't know. The great toad sage of Mount Myoboku told me. Lu Yun made up a random excuse to get away with it. After hearing this, Hyuga Hiyashi also understood. The great toad sage of Mount Myoboku is a legendary creature that has lived for countless ages. If it is him, then it can explain it. But Hinata's eyes suddenly evolved, these eyes. Even Hyuga Hiyashi was a little envious. However, according to what Lu Yun said, Hinata is probably the only one in the Hyuga clan who can awaken Tenseigen. His daughter is the real genius. Possesses power said to be comparable to the Rinnegan. How powerful would that be? Hinata cannot easily activate Tenseigen's chakra mode yet. After all, Hinata's Tenseigen has just been opened, but she can use the two abilities that are similar to the Rinnegan. Attraction and repulsion. Although Tenseigen's ability is powerful, Hinata still needs to gradually adapt to it before he can unleash Tenseigen's true power. Lu Yun, who was training with Hinata, also understood the power of Tenseigen. The repulsive force alone would probably blow an ordinary Jonin away if he was not careful. Of course, for Lu Yun, his own Ryutsu burst can still easily withstand Tenseigen's repulsion. Tenseigen still has many untapped capabilities, which requires Hinata to adapt step by step. Before long, the valleys used for training nearby were in ruins, full of potholes and not a single intact spot. This is also the record of Lu Yun and Hinata. Over the past few months, Hinata has become more and more accustomed to Tenseigen's abilities, and the effects of gravity and repulsion are several times greater than before. This is also the impact of Hinata and Lu Yun's training. Advertisement. Hinata never thought that his strength would become so powerful. If Hinata could not activate the Tenseigen, even if Hinata's talent was penultimate, he could only reach the strength of elite Jonin. Although Hinata is not able to use Tenseigen's Chuck mode and other abilities yet, Hinata's strength has indeed reached cage level just by relying on the two abilities of gravity and repulsion. In the original work, Tenseigen's power is not limited to this. The Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion that can transform the truth-seeking ball into a dazzling lightsaber is so powerful that it can even split the moon. It is a power that has reached the level of 6 paths. It is far from the limit achieved by humans. It is said that Hokage is an inspirational anime, and Naruto's story is indeed very inspirational, but who remembers that Naruto's own bloodline is not ordinary? Naruto is the child of the 4th Hokage and the Uzumaki clan. He inherited the blood of the Uzumaki clan and his charm is far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Moreover, Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the reincarnation of this generation of Ashura chakra. This starting point is simply incomparable to that of ninjas. Are Sasuke and Naruto so awesome because they work hard? No, because their followers are awesome. The ninja world is a world that values bloodline. And now Hinata has no difference in bloodline with Naruto and Sasuke. In Lu Yun's opinion, the ninja world is a world of cheats. Even if Naruto and Sasuke have cheats, can they be stronger than his cheats? Hinata is now able to switch between the Byakugan and Tenseigen independently. Currently, only Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hanabi know about this in the Hyuga family. All in all, Tensagen still has a lot of abilities to be developed. In addition to the abilities brought by the eyes, Hinata's own strength has also improved a lot. At least just relying on the power of Tensagen, he has reached the level of elite Jonin like Kakashi. With a bang, the birds on the tree were frightened and fled into the air, and a thick tree trunk fell straight down. Not bad, Hinata. Even Uncle Hiashi can't match the power of your 8 trigrams air palm now. Lu Yun praised with a smile. Hinata looked at the chakra gathering in his hand and shook his head, not yet. I can't keep up with Lu Yun-kun at this level. I want to fight alongside Lu Yun-jun. Fight side by side. Hinata is not the kind of little woman who wants to live a stable and happy life. She wants to be more than just a vase and cannot rely solely on Lu Yun to protect her. She also wants to have the ability to protect Lu Yun. That day won't be too far away. Advertisement. Late at night, Lu Yun let Shadow Clone stay in Konoha in his room, and at this time Lu Yun's fingers scratched through the space. In the void, a portal appeared in front of Lu Yun. Unravel the emptiness. It is also a means of tearing space, but in the Shinigami world it is a means to facilitate Arrancar's journey from Hueco Mundo to the present world. However, there is no such place as Hueco Mundo in the ninja world. The Jikong used by Lu Yun as a means of tearing space to form space travel. Lu Yun walked into the void portal, and when Lu Yun's figure completely disappeared, the void portal slowly closed. At the same time, the 6 paths stood in the sky above Orochimaru's base. Spread. Let the world know pain from here. There was an ultimate cold light in Tendo Pain's eyes. At this moment, a simple beam of red Sero flew towards Pain's 6 paths. The huge Hungry Kido stood in front of Tendo Pain. The Hungry Kido's ability was to absorb any ninjutsu. However, Sero is not a ninjutsu, but a flash of light condensed from high-density ryutsu. What? Hungry Kido's expression changed instantly. This red flash cannot be absorbed. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the red Sero instantly expanded and exploded, causing an extremely huge wave of wind and waves. At this time, Orochimaru showed an envious expression. S-C. Such power is truly fascinating. Orochimaru's eyes revealed excitement. The power displayed by Kimimaro was simply too strong. The violent energy tore through the air, and because of the high-density accumulation of powerful energy, the surrounding space gave people a distorted feeling. The Hell Puppet was completely destroyed by Sero, leaving no trace. Although the remaining 5 puppets escaped from the energy Uzumaki, they still suffered considerable damage. Especially Nagato, who was controlling the puppet, showed a look of horror when he saw this scene. How is that possible? Couldn't that flash of light just now be a ninjutsu? Chapter 110 Kimimaro vs Pain's 6 paths. Nagato's face looked very ugly. Once Jigokudo died, the other puppets could not be resurrected for the time being. This means that it brings great inconvenience to his movements. Nagato gritted his teeth and looked extremely gloomy. Damn, what the hell was Orochimaru researching? Nagato, what's wrong with you? Looking at Nagato's ferocious expression, Konan beside him also became a little frightened. No, it's okay. The loss of a puppet from hell was indeed beyond his expectations, but Nagato was not afraid. Because he is a god who possesses the Rinnegan, and he has the power to change the world and let the world know pain. Did the rest escape? Those pairs of eyes. Kimimaro couldn't help but frown as he looked at the purple eyes in the sky that contained Bowen's evil look. It's the Rinnegan. They actually found their way here. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Rinnegan. Kimimaro's gaze changed involuntarily. The legendary eye that controls life and death actually exists. I really didn't expect that. Tendo Pain looked at Orochimaru coldly. Orochimaru, hand over one tail Jinchuriki. Hearing what Tendo Pain said, Kimimaro's eyes suddenly turned cold. Who dares to disrespect Lord Orochimaru? With a turn, Kimimaro appeared in front of Tendo Pain in an instant. So fast. I didn't even react at all. Tendo Pain's pupils shrank, but then an unmatched repulsive force erupted around him. The careless Kimimaro's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was instantly sent flying backwards by the sudden repulsive force. Shinra Tensai. A man with a hole in his abdomen. Is this the fair-skinned boy that Kisame and Itachi were talking about? What on earth is that half-skull mask? Hehe, it's really troublesome to anger Kimimaro-kun. Orochimaru was not at all panicked and smiled playfully at Tendo Pain. No force can be a threat to us. Because I am God. Boom. A huge Ryutsu suddenly descended, and the remaining 5 pains sank and bent down involuntarily. Even Nagato, who was controlling the puppet, felt an unprecedented pressure. What does this feel like? Advertisement. This pressure is as heavy as a mountain. Is this the strange feeling that Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were talking about? He was unexpectedly not hurt at all after being blasted away by Shinra Tensai. Hey, what did you just say? Call yourself a god. You are not worthy of being called a god. There is only one god in this world. Master Lu Yun is the only true god in this world. Nagato behind him couldn't help but twist his body. Lu Yun. It's Lu Yun again. What kind of magic does Lu Yun have? Impale him, Bone Demon. Boom. The soaring Ryutsu turned into a beam of light, and the liberated Kimimaro was bathed in the light. Tendo Pain's pupils suddenly shrank, and Nagato behind him inexplicably felt a palpitation. Ryutsu swept around like a wave, rolling up endless yellow sand. Orochimaru seemed to be watching a show, still not prepared to make any move. Liberation. According to Lu Yun, Kimamaro's strength in his normal state is not his full strength. The Zanpakuto around his waist is actually a part of Kimamaro's strength. Only after Zanpakuto is freed will Kimamaro be able to unleash his full power. What's with that posture? Pain screamed. Kimamaro's entire body is covered in terrifying snow-white bones, and the entire terrifying skeleton is wrapped around it like armor to protect it. His feet and hands were no longer visible, with only the terrifying white skeleton exposed. Kimamaro exhaled cold air and looked at Tendo Pain with deep eyes. Pain's words touched Kimamaro's sore spot. In Kimamaro's heart, Lu Yun was the only true god, and no one was allowed to claim to be a god in front of him. Kimamaro held a bone knife in his hand and exuded a cold aura from his whole body. He swung the knife across. This action made Pain very confused. He was obviously nearly 100 meters away from Kimamaro, and the bone knife could not hit him at all. However, in the next second, Nagato and Orochimaru's expressions changed instantly. The bone knife extended in an instant, and its terrible impact even left a horrifying outline on the barren desert. There was a black stick in Pain's hand. This black stick is not the truth-seeking ball but a prototype of yin-yang release. If the black stick in the original work was transformed from the truth-seeking ball, it would not be so easily destroyed by Naruto. Clang. The sword energy swung by Kimamaro's enormous power was so powerful that even Nagato, who was controlling Tendo Pain, found it difficult to withstand it. Damn, how can there be such a powerful force? He was basically certain that the Kimamaro in front of him was no longer a human being. Such a change has long been beyond the scope of human beings. It is simply a monster. Crack crack. Many cracks appeared on the black stick. Advertisement. Seeing this, Tendao Pain thought to himself that something was wrong. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force formed an air circle around Tendo Pain. Shinra Tensai. The bone knife was bounced away in an instant due to the powerful repulsive force, but at the moment of its bounce, the bone knife returned to its original size. Strange ability. Kimamaro frowned. The eyes that the legendary sage of six paths possessed were indeed strange. But repulsion alone is far from enough. The next second, Kimamaro's expression changed instantly, as if a huge suction force grabbed Kimamaro. His body moved forward involuntarily. Universal pull. Kimamaro instantly flew towards Pain's position. The black stick in Pain's hand emerged again, and he stared at Kimamaro with cold eyes. Kimamaro was only slightly surprised but quickly came to his senses and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It even brought him closer. Is there such a good thing? Bone thorn. Swish. Kimamaro's bone armor suddenly appeared with many small spears. Pain also noticed something strange about Kimamaro, and immediately had a bad feeling. Zazaza. Many bone spears like thorns suddenly extended from Kimamaro's body, wrapping himself up like a hedgehog. Cut. Are these bones controlled by his will? Pain's face darkened as he released the suction of universal pull. The animal path stood in front of Pain and slapped the ground hard, causing many summoning patterns to appear. Summoning technique. Bang. Along with a puff of smoke, a huge and ferocious stone panda appeared, and all of Kimamaro's bone spears and thorns were blocked by the stone panda. Cut. Blocked. Kimamaro's eyes darkened. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat, and a familiar feeling arose in his heart. This is the feeling. The air suddenly cracked and a portal into the void opened. Lu Yun walked out of the void portal and was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. Then a playful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 111. Nagato is shocked. Lord Lu Yun. Kimamaro looked at Lu Yun who walked out of the void with a look of shock. What is that black portal? Space-time ninjutsu. In the distance, Tendo Pain's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Is he Lu Yun? Too young. A solemn look flashed across Tendo Pain's face. Even though he was so young, he had brought huge trouble to their Akatsuki organization. Even with so many people from Akatsuki working together, they were fooled by Lu Yun. What secrets does this man hold? Orochimaru also looked at Lu Yun in surprise. It was such a surprise that Lu Yun would come over at this time. But, Orochimaru looked at Tendo Pain with a playful expression. Should we say Pain has bad luck? Those Rinnegan. To be honest, Orochimaru knew that there couldn't be so many pairs of Rinnegan, and these people had this black stick similar to the black stick in Pain's hand stuck in their bodies. These people are most likely puppets. The person who truly possesses the Rinnegan has been controlling these people behind the scenes. Orochimaru had indeed guessed correctly. Kimamaro, release him, Lu Yun said lightly. Kimamaro nodded and returned to his original state. Lu Yun showed a faint smile on his face. Pain, this is the first time we meet. Pain's expression was not very good and he said coldly, I have long heard of your name, Lu Yun of Konoha. Haha, since you came here just for one tale, right? But I'm sorry, Gaara is my man. You, the Akatsuki organization, have no right to take them away. Lu Yun smiled faintly. You are really arrogant. Let me see if the legendary Konoha Lu Yun has the capital. Pain growled coldly. Summoning technique. Bang. Roar. Li. A large cloud of white smoke rose up, and huge summoning creatures appeared in front of Lu Yun. The giant rhino, the massive chameleon, the soaring Yatagarasu, and the upgraded Cerberus, none of these summoning beasts are weak. He didn't know Lu Yun's strength, so he decided to test it out first to be on the safe side. After all, even if these summoning beasts died, I had a way to resurrect them. We can also take this opportunity to revive the animal realm. Advertisement. Summoning Beast. The faint smile on Lu Yun's face never disappeared. Even these few summoning beasts underestimated him. They're just toys though. Those Rinnegan are nothing but fakes. Nagato, you're still as childish as ever. Lu Yun chuckled. The pupils of the 5 Tiandao members behind the summoning beast could not help but shrink, and they looked at Lu Yun in great shock. Especially Nagato in the tree house couldn't help but tremble after hearing Lu Yun's words. How is it possible? He actually knows me. Could it be that B***************** D? Impossible. Lu Yun, who the hell are you? Nagato's face showed an unprecedented panic expression. Ever since he mastered the power of reincarnation, he thought that nothing in the world could stop him. Everything in the world is under your control. But Lu Yun seemed to be detached from everything. The playful smile on his face seemed to indicate that he had long known that he was the one who was in control of everything behind Xiao. Die. Lu Yun must die. A cold murderous intent erupted from Nagato's body, and Konan beside him couldn't help but shudder. Nagato. The current Nagato is becoming more and more unfamiliar, and even he can hardly recognize the strange Nagato in front of him. You are indeed a great threat. We must eliminate you to bring permanent peace. Tendo Pain said coldly. Peace. A look of disdain appeared on Lu Yun's face. Forget it, there's nothing much to say. Those huge summoning beasts rushed towards Lu Yun, especially the Hellhound, which spewed out raging flames from its mouth, and the temperature around it suddenly rose. Bakudo number 81, Splitting Void. The defensive wall built by Lingzi easily withstood the raging flames, and this method made Nagato even more incomprehensible. Could it be the unmarried ninjutsu? How much of Lu Yun's mysterious methods do Kisame and the others talk about? I haven't swung a sword in a while. If I don't wield it for a while, I'll become dull. I'll use you as my grindstone. Lu Yun drew his sword and raised a huge cloud of dust from the ground. A dazzling flying slash cut through the dark night sky, and an unmatched slash rushed forward. The huge rhinoceros that was charging towards him was instantly chopped through by the sharp blow, and a huge and clearly visible blood mark spread across half of his body. The rhino was broken into 2 pieces, and blood gushed out and scattered on the ground around it. Lu Yun could kill such a summoning beast with just one blow. A flying slash. It's actually true. Tendo Pain looked at this scene in horror. Advertisement. His abilities have been restored, but does Lu Yun really want him to use that method? Time is running out. Forcibly using such power may overdraft his life. Soon their Akatsuki organization will attack Konoha again. After much consideration, Nagato decided to use planetary devastation. People like Lu Yun must die. Otherwise, Nagato would not have the confidence to complete the Akatsuki organization's plan. In a flash, those summoning beasts were instantly dealt with by Lu Yun. The corpses of those summoning beasts fell in the surrounding desert. Because of their huge size, dust was instantly rolled up when they fell. Now all Lu Yun sees is yellow sand. Kindness. Lu Yun frowned. The auras of the other several Tendo Pains seemed to have disappeared. Planetary devastation. It seems that planetary devastation is extremely powerful, but the means to break it are extremely simple. As long as the black ball with terrible suction power is destroyed, planetary devastation can be broken. Lu Yun, let me show you the power of God. Tendo Pain said coldly, clasping his hands together. The next second, a black ball appeared in his palm and slowly floated into the air. A cold glint flashed in Pain's eyes, and he said coldly, planetary devastation. Rumble. The surrounding ground shook violently, and the black ball in the air burst out with a terrible suction force, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Nagato in the tree house was bleeding from his nose, with a hideous look on his face as he overdrew his strength. Nagato, don't. You'll die if you keep going like this. Konan shouted to dissuade him. But Nagato wouldn't listen at all. He just wanted to get rid of Lu Yun. The terrible suction pulled Lu Yun. Lu Yun himself was sucked in uncontrollably. Planetary devastation A. It looks scary, but it's actually just a scare tactic. The Ryutsu in Lu Yun's body condensed and covered Zanpakuto, and the simple sword burst out with terrifying Ryutsu and slashing blows. Sword pressure. Swish. The next second, Ryutsu exploded instantly. The pressure was suffocating, and the unmatched slash roared like a long dragon. For a moment, even the space was torn open with a tiny hole. The moment the slash hit the black ball, the aftermath released a huge impact force that swept around, like a Force 8 hurricane, making the surroundings look like a sandstorm. Crack. Crack. Under the blow of this destructive force, the black spherical substance finally showed some cracks that were visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Tendo Pain showed an expression of disbelief. Impossible. The next second after he finished speaking, the black spherical substance exploded like a broken mirror, and the terrifying suction force disappeared instantly the moment it exploded. Nagato in the tree house even spat out a mouthful of blood, with a look of horror on his face. Chapter 112 Hollow Shinigami. Nagato. Konan turned pale with fear and screamed in worry. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the bloodline from the corner of Nagato's mouth. Nagato, stop it. Wiping the bloodline from the corner of Nagato's mouth, Konan's hands couldn't stop shaking as if his heart was cut by a knife. Nagato is now Konan's only spiritual support. If something happens to Nagato, Konan might lose his goal of living. Impossible. It's out of the question. How could this happen? I am God. I have the Rinnegan. Nagato roared almost madly, and planetary devastation was broken by Lu Yun's slash, completely breaking the last line of defense in his heart. Planetary devastation is undoubtedly one of Nagato's most powerful means. If even planetary devastation can't deal with Lu Yun, he will have no way to deal with it. He no longer knew what means he could use to deal with Lu Yun. His power was so insignificant in front of this man. Looking at Tiandao Pain's dim eyes, Lu Yun squinted his lips with a hint of disdain. Is this the end? It seems I overestimated you. A coward is always just a coward. When your power is defeated, you will still show your true colors. Lu Yun's words stimulated Nagato behind him. Pain roared with a distorted expression. What do you know? The pain of losing close friends, the pain of having their home destroyed by Konoha, the Konoha shinobi and those so-called great powers who didn't care about the damage they caused to other villages and countries. He hates it. He hated the 5 major powers and he hated this hypocritical world. Just then, Uchiha Obito's figure appeared in the tree house. Obito said in a deep voice, Nagato, please stop for now. You can't overdraw your strength anymore. We have a solution for Lu Yun. Let the pains retreat. Do you have a way to deal with Lu Yun? Are you sure? Nagato asked in a hoarse voice. Obito was silent for a moment, then nodded. He didn't know what Danzo's methods were, but at the moment he had no choice but to trust Danzo. And, even if the plan to invade Konoha and seize Nine Tails fails, it will not have much impact on Obito. He has another plan to completely disrupt the entire ninja world. And Nagato's life or death is nothing in Obito's eyes. In the final analysis, Nagato is just a chess piece whose utilization value is higher than others. There is a way to deal with Lu Yun. Nagato gritted his teeth. At this time, Tiandao Pain looked at Lu Yun coldly. Advertisement. We'll see each other again. Suddenly, a huge white smoke filled the air, and the bodies of Tendo Pain and other pain summoning beasts all disappeared. Goodbye. Want to invade Konoha? Let's see what you can do to me. But, it's time for Soul Society to make its existence known to the ninja world. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth curved into an arc. Kimimaro came forward and respectfully called out, Master Lu Yun. Kindness. You have mastered your power well. You are indeed talented to be able to adapt to Ryutsu in such a short time. Lu Yun looked at Kimimaro in front of him with satisfaction. This is all the power given to me by you, Lord Lu Yun. Kimimaro said respectfully with his head lowered. Lu Yun glanced at Orochimaru, and the stunned Gaara and Sasuke. He looked at Gaara and said slowly, it's time to let you go. Ah, Gaara didn't react for a moment. Let him go. Can I leave here now? Gaara said a little excitedly. Kindness. But, don't forget who you are, and be careful not to die. Well, Gaara was silent. The battle just now did not bring him any visual shock. Moreover, Tendo Pain's strength seems ordinary, but his abilities are rather strange. However, these were all self-judgments that Gaara had never encountered before. It was easy for Tendo Pain to deal with one-tail Jinchuriki, but he had a mission to get Gaara away from Lu Yun. I want you to control Sunagaku. Take the seat of the cage. Ah, Gaara was even more confused. He rebelled against Sunagaku because he didn't want to be bound by the so-called cage, as being a cage meant being in charge of the affairs of an entire village. Besides, Gaara had no good feelings towards the village at all. I know you don't want to, this is just temporary. When I unify the ninja world, there will no longer be the 5 major ninja villages and the 5 major nations. Lu Yun's tone was very flat. But these words were like a thunderclap in the ears of Sasuke and Gaara, and their heads were buzzing and blank. Advertisement. Unify the ninja world. Is what Lu Yun said true? He actually wants to unify the entire ninja world. Even Orochimaru didn't expect that Lu Yun would have such an idea. It is not easy to unify the entire ninja world, but if it is Lu Yun, it may really be possible. Because the forces in the ninja world are too severely divided, this is why many wars have broken out in the ninja world throughout its long history. The 5 major countries are all independent. Although they have trade relations, they do not trust each other. The Fire Nation, in particular, has been the target of other major powers in several ninja world wars, and the other major powers' wolfish ambitions to devour the Fire Nation have never subsided. Tisk tisk, Lu Yun-kun. I never thought you would harbor such ambitions. Orochimaru spat, then smiled. The unification of the ninja world is inevitable. If we want permanent peace and freedom from war, we can only unify the entire ninja world. Lu Yun said lightly. Gaara fell silent after hearing Lu Yun's words. Unify the entire ninja world. That's really a bold idea. This is unprecedented. Okay, I promise. Gaara nodded. After entering the base, Lu Yun was somewhat surprised by the sacrifice chosen by Orochimaru. Although this appearance is somewhat different from what Lu Yun knows, it is undoubtedly the Uchiha Shin that Lu Yun knows, but the faith in Shin's heart now is not Itachi. And he is just called Shin. It seems that his body has been used by Orochimaru for experiments many times. The Sharingan hasn't been transplanted into his body yet. Let's start, Orochimaru. Lu Yun was surprised for a moment, but soon came to his senses. Shin's eyes were dull and dazed at this time, and it was obvious that he was hypnosis-ed by the illusion. Shin put on the Shinigami mask, and the next second a huge amount of chakra gathered and turned into a hideous Shinigami. Shinigami cut a gash in his waist and abdomen, and a large amount of blood gushed out of Shin's waist and abdomen. Orochimaru's sealed hands as well as the first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and fourth Hokage all escaped from the Shinigami's seals. Wow. Shin vomited a lot of blood, and at this moment Shin regained consciousness. Orochimaru-sama. Why? Shin raised his hand with difficulty, but after a while, his hand lost its strength and fell down, and he was lifeless. I'm back. Orochimaru felt the power in his hands and a look of joy appeared on his face. At this time, Lu Yun's eyes were fixed on Shinigami, and he was right. Although Shinigami is a collection of chakra, it also has soul characteristics. So, a black hollow energy enveloped the Shinigami, and the originally ferocious-looking Shinigami roared as if he had gone mad. Hollow is already underway. Chapter 113 Shinigami Arankar, named Geisa. The Shinigami's ferocious and sharp roar is as tortuous as the sound of nails scratching glass. Holding his head, the Shinigami's eyes suddenly widened as a huge black energy and unusual chakra suddenly burst out. But at this moment, the Shinigami's eyes briefly returned to normal, and a chakra that was familiar yet unfamiliar to Lu Yun seemed to be trying to stop the Shinigami hollow. This chakra, Lu Yun frowned. Similar to the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan that Hinata had before, could it be that the Sage of Six Paths took action? Although the Sage of Six Paths is dead, his chakra has always been watching this world. He has been watching the development of the ninja world in the underworld. Interesting. Did you finally take action? Lu Yun smiled faintly with a smile on his face. But this little trick alone was not enough to stop Hollow. In an instant, a huge and overwhelming Ryutsu suddenly descended, and the entire base was violently shaken by the influence of the Ryutsu. As this Lu Yun-sama's Ryutsu. It's unfathomable. Kimimaro, who was outside, had a look of horror on his face. Sasuke and Gaara fell to their knees, their souls feeling as if they were being torn apart by this Ryutsu. Is this Lu Yun's strength? This pressure alone was enough to make them unable to move. What kind of monster was born in Konoha? Gaara now realized that what Lu Yun said might be possible. If the ninja world is truly unified, will there never be another war? S-C. Ah, is this the power of Lu Yun-jun? Orochimaru had an intoxicated expression on his face. Even though Ryutsu's soul seemed to be torn apart, Orochimaru still revealed excitement in his eyes. Because this is the power he longs for. Bang. The Otsutsuki chakra on Shinigami's body instantly turned into mist and dissipated. The azure chakra dissipated before his eyes. Buzz. A black hole gradually appeared on Shinigami's chest, and the black energy turned into a chain that passed through Shinigami's chest. In an instant, Shinigami's roar sounded like a beast. The white mask on his face looks even more ferocious, and he looks more like a Shinigami than before. Shinigami are gradually changing towards Hollow. Advertisement. In an instant, a suffocating atmosphere filled the entire base. Feeling this Ryutsu, Kimimaro couldn't help but shudder. This Ryutsu. It's not Lord Lu Yun's. Could it be Lord Orochimaru? That's not right either. This Ryutsu was even deeper than his own, and it felt as if everything was dying. A humanoid hollow appeared in front of Lu Yun, and unlike ordinary hollows, this Ryutsu was many times more powerful than Jillian's Kimimaro. Adjukas. Then let me try to see if I can Arankar. The light flowed, and the Hogyoku, like a gem, was suspended on Lu Yun's fingertips. The moment Orochimaru saw Hogyoku, his heart suddenly trembled. Is this the thing that created the monster called Shu? Eternal life is obtained through this treasure. Although Orochimaru was curious, he did not become greedy. The reason was naturally that Orochimaru knew that if he became greedy, he would not only be cut off from eternal life, but he might even lose his own life. And he was not sure he could deal with Lu Yun. Roar. The Shinigami that turned into a hollow let out another deafening roar. The power of Hogyoku gave the hollow Shinigami the power. Gradually, the huge hollow that looked like a Shinigami in front of him changed again. Those ferocious eyes gradually showed a hint of confusion, and the disordered Ryutsu gradually stabilized and converged within his body. The huge Ryutsu at this moment turned into a water curtain of energy that enveloped the hollow Shinigami inside the Ryutsu. This was almost the same situation as Kimimaro Arankar at the beginning. What would his abilities be if he became Shinigami Arankar? This is what Lu Yun is extremely curious about. The essence of the Shikigami seal is a seal, but it is also a seal that devours the soul, except that the soul remains in the body permanently. Gradually, the flowing Ryutsu stabilized, and the Ryutsu surrounding the Shinigami slowly receded like the tide. A man standing 1.8 meters tall, with a Shinigami-like mask on the right side of his head, looked at Lu Yun and Orochimaru in front of him in confusion. After a short while, Shinigami's eyes lit up, and he knelt in front of Lu Yun and respectfully called out, "Master." Lu Yun looked at the Shinigami behind Arankar with some surprise. He adapted to his body so quickly, he's really different. It seems to be successful. Do you still remember your origins? Lu Yun asked. Remember, Master, I am a Shinigami born in the Pure Land. I am able to appear in the ninja world because of ninjutsu. Advertisement. And the requirement for us to appear in the ninja world is the soul of the person who can perform the ninjutsu. Pure Land. Orochimaru noticed the two unfamiliar words. Pure Land. Is there really another world in this world where Shinigami belong? Most ninjas don't know about the Pure Land. Only Lu Yun, who knows most of the secrets of the ninja world, knows that the Pure Land is the place where the souls of the dead go. And the souls of the previous generations of Hokage have disappeared. It seems that they have returned to the underworld. But none of this matters, because Lu Yun doesn't want to hollow out their souls. Shinigami. Lu Yun looked at the Shinigami and wondered what he was thinking. It seems a bit strange to just call it Shinigami, so Lu Yun still plans to give the Shinigami after Arankar a name. Gai Sa, from now on you will be called Gai Sa. Lu Yun thought about it and racked his brains before finally coming up with a name. Thank you for the name, Master. Before this, Lu Yun had prepared the clothes. These clothes were similar in style to the Espada Corps in Shinigami, and most of them were simple white. Gaisa's hair is also different from others. After being hollowed, Gaisa's hair is white. Mr. Lu Yun, my hands, souls have returned, so can I too. Orochimaru's eyes revealed desire. Lu Yun shook his head. It's not the right time yet. If you just hollow out into a Jillian level Manos Grande, it's meaningless. I need to prepare the nutrients you'll need after hollowing out so that you can evolve. So, Lu Yun patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Wait a little longer, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face was stiff and disappointed, his ears drooped and his head dropped. Still not enough. Orochimaru dreams every day about gaining eternal life. Even though my soul is complete, I still can't let it go immediately. Looking at Orochimaru's disappointed expression, Lu Yun sighed helplessly. It's not that he is hanging Orochimaru, but for Lu Yun at the moment, Jillian-level Manos Grande Arankar really doesn't mean much, especially to a cage-level ninja like Orochimaru. Jillian was only a lower-level Manos Grande. If she helped Orochimaru Arankar just for this reason, it would be a huge waste of Orochimaru's potential. Chapter 114 Danzo is teased. Who is this guy? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Looking at the empty hole in Gaisa's chest, he suddenly understood. Could the other immense pressure just now have come from this person? Lu Yun, he created another monster. Kimimaro, what's wrong with you? Gaara noticed something strange about Kimimaro standing beside him. Kimimaro looked a little different than before, and there seemed to be a hint of fear in his eyes. Are you scared? Gaara asked, frowning. Even Sasuke, who was standing by, couldn't help but look at Kimimaro, only to find that Kimimaro was trembling in fear. I have no idea. It felt like an instinctive fear, as if he and I were not in the same dimension. Not in the same dimension. Looking at Kimimaro's fearful expression, Gaara fell into deep thought. Doesn't that mean that this person's strength is even more terrifying than Kimimaro's? That Shinigami mask is pretty scary. Lu Yun slowly walked over and said with a smile, it's normal for you to be scared. You are a lower-level Manos Grande, and he is a mid-level Manos Grande. It's normal for you to be afraid of him. Intermediate Manos Grande. Kimimaro took a sharp breath and his expression changed instantly. Lord Lu Yun had told him about the mid-level Manos Grande Ajukas, which was a Manos Grande on a different level from Jillian. Its basic abilities were many times stronger than those of the lower-level Manos Grandes. Even the gap between the lower-level Manos Grande Arankar and the mid-level Manos Grande Arankar is not something that can be easily made up. What kind of soul did Lord Lu Yun give to Hollow that turned it into an Ajuka's level Manos Grande directly after hollowing it? That Orochimaru-sama. Is Lord Lu Yun not ready to give Lord Orochimaru to Hollow? ... At the same time, a strange figure appeared in Konoha village in the dark. It was still some time before dawn, and Lu Yun's clone at home had not fallen asleep. Sensing the approaching figure, the clone couldn't help but frown. This feeling, isn't it Danzo? What is he doing here at this time? Just as Lu Yun's clone was about to leave, the space in the room was torn apart, and Lu Yun walked out of the void portal. Advertisement. Danzo. Since Lu Yun's real body has returned, there is no need for the clone to exist. With a bang, the clone turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Danzo's cloudy eyes on the roof looked particularly cold under the moonlight. At this time, Lu Yun also came to the roof and looked at Danzo indifferently. What are you doing here? Lu Yun, you deceived everyone. It seems that you were the one who planned Orochimaru's death. You knew he would be resurrected, right? Danzo questioned in a low voice. So what? Lu Yun said lightly. Danzo's expression changed slightly. What he didn't expect was that Lu Yun actually admitted it directly. Did he really think that he, Danzo, had no influence at all in Konoha anymore? Danzo's eyes instantly turned sinister, and he lowered his head to look at Lu Yun. As expected, it is very dangerous for someone like you to stay in the village. Someone like you who is out of control will drag Konoha into the abyss sooner or later. Hehe, Danzo, you're speaking so righteously, isn't it just for the position of Hokage? Lu Yun laughed sarcastically. I'm fighting for the position of Hokage. For the entire Konoha. Only under my leadership can Konoha achieve the glory of the former #1 ninja village. People like you who don't have a village in their hearts won't understand. Danzo roared angrily. Tear. He tore off the bandage on his right eye, and the pair of patterned scarlet eyes looked even more eerie under the moonlight. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. The moment Distinguished Heavenly Gods was activated, Lu Yun's body suddenly trembled, and his eyes gradually became confused. Danzo. Adult. Lu Yun uttered 4 words stiffly. Call. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Distinguished Heavenly Gods was successful. It was worthy of being known as the strongest illusion in Sharingan. At first, Danzo was a little worried that Distinguished Heavenly Gods would not work. Hehe. A person like you probably never thought that there would be a day when you would be controlled by me. A sneer appeared on Danzo's face. Now Lu Yun is just a puppet under his control, and Danzo has also decided that since Lu Yun is the Hokage's assistant, it would be better to let Lu Yun be an undercover agent beside the Hokage. From now on, you will continue to stay with Tsunade. If the higher-ups make any moves, report to me as soon as you have any information. Advertisement. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo disappeared into the night. At this moment, a disdainful smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips. Idiot. The so-called signs of being controlled by illusions were just Lu Yun's pretense. The system itself made him immune to illusions, and even the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods, could not control him. In his opinion, the smug smile on Danzo's face before was like that of a clown. Be his undercover agent. Dream on. When Danzo realized that he was not under control and had been playing tricks on him, he didn't know what kind of expression he would show. Maybe it would be interesting. Lu Yun's bad taste is chilling. The next day Lu Yun brought Hinata to where Naruto and Jiraiya were training. At this time, Naruto has gradually been able to master the Nine Tails chakra, and is no longer affected by his emotions and can attach the tailed beast coat. For Jiraiya, Naruto's progress was a surprise to him, but what he didn't expect was that Nine Tails would actually take the initiative to communicate with Naruto. What on earth did that kid Lu Yun do? Naruto's strength is no longer what it used to be. Even the Jigokudani of this period is probably not Naruto's opponent. Jiraiya. Lu Yun shouted. Jiraiya now basically lets Naruto's training run wild. When he heard Lu Yun's voice, he hurriedly put away the small H book in his hand and coughed twice in embarrassment. Hinata looked at Jiraiya curiously. Is this the legendary Sannin? It looks weird. Why are you here? Jiraiya asked in an awkward tone. Lu Yun naturally knew what book Jiraiya was holding in his hand. As the author of the novel, Intimate Paradise, Jiraiya had read many of these healthy books. Come and see Naruto. You're just going to let him go like this. Lu Yun looked at Naruto who he was training, frowned and glanced at Jiraiya again. Naruto can already master Tailed Beast Chakra, so I don't have anything left to teach him. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Lu Yun looked at Jiraiya with suspicion. He wouldn't believe Jiraiya's nonsense. Jiraiya was clearly being lazy. Chapter 115 Hinata vs Naruto. Ha, you want Naruto and Hinata to have a real combat training? Jiraiya said with a look of shock. Kindness. Lu Yun nodded calmly. No, even though Naruto can control the Tailed Beast Chakra, what if the power goes out of control and hurts Hinata? Jiraiya quickly shook his head, indicating that this actual combat training was not feasible. Lu Yun turned his head and glanced at Jiraiya. Even if Naruto's power goes out of control, it doesn't matter. A half-tailed beast Naruto may not be able to hurt Hinata. Ha, Jiraiya had an expression of disbelief on his face. What happened to Lu Yun this time? Maybe I took the wrong medicine. Even he, the legendary Sannin, was in danger of death when facing the half-tailed beast Naruto. But Lu Yun said that the half-tailed beast Naruto couldn't hurt Hinata. And the power you mentioned going out of control, that kind of thing will never happen. Lu Yun added casually. Jiraiya suddenly didn't know what to say. It is true that with Lu Yun here, nothing would happen even if Naruto's power went out of control, but what worries Jiraiya is the damage to Naruto's body every time his power goes out of control. I'm afraid even Lu Yun couldn't have imagined that Jiraiya would interpret his words in a different meaning. After Lu Yun called Naruto over, he said, Naruto, you and Hinata have a real combat sparring match. Yeah, actual combat. Brother, aren't you going? If I hurt my sister-in-law, will you use me as a scapegoat? Naruto looked at Lu Yun with a wary look. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you still want to hurt Hinata? I think you're overthinking it. Hinata's current strength has already surpassed yours. Impossible. Naruto didn't believe Lu Yun's words. His current strength was Pervy Sage, which meant that even ordinary Jonin might not be as strong as him. All he lacks is practical experience. What's more, he has mastered the method of controlling the chakra of the tailed beasts. If you don't believe me, just have a fight with Hinata and you'll find out. Lu Yun said lightly. Good. Advertisement. Naruto clenched his fists and thought to himself, I must let his big brother know that I am no longer the same person I used to be. After a while, Hinata and Naruto arrived at a large open space. Is it necessary to come to such a big place? Jiraiya said doubtfully. Lu Yun chuckled. You won't understand if you don't know Hinata's strength. This made Jiraiya even more confused. Could it be that the little girl from the Hyuga family could master some particularly terrifying ninjutsu? The only thing he was probably proud of was his eye roll, but eye rolls were not enough in front of Jinchuriki. Naruto and Hinata formed the seal of opposition. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to be greeted by deathly silence. When a gust of wind blew, Hinata's figure burst out like a comet. Looking at the red-tailed beast chakra surging in Naruto's meridians, a look of surprise crossed Hinata's face. This is the tailed beast chakra. It is indeed as powerful as Lu Yun said. Taijutsu was what the Hyuga family was best at, and the moment Hinata rushed over, he had already locked onto the points where Naruto's chakra flowed. However, Naruto's training these days was not in vain. Jiraiya saw that Naruto was currently lacking in physical skills, and also focused on training Naruto's physical skills. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Plumes of smoke exploded as dozens of Naruto clones charged towards Hinata and leapt into the air. Hinata's eyes focused as chakra burst out of his body, instantly causing his body to spin. Revolving heaven. Revolving heaven was like a protective shield. The rushing Naruto clone turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared the moment it touched revolving heaven. Swish. The moment revolving heaven made contact, Naruto came behind Hinata without knowing when. He just wanted Shadow Clone to disrupt Hinata's vision, but after awakening Tenseigan, Hinata's perception had been greatly improved, and this little trick could not get close to Hinata at all. Just as Naruto rushed towards Hinata, before he touched Hinata, a terrible repulsive force burst out instantly. Naruto didn't know what was happening and flew backwards as if he was kicked. Jiraiya, who was far away, immediately lost his composure when he saw this scene. He jumped up from the rock and stared at Hinata with wide eyes. What just happened? Why did Naruto fly backwards? 8 trigrams air palm. No, that girl from the Hyuga family doesn't have the 8 trigrams air palm hand gesture either. What is going on? However, it is too early to tell the outcome based on physical skills alone. Lu Yun and Jiraiya had slightly different expressions, and seemed a little unhappy. Does Naruto still have his old habits? Advertisement. Still retaining strength, Naruto fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of sand, looking at Hinata in surprise. What was that just now? Repulsion. The moment Hinata approached, it was as if an invisible force bounced her away. Is this a new trick that Big Brother taught Hinata? Damn it, the eldest brother taught himself a Rasengan, and he was so partial to Hinata. It's so unfair. Naruto exhaled heavily, a serious look crossing his face. He finally started taking it seriously. Boom. In an instant, Naruto's surging tailed beast chakra suddenly burst out, and the red-tailed beast coat covered Naruto's body. At this time, 2 tails appeared behind Naruto's butt. The chaotic tailed beast chakra erupted, making people feel depressed, and Hinata couldn't help but frown. Is this the tailed beast chakra? It's unimaginably huge. However, Hinata's current chakra may not be comparable to Naruto's. After all, after accepting Himura's chakra, Hinata not only had changes in his eyes, but his physique also gradually changed. Boom. In an instant, the ground under Naruto's feet suddenly collapsed, and the terrifying force of his step created many spider web-like cracks in an instant. Naruto turned into an arrow and approached Hinata almost in an instant, but just like before, an invisible force once again bounced Naruto away. However, this Naruto was not the real Naruto. The moment he was hit, he turned into a puff of smoke with a bang. Hinata's pupils suddenly shrank. Shadow Clone. When? Rasengan. The light blue Rasengan concentrated in Naruto's hand blasted towards Hinata. At this moment, Hinata did something that Jiraiya could not imagine. Hinata did not choose to dodge but instead stretched out a white arm with an open palm, trying to block Naruto's Rasengan with one hand. What is she doing? If I face the Rasengan, that arm will be crippled. Jiraiya screamed in horror, and when he tried to rush forward, he was suddenly stopped by an arm. Just watch quietly, Lu Yun said calmly. Lu Yun you. When Jiraiya looked again, the expression on his face changed rapidly, and he stared at the incomprehensible scene in front of him with wide eyes. Chapter 116 Pain Invasion. Naruto looked at those eyes which were different from the Byakugan and his eyes widened instantly. How did Hinata's eyes become like this? What kind of eyes are these? Hinata's palm was covered with a green glow at this moment, and it turned out that the Rasengan in Naruto's hand was absorbed the moment it touched Hinata's palm. How is that possible? Jiraiya cried out in disbelief, and he also noticed Hinata's unique eyes. That's not a white eye. Does the Hyuga family have any other eyes besides the white eyes? At this time, he shifted his gaze to Lu Yun. Looking at the faint smile on Lu Yun's face, Jiraiya immediately understood and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The good guy said he came here to practice with Naruto. I think he wanted to test Naruto's strength. Poor Naruto. But what happened that Naruto's ninjutsu was absorbed? This was also discovered by Lu Yun accidentally during a training session with Hinata. At that time, Lu Yun did not expect that even Tenseigan had the ability to absorb ninjutsu. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata roared, and the chakra gathered in his palms instantly exploded with unmatched power. Naruto flew backwards like a comet, and at the same time Hinata burst out with power and flew out. The moment it touched Naruto, it locked onto Naruto's chakra points, and an invisible 8 trigrams array seemed to appear under his feet. Gentle fist fa, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Hinata blocked the main acupuncture points on Naruto's body in an instant, and Naruto fell to the ground and wailed. The terrifying tailed beast chakra on his body gradually faded away. Hinata undoubtedly won this actual combat sparring match, and Hinata still retained his strength. Of course Lu Yun could also see that this was not Naruto's full strength. The battle ended so quickly because Naruto was too careless. Hinata's eyes had returned to their normal white eyes by this time. He looked at Naruto lying on the ground and asked worriedly, Naruto-kun, are you okay? Naruto jumped up with a somersault, dusted himself off and said with a smile, I'm fine. But Hinata, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. As expected, Big Brother's special training for you is always the most effective. Naruto said with a dark face as he looked at Lu Yun in the distance. Hinata just smiled and didn't say anything else. Advertisement. The two walked towards where Jiraiya and Lu Yun were. Hinata took small steps to Lu Yun's side and smiled sweetly. Pervy sage, you didn't lose unfairly. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and sighed deeply. Just now he asked Lu Yun what was going on with Hinata's eyes, and after Lu Yun told him, Jiraiya's heart was suddenly filled with huge waves. Eyes comparable to the Rinnegan. The end point of the Hyuga family's Byakugan evolution. The Hyuga family's Byakugan can actually evolve into eyes comparable to the legendary Rinnegan. How come he had never heard of such a thing before? Of course, Jiraiya didn't think Lu Yun was lying to him. He just couldn't imagine that the Byakugan could evolve. And from what Lu Yun meant, it seemed like he already knew that the Byakugan could evolve into the so-called Tenseigan. What Jiraiya couldn't understand the most was why Lu Yun knew so much. Tenseigan. Was Naruto's being sent flying just now due to his reincarnation ability? Possessing a pair of eyes comparable to the Rinnegan, how powerful will this little girl from the Hyuga family become? After watching Lu Yun and Hinata leave, Jiraiya looked at Naruto beside him with a complicated expression. Dash 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 dash. At the same time, there were several figures wandering around outside Konoha village, and they were all wearing Akatsuki clothes. Pain Six Paths, Kakuzu, Hidan, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Uchiha Itachi were not seen. The two of them have already sneaked into the Land of Thunder, and sneaked into the Land of Thunder according to Pain's instructions. At the moment when Pain decided to invade Konoha, Tsunade, as Hokage, received news from Uchiha Itachi. However, Tsunade didn't know that this news was passed back to Konoha village by Uchiha Itachi. After all, only the third Hokage knew that Itachi was planted in Akatsuki as a spy. In order to prevent any accidents, Tsunade also sent many ninjas to explore near Kimura, but all of these people were eliminated by Pain's six paths without exception. Kakuzu, Hidan, you two go find Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As for the ninjas in Konoha village, leave them all to me. There was a faint cold light flashing in Tendo Pain's eyes. Let's start from Konoha and make them carry a bag of rice up to several floors. Summoning technique. Bang bang bang. The moment the white smoke exploded, the huge summoning beast rushed into Konoha. Advertisement. Nine Tails capture plan. Action begins. At the same time, the originally peaceful and tranquil Konoha village was instantly broken by a deafening explosion. Looking at those ferocious summoning beasts, an atmosphere of panic instantly enveloped the hearts of all Konoha villagers. Tsunade, who was in the Hokage's office, stood up suddenly from her seat after hearing the explosion. Her pupils suddenly shrank as she looked at the huge summoning beast outside. Someone really invaded Konoha. Who the hell is that? Tsunade said with a grim expression, gritting his teeth. At this time, the Anbu people also appeared in front of Tsunade and said in a heavy voice, Sir Tsunade. It's Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Is their target Naruto? Find Jiraiya and have him protect Naruto. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Anbu and his companions disappeared into the Hokage's office. At this time, Konoha had lost its former peace and tranquility. When most villagers heard the explosion, their first reaction was that the four major ninja villages had joined forces to attack Konoha. But now it seems that is not the case. The ninja evacuated the villagers and took them to a safe place. Konoha was in chaos, with thick black smoke and raging flames everywhere. The huge summoning beasts ruthlessly trampled on the ground beneath their feet and wantonly destroyed Konoha's buildings. At this moment, Danzo came out of the old root base and looked at the chaotic Konoha with a confused look on his face. This. Danzo looked at the Konoha villagers who fled in panic with a trembling expression, and his face turned extremely pale. Madara had told him before that they would not cause large-scale destruction to Konoha, and their target was Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but it didn't look like they would show mercy at all. It was clear that they wanted to destroy Konoha. Ah! Danzo's ferocious roar. Uchiha Madara, how dare you lie to me? Angry voices echoed throughout the base. At the same time, Obito's figure slowly appeared at the base of the root. He showed a sarcastic smile and said, cooperate with you. I'm just using you. Since you've already used distinguished heavenly gods on Lu Yun, he probably won't take action without your order. A click. Danzo staggered back several steps, looking at Obito in front of him angrily. This old man is going to kill you. Chapter 117 Lu Yun vs Tendo Pain. At this time, Konoha was in chaos, and smoke was everywhere. Hinata, who had just rushed back, was also a little confused by the scene in front of her. What is going on? Why is the village attacked again? Where on earth did these summoning beasts come from? Looking at the villagers who were running away with their children in fear, a hint of anger flashed in Hinata's beautiful eyes. At this time, during the evacuation, an old woman who was holding her granddaughter was tripped by someone and fell to the ground in the chaotic crowd. Hinata, upon seeing this, rushed over to prevent anyone from stepping on the old man. Hinata helped the old woman up and asked with concern, "Are you okay, old lady?" The old man shook Hinata's hand gratefully. "Thank you, child. Granddaughter, let's go." The old man thanked Hinata and once again took his granddaughter's hand and ran towards the safe house. Lu Yunjin, I'll go help them. Kindness. Be careful. Lu Yun nodded and gave an instruction. Hinata smiled and nodded, helping the other ninjas evacuate the crowd. Lu Yun was not too surprised when he saw the resurrected summoning beasts, as the Rinnegan's ability was able to resurrect them. However, what he didn't expect was that Nagato would choose this time to invade Konoha. Is it because of Danzo? A curve appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth. At the same time, Uchiha Obito was fighting with Danzo. His purpose was not to kill Danzo here, but just to stop Danzo here. His purpose was achieved. Danzo has no way to deal with Obito's tricky ability. Each of his attacks penetrated through Obito's body. Damn, what kind of weird ability is this? Danzo's face was so dark that it looked like ink was dripping out. Each of his attacks penetrated through Obito's body. This tricky ability is simply impossible to deal with. More importantly, the noise outside Konoha village was getting louder and louder, and even the base at the root was shaking. If this continues, I'm afraid Konoha village will be destroyed because of him. Advertisement. If Konoha village suffers serious damage as a result, he will be the sinner of the entire Konoha village. Danzo, it must be very unpleasant for a person like you to be fooled by others. Obito showed a sarcastic smile under the mask. Danzo stared at Obito with bloodshot eyes. Being used was the stupidest thing Danzo had ever done in his life. Dash 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 dash. At the same time, in the center of Konoha, a ninja with long orange hair, after defeating a Konoha Jonin, held up the opponent's head and asked coldly, "Where is Uzumaki Naruto?" There was only fear in the eyes of Konoha's Jonin, and he had no idea where Uzumaki Naruto was. After questioning in vain, pain directly extracted Jonin's soul. After his soul was extracted, Jonin was completely lifeless and was thrown to the ground by pain like garbage. There's still no news from Kakuzu and Hidan. It seems Konoha has kept Nine Tails Jinchuriki hidden quite well. Those ninjas outside Konoha seemed to know that they were going to invade Konoha. Did someone pass on the message to Konoha? There was only one person who delivered the message, and that was probably Uchiha Itachi from their Akatsuki organization. In fact, Nagato had long realized that Uchiha Itachi's purpose of joining Akatsuki was not simple, but because Itachi did not show any abnormality in Akatsuki, Nagato put Uchiha Itachi aside for the time being. Hopefully, the capture of Nine Tails Jinchuriki can proceed smoothly, and it won't be too late to deal with Uchiha Itachi once he returns. The other five pains were wreaking havoc in Konoha village, and ordinary Jonin were no match for them. At this time, the area was in ruins and everywhere was in ruins. Kakashi was gasping for breath and his chakra was almost exhausted. Pain's strength is extremely strong. If he continues like this, he will probably die here. Copy Ninja Kakashi is indeed worthy of his reputation. I believe Konoha will know the pain of losing a ninja like you. Tendo Pain spoke slowly in his magnetic voice. He looked at Kakashi as if he were a dead person. What's more, his opponent is not only Tendo Pain, but also Shirado Pain. The tricky missiles are also one of the reasons that give Kakashi a headache. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Kakashi gritted his teeth reluctantly. If this continued, even he would not be able to hold on. Universal pull. What? Kakashi's pupils shrank, and a terrible suction force sucked him towards Tendo Pain's position, and Kakashi had no way to stop himself. Know the pain, Tendo Pain said indifferently, and a black stick appeared in his hand. Advertisement. Just as Pain aimed at Kakashi's abdomen and stabbed it, a dazzling flash of lightning roared like a thunder dragon. Tendo Pain's face suddenly changed and he avoided the lightning attack. At the same time, he looked at the extremely familiar man in front of him in disbelief. Kakashi, who had fallen to the ground, looked at the figure in surprise and shouted, "Lu Yun. Kakashi, leave this to me, you go help the others." Lu Yun said lightly. Kakashi knew Lu Yun's strength clearly. Now that he had used up most of his chakra, he would only be a burden to Lu Yun here. Be careful, his abilities seem to be attraction and repulsion. Kakashi reminded Lu Yun and then jumped up and disappeared from Lu Yun's sight. Nagato, it seems you don't learn your lesson. Lu Yun showed a wicked smile on his face. Tiandao Pain looked at Lu Yun with an unpleasant expression and said gloomily, "Lu Yun, why are you here? Did that Danzo guy fail, or is this all a plan of yours, Konoha village?" A sarcastic smile flashed across Lu Yun's face. "Do you, Akatsuki, really think Danzo has the ability to restrain me? That's quite ridiculous. It seems that it's not just Danzo who's stupid, but also your Akatsuki organization." At this time, Nagato in the tree house had a distorted expression on his face that was extremely ferocious and his whole body was shaking with anger. Hateful. I am Kami, God. Shinra Tensei. This time, the Shinra Tensei was different from the previous ones. Shirado Pain fell directly to the ground, and a terrible shock wave swept towards Lu Yun. Of course, this is just an overdraft of the power of Shirado Pain. Nagato would not be so stupid as to drain all his strength. Especially when facing an enemy like Lu Yun, you must not be careless. Is this the extent of Shinra Tensei? It seems that you still don't fully understand my abilities. Lu Yun calmly drew out his Zanpakuto, and the moment he drew the sword, a sword energy more than 20 meters high roared out. Chapter 118. There is no need to use a knife. The violent sword energy was like a tsunami, and its devastating power was irresistible. The weak repulsive force was simply unable to withstand Lu Yun's slash, which soared into the sky and turned into a sharp rainbow. Tendo Pain's face changed and he quickly dodged, but because of the sword energy, half of his arm was torn off like cotton. The moment the long rainbow of sword energy dissipated, the surrounding buildings turned into dust, leaving a terrifying abyss sword mark on the ground. Lu Yun's sword seemed to cut the earth in half. In the sky, Tendo Pain looked at his broken arm and the outline on the ground with horror. How is this possible? How could a Konoha shinobi possess such power? He is a god. How could I be defeated by a human? The scene of Yahiko's death in front of Nagato appeared in his mind. At this moment, Nagato's chakra in the tree house burst out like a mountain torrent. Conan standing by had a look of horror on his face. Nagato, please stop overexerting yourself. Shut up. To realize the aspiration of peace, even if it costs our lives, it is worth it. A trace of bloodline escaped from the corner of Nagato's mouth. At the same time, all the pains who were causing cholera in various areas of Konoha also stopped. Tendo Pain landed on the ground and slapped the ground with his hand. Summoning technique. The previous Shirado Pain has also recovered. 6 Paths Pain. Here we come. Tendo Pain was sucked into the mouth of Hell King summoned by Hell. After chewing it for a few times, Tendo Pain appeared in front of Lu Yun intact again. Does Pain think he has a chance of winning by gathering the 6 paths? You're quite naive, Nagato. Advertisement. Lu Yun put away his Zanpakuto. This action made Tiandao Pain's face suddenly gloomy. What do you mean? Lu Yun smiled and spread his hands. I don't even need to use a knife to deal with you. Swish. Uncontrollable anger suddenly erupted, and Tiandao Pain roared. Too arrogant. Whether it is arrogant or not, you will know it yourself if you try it. With Lu Yun's strength, the Kido he possesses now is enough to deal with the 6 Paths Pain in front of him. The only thing he fears is that Nagato will overdraw the power of other pains and release the Shinra Tensei to destroy Konoha. But Lu Yun would not let Nagato do this so easily. In the anime, it's clear that this skill has a timeout. Lu Yun wouldn't be so foolish as to let Tendo Pain unleash that level of Shinra Tensei. The residents of Konoha have been scattered, and the only troublesome thing at the moment is the summoning beasts in Konoha. Ordinary ninjas were simply unable to stop the summoning beasts, especially the Hellhound, which released scorching flames that turned the surrounding area into a scorching hell, making it impossible for anyone to get close. These summoning beasts are even more terrifying than the 3-headed snake that Orochimaru invaded Konoha with. The ninjas, shurikens and ninjutsu were completely ineffective, and their ninjutsu landing on the summoning beasts only further enraged them. The injured ninjas all had small, slug-like katsuyu on their shoulders. The injuries of the injured ninjas are gradually recovering. This is because the summoning beast that Tsunade and Shitbone Forest signed is a rare medical summoning beast. It can split itself to help a large number of injured patients, but if this continues, even Lord Katsuyu may not be able to treat so many patients. The ninjas in the medical department are almost overwhelmed, and the summoning beasts that caused heavy casualties in Muya Village are still ruthlessly wreaking havoc in Muya Village. As for Naruto, he was taken by Jiraiya to a place where he could not be easily discovered. Pervy sage, why don't you let me go out and fight with them to protect the village? Naruto looked at Jiraiya angrily. Seeing the village filled with thick smoke and flames of war, the anger in his heart could not be calmed down at all. He wanted to fight to protect the village. He was going to be the Hokage in the future, so how could he turn a blind eye to the enemy who was endangering the village? Jiraiya sighed. Naruto's target is you. You are Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki organization has been capturing the tailed beasts. No one knows why this organization is capturing the tailed beasts. The village must ensure your safety. You are an important existence not only to the village but also to the entire ninja world. Once the power of the tailed beasts is unbalanced, the entire ninja world will be brought about unimaginable disasters. Advertisement. Naruto lowered his head and clenched his fists. Even when his nails dug into his flesh, he didn't feel any pain at all. At this time, Nine Tails in Naruto's body spoke. What the brat said is right. If you are captured, the entire ninja world will be doomed. You'd better stay here. Nine Tails' lazy voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Kurama, please lend me your strength. With your strength, I can definitely protect the village. Naruto is just a simple child now. He is still a few years away from maturity, so his ideas are still a little naive. No, I'll never forget those two Rinnegan. Even with my power, you'd just die if you went out there. Besides, you can't control all of my chakra at your current level. Nine Tails lay in the sealed cell, a strange light glittering in his eyes. What that little brat said was true. Since the Rinnegan exists, I'm afraid the other party's purpose is really to resurrect Ten Tails. Who on earth actually knows Ten Tails? In short, Nine Tails doesn't want to become nutrients for Ten Tails' awakening. Besides, Nine Tails doesn't look down on Naruto now. He is willing to communicate with Naruto entirely for Lu Yun's sake. In Nine Tails' eyes, Naruto is just a naive child. At this time, the 3 summoning beasts outside had destroyed 1/3 of Konoha, and there was a mess everywhere. At this moment, a graceful figure jumped out, condensing chakra and a terrifying shock wave burst out. 8 trigrams air palm. Tear. The chakra impact tore through the air and blasted towards the Hellhound. With a bang, the Hellhound that was breathing fire roared and then its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Hinata stood on the ruins with endless anger in her beautiful eyes. The village she loved had become like this. Unforgivable. Because of the anger, the chakra exuded from Hinata makes people feel suffocated. The rescued ninjas all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Is this the daughter of the Hyuga family? You are so powerful, you are indeed a genius of the Hyuga family. But what was this suffocating feeling? It was just like when they faced Lord Lu Yun. Chapter 119, Tensagen's ability, the truth-seeking ball that appears. Hinata looked back at them and said calmly, leave this to me. The expressions of several Chunin changed slightly, and they asked in trembling voices, Ms. Hinata, do you think you can handle these summoning beasts by yourself? Impossible. We can't stop these summoning beasts no matter what we do. The only way now is to find Master Lu Yun. He's the only one who can deal with these summoning beasts. Now Lu Yun has become the spiritual pillar of the Konoha shinobi. If these ninjas are led by Lu Yun, their dissipated fighting spirit may be rekindled. Mr. Lu Yun, there are other things to do. I can handle this here on my own. After saying this, the chakra pressure emanating from Hinata once again caused the Chunin to gasp uncontrollably. Has the young lady from the Hinata family grown to this point? The few of them looked at each other and finally left, leaving the place to Hinata. At this time, Hinata's white eyes switched to Tensagen, and she looked coldly at the hellhound that stood up again and the other two summoning beasts. The green chakra on the right hand covered Hinata's hand. Although Hinata could not enter chakra mode now, it was enough for him to use some reincarnation abilities. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The green chakra from Hinata's palm turned into a chakra energy ball, sweeping away like a hail of bullets. Roar. The hellhound roared and spewed out a stream of scorching flames that burned everything around it, but the chakra light ball was not affected by the flames at all. Puff puff puff. Faced with such a large number of chakra light balls, even the summoning beast with its thick skin and flesh could not withstand such a bombardment. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by violent explosions, several seemingly invincible summoning beasts were defeated step by step, and blood fell like heavy rain, dyeing the surrounding area red. Huge amounts of smoke and dust rose again and turned into mist that enveloped the surrounding ruins. The ferocious bird could no longer move. Hinata flew towards the big bird and a black stick appeared in her hand, which she inserted directly into the bird's head. This time, the summoning beast is truly dead, and even Nagato cannot resurrect it. Hinata came back to her senses and looked at the black substance in her hand and frowned. What is this? If Lu Yun were present, he would definitely exclaim in surprise. Hinata accidentally condensed the truth-seeking ball, and this black stick was transformed from the truth-seeking ball. What Nagato mastered was only the prototype of yin-yang release, and it could not be compared with the real truth-seeking ball. Truth-seeking ball is an ability that surpasses bloodline limit and bloodline elimination. The moment Hinata stabs the truth-seeking ball. Advertisement. This summoning beast had already lost contact with Nagato, and now Hinata's strength has increased significantly again. It was easy to deal with two seriously injured summoning beasts. At this time, although Kakuzu and Hidan took advantage of the chaos to sneak into Konoha and killed many Konoha ninjas, they still did not find Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Where on earth did those people in Konoha hide Nine-Tails? Kakuzu and Hidan were getting a bit annoyed now. They wandered around Konoha for a long time and questioned everyone, but they couldn't find out where Naruto was. Hey, Hidan, it seems to have stopped. A serious look crossed Kakuzu's face. What stopped? Kakuzu, could you please stop talking nonsense that I don't understand? Hidan was already getting impatient at this time, even though he had already killed several people as sacrifices to the evil god. But the evil god will not be satisfied with this level of sacrifice. I mean, the noise stopped. Kakuzu scolded again, not knowing why he suddenly had a bad feeling. Isn't it normal that the movement has stopped? This means that Konoha has been completely destroyed. Hidan looked completely unconcerned. Kakuzu looked at him with a deep gaze. Don't you have a brain? Ha, Kakuzu, I think you're looking for death. As they talked, the two began to quarrel again. These two guys were a pair of enemies who could not stop quarreling. After all, they are an immortal duo with somewhat similar abilities. Neither of them can kill the other and both of them dislike each other. At this moment, a figure passed by them, and their faces changed instantly when they saw this figure. Hey, is that chief lying to us? Didn't he say that Lu Yun wouldn't make a move? Looking at Lu Yun in front of them, both of them showed a horrified expression. The Lu Yun in front of them was not the real Lu Yun but Lu Yun's shadow clone. The only difference was that Lu Yun did not have a sword on his waist. Question mark. QG. Plus. %. No, this isn't the real person, it's shadow clone. Kakuzu noticed something a little different and said in a somewhat relaxed tone. Advertisement. Shadow clone. The expression on Hidan's face gradually softened. As expected of someone who has fought the first Hokage, I didn't expect you to be able to spot this shadow clone of mine. Old things are indeed different. Kakuzu has lived from the time of first Hokage to the present, so it is normal to call him an old man. Old thing. Kakuzu's face suddenly twisted. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this, and what Kakuzu hates most is being called old. Age. It is Kakuzu's most taboo. It's just a shadow clone, what's the point of being so arrogant? I'll deal with this shadow clone, Kakuzu. Hidan took his Shinigami sickle-like weapon and slashed at Lu Yun. Bite. A crisp sound rang out, and the expressions of Kakuzu and Hidan changed drastically. The fear that had disappeared from their eyes reappeared. Hey, is this true? Lu Yun actually blocked Hidan's attack with just one finger. The two of them had no idea that even if it was just one of Lu Yun's shadow clone, its strength was beyond their imagination. Then Kakuzu and Hidan got into a fight with Lu Yun's shadow clone. Dash 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 dash. Wow. Nagato in the tree house spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was completely bloodless and as pale as a piece of paper. Nagato. Konan leaned over worriedly and wiped the bloodline from the corner of Nagato's mouth. Her voice trembled as she said, Nagato, stop it. At this time, Nagato's heart was gradually shaken because of Lu Yun. He has never been so embarrassed since he mastered the power of Rinnegan. After he obtained this power, Nagato positioned himself as the savior of this world. He will liberate the entire ninja world and bring permanent peace. But in everything Nagato did, he only brought fear and terror to people. Nagato's mind had been distorted long after Yahiko died. The so-called peace is nothing more than an excuse for revenge. In Konoha village, the remaining 5 puppets have been destroyed by Lu Yun, and their limbs have been cut and cannot be repaired. Under Lu Yun's simple violent aesthetics, Nagato has been beaten to the point of doubting his life. Chapter 120 Izanagi. Damn it, you actually pushed me to this point. Tendo Pain looked at Lu Yun unwillingly. You've always claimed to be God, but it must be hard to believe that you've been defeated by someone. Lu Yun laughed sarcastically. Nagato's face was distorted in the tree house, and he had no place to vent the anger in his heart. Even if 6 Paths Pain besieged Lu Yun, they had no way to deal with him, and even their terrifying fairy chakra was superior to his. The Hell Puppet actually lost to Lu Yun in the power battle and was crushed by Lu Yun's terrifying power. That's the only way. Nagato's expression was extremely gloomy. Planetary devastation has no effect on Lu Yun, so only by using that level of Shinra Tensei can Lu Yun be defeated. Nagato has overdrawn his strength several times, and if he continues to overdraw, he probably won't be able to live for many days. That's enough, Nagato. Stop this. If Yahiko were still alive, she wouldn't want to see you like this. Konan's eyes were moist. She and Nagato had been dependent on each other since Yahiko's death. The former leader of Akatsuki was Yahiko. Ever since Nagato listened to Uchiha Madara's words and was shaken by Lu Yun, Konan could clearly feel that Nagato had changed in the past few days. He became someone he didn't recognize. This kind of Nagato scares Konan. Nagato stared at Konan with a dark and cold gaze. Konan, are you going to stop the progress of peace too? Looking at the cold look in Nagato's eyes, Konan felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. But you'll die if you keep going like this. Konan's voice was choked up. That's enough. I won't die that easily. People in this world can only understand peace if they feel pain. Konoha is just the beginning. Nagato's face was grim, and the huge amount of chakra in his body was mobilized again, but at this time his internal organs had begun to fail. Having overdrawn his strength this time, Nagato probably won't live long. Nagato slowly flew into the air, looking at Lu Yun with cold eyes. How many floors does it take to carry a bag of rice? A bag of rice has to be carried upstairs. 1 bag of rice is too much. I'll wash a bag of rice. Lu Yun looked at the slowly rising figure muttering the words that were most familiar to the majority of netizens, and couldn't help but mutter. Advertisement. There's no rice for you to carry here. Let him release Shinra Tensei. Don't think about it. I'll give you a countdown. Spires of beast bones dot the landscape, wheels of red crystal steel turn like wind, and stop like air. The sound of spears clashing fills the empty city. Hado number 63, fiery lightning howl. A dazzling thunder blast erupted from Lu Yun's palm. The unrivaled lightning blast exploded in an instant, and the destructive power contained in it burned the air and made a sizzling sound. The thunder exploded through the sky, and the dazzling thunder seemed to drown Tendo Pain. When Tendo Pain felt the destructive power contained in the Raikage's explosion, his pupils shrank and he was extremely horrified. Ninjutsu. No, it's not. It can't be absorbed at all. The methods used by Lu Yun are not ninja methods at all. Could it be that Lu Yun isn't even from the ninja world? Damn it. Nagato's power has not yet been fully condensed, and the accumulated chakra is not enough to release that powerful Shinra Tensei. Tear. The lightning instantly engulfed Tendo Pain. Although Tendo Pain's body was extraordinary in this thunder explosion, it was just a puppet created by his mortal body. Burned by the terrifying temperature contained in the lightning, the skin on the surface turned into charred skin under the high temperature. When the lightning dissipated, Tendo Pain's body was completely reduced to ashes. Puff. Nagato in the tree house spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath suddenly weakened to ultimate, and the backlash of his overdrawn chakra eroded his body. Compared to overdrawing strength, the damage caused to him by chakra erosion is even greater. How is this possible? Will the peace I long for never be realized? No, I don't believe it. What hit Nagato the most was that Yahiko's body was destroyed in his own hands. He was his best friend. In fact, Nagato became a little abnormal after Yahiko's death. Since he was your friend, you should not have made him into a puppet. Instead, you should have buried him in the ground and let him leave in peace. Making a puppet of your best friend is simply ridiculous. Ultimately, Nagato has always wanted to escape from the powerless self in his heart. It's all over. Six Paths Pain's body has been completely destroyed, and even if Nagato wants to revive him, it is impossible. Advertisement. Nagato. Conan looked at the unfamiliar Nagato and felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Why did everything turn out like this? All of the Six Paths of Pain were destroyed by Lu Yun, which completely declared the end of this war. The casualties this time were much less than the last time Orochimaru invaded Konoha. The reason is that all the Six Paths Pains have gathered to deal with Lu Yun. At this moment, Obito in the root base frowned tightly, and a bad premonition began to grow in his heart. No movement. Could it be that Nagato succeeded? Just when Obito was confused, Zetsu appeared. Nagato failed. Obito was stunned, and his expression changed instantly under the mask. Nagato actually failed. Danzo, who was being controlled by Obito, looked happy when he heard this. The village won. Ju looked at Danzo coldly and said coldly, Lu Yun was not controlled. It was this idiot who was fooled by Lu Yun, which led to the failure of our mission. And we underestimated Lu Yun's strength. This matter still needs to be considered in detail. Let's go back first. What? Lu Yun was not controlled. How is that possible? That was distinguished heavenly gods. Sharingan's most powerful illusion, how on earth did he get rid of it? Could it be? Danzo's pupils shrank into pinpoints, and his mind went blank as if he had thought of something. Wasn't Lu Yun controlled by the distinguished heavenly god's illusion from the beginning? Lu Yun had been teasing him from the beginning. Thinking of this, Danzo was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. And Obito's face under the mask looked like ink was about to drip out. Obito had a wooden spear in his hand and stabbed it into Danzo's abdomen. Danzo's pupils suddenly widened, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. After confirming that there was no life, Obito and Zetsu disappeared into the root base, but after they left, Danzo was standing inside the root base intact. Izanagi's ability to freely control the boundary between illusion and reality. When Danzo is in a near-death state, Izanagi's protection will be triggered. The price of triggering Izanagi is the loss of permanent life for a Sharingan. Chapter 121 Wood-Style Lien Zhu Family. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. How could he know our abilities? This kid is so weird. Hidan and Kakuzu were covered in wounds, especially Kakuzu who had lost 2 hearts. They paid such a huge price just to deal with a shadow clone. If it was the real one, would they have a chance to resist? Lu Yun's clone looked at the original body and said slowly, it seems that everything is over. It's over. Kakuzu and Hidan couldn't help but frown. What is he talking about? In fact, both Kakuzu and Hidan were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Their mission was to find Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so how did they end up fighting with Lu Yun's shadow clone? The key point is that with the strength of the two of them, it is no problem to deal with Yingdu, but they are still no match for Lu Yun's shadow clone. We've had enough fun, it's time to deal with you too. Lu Yun's clone said lightly. Ha, have you had enough fun? After hearing this, Kakuzu and Hidan were immediately furious. Hey, there's always a limit to how much you can look down on others. Hidan and Kakuzu, unable to bear it any longer, joined forces to deal with Lu Yun's clone, but this time Lu Yun's clone was no longer able to escape. Kakuzu and Hidan were no match at all, and a branch of armed color was enough to deal with both of them. The branches emitted a terrifying sword energy like blades, and Kakuzu and Hidan felt their scalps tingling. It's just that there is an extra branch in his hand, but the difference in strength is so huge. This is AF********* G monster. In the end, under the full force of Lu Yun's clone, the sword energy with destructive power instantly submerged the two of them. Although Hidan was still alive even after being cut in half, he could not even leave a complete body under the sword energy, so it was impossible for Hidan to still be alive. The key point is that this is just a shadow clone of Lu Yun. Hidan's methods are only effective against the original body. It is because of this that Hidan's strength is greatly limited. Except for Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, almost all the members of Akatsuki died at the hands of Lu Yun. There is no doubt that the strength displayed by Lu Yun is overwhelming. Akatsuki's operation was a complete failure. The two people who contributed the most this time were Lu Yun and Hinata, but many people don't understand why Hinata has such strong strength. During the meeting, Lu Yun also explained to them Hinata's abilities. Advertisement. When Tsunade and the other John and Hinata were told about the origins of Tenseigan, almost everyone in the hall had a look of shock on their faces. Especially Kakashi. After fighting with pain, he knew how terrifying the power of Rinnegan was, which was comparable to the eyes of Rinnegan. It's really terrible. It seems that no one can stop the Hyuga family's momentum to become the #1 family in Konoha village. If the third Hokage were alive, he would be wary of such a Hyuga clan and might even impose restrictions on the Hyuga clan as he did on the Uchiha clan. In this war, Lu Yun and Hinata were undoubtedly the heroes of the village, although some people had dissatisfaction and opinions about Lu Yun before. But Lu Yun saved the village, and the dissatisfaction in their hearts disappeared. In their hearts, Lu Yun and Hinata were heroes who saved their lives. Lu Yun and Hinata will become heroes in the eyes of everyone in Konoha village. Now Tsunade also understood that what Lu Yun said was not empty talk. He really could have taken Konoha to heights it had never reached before. Although the casualties in Konoha village were not heavy, rebuilding the village was much more troublesome. However, Lu Yun came up with a way to quickly rebuild the village. You want to borrow Yamato? Kindness. Yamato has now withdrawn from Anbu and is the special executioner of Jonin. Lord Lu Yun. Tsunade called Yamato over. Yamato met Lu Yun and said with great respect, Master Lu Yun. Come with me. Wood-style Lianju home. In the open space of Konoha, houses rose from the ground. Although Yamato had the wood style, his wood style was very different from that of the first generation. However, Yamato did build a house, but in a short period of time, many more houses appeared in Konoha village. Although Yamato's chakra was not enough to support such a huge consumption, Lu Yun supplied Yamato with chakra like a perpetual motion machine. Yamato gained a new title in this plan to rebuild Konoha. Konoha's infrastructure maniac. I would like to call you the strongest construction worker. Look, in just a short time, the leveled buildings in Konoha village once again stood before everyone's eyes. After Konoha was invaded by the Akatsuki organization, the entire ninja world seemed to be stirring again. In particular, the Kingdom of Thunder once again summoned the other four major countries to discuss major issues, and any smart person could probably guess what this so-called major event was. The Land of Lightning still wants to attack Konoha. Advertisement. After Konoha suffered 2 invasions, all major powers believed that Konoha was in a weak period and this was an unprecedented good opportunity. The key is that Tsunagaku's Jinchuriki is back, and not only is his strength no less than that of a cage-level warrior, but he is also very young. Not long after Gaara returned, Shio abdicated and handed the position of Kage to Gaara. In their opinion, Gaara has grown to the point where he can be the Kage. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi who came out from the Land of Lightning did not successfully capture Eight Tails. It was not that they were not Eight Tails' opponents, but the fourth Raikage, except Eight Tails, seemed to know their plan. Has been lurking near Eight Tails for a long time. Now, Uchiha Itachi's body is almost exhausted due to the frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although it cannot be seen on the surface, his condition is already terminal. I didn't expect that even the leader would fail. Kisame said with a complicated expression while supporting him. The leader failed, they failed to capture Eight Tails, and the future of Akatsuki is unclear. Uchiha Itachi remained silent. The leader would definitely know something when he returned this time. He is also considering whether to return to Akatsuki. He has always been a spy lurking in the Akatsuki organization of Konoha. Although no one knows his identity, Itachi has always put the village first. He inherited Shisui's will, and Itachi still had one thing to accomplish. Sasuke. Kisame. Kindness. Kisame turned his head to look at Itachi, and was stunned for a second. 3 Tomo Sharingan stared at Kisame, and Kisami's body suddenly fell to the ground. I'm sorry, Itachi said to Kisame before disappearing into the dense forest. He can never go back to Akatsuki. Because of Nagato's failure, Obito and Zetsu had to speed up their plans. Nagato was already a pawn that had lost its value. Under Obito's conspiracy, Nagato, unlike in the original story, eventually died at Obito's hands. As for Konan, she barely escaped from Akatsuki. She knew that she was no match for Obito, but she also didn't want to die at Obito's hands. She wanted to keep her hatred and avenge Nagato. In Konan's eyes, everything he is experiencing now is caused by Obito. Since Nagato came into contact with Obito, he has become a completely different person. And those 2 Rinnegan, it was also taken away by Obito. If Lu Yun knew about this, he would probably be stunned for a while, because the plot would be completely different now. Chapter 122 Leisure Days. After a month, Konoha finally recovered. But even so, there is still a layer of haze hanging over the heads of Konoha's top leaders, and the villagers of Konoha are still unaware of this haze. However, as the Hokage, Tsunade received a heavy news after sending Anbu to inquire about the cooperation between several major countries. This time, the negotiations among the other 4 countries went surprisingly smoothly compared to the previous ones. More importantly, Onoki and Yayui did not even have a quarrel. Originally, the relationship between these 2 guys was like water and fire, but for common interests, they put aside their prejudices and focused all their attention on Konoha. If they could capture Konoha, they would have accomplished a feat that had never been accomplished in all the years of ninja wars. The shadows from the other villages couldn't help but get excited at the thought of getting Konoha's fertile land. It has been a month since Konoha was invaded by Akatsuki. Even if Konoha really won, it would definitely have entered a period of weakness. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity, and they are unwilling to give it up. Although there may be another war among several villages due to the subsequent distribution of interests, in the face of common interests, they will still annex Konoha first. As for the distribution of benefits, naturally only the powerful villages are qualified to take the biggest share. In Akatsuki, only Obito, Black Zetsu, and Kisame are left. The Akatsuki organization, which originally had no shortage of strong people, suddenly became extremely weak like a willow in the wind, but Obito and Zetsu had a plan. This ninja world war may be an opportunity to seize the tailed beasts of the major villages while the major countries are weak. Furthermore, one-tailed Jinchuriki has also appeared, and the Kage of Tsunagaku and his men are determined to bring Gaara back. Obito, use this jutsu to summon Madara-sama back when necessary. We need his power right now. As a giant baby, who has lived for countless years, Black Zetsu naturally has some forbidden techniques. Uchiha Obito's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. It turned out to be this technique. Impure world reincarnation.
If I had Madara's power, perhaps everything would become easier. Now they only lack the power of the 3-tailed beasts, 8 tails, 9 tails, and 1 tail. If Madara appears in the chaos of the war between several major countries, the situation will probably become even more chaotic. Advertisement. The day when peace comes to the entire ninja world will not be far away. Obito didn't notice the hidden sneer on Zetsu's lips at all. During this time, Lu Yun had to admit that Hinata was truly a genius. When Pain invaded, he accidentally brought out the truth-seeking ball, and his strength was no longer comparable to that of Ying. Now, in just 1 month, Hinata's strength has increased again. Although the control of chakra mode is not very smooth, it is indeed possible to enter this mode. Being able to enter Tenseigan chakra mode also means that Hinata has already left the realm of cage-level strength, and the shadow Lu Yun mentioned includes Super Shadow. The truth-seeking ball possesses the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and can annihilate all matter. Its existence is even more powerful than bloodline limits and bloodline elimination. In addition to truth-seeking ball, Hinata also mastered several other Tenseigan abilities. The spirit ball, created by Tenseigan chakra, can control the will and actions of others as long as it is placed in the other person's body, and can also obtain the thoughts of others. This ability is different from illusion. Unless the opponent's willpower surpasses that of ordinary people, it is impossible to escape the control of the spirit ball. Once controlled, one's actions and thoughts will change according to the other person's will. Hinata also mastered Tenseigan's ability of spatial manipulation and Ginrin Tensei explosion. As for the Golden Wheel Tenseigan explosion, perhaps because Hinata has not yet mastered the ability of Tenseigan, its power is not as powerful as Lu Yun knows, which can split the moon in 1 blow, but it can still easily split a mountain in 2. Hinata is currently probably close to the 6 paths threshold, but if compared to Uchiha Madara who became 10 tails Jinchuriki, there is still a big gap in strength. Hinata was also appointed as a Jonin by the Hokage during the Battle of Pain's invasion, and the relationship between Hinata and Lu Yun is not uncommon in Konoha village. As a result, the story of the two gradually spread in Konoha. The other 12 young warriors were very envious of Lu Yun and Hinata. They were all still Chunin, while Lu Yun and Hinata were Hokage assistants and Jonin respectively. This couple is absolutely amazing. At home, Lu Yun also enjoys a leisurely life. When she has nothing to do, she plays chess with Hyuga Hiyashi, grows flowers, and strolls around the village with Hinata. Her life is so comfortable. As for the meetings in other villages, Lu Yun saw them as just a mob. During this month, Lu Yun was not idle either, and fought many battles with Aizen in the spiritual space. The careful Lu Yun also discovered that since his progress bar reached 50%, the strength of Aizen in the space has become stronger, and the skills of using Kido and Shinigami to fight are no longer like the attacks of a programmed machine. Advertisement. On the contrary, Lu Yun saw a glimmer of light in Aizen's eyes in the spiritual space. The dullness in his eyes gradually disappeared and his gaze became rebellious. This surprised Lu Yun a little. Could it be that the second template Aizen will regain sanity faster? But in the final analysis, the Aizen in the spiritual space are nothing but false, and this Aizen is just another Aizen created by the power of the system. As for whether the person who created this Aizen will realize that he is not the original, if it is a man like Aizen who inherited all of Aizen's will and strength, I believe he will understand the moment his mind is fully restored. Lu Yun was playing with Hanabi in the yard when suddenly a figure appeared in the Hyuga family compound. This is Yamato. Master Lu Yun, Master Tsunade is looking for you. Yamato said respectfully. Tsunade. I understand. I'll be there right away. Lu Yun nodded. He didn't care why Tsunade was looking for him. After hearing Lu Yun's response, Yamato disappeared again. Lu Yun looked at Hanabi and smiled. Hanabi, I'll accompany you next time. Yeah, brother-in-law, go ahead. Hanabi said, nodding. After saying goodbye to Hanabi, Lu Yun disappeared from the compound. Arriving at the Hokage's mansion, Lu Yun opened the office door. Tsunade's gloomy expression finally relaxed when he saw Lu Yun coming. You're here. Tsunade's expression suddenly relaxed and he handed a note to Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at the words on the note suspiciously, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Chapter 123 Haven't I created enough miracles? Tsunade rubbed his brows and didn't notice the expression on Lu Yun's face at first. So much has happened since he took office that Tsunade now regrets why he chose to sit in the position of Hokage. Wouldn't it be nice to go to the casino and play every day? Although Tsunade knew that even if he went to the casino, he would probably lose everything. But at least Tsunade was happy in the casino, and as Hokage he had to deal with hundreds, if not thousands, of things every day. Add to that the Raikage's visit, Pain's invasion, and the 4-cage tournament. Perhaps Tsunade can be said to be the busiest Hokage since he took office as Konoha Hokage. This note inexplicably appeared on my desk before Pain's invasion. The information he revealed is correct. According to the information he provided, Pain did invade on that day. Anbu hasn't found any clues yet, and I can't confirm whether there are spies from Konoha in the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade said tiredly. It can be seen that Tsunade has not had a good rest these days. You rarely see dark circles on Tsunade's face. At this moment, Tsunade looked tired, and bloodshot could be clearly seen in her beautiful eyes. The most difficult thing for Tsunade to deal with now is the 4-cage tournament, because war may break out at any time. Why worry about this kind of thing? Konoha has already won, so there's no point in getting hung up on our identities. Lu Yun said lightly. Tsunade thinks that what Lu Yun said is indeed correct, but if the Akatsuki organization really has ninjas from Konoha, who would it be? Uchiha Itachi. Although Tsunade had doubts, he felt it was impossible. How could someone who could slaughter his own family with his own hands be a spy of Konoha? Even Tsunade felt chilled by such cruel means. I originally wanted to learn something from Lu Yun, but it seems that I was overthinking it. Because Lu Yun has always given him the impression that he knows everything, which is one of the reasons why Tsunade called Lu Yun over. Forget it, this kind of thing is not important anymore. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, and then the fatigue on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious expression. What do you think of the 4-cage tournament? If all 4-cage villages launched a war against Konoha, Tsunade thought about how brutal the war would be if it broke out. What was even more troubling for him was that this time Sunagaku's Jinchuriki had returned and had become Sunagaku's cage. Advertisement. It is said that this cage has fully mastered the power of the tailed beasts, and his strength should not be underestimated. Lu Yun spread his hands. How else can I see it? I'll watch it in Konoha village. Hearing this, Tsunade rolled his eyes at Lu Yun with a stern face. Be serious, this is not a trivial matter. Lu Yun sat on the sofa, looking at Tsunade calmly. They are just a bunch of rabble, there is nothing to worry about. If you are worried about Konoha's current strength, then you can rest assured. Konoha is still the strongest among the 5 major ninja villages. Even if I don't take action, Konoha can win this war. Tsunade frowned, she even doubted if she had heard it wrongly. Are you sure? Lu Yun looked at her and continued, you don't understand the power of Tenseigen. Although this crisis of pain didn't cause much damage, if I wasn't there, the entire Konoha would have been destroyed by pain. Pain has a move that is enough to destroy the entire Konoha. Even all the ninjas in Konoha cannot resist it. What? A technique to destroy the entire Konoha? Tsunade's expression froze for a moment. Is there really such a terrifying existence? Even Lu Yun couldn't completely destroy the entire Konoha with just one move, right? The Tenseigen can be called an eye comparable to the Rinnegan. Its power is not inferior to the Rinnegan. And Hinata's strength has long surpassed that of the cage. Beyond shadow. Lu Yun's words brought great shock to Tsunade's heart. If it was really as Lu Yun said, Konoha really didn't have to worry about war. But the public opinion in the village was so overwhelming that Lu Yun was afraid that the wave would drown him. It was a pity that Konoha's white Fang was overwhelmed by the wave of public opinion in the village and eventually chose the path of suicide. Tsunade's worries were unnecessary. If it's just about public opinion, I'm afraid the outbreak of war will not have much impact on Lu Yun. After all, Lu Yun is the hero who saved Konoha. He saved Konoha twice during its crises. Moreover, Lu Yun has become the spiritual pillar of the people of Konoha village invisibly. As long as Lu Yun was there, the villagers felt that nothing could threaten Konoha. This is also Lu Yun's personal charm. Advertisement. I feel relieved when you say that. After saying this, Tsunade hesitated for a moment and then said, are you really not interested in the position of Hokage? Lu Yun shook his head. The position of Hokage is just a constraint for me. Perhaps you can become Konoha's first Hokage to witness history. History. Tsunade couldn't help but be stunned. What on earth is Lu Yun talking about? What does it mean to witness history? Does this guy have any other ideas? What do you mean by that? Tsunade asked, frowning. Lu Yun stood up and walked to Tsunade's side, looking at the scenery outside the window. He gazed into the distance and slowly said, there have been several ninja wars in the history of the ninja world, and there has never been true peace. The only way to end this long war is unification. Unified. Tsunade was stunned by the 2 words Lu Yun said. Gurgle. She swallowed and said in a trembling voice, are you talking about unifying the entire ninja world? That's right. Boom. Tsunade only felt her head buzzing and exploding, and it went blank for a short time and she couldn't think. She felt like she was dreaming. Why could Lu Yun say this so calmly? I'm afraid no one in the entire ninja world dares to think about unifying the ninja world except Lu Yun. The ninja world has never been unified in its long history. In fact, why small and medium-sized wars broke out in the ninja world, or even wars of the scale of the Ninja World War, did it happen? It is because there are too many divided forces in the ninja world, and war breaks out because of issues of interest. There's no need to be so surprised. Unifying the ninja world might not be impossible. Have I not created enough miracles? Lu Yun looked at Tsunade and smiled faintly. At this moment, Tsunade came back to his senses from the shock, and looked at the smile on Lu Yun's lips with an inexplicable daze. Yes, Lu Yun has created many miracles, and he is one of the most unfathomable young people she has ever met. Unify the entire ninja world. Chapter 124 Danzo's Death. Tsunade was not sure whether Lu Yun was really capable of doing this. Even a ninja as strong as his grandfather, the first Hokage, did not unify the ninja world, although Senju Hashirama did not have such an idea. However, if we really want to unify the ninja world, it is not enough to rely on suppression by force. There is still a lot of work to be done, and even public security is a huge problem. Looking at the smile on Lu Yun's face, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh and smiled helplessly. Only you can say such words. The Hokage of all generations would probably never dare to even think about it. Lu Yun looked at Tsunade and said calmly, it's not that I don't dare to think about it, it's just that I've never thought about it. Everyone has become accustomed to the current situation in the ninja world. It seems stable, but in fact, there is turmoil every few years. If we want to completely end the war in the ninja world, the only way is to unify it. Yes, the peace in every village is hard won, and such peace may last for decades or even longer after a war. However, there has never been permanent peace in the ninja world. A war breaks out almost every 50 years or so, and there have always been small-scale marginal wars between the major countries. The village seems peaceful, but the number of ninja casualties in the outside world is not small. The position of Hokage should belong to you, Tsunade said to Lu Yun with an unpleasant look. No, this position is something you must not miss. You've experienced the hardships of being a Hokage and you still want to fool me. You are so dreamy, old woman. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he disappeared into the office. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then raised his voice and roared, Lu Yun. This is not the first time Lu Yun has called herself an old woman. Although Tsunade is no longer a little girl, her appearance has not changed much over the years. Considering her youthful appearance, is it a loss to call her big sister? This kid is a double-edged sword for Konoha. If Danzo's roots were still there, Tsunade might really be worried that something weird might happen. At the same time, Danzo, who was at the root base, turned his back to a figure and said in a hoarse voice, You're here. Danzo turned around, looking a little haggard, and looked at Lu Yun with a complicated expression. Distinguished heavenly gods have been ineffective against you from the beginning, right? Lu Yun nodded. Eye of Uchiha Shisui, Sharingan's strongest genjutsu. Advertisement. What does it feel like to fail? Lu Yun laughed jokingly. If it were a normal Danzo, he might have been furious because of Lu Yun's words, but the current Danzo was not angry at all, and seemed to be showing a self-deprecating smile. I was too naive. I thought I had everything under control, but facing you, I have no way to deal with it. It seems you knew all along that I had connections with the Akatsuki organization. That's natural, Lu Yun said lightly. Danzo, anything final to say? There was no hope in Danzo's cloudy and dark eyes, but in this brief moment he looked at Lu Yun sharply. It was as if at this moment he had become the Black of Konoha again, the once ruthless hero. What did you bring to Konoha, hope or prosperity? Danzo always acts in the interests of Konoha, but he has a fatal flaw, which is his arrogance. In his opinion, no one except him can change the current state of Konoha, so Danzo has always coveted the position of Hokage. Perhaps this is also Danzo's obsession with power. Lu Yun's fingertips had already touched Danzo's chest, and he slowly spoke, hope or prosperity is not important. As long as I am here, Konoha's enemies are just a mob. Danzo's tense face finally relaxed. I feel at ease with someone like you. Sarutobi, an old friend has come to see you. Hado 4, White Thunder. In an instant, the lightning flashing from Lu Yun's fingertips burst out with brilliant light, instantly piercing Danzo's chest. Danzo fell to the ground feeling his life slipping away. Unmatched ninjutsu. No. This power is no less than that of ninjutsu. I'm really looking forward to what Konoha will become under your leadership. Danzo slowly closed his eyes, and the temperature of his body gradually dissipated. In a short time, he turned into a cold corpse. Lu Yun took Danzo's soul without any hesitation. Lu Yun now has a bone bracelet on his arm that is similar to Rankar's. Advertisement. This does not belong to an item but a change in Lu Yun himself. As Lu Yun evolves, his body will also change. However, what worries him most is whether he will become a half-human, half-ghost like Aizen after evolving. Then Lu Yun's mentality really collapsed. That look can't be called ugly. That person is no longer a human being. I hope that what I worry about will not become a reality. It is time to pass on the magic of the Wetbone Forest. At this time, the Four-Cage Conference in the Land of Lightning has reached its final stage. The Four Cages all intend to wage war against Konoha. Their common goal is to destroy Konoha. Yayui's move is not only revenge against Konoha, but more importantly, it is a great opportunity to launch a war against Konoha. Even if there were battles with several other ninja villages after the war, Yayui had no worries at all. In his opinion, other ninja villages were just so-so and could not be compared with their Cloud Shinobi village. Onoki is already old, and even with his dust release he can't last long in a sustained fight. As for the strength of the Mizukage and the Kazekage, Yayui simply doesn't think highly of them. It's time to remove the first ninja village in the ninja world from Konoha's head. However, not long after the meetings of the major villages ended, another major incident broke out in Cloud Shinobi village. An unknown figure holding a black knife fought with Cloud Shinobi. And those Cloud Shinobi were no match for that mysterious figure, even Jonin suffered heavy damage. Especially since the opponent's swordsmanship had reached a superb level. Upon learning about this, Yayui also brought his ninja troops to find that person. However, when Yayui went to the door, the person had disappeared. As for the monitoring ninja, he was also dealt with by Mihawk. Because of this, Yayui was so angry that he didn't eat for a whole day. Even Jonin couldn't resist his sword skills, and he could even swing his swords in the air. This method, isn't he the same as that kid from Konoha? Could it be that? Yayui's face suddenly twisted and he slammed the table. The table that had just been replaced was destroyed again because of Yayui's huge power. Ma Buyi, who was standing by, covered her face and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Raikage-sama, this is already the third table.